Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-shaded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI international for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see fourth part, what if Harry Potter became the target of a Slytherin rival. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. During the Triwizard Tournament, Harry Potter draws the attention of a Slytherin rival who knows his power, and wants him for his own ends. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Voldemort was furious. He had just suffered the loss of 30 werewolves who would have added nicely to his ranks. His follower Greyback was on the continent recruiting some more, but this foray on the part of the Ministry had hurt him. What was worse, there could be no retribution on the Ministry for the act. He was still presumed to be dead, and even Dumbledore had stopped harping that he was back. Maybe the old fool was doing something behind his back, but he definitely was not readying the brat for war. He had seen the memory of the duel from Lucius. The boy was pretty mediocre. It looked like he had no extraordinary power or spells, and that the Malfoy boy's spells missed mostly by luck. Even when he did raise a shield, he seemed incapable of blocking more than 2 ordinary curses. No, the Potter boy was hardly a threat. Things had not been good for him though. He had thought that the Dark faction would be able to keep the idiot Fudge in his place and he would do nothing to ready the Aurors, but then the boy had changed everything when he took his seats upon the Wizengamot. He had thought the boy was son of a blood traitor and a mudblood, but he turned out to be descended from the oldest of families. Even his noble ancestor Salazar did not go back that far. He had a strong steady force with him, and he had been content with working in the shadows until Frank Longbottom had come out of nowhere and became the minister. As soon as he assumed the office, he was putting the ministry back into shape. According to the most recent report from his spies in the ministry, they had 200 Aurors and they were still recruiting. Voldemort knew he had to up his game if he was to stay ahead of the ministry, and to that effect, he had asked Greyback to recruit with more vigor. It was a pity that Greyback could not go to wizards to recruit them, because they would have killed him on sight. Of his servants, Lucius, who had big coffers and enough influence, could not go to the continent without being prosecuted. No other was as influential as him. He had sent his Death Eaters to other European countries to find more followers. The 30 werewolves who had been killed the other day were hardened criminals, and he had hoped to turn many children and wizards to lycanthropy. He had not expected the ministry to attack in such an aggressive manner and kill every werewolf they had found. A move like that would have caused some unrest in the past, but not under Minister Longbottom's administration. The story in the Daily Prophet and his reputation as a warrior who worked in the best interests of the people just made them love him more. He had also wanted the vampires. He had sent Mulciber to contact 3 of the covens in neighboring countries. But they had all refused to join Voldemort. They had told him that a ruthless vampire hunter named Petrov had been hunting them for the past month with his squad. Interestingly, the vampire hunter did not eliminate them outright, but told them that if they stayed out of the upcoming war, he would let them live. Voldemort had decided that he would deal with the vampires when he had triumphed over the wizarding world for good. As for the vampire hunter, he did not know what was coming for him. The ministry was putting all the old warriors in their place already. Alistair Moody was in his position as the head of Aurors, which was troublesome. Rufus Scrimgeour, who had a well-earned reputation as a warrior from the last war, was in charge of the magical law enforcement patrols. He had been given unrestricted powers to act as he saw fit. Amelia Bones, who was a veteran Auror, was head of the DMLE, and she had no problem with making difficult decisions in the past war. He was thankful that Barty Crouch Sr. was not alive, or he could have been a pain in his side. The man's impulsive action to send Death Eaters to their death just for having the mark would have been fatal to the morale of his forces. He, of course, knew something of everyone who was in charge of things now. Moody was a sadistic wizard who was a living nightmare for his forces. During the First War, he had killed dozens of them and put as many more behind bars. Frank Longbottom had escaped him 3 times. Amelia Bones had caused a lot of unprecedented trouble for his followers. He also needed to break his most trusted followers out of Azkaban because he knew he would need them. Some of them may be useless from too long exposure to Dementors, but maybe some were sane enough to command his forces. He would need to train his forces so that they could cast spells properly or they would be sitting ducks. He had been meaning to march against the wizarding world since long, but the blasted prophecy held him back. He needed to hear it and his followers could not get near that thing. He had lost 2 of his followers to the prophecy already. Flint had died in St. Mungo's and another was struggling for his life. He could not make a move against the ministry unless he heard the prophecy. He of course knew who gave the prophecy all those years ago, but he could not abduct her from under Dumbledore's nose. The old fool knew her importance and as a result he did not want her out of his sight and kept her in that classroom on the North Tower. He had prepared a list of things to do to kill Dumbledore, Bones, the Longbottoms, Moody, Black, Scrimgeour and Peverell, to break his trusted followers out of Azkaban, to get the prophecy. But right now, he wanted to sit tight and let the little storm pass. Losing 30 was a heavy loss, but he would persevere. There would be time enough to even the score with the ministry. The chaos would start with getting his followers out of Azkaban after he was sure that the fortress could be breached without sustaining more loss than he stood to gain by it. He however would need a portkey or a couple of them to take his forces to the fortress when he was storming it. The fortress was such that he could not make a portkey to get there, but only ministry-issued portkeys would work. Apparition was also not allowed, and if it were someone else, the Dementors would have killed them, but they would follow Voldemort. He also kept his pet Nagini around, knowing how important she was for his survival. If Dumbledore suspected a thing, he would stop at nothing to find those precious soul containers and destroy them. Somewhere in the dense impenetrable jungles of Africa, Harsh Varden was sitting in a tent, wearing his battle gear. The battles all over the continent of Africa were taxing for the mystics, but there was nothing that they could do except doing their duty. Having the honor of being the favored one of Mother Magic was not easy. One mystic entered the tent in a hurry with a missive in his hand. Harsh surmised from his body language that he had brought some news which required his immediate attention. He addressed the newcomer. "What is it, Martand? Has something happened?" The mystic presented the letter to him. "Guruji, this letter has just come from Adrishpuram." Harsh took the letter and cast a detection spell before he opened it. He read the letter at once and then read it again for the message to sink in. He folded the letter and slipped it inside his clothes and said to himself, as he commands. Hogwarts, a week later. It was near dawn and Harry Potter was standing atop the battlements with the crew he had assembled for the catapults. This morning, he was waiting for the 3 more people he had been looking for. He had been looking actively for people who could man the remaining catapults, and no one had caught his eye until a day ago. 2 nights ago, Faye Dunbar had cornered him in the common room. Flashback starts. It was a change from his busy schedule that he had found time to spend in the common room with his housemates. It was also necessary to maintain a charade of normalcy for others. As it was, Ginny had asked him once or twice as to where he disappeared to in the evenings. He had consulted with Vikram, who told him that it would not be amiss to skip practice a day or 2 in a week. He was already getting sufficient practice with the order sessions. He was lounging in one of the chairs near the fireplace when he was interrupted by someone, Harry. He opened his eyes to find Faye Dunbar standing near him. She was a girl of 5 feet 6 inch height, had a petite frame, auburn hair and gray eyes. He asked her, "Hello Faye, what can I do for you?" She said to him hesitantly, "We need to talk." He motioned for her to continue. "Please do go on." She sounded a little nervous. "Not here. Somewhere private." Harry rose from his chair and followed her out of the tower to an empty classroom on the 6th floor. After he had secured the room, he turned to her. "Now tell me, Faye. What can I do for you?" She said, "I want to join your order." He was surprised but hid it well. "What order?" She smirked. Lavender Brown should really be careful with her mouth. "I overheard her talking to Parvati, who admonished her for speaking too loudly." Harry shrugged. "And why should I allow you to join? What stake do you have in this war, anyway?" She said to him a bit hotly, "I have lost people to that maniac. My father was an Auror who was killed in the last war during a raid on Diagon Alley. They never found who had done it, and I am determined to have vengeance for his death." Harry asked her, "When has vengeance ever helped anyone, Faye?" She retorted, "Then why are you planning to fight if you are not seeking vengeance for your parents' deaths?" Harry sighed. "Miss Dunbar, I do not have animosity or hatred toward anyone anymore. I do seek to defeat Voldemort," she shuddered, "because he is a threat to the safety of the wizarding world. While he lives, people will die. I am sorry, but I cannot allow you to join if you want and for personal reasons." Faye was about to cry, her eyes brimming with tears. She folded her hands and said to him hoarsely, "I beseech you, Lord Peverell. I come as a supplicant and ask this boon of you to let me join. I will fulfill whatever role you assign for me without keeping my personal vendetta above everything." Harry was torn. On one hand, he wanted to refuse her, but on the other hand, she was formally asking a boon as a supplicant, and it was nothing more than what others asked of him. He decided to give her a try though. "I will allow you in the order, Faye, but on the condition that if I ever feel that you are letting your personal feelings cloud your judgment, I will banish you post haste." She replied gratefully, "I am thankful, Harry. I promise I will not place my personal feelings above the greater good." Harry had been scanning her mind for any kind of deception, but there was none. She was a pureblood from a minor house, but she had no mind shields whatsoever, and it had been easy for him to go through her mind and determine where her loyalties lie. Harry nodded and took her to Hermione to put her name on the parchment. After that was done, he told her to join him atop the astronomy tower before dawn broke, and right now was waiting for her to turn up with others. As it was, he had not yet shown the catapults to his friends. Only those who were entrusted with using them knew of their existence. Flashback ends. Faye came to the tower with her broom atop her shoulder. Soon afterwards, others followed with their own brooms. Sometime during the last week, Harry had met with Dumbledore regarding replacing the school brooms. Flashback starts. Harry entered the headmaster's office to find the old wizard doing some parchment work. He looked up and pointed Harry to the other seat. As Harry sat, he asked him, "What brings you here, Harry?" "Headmaster, a few days ago, I had commandeered Madame Hooch's brooms for students who are entrusted with working the catapults. I found that those brooms are ancient and in rough shape. Most of them belong in some museum rather than a school. A big reason that we have so many flying accidents generally in the first flying lessons of the first years is that the brooms are so old that a novice cannot fly them." Dumbledore took a long breath before he started speaking. "Harry, your complaints are valid, but the brooms cannot be replaced because we do not have enough money to finance education of poor yet deserving students and give the best facilities. Since the last war, the grants of the ministry have not been sufficient to meet our needs. With the money we raise from tuitions, student fees, alumni grants and fundraisers, we cannot give the best to them. I raised the issue before the Wizarding Examination Authority again after Minister Longbottom assumed office, but the ministry's income is not sufficient to meet the war expenses and to give a budget raise to the school." Harry sat in contemplation for a few moments before he turned to the older wizard. "If you do not mind, Professor, may I use your flow?" Dumbledore nodded. "By all means, my boy." Harry threw a pinch of flow powder in the fireplace and said, "Rosier Estate, Dorset." A few seconds later, Remus Lupin was entering the office of the headmaster, followed by Sirius Black, who then took a seat, and then Harry turned to Dumbledore. "Professor, while I do not intend to boast, I have more money than I could spend in several lifetimes. I intend to create a trust fund worth 1 million galleons with these two as trustees. The money would be invested in businesses which will earn you a healthy return, in addition to 500,000 galleons payable to the school for use to upgrade, replace or repair facilities which are in need. The interest generated from those returns shall be enough in addition to the ministry grants to run the school properly and allow you to provide best facilities. Also, I have some shares in quality Quidditch supplies, and in lieu of the income generated to me from them, I can ask them to supply a dozen brooms to the school as a donation in the name of James and Lily Potter, along with Quidditch gear and other paraphernalia. Not a broom like Firebolt or the Nimbus, mind you, but a clean sweep or Comet would be equally good. Would that help?" Dumbledore beamed at him. "Indeed, my boy. That will do nicely." Sirius added, "And I will add 500,000 to the fund he has promised. I have substantial inheritance left to me from Uncle Alfarad, and it is of no real use to me. Better to be of use to someone than to just lie around and generate interest." Dumbledore gave him a big smile. "People like you both are very few in this world who do such good works for others. I thank you both on behalf of all of them who will be benefited by your generosity." Harry turned to Remus, "Meet Griphook and ask him to do the needful, and ask Uncle Ted to draft the trust agreement. I need this to be done in a week from now. Also, contact Quality Quidditch Supplies through him and ask him to send 6 comets and 6 clean sweeps to Hogwarts as a donation in the names of James and Lily Potter." Remus nodded. This will be done, cub. Flashback ends. Later, Harry had asked Remus to purchase 4 brooms in addition to those already ordered and had kept them shrunk in his trunk. He had gifted them to those in charge of the catapults who did not have their own brooms. There had been only 2 of them, though, Mandy Brocklehurst and Lisa Turpin, who had a broom which was old. 3 others that he had found to man the catapults were Justin Finch Fletchley and Dean Thomas. Dean's name was suggested to him by Seamus, who said that Dean could do it. He did not know if Dean was up to the task, but he was willing to give him a chance. Justin was selected after the Hufflepuff had shown immense improvement in aiming a spell at any designated target in the last training session. He knew that they may disappoint him and was ready for the disappointment to come. As they all arrived, Harry asked them to follow him. When they reached the battlements, he confided the Fidelius secret to them and enjoyed the gasps of shock and surprise that escaped from the students gathered. After they quieted, Harry started addressing them. These catapults will be instrumental in the upcoming war if Hogwarts is besieged. For that reason, it is necessary for you all to learn to use them, so there will be no problems on that count. For now, the existence of these is secret from others, and as such I do not need to tell you that not a word of what we are doing here should find its way to others. These are calibrated primarily to slay giants, and as such, no magical ammunition can be loaded into them, but only things which would incapacitate or kill a giant. Later that may change, though. I have too many people to look after and too many things to do, so Seamus Finnegan will be in charge of these beauties. If any of you have a problem, you can voice your opinions. I will hear them, and if necessary, I will address them. No one protested. The Irish wizard was more than accomplished at his task, and they were happy to leave him in charge. Harry had not also expected any protests from these students, considering they generally followed whoever was willing to lead them. After that, the students started to take their turns at the catapults. Dean and Justin turned out to be accomplished at them, claiming it reminded them of Muggle games they had played. Harry was satisfied with the work done by now. September was ending and they had made their preparations which were needed aside from training the students at defense. Great Hall. After a 2-hour grueling workout which involved much cursing and whining from the students, the session was over. Harry had started to teach them to dodge by the simple expedient of taking turns with Neville at pelting the students with high-powered stingers which felt like bludgers and left nasty bruises. There had been quite a few trips to the infirmary in the last few days, but the students, to their credit, did not back out of the sessions. Flashback. Harry had been cornered one day by the Mediwitch after 7 students had gone to her complaining about bruises. She had sent word to him through a first year to come and meet her when he had the time. Harry was initially worried because before this she always wanted to keep him out of the infirmary and would groan when he visited, but this time, she was calling him. He went to the infirmary to find her busy administering to a few students who had accidents in potions and asked him to take a seat in her office. She came after a few minutes, and as she sat in her seat, she glared at him. "Have you entirely forgotten me this year, Mr. Peverell?" With a remarkably innocent expression, Harry said, "Not at all, Madame Pomfrey. I'm sure I sent you a patron just last week." She made a visible effort to control her expression as she recalled Malfoy's stay in the infirmary. He had to be the most unpleasant patient she had ever had to put up with. Then Harry continued with a sheepish grin, "Madame Pomfrey, I did not intentionally deprive you of my company. It's just that this year I have been lucky enough to not need your services, that's all. Nor is there anyone baying for my blood this year. So, there was no real reason for me to visit, and considering the fussing you do whenever I turn up, it made me wary." She scowled, "I do not fuss over anyone. You are just one patient who does not stay out of trouble, and you never come for little injuries like a bruise or things like that." Harry gave her his best lopsided grin and she smacked him on his arm. "That will not work on me, Peverell. Your roguishly handsome father could not charm me, and he was more suave than you." Harry smiled but said nothing. She started again, "Can you explain to me why I get a steady stream of students in here with nasty bruises on their body like somebody beat the hell out of them, but they claim that it was only a stinger?" Harry smiled nervously, "Madame Pomfrey, they are learning to dodge. Sometimes they are too slow. Besides, I never use overpowered hexes. I did not know that they have such sensitive skin." She rolled her eyes. "Tell that to someone who might believe it. Those bruises are not caused by ordinary but powerful hexes. Please see to it that I do not have to bother myself with such petty injuries anymore, or I will give your bed to them to recuperate here." Harry protested, "No, that bed is mine. Mine. I won't let you give it to anyone else." She smirked, "Then please control the power in your hexes. I would rather that my potions are not used on minor injuries." Flashback ends. After the workout he arrived at the table for breakfast. This morning he sat at the Hufflepuff table with his friends soon following him. If the Puffs were enraged, they said nothing. Ernie took a seat beside him and so did others. He had started to sit at different tables for different meals and his friends usually followed suit except for the Slytherin table. He never sat there for the simple reason that doing so would likely upset some members of his order or those who were working as spies in the Serpent's Pit. If they were recognized, things would be difficult for them. Zacharias Smith, who had just come to the table, sneered, "What are you doing here, Peverell?" Harry gave him a taunting smile and said, "I think I am having breakfast with my friends, Smith. Do you have a problem with that?" He curled his lip, "This is not the Gryffindor table and no one is your friend here." Ernie shot him down, "Smith, Harry is our friend and as such, he is welcome to sit here. You got a problem with that, take a seat further down the table." He seethed, "I thought you were my friend, Macmillan." Ernie gave him a smile, "I am your friend, but it is you who is making it an issue. If you are comparing yourself to Peverell here, then you have to be at least of his status before you go posturing." "What do you mean?" Ernie was still calm. "He is a lord of 5 houses, one of which is an ally of my house since as far back as history goes. As such, it is my duty to look out for him. You might be descended from Helga Hufflepuff, but the main family line has been extinct for centuries while he is lord of one of the most ancient families. I know your family had a blood feud with his in the past which ended with the death of the then Lord Smith, but that is ancient history now. Why would you beat a dead horse? I do not know." Smith said nothing. He took another seat down the table with a few other Puffs that stayed aloof of Harry. Daphne arrived at that moment and took a seat at the table. She had been acting strangely for the past week or so, sometimes trying to keep distance between herself and Harry, other times trying to be a close friend with him. He asked her, "Daphne, what is wrong? I have noticed that you have not been your usual self for the past week or so. Is something wrong?" She shook her head and gave a look that said, "Talk to you later." The classes had been going well. He had settled into a comfortable routine. Since he had started to spend 2 nights a week in the common room, he had more time to do his reading and finish his assignments. He had no dearth of study material considering he had a trunk full of books with him and oftentimes, he was buried in some book or other. However, he was also careful about the books he picked because once or twice, he had taken out a book accessible only to a Black and Hermione in a quest to know what he was reading, had tried to touch them, which would have been fatal because most of them were laced with nasty curses. He could not remove the curses from them because they were mostly about family magic or there were things in them that should not be known to everyone. There were also a few younger students who were approaching him to ask him a thing or two about their studies and he helped them. Room of Requirement. Today was a session for the members of his little order and he was teaching. They were still doing the Bombarda. It had been 3 sessions already, but Harry wanted to make sure that they could do it with ease, so he was giving time to it. The only change in strategy that he had made was to have the students cast spells at dummies and not at each other. He could not afford any accidents that would raise questions. As the students gathered, they divided themselves into groups and set to work. Harry generally strolled around the room and corrected people if their aim was off or they had problems in casting. There were many who could cast expertly now, but there were still a few who were having troubles. He would patiently explain everything to them and then let them try it again. He had noticed that it was generally the witches who required his attention, something that had caught Susan's attention, and oftentimes it was she who would intervene in his place. After an hour of casting, he stopped them and asked how many of them could do the Impedimenta charm. When asked why, he simply told them that since it was not easy for them to fight with a werewolf, it was one spell which could give them some chance of making an escape. When Hermione asked how, he adopted a scholarly demeanor and started explaining, when you are in a close fight with a werewolf, the Impedimenta can stop them for a second or two. In those crucial seconds, if you are powerful enough, then you can use some of these spells like the Bombarda or a Reducto to injure them. But since they are magical creatures, that really won't do much to them unless there are 2 or 3 people casting those spells simultaneously. If you do not want to fight them, you can make an exit from the situation either by disapparating or applying a scent masking charm on yourself and silencing spell on your feet with a disillusionment charm. Since they cannot smell your presence anymore or see you, chances are that they cannot find you. They can be killed by powerful dark curses, which you do not know and would not have the power to cast if you did. They can also be killed or disabled with silver weapons, but to use them, you would have to close to melee with them. This is dangerous for several reasons. They are fast and strong. Their bite or even their scratch can curse you with lycanthropy. This is why I am teaching you to escape from them rather than trying to teach you how to kill them. Hermione spoke after a few minutes of silence. So, that means we must know at least 2 or 3 spells which are not taught in our regular studies: the Impedimented Jinx, the Scent Masking Charm and the Silencing Spell. Harry nodded. Yes, but I would also caution you to not approach one unless you are in groups or you can match its speed. As they had discussed, Harry started to teach them the Impedimented Jinx, which was not very hard for them to master, but it took an hour for all of them to learn it and do it almost without a thought. Harry also had noticed the growing closeness between many of the students who gathered to practice in the room of requirement. He knew of Hermione and Ronald, Neville and Hannah, but Tracy was spending much more time around Fred now, while George was happily being oblivious working with Angelina. Lavender Brown was getting cozy with Seamus Finnegan, while Stephen Cornfoot was working with Sally Ann Perks and Ernie Macmillan was working with Megan Jones. He mused that in a few months there will be many couples walking in the corridors of the castle. After the session ended, he dismissed the students in groups and returned to the common room to spend some time being a normal teen with his friends. This evening, Ronald challenged him to a chess match and Harry declined, saying he had no intention of losing so many matches in a go. The mystic had taught him many things, but chess was not one of them. He however encouraged Hermione to take up the challenge and for the next hour watched her lose 3 matches in a row. Hermione, deciding that she had enough, excused herself and wandered off. The next day, Harry was cornered by Daphne, who had waited for others to go while Harry finished swimming. When he came out, she was there looking anxious. He asked her, "Now tell me what is bothering you, Daphne. I have never seen you look so troubled." She said hesitantly, "A week ago, when we were leaving the 4th floor, Luna cornered me and Tracy while we were on our way to the dungeons." She sounded different that day. Different? Harry asked her. Define different. I meant different for her. She did not have the dreamy look in her eyes, nor was she skipping as she usually does. She just came up to me and asked me to stop being your friend. She did not even mention any of her creatures like she always does, but spoke frankly. She warned me that there is death and misery to come and that it will be unbearable for you if you continued being my friend. Harry was thoughtful for a long time, never having heard of Luna acting out of character. The way she lived around others was a way to keep her sanity and her secret from others, but openly warning Daphne did not bode well either. If she was risking her sanity and her secret, there must have been something worth it, however he could not figure it out yet. He replied to Daphne, "I do not know what she meant. I do not see any problems with us being friends. I have a lot of friends, and why she would only warn you is beyond my comprehension. I would only ask you to be careful of people around you and who you are telling these things." With that, she went to the dungeons while he walked to the Gryffindor Tower. His own training was working well for him. He could now fly at a decent speed, though nothing like a broom, but every day was an improvement. He had tried to cast the Dementor slaying spell. When he did, it really took a lot out of him. Vikram had told him to try it twice a week so that his core could get accustomed to the demands of the spell. For an average witch or wizard, maintaining the spell for even a minute would be a major accomplishment, however it was not advised for them lest they passed out due to magical exhaustion. Vikram told him that the spell could work against all dark creatures, but it was typically used only against Dementors because there was no other means. He also had finished mastering the Sanskrit spells which were in the book given to him by Pawan. There was not much to learn, nothing new, but only to practice what he had learned. He had also mastered the Mage Vision, which was accessible to a handful of wizards and could even penetrate through a Polyjuice disguise. This was in the Peverell Grimoire, and he believed that it would come in handy sometime. Lately Vikram had started to duel him with lethal spells only, and in all the duels that they had done, neither had bested the other. As Harry went to sleep this night, the weather was turning bad with dark black clouds in the sky swirling and threatening to rain any day. If the signs were to be believed, the storm would be a lightning storm and the rain might go for days. Sometime in the middle of the night, two figures in the castle rose from their beds and stealthily went out of the castle. While these two figures were out for the same reason, they did not know it. One of them went towards the edge of the forbidden forests where they met with a man who took them out of Hogwarts by apparition, while the other figure went towards the Quidditch pitch and locked themselves in one of the locker rooms. As the storm started to brew overhead, they pulled a file out of their robes and waited for the right moment. Lightning started shattering the darkness of the night sky and the storm clouds. Each aimed their wand at their heart and said an incantation and quaffed the potion in one go. Next day, the rain was coming down in buckets and Harry didn't want any of the students to drown or sink out of sight in the mud, so he cancelled the morning workout. There was simply no way that they could go out and run in these conditions. Reluctantly he sent everyone back to their dorms. The students gleefully returned to their dorms to catch up on their sleep. Harry knew there was nothing he could do and he inquired after Susan from Hannah, noticing she was not there. Hannah told her that Susan was still in bed and that she was going to have some fun with waking her up with a jet of water in her face. Since there was some time before breakfast, he returned to the tower to do some study and found Neville was still asleep. He whipped his wand out and sent a powerful stinger at Neville, but the spell stopped a foot before his bed. Harry was surprised at the presence of a ward around Neville's bed. With a few detection spells, he realized that they were basic wards erected to stop spells or solid objects from passing through. Interlaced in the wards were an alert ward and a ward to petrify someone if they got too close. Harry had practiced ward breaking, but simply breaking Neville's wards wouldn't be much fun. He smirked mentally and erected a ward in close proximity to the one which Neville had placed, then went down to the common room. After an hour, there was a great commotion in the fifth-year dorms, with Neville Longbottom shouting at the top of his lungs and cursing everyone that he could remember. Harry rushed to the dorms with everyone and they found Neville Longbottom hanging upside down and cursing. He came down after about 10 minutes when the wards expired. Classes in the last week became more tiresome. The teachers were more demanding and assigned them tons of parchment essays. Potions was the best subject easily, with Harry dominating the dungeons now. The condition was such now that the other students had even stopped trying to catch up to him, knowing there was nothing they could do to match him with everything going on. Snape had taught them the calming draft and was teaching them the draft of peace now, which was used to relieve anxiety. As it was, most of the fifth year was up at dawn, running laps around the lake before being pummeled by the duo of Peverell and Longbottom for an hour and then returning to the castle stiff and sore. The regular classes were still onerous, and then the homework in addition to 2 days a week in the room of requirement. Those who were on Quidditch teams had 2 or 3 nights more per week for practice on top of that. Together it all made school life very tiring for them. Transfiguration was easy because he could do all and more than Professor McGonagall required. She had mastered them, the inanimate conjuration, and did not start a new topic until she was sure that every student in her class could perform those conjurations with ease, and had spent the last week making the students perform inanimate conjuration. Mercifully, she did not give more homework on the switching spell and proceeded to teach them to transfigure a dinner plate to a mushroom. Flitwick did not give them much trouble except for setting them to revise whatever he had taught in the previous years. He however gave them homework on the topics so that it would brush up their knowledge and owls would be easier for them. So far, he had made them revise the banishing charms, Incendio, locomotion charm, and was planning to teach them the color-changing charm next. Professor Sprout was giving them no trouble. She was teaching them as usual. At the end of each class, she assigned reading ahead for the next class and short essays to see if what they had learned today had sunk in. On the side, she had got a few of her 5th and 6th year puffs to work on the plants in the newly set up greenhouse, and had confided in Harry that she was not going to teach about them to the class which was passing out this year, because information about the newly acquired plants would be required to be furnished to the Wizarding Examination Authority before they gave their nod to include them in the Newt syllabus. The puffs who volunteered to care for those plants were from the Order of the Snow Leopard. Runes was interesting because there was so much that Harry was learning for the first time. He had started to enjoy her classes greatly. The theory made him understand the principle behind everything that he was doing and how it worked. He regretted that he had wasted 2 years on divination because he thought it would be an easy grade. Runes was way better than divination. For divination, you either had the sight or you did not, but runes could be learned and there were so many uses for them. The amount of homework for runes was insane, but Harry managed it with diligent learning and a glare or two from Susan, who wanted him by her side when they studied in the library. Care of magical creatures was easy for them because he already knew the animals they were supposed to be learning about and had more rational answers for the teacher than others. His answers were based on his practical experiences and not on textbook reading, unlike Hermione, who still read every word in a book and committed it to her memory. Harry had realized that his friend had eidetic memory, and that was the reason that she could read like she did, and she had a well-organized mind. Defense was exciting. Since the professor was one that the students liked, no one ever missed any of his classes, and he was yet to pick up a textbook to teach them something. Generally he would take them to the practice ranges he had set up, show them the spell he wanted them to know, and then let them practice while observing his students and correcting them if required. He had taught them shielding and dodging already and now was teaching them reducto. While most of the class had already perfected the spell in the training sessions in the room of requirement, they dutifully cast the spell in the practice range not to let others become suspicious. There were many who were not part of the Order of the Snow Leopard, so they had to keep up appearances. History of magic was the toughest of the lot. Professor Hughes kept them on the edge of their seats by telling in detail the history of Dark Lords in the past who had tried to seize power, their strategies, their failures, and the response of the wizarding world to them in general. It seemed that every new Dark Lord had looked like the worst in history until the next one came along. After classes, she often assigned them 2 foot of parchment to write about the said Dark Lords. It required them to read a lot, but it was also eye-opening in ways. Last week had also been Hermione's birthday on September 19th. Harry had taken the others and snuck out of school after classes. They had spent the evening in the Three Broomsticks in a private parlor upstairs. Harry gave her a book about occlumency which was in his library. The book did not give all the details about mind magic but had excellent instructions about learning occlumency while purposefully ignoring legilimency. He knew that she wanted a book on the topic, but as there were none in bookstores and she had no wizarding family to give her one, he had decided to do it. She was a sister to him after all. Ronald had given her a book about numerology which was very expensive, while others also had given her gifts, of which there were books mostly. 5th floor, Hogwarts. Harry was walking from the classes alone when someone called him from behind, Lord Peverell. Harry turned to find Astoria Greengrass looking at him strangely, and he gave a slight bow to her. "Yes, Miss Greengrass. How may I serve you?" Astoria said neutrally to him, "I was looking to have a word with you without a third party being privy to it." Harry thought for a second before he nodded. "Follow me, Miss Greengrass." She followed him to a classroom where he locked it with the strongest locking spell he knew and cast the imperturbable charm upon the door. He then turned to Astoria. "How can I serve you, Miss Greengrass?" Astoria asked him, "Please call me Astoria and tell me, is there anything going on between you and Daphne?" Harry asked her thoughtfully, "What do you mean?" Astoria scoffed, "So you are just as dense as other blokes and clueless. I thought you would be better than them." Harry chuckled, "You speak the truth, Astoria. When it comes to girls, you are still a mystery to me. Perhaps if you spoke more plainly, I could understand you better." Astoria asked him frankly, "Are you and Daphne an item? Are you both seeing each other?" There was no mistaking what Astoria was saying now. He employed occlumency to keep his outward demeanor calm while he quickly rifled his own memories of his interactions with Daphne. Now that he thought about it, she had been quite forward with him. Then he put it together with that strange talk he had with her by the lake. He had to think, and think fast. Daphne was a friend and a priceless ally. He didn't want to mess that up. All this took a few moments before he answered, "Astoria, if we were an item, as you put it, I am a gentleman and I would not dishonor her by talking about it, not even to her sister. But, no, we are not seeing each other in that way. I am yet exploring my feelings towards others and I am not sure yet. Maybe in a few months I will know. I am curious, though, what makes you think that we might be an item?" Astoria looked at him poker-faced. "How do you explain to me why a bloke would ask out a girl and take her to a date sneaking out of school? As far as I know, you need to be secretive only if you have got something to hide. Daphne, however, has been very forthcoming about her feelings. She has been infatuated with you since I can remember." Harry felt uncomfortable. "You are right, I have been dense. I felt bad because she asked me out for the first Hogsmeade weekend and I did not answer her properly. I wanted to make it up to her, so we went to Hogsmeade together. We sneaked out because I didn't want people talking. As I already said, I am still exploring my feelings towards others. It may change someday or may not, but that is in the future. For now, she is one of the people I trust. Astoria pouted. That is disappointing. And here I was expecting to know some juicy details or encourage you to drag her to a broom cupboard. Harry felt uneasy and stuttered, "Are you not a little young to talk about such things yet?" She gave him a bright smile. "I will thank you to not determine for me what I can do or what I cannot. If things progress between you both, I intend to hear it before anyone else." Harry had no experience with prying little sisters. He just shook his head, making a mental note to talk to Daphne about it when he got the chance. As it was nearing dinner, he decided to bring it up with Daphne. There was no way he could go about being her friend if she thought that way. Harry was telling the truth to Astoria when he said that he had not thought that way about Daphne and he had to make sure that Daphne also knew it. Great Hall. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table waiting for others who were in the library or engaged in different tasks. Daphne slipped into the seat beside him as she asked, "What has got you in a tizzy, Harry?" Harry eyed her warily. "Your sister, that is what has got me in a tizzy." Daphne arched an eyebrow. "What did she say?" Harry raised a privacy ward around them. "She cornered me after classes during the day and asked for a word. As I granted her request, she asked me if there was something going on between us. She also claimed that you are infatuated with me. Can you shed any light on that?" Daphne was blushing hard but controlled her blush and said to him, "I suppose I cannot hide this anymore. Well, she is right and I have been infatuated with you for the better part of the last 4 years now. Since I am not a Gryffindor, I did not have the courage to admit this to you." Harry was looking at her with a poker face expression and it took him some time before he could reply. "Daphne, I will tell you what I have told Astoria. I am not sure of my feelings towards you yet. You are one of the people that I trust but I do not know anything more than that. It may change with time or it may not. For now, I enjoy your company. I am glad of the fact that you are one of my best friends now." Daphne nodded. "I understand, Harry." They could not continue their conversation further because Tracy chose that moment to interrupt them, followed shortly by others. Harry was happy to drop the conversation because he did not want to deal with it. Daphne did not push it because she knew it might erupt into a fight. "Serpent's Pit. I am going to murder her, Trace. I swear I will. Father would get angry but I will convince him that I did it because it was necessary. Mother would be a little upset but she would come around. I will ask Harry to defend me from the Dementor's key, in my trial in the Wizengamot." Tracy was laughing hearing her friend rant. Daphne had just told her what Astoria had done and she was enraged. She wanted to lay the groundwork before making her move but Astoria had ruined it for her. Now she could not face Harry without thinking that he knew everything and her attempts to snag him were done for. "Calm down, Daph. She is a child and was only trying to help you in her own twisted way. Think about it this way, now you do not have to gather up the courage to tell him that you have feelings for him. He knows it and maybe he would stop being clueless now and may even start returning your affections." Daphne calmed down a little, thinking it may lead him to return some of her affections in one form or another, but all the same, she was angry with Astoria for ruining it. She was planning to write a letter to her mother anyway and ask her to reign in Astoria. Green hues. Frank Longbottom was in the parlor after a tiring day. He was sitting with Alice and Augusta enjoying some time as a family. The moments to enjoy quiet time with his family were few and far between. With his job as Minister of Magic and Alice working in the Aura department demanding most of their time and energy, they were both starting to get some of their old prowess back. They were still not like they had been in the past, and maybe they never would be, but that would not stop them from giving their all in the upcoming war, come what may. As they were sitting in the parlor making idle chat, Neville's owl, Hector, flew to them from the open window and landed before Frank, presenting his leg to him. Frank detached the letter from the owl and started to read it. Neville wrote at least once a week to them from school, but this was the second letter this week, which was unusual for him. With a frown, Frank started to read the letter. "Dear Father, as you well know, Harry was sent on a werewolf hunt last week. I and his other friends wanted to go with him, but he turned all of us down, telling us that we could not help him in the task but would be an obstacle since we cannot fight with a sword. While I would agree with him on this point, yet it was not easy to see him go traipsing off to slay werewolves, knowing I would be useless even if I went with him. I wished to ask you if you could send me a sword out of the Longbottom family vault. He had promised to us to teach us to wield and swing swords so that I can stand beside him the next time. Needless to say that being his godbrother, it is my duty to do so. If you do send one, please send it through our elf, as I would like to attract as little attention as possible. Love, Neville. Smirking, Frank handed the letter to Alice wordlessly. She read the letter in one glance and looked at him as if asking a question. When Frank did not answer, she impatiently asked him, "What do you wish to do with his request?" "I will honor his wish, of course. You know he will not stand back and let Harry face everything alone. He is too noble for that." Alice sighed. "If that is your wish, then I am coming with you to find one for him." Hogwarts, next day. The next day, when they returned to their dorms after classes, Neville's elf popped into the fifth-year dorms, startling Neville, Harry and Ron, who had just returned from classes and were changing into more comfortable clothes. The elf had apparated into the dorm rather loudly. In the next instant, 3 wands were trained on it, but before anyone could fire a spell, Neville's voice boomed out. "Don't fire, it's just my house elf." The house elf was shaking from fright and Neville picked it up in his arms and patted its back for a few minutes before he asked, "What brings you here, Squeaky?" The elf said in her squeaky voice, "Master be sending sword to you, master." She produced a scabbard with a sword in it and handed it to Neville. As he took it, she disapparated. Neville took the long sword out of its sheath and examined the sword more closely. It was made in the same shape and style as the 10th century Carolingian sword. Unlike those ancient blades which were made of welded, braided steel, this blade was of goblin-forged silver and was all one color. The blade, crossguard and pommel were all forged in one piece with craft and skill which would have been beyond the skill of even the legendary swordsmiths of Seville. The single-edged blade was about 3 feet in length. The pommel ended in a series of 5 rounded lobes, while the hilt was decorated with costly gems and had the Longbottom crest on it. The blade was sharp and hummed in his hands. It was quite different from the sword Harold Peverell had because it did not have a basket guard. The blade was a single edge and it was clearly intended to be wielded with one hand. The hilt was rather plain except for the gems which adorned it. There were runes running through its body, and just above the hilt, the house animal of House Longbottom, i.e. a hippogriff, was drawn. Harry looked at the blade in awe for a few seconds before he found his voice. "Mate, what do you need a sword for?" Neville smirked. "So you do not have an excuse to leave me behind the next time you go running to face werewolves." Harry started to protest, but Neville shut him down. "Mate, this time you have to listen to me. You cannot always tell us what to do. This war is not just yours but for all of us who oppose them. You are the leader we look towards, but that does not mean that you can dictate our course of action. Now either you will teach us how to use a sword or I will obtain the services of a master." Harry looked at him open-mouthed, surprised that Neville could shut him down. He thought for several moments before a half-smile started to form on his face. He turned to Neville. "Deal. I will teach you to swing it, at least provided you can find a place for us to practice without others watching, and you cannot use the room of requirement for it because that place is hardly secure." Neville smirked. Harry of course did not know about the little room on the 3rd floor which Dumbledore had put under a Fidelius for him to practice his magic. He turned to Harry. "Deal, mate. Meet me on the 3rd floor at 9 o'clock where we had met Fluffy." Ron, who had been watching the conversation while saying nothing, realized that his friends had just planned something without including him in it, and he raised his hands. "Hang on, you cannot do this to me. You both cannot leave me out of it." "Sorry Ron, but it looks like there is nothing for it. I had already told you that you need to bring your own equipment. As it is, I do not want to involve anyone in it, but Neville will not be left behind and he has a sword to his credit." Ron huffed but controlled his tongue, knowing anything he said would cause trouble, and with his propensity to put his foot in his mouth, he might end up saying something which would not be appreciated. He decided to corner Hermione and ask her what they could do. 3rd floor. Harry met Neville at the 3rd floor after dinner and they both snuck out without anyone knowing except Hermione and Ron. Hermione knew that Harry would not bow down to her, and there was only one person he would really listen to, and that was Susan. Susan was not powerful, but she had a way with him, and Hermione was yet to see him deny anything to her. While others may say this was bloody blackmail, but to her, it was just using one of your resources, and Gryffindors were nothing if not resourceful. Neville took him to the left wing where there was a statue of a mermaid. Harry raised an eyebrow at him. Are we here to see a mermaid, mate? Because trust me, I have seen them and they are nothing short of ugly. Neville whispered in his ear, the sanctuary of the mermaid can be found beside the mermaid statue in the left wing on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts Castle. Harry eyed Neville, looking surprised. Fidelius, you did not tell me that you have a special room for you. Who cast the charm? Neville smirked. Dumbledore did that. He wanted me to keep it a secret so I can practice my family magic here in peace, away from the gawking eyes of others, and learn whatever he is teaching me. The lesson started with the basic stance, which took him 10 minutes to achieve, after which Harry taught him about how to swing it. Harry had talked with Vikram, who had told him that there was nothing wrong with teaching sword fighting to Neville or to any of his friends. The prohibition was mostly about teaching them to use the weapons to cast their magic through it. That was a long-forgotten secret accessible only to mystics now. After Neville had practiced swinging the sword for 30 minutes, Harry conjured 2 sticks which were the same length and balance as the swords and tossed one to Neville. As Neville caught it, Harry started attacking him vigorously and for 10 minutes mercilessly pummeled Neville. By the time he was done, Neville was out of breath and panting with bruises on his body from all the times that the sword had hit him, and he could swear that he was going to be sore for the next few days. Harry vanished the 2 conjured swords and turned to him. Next session will be 2 days from now. I expect you to do better than that. Also, you cannot go to Madame Pomfrey for the bruises. Let them heal on their own. This is a part of this discipline. Neville meekly nodded, wondering if he had made some kind of mistake when he insisted on learning sword fighting. A week later, September had passed into October and the mornings had become chilly. It was not raining every day, but the muck and mud never really dried out, making it too slippery outside for students to run. Harry found an alternative by having the students run through unused corridors in the dungeons of the castle. For this purpose, he had erected 2 heavy-duty, notice me not, wards in the corridors to keep uninvited witnesses from stumbling across them while they were running. They had spent a day scrubbing down the corridors to remove the cobwebs, dust, and make sure that there was nothing unsavory lurking in the corners for them. The corridors were not wide enough for many students to run through at once, so Harry had limited them to no more than 2 side by side at a time. That still left enough room for them to practice dodging while Harry and Neville fired spells at them. Most of them were getting better at running and dodging at the same time. However, at times, Harry would surprise them by casting in a different direction than the students thought he would. That way, he was entirely unpredictable and kept them on their toes. The sessions usually lasted for an hour, but the changes were visible for the students to see. They were getting better at casting, their endurance was increasing, and that meant it increased their chances to survive. Harry realized that it was time to put his next plan into action, which meant making battle plans and making them follow it. It was necessary for the students to know what to do if Hogwarts was attacked, so they would not be clueless and could effectively deal with any threats. The mystics had taught him about formations one could adopt in battle and fine points about making strategy. It was part of this strategy which he had discussed last week with Dumbledore. Flashback. Harry entered the headmaster's office to find him trying to enter Neville's mind. Neville was doing a good job of keeping him out, however it was clear that he was struggling. He took a chair and waited for them to notice him. After about 5 minutes, the headmaster noticed him and said joyfully, "Harry, my boy. What brings you here?" "Headmaster, I wanted to talk strategy with you. My friends taught me about the importance of strategy in a battle, and the foremost of those things is to know the battlefield. Another is choosing your battlefield. While Tom Riddle can attack at any place he wishes, I want to force him to attack here at Hogwarts, where we know every inch of the castle and can better prepare ourselves." Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling as he thought about what Harry was saying. "You make a good point, my boy. How do you suggest we go about it? When we have found those objects which keep him tied to this astral plane and destroyed all of them except one, I propose to leak news to him that all the prominent personalities of the wizarding world are congregated at the school, and we are planning to launch a counter-offensive against him. With the blows that we would have delivered to him by that time, he will have no option but to attack here, where we will have all our resources gathered. When we receive confirmation as to his movement, We will put the castle in emergency lockdown mode, empty the Ollery of all the owls and stop all communications from the castle to the outside world. We evacuate the students out of the castle to our safe houses where they will be looked after. We send the children of dark families to one safe house where they will be kept but not allowed to send any communications to their families or friends until the battle is over. Dumbledore beamed. Ingenious, my boy. I believe the plan can work, but it will need a little fine-tuning. As a rough sketch of the plan was drawn and Harry was satisfied that this would culminate in a better plan with all the little details in place, he turned to Neville. Mate, do not try too hard to oust him. Just think of your worst possible memory when he is in your mind and let him see it. While it may not be as horrible as the ones I have, they would buy you a second or two. In that moment, throw him out with all your strength. With that, Harry took his leave of the duo, leaving them to practice occlumency. Flashback ends. He had also snuck out of the castle once in the past week for an impromptu date with Susan, who had the ability to charm him. She would give him the big eyes or glare at him, depending on the situation, and he would often rush to do her bidding. Being with Susan made him feel like an ordinary teen despite everything going on, which was a welcome distraction. She had also given him a tongue lashing a week ago, a day after he had pummeled Neville in sword practice. Flashback. Harry had arrived outside the Hufflepuff common room with Neville, who was still wincing with all the bruises he had received the last night. He had a tough night and he had spent a major part of it wincing and turning in bed, but true to his word, had not complained about pain. Susan was standing there with Hannah, and as she saw him, she scowled. Harold Peverell, what do you have to say for yourself? Harry had no idea about why she was so worked up, so he asked her straightforwardly, what is the matter, Sue? She gave him the evil look. Please tell me why Longbottom is walking like someone beat him black and blue and wincing with each step. Then tell me what made you think it was a good idea to teach sword fighting only to Neville and not us. It is very simple, Sue. Neville here has requested to learn how to wield a sword under my tutelage, and one of the rules of the lesson is that he cannot magically relieve himself of all his bruises and pain. That will teach him to not make the mistake he made the first time. In response to your next question, I did not choose him specifically to teach him sword fighting, but when he pestered me about it, I put forward a proposition that he had to obtain a sword and a place if he wanted to learn sword fighting. The same goes for everyone else. He fulfilled the conditions and I had to keep my word. And you are going to teach us too. A voice said from behind him, and he turned to find Hermione and Ron there. Sorry Hermione, but the same goes for you. Find a sword and a place to practice. Susan turned him towards her by his shoulders. Then I will join your next session. Auntie is not going to refuse me anything I ask of her. Hannah raised her hands as if to stop them. Hold on, Susie. You cannot abandon your friend. Susan smirked. You heard the gentleman, Hannah. Bring your own equipment, or rather ask your charming boyfriend to find one for you. Neville was blushing heavily, or perhaps wincing in pain. It was hard to tell with the facial expressions he made every now and then. Harry turned to Hermione. Sorry Hermione. It looks like you have to employ your resourcefulness elsewhere. Flashback ends. In the next session, Susan had turned up with a goblin silver sword in the shape of a falchion. It was one-handed, single-edged with a slight curve at the pointed end. Unlike the blades which Harry and Neville had, this one had most of its weight toward the tip of the blade, giving it balance which was suitable for chopping, more like an axe than a sword. The blows delivered with this style of weapon could be devastating, but it was not meant for subtle work. The hilt was wrapped in dragon hide for a better grip. It was also affixed with a quillined cross guard on the hilt which contained intimation of the house animal of House Bones, the common Welsh green dragon. The pommel ended up in a lobe and on it was the Bones crest. The metal was goblin silver and the sword had been crafted in one piece. Harry of course knew about the popularity of falchions and how very few original falchions had survived from the medieval times when they were popular. Neville had given her the Fidelius secret to his sanctuary and she had brought Hannah along. Hannah claimed to not like sword fighting one bit. Harry told her that she was not under any obligation to join in the lessons. She had however agreed to stay and watch Susan getting trounced. The practice session had been tough for Neville and Susan. He had told them of the stance that they needed to achieve and left them to practice it for 30 minutes while he sat and watched them. After they were done, he told Neville to take a walk while he sparred with Susan with wooden swords. When she asked him why they were practicing with wooden swords, Harry had to ask her if she had a death wish because practicing with real swords and no skill would almost certainly end with serious injury or death. In the 10 minutes that they sparred together, Harry had to stop his hand before he struck her. She had noticed it after he had not hit her for the 10th time and she had told him to treat her as he would treat Neville. Reluctantly, Harry gave her an impressive collection of bruises and a lot of pain. When it was Neville's turn, he did not realize what he was walking into when he started to spar with Harry. Harry did not hesitate or pull his punches but practiced with all his skill and each of his blows were backed with all his power. It was all that Neville could do to parry the blows and hope, or rather wish, for an opening to reply to the pummeling he was getting. Their practice was so intense that Harry's wooden sword broke in half from the force of his blows. It was then that he realized this was no way to teach Neville sword fighting. He threw his sword aside and asked Neville to attack while he would only dodge his blows and try to disarm him with his bare hands. While Neville tried everything he could think of to try and hit Harry, Harry commented on Neville's style and technique to help him improve. As Harry stood crouched ready to dive to either side, Neville stood taking stock of him. Without giving any warning, he raised his sword and ran towards Harry who stood his ground. Just a moment before Harry would have received a mighty blow, he sidestepped. As Neville barreled past him, Harry caught his sword arm. In one fluid motion, Harry pivoted while pushing and twisting Neville's arm as his momentum carried him past Harry. The pressure on his arm forced Neville to flip onto his back with a resounding thud. When he looked up, he found that Harry had turned his own sword against him and was now holding it to Neville's throat. Harry could see that Neville had landed hard and that he was really hurt. After he checked Neville for serious injuries, he helped his friend to his feet. Then he whipped his wand out and cast Spongify over the floor of the room, making it squishy so that Neville would not be hurt the next time he landed hard. Harry made a mental note to teach him how to break fall. He turned to Neville, once more, "Mate. Do your worst." Neville this time was alert and did not run at him but cautiously circled him waiting for Harry to drop his guard. Harry made a slight movement to his left and Neville swung his sword, however Harry had moved just enough for the strike to miss him. As the wooden sword whizzed past him, he kicked Neville in the chest knocking him to the ground and before he could stand up again, he had Neville's sword on his throat and said, "Yield." It might have looked like Harry was trying to keep his friends from learning sword fighting but he had different work for everyone and his friends did not want to understand that. If everyone wanted to fight werewolves or put all their energy and resources in one place, then who would look after other things? Besides, none of them could keep pace with him when he was really fighting and they would only impede him. He wanted to discourage them gently and not give the bitter truth to them but they were not listening to him at all. The training sessions in the room of requirement were going well with the students having mastered the triplet of Reducto, Confrigno and Bombarda. The sessions were often 2 hours long and did not require much intervention on his part except for a nudge here or there. The students were content with him teaching everything he wanted to. He had discussed the sessions with his friends and they had agreed that 2 sessions a week was a bit much. Flashback. They had convened in the hidden passage on the 4th floor and Harry had sat quietly for some time observing the students gathered there. He had expanded his circle and there were a few more people around the table. Among the new faces were Seamus Finnegan, Michael Corner, Ernie Macmillan, and Lilith Moon with a few others. They all knew each other but they were all apprehensive about this meeting because none of them had been a part of this meeting before now. Hermione was sitting with Ron beside her, Neville was with Hannah, Susan sat on his left side while Daphne took his right, Tracy sat beside one of the twins, it was hard to tell normally which one, while the other twin sat beside Luna who looked like she was still in a dream. Harry had wanted to ask her about what she had said to Daphne but feared her answer. Seers were cryptic and never gave straight answers. If they were doing so that could mean impending catastrophe. Lisa Turpin sat on the other side of Luna with Terry Boot. Harry started the meeting. "I have called you all here to know about your thoughts on the practice sessions we have had lately." Tracy had answered, "These sessions are interesting and we always learn a thing or two. Additionally, these are also useful in cultivating friendships with people of other houses who would otherwise not even spare us a look because we wear green and silver." Lisa said, "I agree with everything Tracy has said. I would like to add that while the sessions are useful, 2 sessions a week is a bit much for those of us who have other obligations." Harry arched an eyebrow. "And what would those obligations be, Lisa?" "Oh, there are so many. First there are the classes where the teachers are trying to bury us with mountains of homework. I must say that I am very pleased with the new teachers and at the same time angry with Dumbledore for lading us with useless wizards like Lockhart in the past who did not know one end of his wand from the other. The History of Magic teacher is my personal hero now with the way she treats the mini Death Eaters, and the defense professor certainly knows what he is talking about. All the same, the work is mountainous and takes a lot of time. Then there are the morning sessions where you two take sadistic pleasure in torturing us. She gave a significant look to Neville and Harry. She continued, then for some of us, there are clubs which we need to attend like the Charms Club, the Gobstones Club, etc. For the Quidditch players, there are practices often twice a week which leaves us tired. In fact, I do not even remember the last time that I felt relaxed or well rested. Harry had to laugh at her tirade. I think you made your point, Lisa. I understand that there are things that you all have to do which require time and effort. I think that a session a week for the members of the Order would be enough because we do not need to follow the pattern laid down by Professor Rana. There are a few more things that I can teach before I will teach the students to duel, like spell chains, advanced shields and using charms and transfigurations in a duel. From what I have seen of your rate of progress, you should be able to learn all the spells I am going to teach by Yule. After which we will do spell chains, duels, etc. If any one of you has any objections, please voice them. So it was agreed that the sessions would be held one day per week and they would find something they wanted to learn, and if it was useful, they would practice it or Harry would teach them a spell. As it was, most of the students wanted to learn to cast a Patronus, which was an incredibly hard piece of magic. In fact, none of Harry's friends had learned the Patronus charms in their lessons over the summer because it took a lot of time and energy which was spent learning other useful things. Flashback ends. Astoria's paw. In the last week, Astoria had avoided her sister as much as she could. She knew she should not have approached Harry directly and bluntly asked him, but she had been curious and Daphne was not forthcoming with answers. They had spent 2 hours that night asking her details about their date, but she had not told them anything except saying that the date had been abruptly cut short by a speaking Patronus. A speaking Patronus. Astoria did not even know that was a thing. A day after she had asked Harry if there was something between him and her sister, Daphne had cornered her and threatened her at one point. She had aimed her wand tip at the middle of her face and warned her to never try anything like that again or she would have to hurt her. Sometime later, she had received a letter from her mother in which her mother had reproached her for being so tactless and forbade her from prying about the topic again. If that wasn't enough, every time Daphne saw her near Harry, her big sister would caress her wand handle where it hid in the wand holster up her sleeve while glaring at Astoria. She wanted to apologize to Harry for her conduct, but it looked like Daphne was determined to keep her away from Harry. She still could ask for his forgiveness through the Harry Potter fan club though. They would take her message to him. Rosier Estate, Dorset. This month's clinical trial was to start the next day and Remus was hopeful that they would be successful as well. Thanks to the successful trial last month, more werewolves had joined him and were now working for Harold in the greenhouses. They were a welcome addition because there was always more work to do and not enough hands to do it. The werewolves were grateful to Remus for giving them a respectable life. Many people were still apprehensive about werewolves, but here they were being paid and respected for their work. Of course they knew that their employer was the boy who lived, and it made them admire him even more considering that he was the one behind repealing the anti-werewolf legislation drafted during the last war. They also knew that many of their brethren had joined you-know-who and would fight on his side in the coming war. The Light did not have many fighters to deal with the threat of werewolves. The most ideal ones to deal with werewolves were other werewolves because they could not be harmed by the bites or the scratches as other wizards could be. To that effect, some of those who wanted to make a difference in the coming war had met with Lupin and pledged their support to him to fight on the side of Light in the coming war. Remus was initially reluctant, but when they reminded him that this war was theirs as much as his, he had agreed to the plan. Many of the werewolves had been born in wizarding families but never had any formal training. They could be taught to wield a wand and others could still fight barehanded. Since then Remus had started to train them. They spent 2 hours a day in battle practice. Remus had contacted a shady wand maker in Nocturne Alley who sold used wands and had fitted his employees with those wands. He was teaching them a few dangerous spells which could be useful in a fight and also was teaching them to fight with other werewolves without the aid of magic. They had around 70 werewolves working with them now, but of these, only 40 agreed to fight in the war. Remus was also planning to obtain silver daggers for those who had agreed to fight under him so as to give them a weapon should they need one in a fight. While a goblin silver dagger was extremely valuable and could not be obtained easily, daggers made of ordinary silver could work as well and were easily available. With the insane amount he was being paid for his services to Harry, he could easily use that money to gather some resources for helping his nephew. However, he decided to make it a surprise for him. Lately Prongslet had a lot of surprises up his sleeve, now it was his turn. There was also the small matter of Nymphadora Tonks. He knew that the young metamorph fancied him and Remus harbored feelings toward her, but he was conflicted. He loved her but was fearful due to his condition. He could not consciously put her at risk, but she kept coming around trying to make him realize that she had fallen for him. Remus thought it was not a good idea. Black Townhouse. Sirius Black had been living an easy life since he had been exonerated. There was not much for him to do other than his exercises in the morning, practice his family magic and run errands for Dumbledore if there were any, in addition to attending meetings of the Order. He was also the liaison person for the Order for any information which was brought in by the members of the Order to the townhouse, and Dumbledore was not there to take it. Sometimes, he would visit Gringotts to meet with his account manager Ripfang to discuss his family holdings and manage his accounts. While Remus looked after the other 4 houses, Harry had left House Black and its holdings for Sirius to look after in addition to the regency of House Rosier. Harry had wanted him to hold House Black and House Rosier at the same time, but he had refused, telling him to bring in Andromeda, who had felt left out of the house business till now because her lord had no assignment for her. In performing his duties as regent, he had acted in that capacity exactly once in the last month's session. House Rosier had 2 vassals who had no heirs at Hogwarts at the present moment, and they had claimed the right of sanctuary from him. As the regent, he could not make the decision and had promised to them to relay the request to Lord Rosier. Other than these occasional outings, he practically had no other work to do. If one wanted to find Sirius Black, they could find him in the library or at the Rosier estate in Dorset, where he usually flowed to when he was bored and wanted to have some good practice. The house had been remodeled entirely but still reminded him of the years gone by. If not for the occasional Order members coming by, he would have been bored out of his mind. This fine day, he was sitting in the Lord's study and reading a book on defensive magic when he raised his head to find an eagle owl tapping at the window. With a flick of his wand, the window opened inwards and the owl landed before him carrying a letter. He untied the letter and opened it. Mr. Black, this is in relation to some formal matters pertaining to your exoneration at the hands of the Wizengamot. There were some formalities which were not fulfilled and the error was discovered only today. You are hereby directed to present yourself to Master Auror Alistair Moody, the head of Aurors in the Ministry, at 12 o'clock sharp. Please note that failure to turn up at the designated hour would amount to presumption of guilt. Percival Weasley, Senior Under-Secretary to Minister of Magic. Sirius frowned at the language of the letter. As far as he remembered, there was nothing left in his trial. However, the letter had come straight from the office of the Minister of Magic, so perchance there was something which they might have missed. There was a little doubt at the back of his mind about the possibility that people were conspiring against him, but he shook his head at the thought. No one could conspire against him unless they wanted to risk the anger of Harold James Peverell. Last time he heard, the wizarding world doted upon his son. Casting a tempest, he ran to the bathroom because it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Within the next 30 minutes, Sirius Black was dressed in his finest robes. The black family ring meant to be worn by the members of the family was upon his finger, his wand in the wand holster on his arm. Hollering to Creature to tell him that he was going to the ministry, he ambled out of the townhouse and disapparated to appear in the atrium of the ministry. Hogwarts. Ron and Hermione had the last week to mull things over. They had decided to find a sword because they were certain Harry would not teach them until they had their equipment. While she could write home and ask her parents for some money, she doubted they would give her money to buy a sword. The Weasley family vault, which had recently been reopened, did not contain any swords. All of their swords had been sold off in the past. Besides, Ron doubted that Mr. Weasley or Mrs. Weasley would take the news kindly that their son wanted to study warfare. As it was, they had agreed to the training last summer only because it was necessary for survival. He and Hermione were sitting in The library mulling over the problem when in a moment of inspiration, Ron remembered someone who could help him. He turned to Hermione. Hermione, I know of someone who can help us. I do not know if he has any goblin-made swords, but he will certainly have a couple of silver swords. Hermione looked at him skeptically. Who are you talking about, Ron? Ron grinned and whispered the name in her ear and her eyes lit with anticipation. In the next hour, a letter was written and was being carried away by Hedwig, who had volunteered for the task since Harry rarely used her for sending letters anymore. Hogwarts. Harry was in the Gryffindor Tower studying the Marauder's map, trying to memorize all of the places which the map detailed so that he would know everything there was there to know about it when he saw something strange. A group of students were starting to congregate in a room on the 4th floor in the right wing. The room was a location that was rarely frequented. There were students of all the houses present in that room, and as he looked closely, there were students of almost every year there. What was more surprising was that Hermione was also a part of the crowd. He donned his invisibility cloak and ventured in the direction that the map pointed. He crept stealthily and kept casting detection spells to see if there were any wards etc. to detect an intruder, and there were none. He was miffed with the apparent lack of caution by those students. The room was guarded by a portrait of a witch which did not ask him for a password. Harry looked into the map and there was his dot on the map at the place where he was standing, and a bubble was next to it saying, Hedwig. He was amused at the password but chose not to use it to open the door because a door opening by itself would freak everyone out even if they were in the magical world. He heard footsteps behind him and turned to find two firsties give the password and enter the room. Careful not to bump them, he slipped into the room behind them. There were at least 40 students in the room. He took a seat at the end of the room with the wall to his back and decided to watch where this was going. Ginny stood after some time and started to address the gathering. Welcome to the first meeting of the Harry Potter fan club in this new academic year. As she sat, Hermione stood to address the gathering. Harry almost yelped. The horror was real. There was a bloody fan club in his name and Hermione Granger was a member. However, he decided to watch what they were doing before he revealed his presence to them. Hermione was saying, now that we are all here, let's start with the Harry Potter trivia for this month. The first question is, who was the seeker to lose to Harry Potter in his first Quidditch match? One of the older years answered the question and the second question followed, who is Harry Potter's godfather? This was also answered immediately by the students, and then the third question was asked by Hannah Abbott, who is the lion who stood in the way of the Golden Trio when they were going to defeat Professor Quirrell and save the Sorcerer's Stone? Harry almost cringed. Questions about his life were being thrown out like candies and his private life was being made public. However, the trivia was not finished by a long shot and the next question almost made him run from the room. The question was asked by Romilda Vane, a fourth-year Gryffindor, who is Harry Potter's girlfriend. The question was innocuous in itself but the answers raised his hackles. Some named Susan as his girlfriend, some named Daphne Greengrass, while some went so far as to link him with many witches at once. He was not opposed to the idea of a girlfriend, and in fact, he had often thought of the perfect girl, but the thought of being with more witches than one at once did not sit well with him. That was Sirius's reputation, not his. He was thankful that Susan was not here or there would have been a massacre in this room. He heard a boy asking a question and to his surprise, it was Ron. He was asking, what is Harry Potter's favorite dessert? Harry sighed with frustration. His best friends were a part of this club and they never thought to tell him. He definitely would have words with them later. The hour-long meeting was spent in agony with details of his life getting broadcast to the students gathered in the room, and the students even knew that his personal elf was named Dobby. Ministry of Magic. Sirius Black apparated into the atrium of the ministry and took the elevator to the floor where the Auror offices were situated. Moody's secretary ushered him in, telling him that Moody had told her to send him in as soon as he arrived. Sirius entered the office to find Moody behind his desk lounging on a chair and looking at ease as if he had all the time in the world. As he saw Sirius, he pointed to a chair on the other side and growled, "Take a seat, Sirius." "What is this about, Alistair? What formalities were not finished that you had to send me a letter with such language?" Moody gave him an evil smirk. "The minister asked me to present you to him as soon as you walked into my office. There is something that he wants to talk about and would prefer to do so in person." They took the elevator to the minister's office where they were sent in at once. Alice and Amelia were already present in the office. As soon as Frank saw him, he gave him a big grin and said, "Sirius Black, welcome to the Ministry of Magic. What was so urgent that you had to send me an official letter, Frank?" "I must confess that I was worried for a moment that the ministry had dug up something against me, however I remembered soon that my friend is the Minister of Magic." It was Alice who answered, "Sirius, it was a ruse to bring you here and make you sweat a little. Actually Alistair told us that you have become moody with nothing to do at all. Is that true? What has that got to do with the letter?" Amelia answered, "Simple. You were an extremely able Auror in the last war, perhaps one of the best with your formidable skills at dueling and your repertoire of spells. The minister felt that it would be a waste to let such talent lie unutilized. As it is, the new recruits can do with an Auror of your caliber teaching them. Moody is adept at his task, but he takes savage pleasure in torturing them in the name of training, and he is one man but there are 200 recruits. With more trainers, we can do better. There is no one else that we can spare. So the job is yours if you'll take it. You were terminated wrongfully and the ministry in good faith is making reparations by returning some of your lost honor to you. What do you say?" Sirius was grinning with pleasure. This would keep his wits sharp and his reflexes strong. In addition, he would be part of anything that Harry planned and not be counted as the odd man out. "There is no question about me taking the job. I will join however I want to be part of any special operations that you plan for Voldemort or his minions." In the next hour, Sirius was introduced to others in the Auror department and news of his appointment had been given to them. Most of the senior Aurors like Dawlish, Proudfoot, Savage, Rufus, Gawain, Kingsley, Hestia, Emmeline etc. knew him from his time as an Auror and his capabilities, but Scrimgeour grumbled that Sirius needed to pass through the ringer before he could be allowed to join them again. To break the impasse that at present, Frank proposed a duel between the two of them and said that if Rufus lost, Sirius would be appointed as senior Auror, and if Rufus won, Sirius's appointment would be cancelled. The duel was set for non-lethal spells only and would continue till one was not able to continue or was disarmed. Sirius was in no mood to let Rufus stand before him for long. After they bowed to each other, Sirius sent a bone breaker at Rufus, who took it on a shield. He responded with a bone breaker of his own which Sirius dodged. Sirius went on the offensive, taking a leaf out of his son's book and started casting rapidly without giving time for Rufus to reply to his spells. He used all the spells that he remembered and kept Rufus on his toes. When he relented for a second, Rufus sent a bombarda at him which Sirius dodged, while at the same time, sent a banishing charm at Rufus. He stepped out of the way while sending a spell chain of Stupefy, Petrification Hex and Incarcerus at him which Sirius took on a shield he had raised hastily. In retaliation, Sirius started peppering him with Incendio, forcing him to hide behind his shield. In a stroke of inspiration, he cast the Fire Whip and snared Rufus's shield in it. With a jerk, he broke the shield. Before Rufus could answer, Sirius cast the smokescreen spell, impeding Rufus's line of sight. Rufus slashed through the smokescreen to find Sirius standing before him with his wand in his face, and before Rufus could say another incantation, he was stupefied. With the dual wand, Sirius was appointed as senior Auror entrusted with training the recruits. For the very first session, he called all of them to the training hall. As they all stood before him, he started addressing them. "Most of you know me as the only person to escape Azkaban, while a few of you know me as a former Auror who fought for the Ministry in the last Wizarding War, and almost all of you have heard the story about me being a crazy mass murderer. I have been appointed by the Ministry to teach you all to duel because it was felt that the head of Aurors would be unnecessarily burdened with his other obligations. So, I have taken on the delightful task of torturing you all in order to make you ready for any contingency." He pointed to an Auror to come forward and stunned him. While others hissed in indignation, he asked them, "Imagine if you come upon one of your own like this, what would you do?" One of the recruits stepped forward and enervated his comrade. Sirius turned to the others. "If you are in a battle and only stun your enemies, do you not think that their fellow wizards can enervate them? It will bring things back to where they were. So what should you do?" He paused while the recruits all looked around at each other to see if anyone would answer. "What you do is hit them so hard that they do not get up again to join the battle. Ensure that an enemy who has fallen once remains fallen." After a 2-hour-long grueling session, Sirius gave them orders to report before dawn broke the next morning, saying that he would be joining them for exercises with Moody, and maybe with two of them casting spells at the recruits, they would get enough inspiration to run faster. Great Hall. Ginny Weasley had been having a quiet year so far. Since she had been disenchanted with the legend of the boy who lived, she had started to see the real Harry. While he was kind, brave and courageous, Ginny thought that he did not measure up to the image she had of him before this year. While witches flung themselves at him, she was happy not to be one of them anymore. Things on the romance front were not good, however. Michael had been a considerate and caring boyfriend, but he did not measure up to her expectations. He was more studious and did not understand the nuances of relationships. He gave her all his attention, but there was no spark between them. Their relationship had not progressed anymore since the end of last year, and they both had decided to end things on an amicable note rather than wait for things to get sour. She had many things to keep her busy anyway. There were classes which were harder this year than previous years. There were the training sessions they did in the mornings, and those were a real pain in the backside. Harry and Neville were absolutely tough to them, and she had to go to Madame Pomfrey at least twice for bruises. Quidditch practices were also taxing on her, and with 3 evenings a week, it did not leave enough time for her to finish her homework. She had to ask for help from others with her assignments. On the other hand, the order had led her to make new friends in other houses which otherwise would not have been possible in the past years. Some students from other houses had tried to ask her out on a date, but she had refused everyone. She was looking for the perfect person who would measure up to her expectations. She had also been avoiding Harry for one reason or another. Except for a random conversation here and there, they hadn't talked much. The only time he had sought her out was when he had to give her the ring meant for members of the family, and he had promised to her father to procure. A sudden screech attracted her attention, and she looked up to find owls flying to the students seated at the house tables. She saw a group of owls carrying a big parcel and flying towards her with a big barn owl in the lead. She and her friends caught the package before it could fall on the table and spill everyone's breakfast or create a ruckus. As they relieved the owls of the burden, the rest of the owls flew away while the barn owl extended its leg to her. She took the letter, and the owl sat contentedly in front of her. Thinking he was waiting for a reply, she opened the letter. Dear Miss Weasley, I must say that I was pleased when you were selected as a chaser for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I also noticed that you do not have your own broom, and I took the opportunity to reward your achievement as an ally and patron of your family. I have ordered this Nimbus 2001 as a late birthday gift for you and a gift for your achievement. I hope that you will like this gift and put it to good use in contributing to Gryffindor victories. This owl is your personal owl, which comes as a gift from your parents for your achievement. Harold James Black, Lord of House Black. She was pleased with the gift. She had been meaning to write to her father for a broom when she had been selected, but was unsure if Arthur had the means, especially after he had bought a Nimbus 2000 for Ronald when he became a prefect. With the gift from Harry, that trouble was over. Hogwarts, Quidditch Stadium. Today was yet another Gryffindor Quidditch practice. With the howling wind and the rain pouring down by the bucket load, most of the team was not too keen on flying today. But Angelina, who was almost as enthusiastic as Wood, could not be denied. They had thought that perhaps Angelina could be persuaded to relent a little, but that just made her push them harder. She reminded them that Quidditch matches are never called off on account of weather and that they needed practice under all conditions. Angelina had glared at every one of them in turn. Professor McGonagall told me just this morning that she has gotten used to having the Quidditch Cup in her office and would be disappointed if we were to lose it. She has told me to make sure that every member of this team is performing up to your potential and leaves no stone unturned to earn a victory. Short of outright cheating in the game, I want each member of the team to do everything that they can to win the Inter-House Quidditch tournament this year. To achieve that, she has given me a free hand to do anything that I can. As I see it, we had no Quidditch last year and there are many new faces on the team. I want all of us to synchronize and work like a well-oiled machine, because if we lost a single match to any team, then Merlin help me, I will hound you all to your crypts. Since they had included the reserve players in the practice, there were more people and she put them in 2 teams. For this practice, there would be no seeker and Harry was made a chaser with Ginny and Faye. The chasers were to try to score in the hoops past Ronald and the beaters were to stop them. While the number of chasers almost doubled, The beaters had more targets to look out for, and the number of beaters doubled meant more chances of being hit by a bludger. They practiced for 2 hours, and in that time, the chasers were unseated quite a number of times, but they had been equally successful at getting past the beaters and scoring. With the rain falling and the number of players doubled, it made it hard for Ronald to defend, but he gritted his teeth and kept the goals. He let in quite a number of goals but also saved as many. Then Angelina asked others to retire to the benches and released the snitch for Harry. The sky was dark, and with the rain falling, it was hard to see ordinarily, but with his leonine form, he could see better than most in the night sky. He caught the snitch within seconds after it was released several times in a row. Angelina was pleased, but others were having trouble continuing. After about 2 hours, they were all drenched to the core and shivering with cold. Angelina still wanted to make them practice some more, saying that the first match was hardly a month away and they all needed to practice, but other players put their foot down, telling her they were not going to kill themselves with cold just for a few more minutes of practice. A week later. The last week had been increasingly busy for the students with everything happening. The rains had been relentlessly pouring down but had abated in the past few days. When it did not rain, Harry took the students down to the lake for a run, and when it rained, they ran in the castle. The students were getting fit, but it was equally true that they could not fight like Harry. For one thing, they did not have the repertoire of spells that he had. For another, he was more powerful. Lastly, no one really knew all his talents. He had proved himself to be extremely capable with every spell he cast. In the last session, he had started to teach them Salvio Hexia, i.e. spell deflection, however not every one of them was successful at it. It was very complex, and only those with quick reflexes and people who were extremely sure of their capabilities were able to do it. Last week they had the first accident of their sessions. Carmichael, who was learning to deflect a hex, had misjudged a bone breaker from Neville, and it had broken bones in his wand arm. To the surprise of the others, Harry had repaired those bones in a trice and dosed him with a pain potion. Needless to say, Hermione had pestered him to tell where he had learned healing and how much he knew about it. Diplomatic as ever, Harry had told her that his friends had taught him general healing so that he would not be in a tight spot if he ever broke his bone in a duel. The news of his talent had reached Madame Pomfrey from Eddie Carmichael, who felt like he should consult an expert to see if his bones had been mended properly. Flashback starts. As he took a seat in her office, Poppy glared at him, making him squirm. After a few moments of tension, he had asked her, Madame Pomfrey, what is the matter? I did not know that you had become a healer too, Mr. Peverell. He gave her his best lopsided grin. Madame Pomfrey, I learned some healing this summer, that is all. She snorted, forgive me if I do not believe it. You did not just learn some healing. I know of the talents of the trainee healer I had for some months during last year, and if you learned even a fraction of what he knows, then I must say I am curious to know. He eyed her for a few moments before he asked her, I can tell you a little about my abilities if you can tell me if your mind is secure or not. She nodded. As healer, we are often taught occlumency so that no one can pick information out of our mind. And it is our resort to control our emotions in case we have to treat someone who is family to us. I cannot even begin to explain how many times I had to use that when I have been treating you the last 4 years. She tapped a rune on her table and said, now you can speak without the fear of being listened to. There are a separate set of wards in the hospital wing which are controlled from here. I have raised a privacy ward around the room. He contemplated things for a moment, sorting out what to tell her and what to keep to himself. Madame Pomfrey, my friends are not just healers. They can use it to save someone's life as easily as they can use this art for killing anyone. One of my teachers taught me to kill in 30 different ways without making one bleed. While I abhor killing or using the art of healing to kill, I can understand their point and learned everything they wanted to teach to me. Flashback ends. The sword practice sessions were going well with Neville. He was learning to parry, dodge and swing. He was starting to use his bulk in fighting and learned many of Harry's tricks, however Harry knew of so many of them that Neville always ended up losing to him. Susan was also progressing well, but not as much as Harry would have liked. She could hold a blade, swing it if necessary, but she was no expert swordswoman. Ron and Hermione had got the answer to their woes sometime during the last week when they had snuck out of the castle during the day to meet the newly minted Lord Pruitt, who had not wanted to give a sword to them, but when Ron had told him about Harry's conditions and his need, he had produced 2 silver swords for them. They were plain swords with no distinguishing feature but were sufficient to serve their purpose. Hermione and Ronald had cornered Harry in the common room and repeated their request that he teach them sword fighting. He had repeated the same conditions to them and they had told him to meet them at the Room of Requirement. He had initially protested that the Room of Requirement was hardly secure for their purposes, but Hermione made a good point. She told him that not even all the members of their order knew about how to access the Room of Requirement, and therefore the possibility that anyone would walk in on them was very small. He had reluctantly agreed but had told them that they could not go to anyone regarding any bruises or pain that they might suffer at his hands. In the session in the Room of Requirement, he had set them to practice the stance for 30 minutes while he dueled with Neville. Neville was wary of him and knew how tricky he could be, so he crossed blades with him when he knew that Harry would not try any tricks but have a honest duel. They had been circling each other for some time before Neville started attacking him, which he lazily parried. Neville was no real challenge for him, but he could test his agility with the other boy. After Neville had attacked him for some time, he had taken the aggressive stance and started to attack, making him cower before him. Sometime during the duel he had disarmed Neville and made him yield. After that he started to teach Ron and Hermione about how to swing the sword, how to avoid a blow and other important things when Ron impatiently asked him if he considered him weaker than Neville. Hermione was mortified with the idiotic question and had tried to dissuade him, but he was not deterred. Neville gleefully asked Harry to duel with Ron. Suffice to say, Ronald had spent the next 2 days in great pain. Susan was not dueling with him either, but learning to swing a sword before she would duel. She said that she was not a foolhardy lion who just jumped into the thick of things without thinking them through. The classes had settled into a routine and thus, the students were able to cope and keep pace with them. Potions class was the same as usual except for Harry, of course. Snape was still being obnoxious, but the vitriol was absent now. He would sneer at the students but his heart was not in it. And he had started to take points off his house too. The history of magic teacher had slowed her pace down so that the students did not feel overwhelmed. While she gave them homework, it was not as much as it had been a week before. She was still giving the highest number of detentions though, and students from all houses were her victims. Students kept quiet in her classes unless they had a question for her. She would answer every question which came to her. The defense professor had taught them a number of things or made them revise things they had learned or should have learned in the previous years and which he was sure would feature in their all exams. He was quick to award them points and was the only one who was yet to give a detention. He was a favorite for students from all years, and it was surprising to see firsties so accomplished at defense. They knew more than other years did in their first year at least. Dorset. The clinical trial for this week had been going well, and it was believed that it would go well with the full moon being tomorrow. Remus was gearing up for mass production, which he felt was not far away now. Griphook had finalized the deal with a company whose finances were in shambles, and the company's ownership had been transferred to the name of Lord Potter. The company was ready to begin its production, and since they had no outlets of their own, Lord Potter was looking for contracts with companies which owned apothecaries or were in the business of potion making. Even when the potions were to be sold at a lot less margin than the Wolfsbane, it was expected to bring in sizable profits for them. There was also some apprehension that Voldemort would try to attack those selling the new potion because it could make him lose his followers, and they were thinking of ways around it. Harry had wanted to give the potions away for free, but Remus had dissuaded him by telling him that with the general conditions for werewolves improving, most of them were in a position to pay for them as opposed to those in the employ of Tom. A batch of potions for a month cost them 10 G, which was lot less than Wolfsbane, which was available at 10 Ga dose, i.e. 70 G for a month's supply of Wolfsbane. Remus was also planning to hire a few potion masters and apprentices because there was a lot of work to be done and he could not do it all by himself. By his own admission, he was not a dab hand at potions. Ministry of Magic. Sirius Black was a menace. That was the general opinion of the recruits who had the misfortune to be his trainees. He was more ruthless than Moody when it came to training, and every day, he would select a recruit to duel with him. None of his duels were fought with stunners and disarming hexes but bone breakers and bone crushers. Whoever jeweled with him on a given day expected to break at least one bone. A few of them had been able to get the jump on him but had paid dearly for it the next time they crossed ones with him. Sometimes he even fought with senior Aurors and gave them a run for their money. There were a few though who never yielded to him unless they were unconscious. Sometimes, the minister himself descended to the Auror offices where he dueled with Sirius Black and none of their duels ever had a winner. Almost all of them ended in a stalemate. Alice Longbottom too had crossed wands with him on occasion and showed her prowess. Seeing them fight was often thrilling for the recruits. As Moody would always tell them, they were all that remained of an age gone by where Aurors were feared by Death Eaters in the last war. The Death Eaters were cowards who would apparate in, do their raid and were gone before Aurors could arrive. The reputation of Aurors was largely due to the fact that the well-trained Aurors in that age were more powerful, sophisticated and knew their spells like the back of their hand. Sirius often called all of them in early morning and after a grueling 2-hour session of running, they were set to practice spellcasting. Those who were better than others would be exempted for the day but those who failed would be set to cast again until they got it right. After spell casting, he would let them go to their other obligations and reconvene them in the evening for duels. If he ever noticed any recruit using a stunner, he would duel with them himself and teach them a lesson, often by breaking a bone or two. An interesting wrinkle was Emmeline Vance, who was a hit witch for the ministry and would go through the same training regimen as other senior Aurors. Since Sirius had joined, she looked for reasons to be around him and would seek chances to duel with him. Whenever Sirius went home for the day, she went with him. Almost everyone was certain that something was going on between them and were waiting for a signal that indeed, they were dating. 2 days later, the clinical trials for this month were over and the reports had been sent to the ICW. Preparations were being made in anticipation of the patent coming to them next month. Remus had also written an article to be sent to Potions Today as soon as the patents were granted. Harry had spent the last night at the Rosier estate in Dorset as the Snow Leopard, keeping company with Moony and Padfoot. In Hogwarts, students were preparing for the next Hogsmeade weekend today and Harry was going with Susan. Daphne had not asked him about this time but he knew that he would have to make up for the ruined dinner last time. He just was looking for an appropriate time. He also had received a letter from Colin Creevey which had been given to him by Astoria, in which she had asked his pardon many times and asked him if he could keep Daphne off her back and patch things up with her sister. Daphne was ready to hex Astoria every time she saw her and it was grating on the nerves of the younger Greengrass girl. Harry arrived at the village with Susan in tow. They had decided that they would keep the day for themselves. Most of the time there were others around or Harry was busy with his own plans and as such they never had much time to spend together. To his surprise, Harry found Tracy going to the village with one of the twins, he presumed Fred, and they were talking happily. Fred was saying something to her and she was listening to him and would occasionally nod in agreement. Harry was pleasantly surprised with this new development. He presumed that she had succeeded in getting Fred for herself. Some other couples had been formed in the last few weeks as he saw. Hannah and Neville were a given as they spent all their time together. As he knew, Ron and Hermione were seeing each other, though they were yet to come clean about their relationship to everyone else. Ernie Macmillan, who had become a good friend and was loyal to Harry in his own way, was often seen around with Lilith Moon. Harry did not even know that they knew each other before this year. As it was, there were more broom cupboard busts this year than previous years with the fifth years. Or maybe, he had just started to see things this way. Luna Turpin was buzzing around Terry Boot, and if Seamus was to be believed, those two were going to find a broom cupboard any day now. Seamus himself was quite besotted with Lavender Brown, who did not reciprocate his feelings with equal enthusiasm. Dean Thomas was seen in the company of Faye Dunbar often. Parvati Patil was the only one who was yet aloof of any romance which might have been happening. As they arrived at the Three Broomsticks, Harry found Sirius sitting at the bar with Emmeline Vance, a silver-haired witch who was employed as a hit witch at the Ministry of Magic and was a member of the Order of the Phoenix. The surprising thing was that Sirius was dressed in what looked like robes worn by Aurors who were on duty. As Sirius saw him, he rose from his seat and embraced him tightly, grinning at the expression on his face. After the pleasantries were over, Harry asked him, "What are you doing here? I thought you would be at the townhouse." Sirius barked a laugh. "Here is an update, pup. As of a week ago, I was appointed as senior Auror at the Ministry of Magic by Minister Longbottom. Today I asked my superior Alistair Moody for field duty and Moody assigned me to patrol Hogsmeade with Emmeline Vance. Harry wanted to whip his wand out and hex the marauder. He clenched his teeth. So, you are appointed as an Auror and do not see fit to tell me. Thought I would be happy to suddenly see you here springing this surprise on me. Sirius laughed, hardly. I wanted to see the look on your face when you heard the news though. Sometimes, it feels good to be able to surprise you. Harry scowled. Just you wait until I am home for the winter break. Susan swatted him on the arm. Enough with your posturing, Peverell. Why do you have to behave like this? Harry immediately cooled down. Sirius started snickering. I can see who pulls the strings in this relationship. Imagine a war mage being controlled by a charming lady like Miss Bones here. Bards will write songs about it. Emmeline swatted him. Hush you. Woman will always control man. Sirius obediently said, yes dear. Harry raised an eyebrow. Why do I feel like I am missing something here? Susan swatted him on the head this time. That's because you are an idiot. She turned to Emmeline. I swear I do my best to try and train this one but he refuses to learn. Emmeline started laughing and Harry noticed that she had beautiful laughter but he still did not know what he was missing. For the fear of being swatted again, he kept his mouth shut anyway. Susan saw his expression and said to him, don't be a cry-baby, Harry. It is not hard to see that these two are seeing each other. Harry's grin went ear to ear. That's wonderful news, Sirius. Why didn't you tell me? Are you two officially dating each other yet? Why else would I leave the recruits in Moody's hands and take field duty to meet you here with her? And to answer your other question, I am not yet dating her but we are seeing each other. Let's see where it goes from here. Harry laughed at that. He was genuinely happy that Sirius had found someone who was interested in him. His laughter did not seem as hollow as Harry remembered from last year. Nor were his eyes as cold now. He looked happy and full of life. Emmeline was good for Sirius, he thought. They moved to the back of the inn where they took a table. He genuinely wanted to talk to Sirius and Emmeline but Susan had other plans. Susan asked Sirius, is it okay if I borrow this one for the rest of the day? He is very slippery and I hardly get any time with him. Sirius guffawed. I knew there was a reason I liked you, Susan. You know how to look after him. By all means, I release this one to your care. Do not hurt him, much. Harry sighed while Susan just grinned at Sirius and dragged Harry away by his arm. As they stumbled out of the inn, Harry noticed that the other shops were quite full already and as he could not think of another place in Hogsmeade to go. They did not want to go where they would meet more people and be forced to spend time with them so he asked Susan, how about we head to Diagon Alley? She widened her eyes in surprise, and how do you think we will achieve that, Peverell? He smirked, I have a few options, Sue. There is my hippogriff, I have the fastest broom in the world. I can apparate you alongside or the simplest thing would be to take the flow from the cottage on the hill to the leaky cauldron. She giggled, you make good suggestions, Peverell. Let's take the flow and go to Diagon Alley. After liberally applying glamour charms, they took the flow from the cottage to the leaky cauldron. They were visiting one of the restaurants located in the alley and entering, one of them asked for a private parlor. As they were sitting for lunch, Susan asked him, Harry, have you been to Godric's Hollow? Harry arched an eyebrow. Godric's Hollow. I have heard it is one of the wizarding villages and Godric Gryffindor lived there and that my parents hid there but other than that, I do not know if there is anything of significance there. She said to him softly, has anyone yet told you that your parents were buried in the graveyard in Godric's Hollow? Harry was speechless. Not once in his life had he thought about where his parents had been buried nor had he asked anyone. Sure he remembered them and loved them but this aspect of their lives had been unknown to him. It also made him wonder if everyone around him had his best interests at heart because no one took a moment to inform him as to where his parents had been laid to rest. Of course every witch and wizard knew that the Potters had been killed in Godric's Hollow so it was logical that they would have been buried in the graveyard there considering the crypts of his family were in Peverell Castle and no one except him could open it. He was angry that no one had ever told him this. Sure they could not go to Godric's Hollow during the year because the school rules never allowed that but at least someone could have taken him sometime during his holidays. He would have to ask them why no one ever thought about it or offered to take him and the list of people who owed an answer to him was long. That could wait however because right now he was on a date with Susan and she deserved his attention. He looked at her and shook his head, not trusting his voice to not break down. It took him a few moments to control his emotions. No one ever told me, Sue. I never thought about it either. Before this year, I did not even know that there was a place called Godric's Hollow. I suppose there are many people who owe me answers. Her tone was still soft. I know, Harry. Godric's Hollow is a rather famous landmark for having been one of the earliest settlements for the wizarding families in Avalon. In fact, many families were settled there before they started spreading out later. In the graveyard, you would find most of the names of the old wizarding families on the gravestones. As to no one telling you before, I don't claim to know their reasons, but I suppose that they had your best interests in their hearts. Speaking of interests, I would be interested in seeing your home. He said, Sue, you have seen Black Townhouse. That is my home. She shook her head. No, Harry. That is the townhouse of the ancient and most noble House of Black. I mean your family home like Potter Manor or the fabled Peverell Castle. Comprehension dawned on him. Oh. I have not lifted the stasis charms from them yet, Sue. Since I was in no urgent need for accommodation, I did not bother with that. I think there was a clause about my coming of age before I could lift those charms, though Griphook would know better. She brightened. Then what are we waiting for? Gringotts is a stone's throw away. Let's meet him and ask if it is possible for you. I must say I want to see the castle. Harry smiled at her antics. She had a knack for brightening his days and she knew it. She never missed an opportunity to try and make him smile. He liked her company and felt that there was something between them, something inexplicable, but it was there. The way his heart would start thumping faster when she was around, the way he was delighted when he did something for her, and her simplicity kind of charmed him every time, making him bereft of his senses. He responded to her, well, I think we have a bit of time before we have to go back to school. A quick visit would not hurt us. They arrived at Gringotts and he went to a teller and flashed his lord ring of House Peverell in his face. I am here to see Griphook. The goblin closed his register, jumped from his stool and said, follow me, Lord Peverell. When they arrived at Griphook's office, Harry entered with Susan trying to follow him inside, but the teller stopped her. She is not related to you, Lord Peverell. She is not allowed inside the office of your personal account manager. Harry calmly entered the office and dragged Griphook out with him. This one is not allowing my friend to enter your office, Griphook. Griphook glared at the young goblin. What were you thinking? The goblin muttered, those are the rules, account manager. Only the account holder is allowed to go in, or those who are related to him or are in his employ. Eris Bones is none of those. Griphook bared his teeth at him. This is not a random interloper. This is the heir of House Bones and Lord Peverell's guest. I am astonished at your audacity. You know that he is our most important client and she is heiress to an equally important house, and yet you tried to stop them. Do you not love your head on your shoulders? Do you want to see it rolling on the ground? Because that is what Lord Ragnarok will do when I tell him that you stopped our ally Harold James Peverell and his guest. Now be gone, your fate will be decided later. The young teller ran back to the lobby while Griphook ushered them in. I apologize, Lord Peverell and Eris Bones. I hope you will not hold his conduct against the bank. As they sat, he started, now I would have thought that the two of you would have come to the bank years ago. Have you finally come to see a copy of the marriage contract? Harry looked puzzled. Did you say, marriage contract? What are you talking about? The goblin eyed him suspiciously. Are you trying to take the mickey out of me, Lord Peverell? I am talking about the marriage contract that your father drew up with Edgar Bones. Surely in your over 4 years of studying together at Hogwarts, Eris Bones must have mentioned that the two of you are betrothed. Harry's mind reeled in shock. A strange sense of unreality came over him. Was this a dream? Was this some sort of joke? He pinched himself to make sure that he was awake. He looked at Griphook's face. The goblin didn't look like he was joking. He turned to look at Susan sitting beside him. The look of stupefaction on her face and a brief touch of passive legitimacy told him that there was no deceit there. It was true and she knew it. When Rachel had told him about marriage contracts, he had dearly wished that there was no contract like that for him. Surely his parents would not have done such a thing, but Griphook had yet to be wrong about anything he said. And to think that Susan knew about it and never told him. She had 4 years to tell him about it, but she had not gathered her courage to tell him. He wanted to rage over it, and as it was, he was barely controlling his anger. He clenched his teeth and turned to the goblin. "Send me a copy of the contract at Grimmauld Place and arrange a port key for Miss Bones to take her back to Hogwarts." Susan wanted to say something, calm him down, but he was in no mood to listen. She tried to grab his arm and he jerked it away from her and glared hard at her, making her shiver with fright. Without another word, he simply vanished, leaving behind one very surprised goblin and one very unhappy witch. Griphook and Susan sat in silence for 10 minutes after Harry's abrupt departure. Griphook because he could see that the young witch was hurt and in shock. It would take her some time to recover sufficiently to even react to his words at all. He was also shocked with the way Harry Potter disapparated from the bank. No wizards could do it because the bank's anti-apparition wards were superior to those of wizards. It should not have been possible unless Harold Peverell could not be one of them. The thought itself filled him with fright. But then Harold Peverell had come with one of them during the summer. While it was another issue altogether, what needed his attention at the moment was the young witch in front of him. Susan had hid her face in her hands, and with the shaking of her body, it was clear that she was crying. He called for a goblin and sent him to fetch some hot chocolate from one of the bakeries down Nocturne Alley to elevate Susan's mood. He knew that wizards and muggles equally preferred the dark brew. This one which he had sent to be fetched would also be laced with calming draught, meaning it would help her calm down. After waiting for 5 minutes, he asked her, "Heiress Bones, would you like us to contact Madame Bones at the Ministry and inform her of your whereabouts?" She shook her head and said hoarsely, "No. I think I will manage. Can you get me a portkey to Hogwarts? That will be all. I will get a portkey to you in 20 minutes. Is there any other way I can serve you?" "No, Account Manager Griphook. That will be all. Thank you for your services." He nodded curtly. "Gringotts at your service." 30 minutes later, after the hot chocolate had been consumed, Susan returned to the school by the portkey. It was just about time for dinner and she walked towards the Great Hall to talk with Harry and to mend their differences. She had made a mistake and she was witch enough to accept it. Hogwarts. In the Great Hall, with a wavering gaze, she saw her friends sitting at the Gryffindor table as usual, but Harry was conspicuous by his absence. Her eyes were still blotchy, her charming smile was absent, and she did not want to face any questions, so she skipped dinner in the Great Hall and went to the kitchens where the elves served her with relish. She returned to her dormitory and went to sleep before Hannah returned. Good thing that she was a prefect, because that meant Susan could use the excuse of being so tired that she straight away went to sleep. The next morning, Harry was not there to greet her at the entrance to the Badger's Hole. Rather, she was met by an agitated-looking party composed of Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Hannah. As she emerged, Hermione asked her, "Susan, Harry did not return to the school yesterday. You two went to the village together. Where is he?" She tried to look indifferent and snapped, "Do I look like his keeper to you, Granger? He is a free man who can do as he wishes. He abandoned me in London and I have not heard from him since." Ron ferociously asked her, "London? What were you doing in London? What did you do with Harry? He does not abandon people." After being brought up by her auntie, Susan was not intimidated by him, but she had been hurt by the way Harry disappeared without saying a word or hearing her side of the story. She morosely said, "He found out about the marriage contract." Hermione kindly asked her, "Do you mean to say that you had not told him of the contract yet? This is really bad. He's going to think you were keeping secrets from him. What's more is none of us told him either because it was your secret to tell. He's going to think that we are all in it together." This time it was Ron who interceded, "Give her a break, Hermione. She was just a child like us when she came to know about it. She tried many times to get close to him before telling him, but my idiocy impeded that. What is more important right now is to find where Harry is. Also, it is equally important to keep this news away from others that he is missing. We will have to talk to the headmaster though. He should be able to come up with some suitable excuse. He must be informed anyway because he is the only one who can find him." The decision was made to go see the headmaster in his office right away, before breakfast, before the entire school noticed that Harry was missing. Since no one's heart was in it, practices were abandoned. The students were told that Harry was away from the castle and therefore the sessions would not be happening that day. However, if any of them wanted, they could do their exercises as they had been doing. Daphne had guessed that something was not right and waited for the right moment to grab hold of one of them to know where Harold Peverell was. Headmaster's office. Albus Dumbledore was in his office tending to some paperwork when the gargoyle alerted him to the arrival of some visitors. As the sound of the staircase ascending stopped, he opened the door with a flick of his wand. Hermione Granger, Ronald Weasley, Susan Bones, Neville Longbottom and Hannah Abbott stood on the threshold. He waved all of them inside his office and offered seats to them. After they had been seated, he asked them, "What brings you all here at this hour of the morning?" Hermione started, "Professor, it's about Harry. Harry is missing." Dumbledore was confused. "What do you mean Harry is missing? Please tell me what you know." Susan started telling him everything that had happened the previous day and how they had gone to Gringotts where he had come to know about the contract and had left without sparing a glance at her. Her entire narration was coherent, but she had to stop many times during her narration to calm her breath or control her emotions. After she ended her narration, Dumbledore said calmly, "Miss Bones, I would say that you should have told him of the contract when you got the opportunity, but that is water under the bridge now. Harry does not easily trust people and does not open up to them. It takes a lot to make him trust anyone, and when he does, he would do anything for them. He is hurt because he thinks you deceived him, but I believe he will come around eventually. I have no idea where he is, but I believe that he is safe wherever he is. Now you all go to your classes and other routines as if everything is normal. I will try to find where he is. If anyone asks you where Harry is, tell them that he is suffering from Spattergroyd and is admitted at St. Mungo's." As the students were dismissed, he sent a Patronus to Vikram, who arrived promptly. "What is the matter, Albus?" Albus Dumbledore was agitated now. He had tried to remain calm before the students because he did not want them to worry, but he had come to love Harry as the grandson he would never have and was worried for him, even if he knew that Harry was powerful. The mere thought of Harry coming to harm ate at his conscience. He agitatedly said, "Harry is missing. He was last seen at Gringotts going inside with Miss Bones, but no one saw them leaving the bank." Vikram gave him a smirk. "I know where he is, Albus. We can find him whenever we want. He is perfectly safe but in emotional turmoil. He needs to come to terms with his emotions and that his life has changed in a second. In a few days, he would be fine. However, you would do well to inform others in your order that he has taken a leave of absence and that they should not worry." Weasley Manor, unknown location. On the day of the Hogsmeade weekend, Molly Weasley was in the kitchen preparing dinner for her and Arthur. While the children were at school, usually only she and Arthur were at home and they always had their dinner together. Bill was living in Wizarding Britain now, but he seldom stayed at the manor house and preferred the Burrow. She knew the real reason for his insistence on staying at the Burrow though. He was seeing the French girl who was part Vila. Something about the girl grated on Molly's nerves. There was no denying that the girl was attractive, but she was snobby and fussy. She constantly complained about how Evie Molly's cooking was, and no matter how lovely or good things were, the girl constantly compared them to everything in her life that was better. Molly was worried that her Bill was getting involved with a girl that was shallow, self-centered, and that she would end up breaking his heart. Billy did not want any problems between Fleur and his family, so he generally avoided the manor. And that was the real reason he continued to live at the Burrow. Charlie was also in Wizarding Britain, but he chose to live in a cottage in Wales near the Dragon Reserve because it made it easy for him to commute to work every day, or so he said. Molly had asked him to take residence in the Pruitt Manor, but he claimed that it was too big for him alone and maybe when he was married, he would raise his family in the manor. Molly also missed the Burrow because it had always given her the aura of home. The manor was too bloody big. It had so many rooms that she could not clean them all. The kitchen was twice the size of the one at the Burrow and the counters were made of some precious stone. She knew that the manor was one of many which belonged to the Rosier family in the past, and it looked like they had a taste for extravagance. While Molly could work as she wished at the Burrow, here she unconsciously tried not to dirty the floors, the counters, and devoted much time to cleaning the house. She wished that she had a house elf because that would have been useful where she was the only one to work. She felt the ward's flare, signaling an apparition in the manor, and she immediately pulled her wand out and carefully went towards the entrance chamber. What had made her cautious was the fact that she was the only one in the house at this moment, and the manor had anti-apparition wards which were up all the time. She stood in a dark corner facing the door of the entrance hall, and pointing her wand outwards she said, "Who are you? Identify yourself." The voice which answered her was one that she had heard many times, and the owner of the said voice was as dear as any of her sons. However, she knew of the duplicity and deception that the Death Eaters could resort to in any way. Harry was supposed to be at the Hogwarts castle. She did not lower her wand and shouted, "How did Harry Potter arrive at my house in his first year of Hogwarts education?" Harry answered as if amused by the question, "It was not first year, Mrs. Weasley, but the summer before second year, and Ron, Fred and George had rescued me from the Dursleys in the flying car." Molly's fear vanished and she stepped in light and hugged the teen. "What are you doing here, Harry? How are you away from school like this?" She could see in his eyes that he had cried recently and was feeling hurt. Someone had hurt her boy and she decided that she would make that person pay for it. No one messed with her son and escaped without consequences. Harry guessed her thoughts and mollified her. "I was out of the school because it is a Hogsmeade weekend today. No one has hurt me, Mrs. Weasley, but I feel like I have been deceived by someone who I thought was a good friend to me. They kept something from me for many years and acted as my friend." She kissed his forehead and asked him kindly, "What happened, Harry dear? Please tell me." Harry started, "Since it was Hogsmeade weekend today, I was in Diagon Alley with Susan and we decided to go to Gringotts to see my account manager for some business and..." Before he could finish his words, she asked him, "And you found that there was a marriage contract for both of you written by your parents?" He tensed. "You knew about it. Why did you not tell me? We just came to know about it at the end of last year. It was her secret to tell, so we left it up to her. When you returned from your journey and she started to visit the townhouse, we assumed she had told you about it." Harry slumped in a chair. "She did not, Mrs. Weasley. She was pretending to be my friend but told me nothing about it." Mrs. Weasley said kindly, "No, Harry dear. She was trying to get to know you and let you become comfortable with her before she told you. She is not one to deceive anyone, especially you." Harry waved her aside. "I am not in any condition to be rational at this time, Mrs. Weasley. Would you mind if I stayed here for a few days? I do not want to see anyone right now because there are a lot of people who owe me answers for keeping things from me." She said to him kindly, "You do not need to ask, Harry. You know you always have a place at our hearth, being an honorary son to us. Would you mind if I told Arthur about you though, because he lives here, you know? He can keep a secret if he needs to." She had said the last lines in such a way that made him laugh despite his grim mood. She sent him away to the one of the rooms on the first floor of the manor, which was vacant because they had more space than they needed right now. Harry took up residence in that room and summoned Dobby, asking him to bring him some clothes from the townhouse and not to tell anyone about him at the present, and also to watch his mail, and any letter from Gringotts was to be brought to him directly. When he came downstairs after an hour, Arthur had arrived home and was sitting at the dining table. He greeted Harry jovially before they started on dinner, and during dinner Molly filled him in on everything that had happened during the day. As dinner was winding up, Harry asked Molly, "Mrs. Weasley, how do you manage to keep the place clean and tend to your awesome cooking?" She sighed, "I manage as best as I can. This manor is too big to be managed by myself alone. I could do with an elf, though they are hard to come by." Harry asked her, "Would you mind if I procured one for you?" She gave him a reluctant smile. "If that does not cause you any trouble, Harry dear." Harry summoned Dobby, who arrived with a faint pop. "Did Master call for Dobby?" "Yes, Dobby. I want you to find a house elf who would be interested in serving the ancient and noble house of Weasley. Dobby be bringing you an elf, Master. There is one be willing to be bonded to a family." With that, Dobby popped away. Dobby returned a few minutes later with a female elf that was considerably younger, had big brown eyes, and her ears flapped back and forth as she spoke. "Eyes be Roxy. Will Master be wanting me as house elf?" Harry addressed her. "Roxy, Lord Weasley is in need of the services of a house elf to tend to his household and would happily bond you with his family. Do you agree to it?" She eagerly agreed. With that, Mr. Weasley bonded her to his house. Molly showed her to her quarters. The Rosiers had constructed living quarters for their elves. They were simply little rooms sufficient for them, complete with small beds and quilts upon them. Since she was the chief elf and the only elf to the Weasley family, she needed no instructions but knew of her duties by virtue of her position. A few days later. The last few days had been hard for Harry's friends. The morning sessions were not as intense and cheery as they were when Harry was around. The students still ran. Neville and Ronald cast at them, but the two of them were entirely predictable and the students could dodge them easily. They had been plagued with requests from other students to know where Harry was, but they kept their lips sealed. The only one who was not affected by the predicament was Luna. A day after his disappearance, Luna joined his friends at the Gryffindor table. Most of them were getting used to having Luna around, but this was the first time that she sat with them for dinner. They kept quiet and only answered when necessary, as many students inundated them with requests to know Harry's whereabouts. After the 30th student had asked about him and was turned away, Luna spoke up, "Do not worry. Harry is safe where he is. The current predicament came as a shock to him. When he is comfortable with it, he will be back. Just be honest with him and you will have his trust again. If you try to make excuses, you will lose him." Hermione asked her, "How do you know about it? You did not even know Harry before this year. How can you know him better than us?" Parvati, who was sitting nearby, snapped at her, "Leave her be, Hermione. She knows things about him which you do not, and I would not go poking a sleeping dragon, if I were you." That had shut her up and Luna had drifted away too. Serpent's Pit. Daphne was having a tough week. The other Slytherins kept on asking her about Harry. She got tired of coming up with answers that made it sound like she knew anything but wasn't telling. She got so frustrated with them that she gave serious thought to hexing each one of them. She hated not knowing things about Harold Peverell being missing. She hated even worse admitting it to anyone. She had been able to obtain a little information. She had cornered Hermione Granger after arithmancy classes on Monday after the other students were gone. "Granger, I want to have a word with you." Hermione was surprised to say the least. "What is it, Daphne?" Daphne realized her mistake. She had called her Granger as if she were addressing a stranger, while Hermione called her by her name as she would address a friend. "Hermione, where is Harry?" Hermione fretted a little, biting her lip before she answered. "He is suffering from Spattergroit and is recuperating at St. Mungo's." Daphne scowled. "Pull the other one. It has bells on it and everything, Hermione. I know he is not in St. Mungo's. I checked. Nor is it likely that he is suffering from Spattergroit." Hermione tensed. "What do you mean?" Daphne smirked. "You see, being in Slytherin we learn many things. One of those is to tell if someone is lying. I must say that you can't lie to save your life. You have all the telltale signs that you are lying to me: nervousness, no eye contact, fretting." Hermione sighed. Daphne was too perceptive. "This is Harry's secret to tell, so I will not sell him out, but what I can tell you is that he is currently inaccessible and no one knows where he is. The headmaster is confident that he will return soon. The Spattergroit story has been created as a cover for him." She refused to say more and Daphne had to be content with that. She had parried off the serpents who questioned her about it. She also missed Tracis Company, who spent most of her time beside Fred Weasley now, who according to her, was a charming bloke, always made her laugh and tried to keep her priorities above his own. She had gone to the village with him and otherwise was busy in researching charms for the contraption that Harry wanted them to make while the twins worked on different metals. She still made time for Daphne, but not as much as she would have liked. Tracy had also asked her if Harry was all right because she thought she could smell a rat. Daphne had confided in her what Hermione had told her, though forbade her from telling it to anyone else. Sometime during the last week, she had been approached by Astoria when she was returning to her dorms from the library. She had heard someone calling her and turned to find Astoria, who looked scared of her and hesitantly asked, "Can you spare a minute for your sister, Daph?" Daphne was horrified. She had not realized how much her sister had been affected by her cold attitude in the last week. She had also been told by Harry about how she was scared of Daphne and wanted to apologize to her. She loved her sister more than anything, and to think she had caused her troubles made her heart ache. She hugged her sister gently. "Come here, you troublemaker. I am not angry with you at all. I was just a bit irritated that you told him about my feelings when I wanted it to happen in its own time. Next time, please talk to me before you get up to any such antics again." Astoria had smiled and hugged her sister even tighter. After a moment she let go and asked, "Where is Harry?" "I have not seen him for 3 days in the castle." Daphne shrugged. "As far as I know, strapped to a bed in St. Mungo's, suffering with Spattergroit. It was a mild case which was discovered before it got too bad. He will be as good as new in a few days." Daphne could see that Astoria did not buy her story but chose to let go in favor of the newfound peace with her sister. Other than that, the week had been agonizing. The members of the Order still had met for their weekly session, and this time, their training had been taken over by Neville Longbottom, who was very good and showed them the ropes of Selvio Hexa. He had followed the pattern laid down by Harry and did not divert from it. She just wished that Harold Peverell would return from wherever he had disappeared to. Since he had come into her life, she had buried the Ice Queen that she was called prior to this year, and now it was hard to stay aloof when almost half of the serpents wanted to be in her good graces. Since she was the only one seen with any real power in the Serpent's Pit, it was hard to pretend to be above them. That would be detrimental to their plans. The only other person who could have been a serious contender was Malfoy. Since he had returned to the Serpent's Pit after the duel, he had stopped straying out of the dormitories unless he was going to classes or Quidditch practice. Everyone knew that he had bought his place on the team, but it was also true that he was the best seeker that Slytherin had to offer. They were not ready to give up on him. Besides, as they said, everything was fair in Quidditch and war. Lion's Den. Life was not the same without Harold Peverell in the common room. While they may not have professed their undying loyalty to him, it was clear that the house always stood behind him. He was their champion, the embodiment of a true Gryffindor, and the one who had won them renown as they had not seen for years before he arrived. Sure, the house had produced its share of brilliant wizards and witches, but the limelight had shifted to Slytherin in the years following the war. Harold Peverell with his friends had changed all that by winning them the House Cup in his first year, and on the side had defeated Voldemort, repeated the feat in his second year with killing a basilisk. In third year he had won the Quidditch Cup from the Snakes and chased away 100 Dementors, and the last year he had won the tournament and escaped Voldemort again. This year, he was everywhere from the Wizengamot to the pages of magazines and newspapers, not to mention, he was reckoned by some as one of the moving forces in the wizarding world. Hermione was frustrated with not having answers. Since Harry had returned from wherever he had gone during the summer, he had turned elusive. He kept information away from her, and when he chose to answer, he would answer cryptically. Now he was missing and there was nothing that she could do to find him. She was also a bit angry with him. He obviously had forgot or was oblivious to how Ronald had kept Susan away from approaching him all these years, or that Susan stayed by him when no one else did. She was determined to give him an earful when he returned. Ronald was also worried, but not as much as anyone else. He knew about his best mate. The bloke had been hit with the killing curse twice and lived to tell the tale, and with all the skills that he had been demonstrating lately, there was no one except Tom Riddle who could hurt his friend. And there was some question about even that. Neville was worried about his god-brother, but there was no one who could give him answers. He had asked Dumbledore, and the old wizard told him that they were looking but could not find him. The headmaster also confided to him that Harry's friends knew where he was and were keeping an eye on him and not telling anyone. As far as Neville was concerned, he did not care about his friends but Harry, and wanted his god-brother to return. Ginny Weasley had seen people around her worried for Harry and was a bit baffled. Spattergroit was a nasty disease, but it was not as if it could not be cured anymore. In fact, Harry had discovered his ailment in the early stages, meaning he could get well quickly. Why then were others so worried? The healers would have him as good as new in no time. But there was something that she sensed was not right. Something about Harry that no one was telling her. To find peace for her inner turmoil, she had caught up with Hermione one day in the common room. Hermione, she called, and Hermione perhaps did not hear her or purposefully ignored her. She sped up until she was beside Hermione and caught her by the shoulder. "Hermione, I have been calling you for a few minutes now." Hermione looked like she just woke up from a trance. "Oh, sorry, Ginny. I did not hear you." "Of course you didn't. What is it that has been troubling you all? I know that Harry is ill, but he will get better in no time. Why are you all acting like you are waiting for an explosion?" Hermione sighed, "Because I fear that is what will happen when Harry comes back. Please don't talk to me in riddles. Save those for your own redhead and give me a straight answer." Hermione decided that it was time that she shared her concerns with her best friend. "Ginny, what do you know about Susan?" Ginny thought for a few seconds, gathering everything that she knew about the strawberry blonde before she started speaking. "She is the model of how a Hufflepuff should be, loyal and hardworking. Other than that, she seems to follow Harry more than anyone else does, in my opinion." While I would not brand her as a fangirl, she seems to be very possessive of him. I have heard over the years how she defended him in his absence before others. Even last year, she defied her housemates for him. What I don't understand is why she would do so much for Harry, who before this year, didn't even know that she existed. Hermione gave her a sad smile. What I am about to tell you can go no further. Last year when Harry was in the hospital wing, Madame Bones had visited him there when he was in magical coma. Flashback. Madame Bones entered the hospital wing behind Dumbledore and Mr. Weasley and took a seat on one of the chairs arranged around Harry's bed. After everyone was seated and Dumbledore had informed Madame Pomfrey that they would not be long, she retired to her office. Albus addressed Hermione and Mrs. Weasley, who were in the hospital wing. What I am going to say here should not be known outside this room. There are things of a sensitive nature which need to be kept secret for the time being. Hermione was alert now, curious about anything that the headmaster was willing to tell them. Molly, he said to Mrs. Weasley, you may not like this, but I feel it is best if this does not find its way to Harry's ears for now. When Mrs. Weasley acquiesced, he started speaking again. Shortly before James and Lily died in the First War, they had met Edgar and Ellie Bones, who had been blessed with a daughter only a few months before. Since both sets of parents were very active in the war and fighting for the Order, they did not know if they would survive the war and see their children grow up to be the fine wizard and witch that they are. They also had concerns about the future of their children if something were to happen to them. You must remember that Charles and Doria Potter were dead and James had no other family who could take Harry in if something were to happen to him. Lily had her Muggle sister and her husband, but they were not their choice of guardians. Likewise Edgar had Amelia, who was an Auror, and no one knew if she would survive to see the end of the war either. To ensure that their children would at least have someone to call family and to protect them, they decided to enter into a marriage contract. Marriage contract? Hermione blurted, are they still a thing? The Muggles don't do them anymore. Dumbledore replied to her, Miss Granger, please be quiet till I am done. Just to answer your question, marriage contracts have not been common practice in the wizarding world for over a century now, but they are still done under extraordinary circumstances. In place of the marriage contracts, they now do the prenuptial agreements mostly. Something which I think is also done by the Muggles. After Hermione was sufficiently chastised by his words, he started speaking again. Soon after the marriage contract was written, both sets of parents perished. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, copies of the agreements which existed outside of Gringotts were also destroyed. The only copy which existed was the one with the Contracts and Agreements Department of the bank, which was also the original copy. I was not in the know about it, so I had no option other than to take Harry to the Muggles after the Potters were killed. Madame Bones decided not to let him know about it before he and Susan could become good friends, but that has not been possible due to young Ronald's interference all these years. If you all could rein in young Ronald, it would be helpful to everyone. Flashback ends. Ginny was shocked and it took quite a long time before she started to speak. Do you mean to say he is betrothed to her? He is all hers, signed, sealed and delivered. Hermione snorted, you did not have to be so crude about it. But, yes, the crux is that he is hers. Until last Saturday, he just didn't know yet. And did you tell anyone about it after that day? Hermione shook her head, no. I didn't. Shortly before Ron and I started dating this summer, he told me this secret, saying he wanted to unload it to someone and I am the one he could trust. Your father had some tough words with him. He had chewed Ron out for making trouble for the family by interfering and stopping others from befriending Harry Potter. That is one of the reasons that Susan has been around him so much more this year. Ginny smiled ruefully, oh. I never had a chance with him then. Hermione arched an eyebrow, are you still interested in him? I thought you were over him by your own admission. Ginny smiled, oh yes, I got over my teenage crush on him. I had realized that I could not stand to see him getting mortally injured so often when all my life I had thought that he was invulnerable. Once I was over my crush, I did some honest soul searching and I found that I was never after the boy Harry but the legend of the boy who lived. Hermione asked her, when did you get so wise? Ginny stuck out her tongue, showing her maturity, and asked, while I am sure I enjoyed this little secret, but that does not explain how this is connected to Harry's illness. You know how he went to the village with Susan last weekend. Yes, I saw them in the Three Broomsticks with Sirius and Emmeline. Why? Turns out that they got bored of Hogsmeade and flowed to Diagon Alley. One thing led to another and the two of them ended up visiting Gringotts together. His account manager assumed that Harry knew about the marriage contract and asked Harry if they had come to view a copy of it. The goblin also told him that Susan has known about it for the last 4 years. Harry ordered the goblin to arrange a port key for Susan back to Hogwarts and disappeared. Nobody has seen him since. Badger's Den. Life was hard for Susan. She had sent a letter to Amelia who had sympathized with her but had also chewed her out for going to Gringotts in the first place. She told her that Harry would eventually come around and she just had to be patient for a time. She told her niece that Harold Peverell was crazily in love with her and just didn't know it yet. Amelia had also failed to locate him. She was relying on the information that she had received from the Order of the Phoenix that he was well. People asked her how Harry was or if she had visited him at the hospital and she had given them the excuse of it being a contagious disease which shut them up. Hannah was also worried. She knew that there was a marriage contract between Susan and Harry. She also knew that Susan had not told him about it. She had hoped that the way Susan had stood by him all these years and defended him, going as far as to risk the wrath of her housemates, would say a lot about Susan's loyalty and her dedication to Harold Peverell and he would think everything through. Since he had disappeared, Susan had lost her drive to do anything. She was monotonously following the daily routines like going to classes, or the practice sessions in the room of requirement or sparring with Neville with a sword. It was like someone had taken her will away. She was also angry with Harry and wanted to give him a dressing down for his treatment of her friend. She had heard her friend crying in the dead of night when others were sleeping, and almost every day of the past week, she had seemed fatigued as if she was not sleeping properly. She had tried to talk to her about it but every time Susan just said that she should have told him about the contract sooner. It was not right for her to keep it to herself when he was going to be equally affected by it. She would have words with Harold Peverell once he returned from wherever he was. There was no way that he could hurt her friend and get away with it. Black Townhouse. Dumbledore was presiding over a meeting of the Order. In the last week, this was the second meeting that he had to hold. The Order members were worried for Harry and his safety and he had assuaged their concerns as best as he could, but each time one of them would bring in some news which would have them clamoring for him to address those concerns again. The Marauders were inexplicably calm despite Harry's absence. Sure, they were worried but they did not show it. Sirius still went about his job and so did Remus, who had so many things on his hands that it was a wonder that he could find time for the Order meetings. Remus had already helped Dumbledore as much as he could with making 70 werewolves agree to stay neutral in the war and giving them respectable jobs. Remus might not have known it, but Dumbledore had gathered from his sources that there were at least 40 more werewolves who were working for other lords and ladies of the Wizengamot and making a decent living, all due to the fact that Harold Peverell had employed so many of them. Perhaps after this war, life would be better for the werewolves in general, with the hatred against them diminishing. That was, however, in the future, and for now, he wanted Harold Peverell back. Vikram Rana had also taken his leave a day after Harry had disappeared and had returned the next morning. When he had inquired as to where he had gone, Vikram told him that he had gone to meet one person whose advice could help Harry out of his broodiness. He had given a sealed letter to Albus to be delivered to Harry whenever his position was known and said that it was important that Harry read this letter. Weasley Manor. Molly Weasley was worried. Harry had been living in the manor for 3 days now and she had seen very little of him. Since she had more time on her hands after the Weasley family had acquired an elf, Molly tried to spend every spare minute with Harry. She had been baffled when she could not get past the threshold of his room because Harry had put some wards on the door. However, after she had told him that he was not going to be attacked in this manner, he had stopped using them. As it was, he rarely came out of his room and almost spent the entire day in there. She knew that he was communicating with people as she had seen Hedwig fly in and out of the manor, but she did not know with whom. He would come out of the room for an hour or so, take food with them and then return to his room. He would sit by her sometimes making small talk but talking nothing of significance. One evening she had stopped him and made him sit at the dining table. She asked him, "Harry, dear, you have had 3 days to think things over. I would like to know what you have decided." "I have not yet decided anything, Mrs. Weasley." I still cannot understand why she did not tell me about it. I mean that way Madame Bones could have taken me in and raised me as her own ward. I would have been able to get away from the Dursleys years ago. I don't even know if I can trust her again. She patted his hand and said, Harry, I want you to consider this. She was only 11 when she learned about the marriage contract. Think what a surprise that must have been to her. Instead of blurting it out the moment she saw you, 4 years ago, she tried to get to know you, the boy, instead of the legend in the books. She approached you several times, but our Ronald kept chasing her away. She has been nothing but loyal and kind to you. Now, I can't say that I know why she put off telling you, but I'm sure that she is a good girl and would not intentionally do anything to hurt you. On the contrary, she would stand between you and you know who if it came down to it. I would only advise you to please listen to her before you make any decision. Harry stood up from the table to go to his room. Mrs. Weasley, I will think about what you have said. That had been 4 days ago, and since then Harry had not broached the topic again. In fact, the most he did was to come to the dining table and then retire to his room again. She did not know what to do to bring him out of his funk because there was nothing she could say that would appeal to his sense of righteousness. That was when she decided to send a letter to those she thought could help him: Alice Longbottom and Amelia Bones. Alice because she was his godmother, and Amelia because she owed him some answers. The letters had been delivered to them by Arthur with the Fidelius secret to the manor, and right now, she was waiting in the entrance hall for them to arrive. There was a copse of trees outside the manor at some distance where the apparition point had been set, and Amelia and Alice appeared in that copse from where Roxy took them inside to Molly. When they entered, the first thing Alice wanted was to see Harry. Molly dutifully pointed her to the room on the first floor. Alice pounded on the door. Harold Peverell, open this door now. There was no answer from inside, and Alice shouted again, I know you are inside, and if you do not open this door right now, I swear by Merlin that I will blast it out of the way. To show that she was serious about what she said, she whipped out her wand and pointed it at the door. I will wait for 10 seconds, and at the 11th second, I am storming this room. However, the door had opened before 10 seconds had passed, and Harry stood there, his face looking gaunt, his hair uncombed, and his expression was like he was carrying an unbearable burden. It looked like Harry Potter had returned in place of Harold Peverell. Alice wrinkled her nose. What have you done to yourself? I came here expecting to see the teen lord and not some street urchin. Tidy up and come down to the dining table. Harry arrived after about 10 minutes and took a seat at the table. Amelia and Alice had forbidden him from ever bowing to them, so there was no need to show his manners. Amelia opened the conversation. Before we say anything or you ask your questions, I want you to read this letter. Dumbledore gave this letter to me this morning to hand it over to you, telling me that it has come from some special person. Harry took the envelope from her and gave a cursory glance to the seal on the letter. It was a snidget. In anticipation, he tore the envelope open. As he had expected, the letter was from Rachel. Dear Lord Peverell, firstly I must offer my heartfelt thanks to you for making the offer of sanctuary to Terence and saving him from being branded by that abomination. I am grateful that you granted me the boon I asked of you. Secondly, I have been informed that you found there was a marriage contract between yourself and Heiress Bones written during the last war by your parents, and that you left that poor girl stranded in goblin territory when your emotions got the better of you. I must confess that I am ashamed of your conduct and feel that all the training I imparted to you was in vain. It is easy to maintain your manners when you are in charge of things, but the real test is to maintain them when you are not feeling like it. Harry, I cannot make your decisions for you, but remember that she is as affected by this contract as much as you are. She might have had different plans for her life, but with the contract, that may have changed. I beseech you to please hear her side and ask all your questions before you decide upon your next course of action. I am waiting to hear from you as to how you will conduct yourself in this situation, which will be a test of your character. Love, Rachel. Harry read the letter carefully and then slipped it into his robes. He had yearned for some advice from her for days, and now he had it. What she was advising him was not too far from what he had been thinking anyway. He knew that others would be going spare with worry without him or any news of him, and he could not stay here while everyone was worried. He had sent letters to Moony and Padfoot telling them that he was fine but had not disclosed his location. He had also not expected to find Alice and Amelia before him. Amelia started, Now I know you have a lot of questions for me, Harry. I will try to answer all of them. First, you must promise me that you will listen to me with an open mind and will not jump to conclusions before I have finished speaking. Alice, who had not yet stowed her wand back into her wand holster and was twirling it between her fingers, said, "Oh, he would not dare to interrupt when you are speaking. He is a very good boy. Aren't you, Harry?" She finished, showing a very toothy grin. With the menacing expression that Alice had on her face, Harry knew what was good for him. "I promise I will not interrupt her, but why are you here?" Alice sighed. "My godson goes missing for a week without a word about his whereabouts, and when I find him he asks why I am here. Of course I am here to keep my wayward son on track so that he doesn't do something stupid. Lily had told me once that if she was not around and I was to raise you, then I was at liberty to use any means necessary to make you toe the line." Molly smiled inwardly. She loved Harry so much that she could not even take the demeanor as Alice had done, and he looked like he was quaking with fear before her. Perhaps it was a good decision to let these witches know about his whereabouts. Amelia was saying, "We are digressing here. Please ask your questions, Harry." Harry asked the first thing that was on his mind, "Why? Why didn't you or Susan tell me that she was my betrothed? I don't know how long she has known it, but she could have let me know about it as soon as she came to know. Why did my parents have this contract written? I came to know of the contract on the day Susie turned 11. Your parents and her parents had made the contract sometime after Sybil had made that wretched prophecy, and your parents were going into hiding. I think they wanted to ensure that you would have a family to go to in case something happened to them. Before Susie's 11th birthday, I did not know about the existence of the contract because it was done a week before Edgar and Ellie were killed by Voldemort. Their copy of the contract was with their solicitors, who coincidentally were the same as the Potters, Tonks and Vaughn, and their copies were destroyed in the office fire. In the wake of their death, I was occupied with arranging for their funerals and other details, so I could not contact them or the bank. Your parents had gone into hiding to protect you, and James had briefly appeared to attend the funeral but had to leave so he was not caught by the Death Eaters. He perhaps assumed that I knew about the contract, and since I was alive, Susan was my ward, so there was no reason for him to say anything. In the next decade, I seldom visited my account manager. Most of my business with the bank was when I had to draw out some galleons. Not once did I take Susan to the bank with me. Since it concerned her, the goblins did not tell me without her being present. The day Susan turned 11, I took her to Gringotts to get her trust vault opened, which had been set up by Edgar before he died in the war. It was then that the goblins informed me that a marriage contract had been registered in their Contracts and Agreements department in the name of Susan Bones and Harry Potter. I did not know your whereabouts, and there was only one person who did, but I knew he would not let me take your guardianship so easily. Susie was a child then, and she did not understand the full implications of the contract except that she was to marry you when you both had reached the age of 18. I knew that dropping the news on you like that would be catastrophic and may ruin any chance of a happy life that you both could have. So, I asked her to befriend you first. Your friend Ronald stopped her at every step and even made her cry a few times with his behavior. Your friends were overprotective of you and did not let anyone else near you. She stayed dedicated to you though. Every year she begged me to approach Dumbledore and make a move to make you my ward, but I hesitated, thinking it was too early to let you know about the contract. I had decided that if she failed to befriend you by your 5th year, I would take matters into my own hands and tell you myself. You know what happened afterwards. Harry was silent for a few moments before he started speaking again. Auntie, do you know how different my life could have been if you had taken my guardianship in my 1st year? I would not have been forced to return to the Muggles every year. They treated me worse than a house elf. I could have had happiness under your roof. I spent 12 years thinking that I was truly an orphan with no one to call my own till Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban and Remus Lupin told me that they were my father's best mates. There were moments when I could have done with a guardian around, but there was no one. It was Alice who spoke this time. Harry, I know your complaints are just and valid, but is there any reason to cry over spilt milk? Things could have been different in many ways, but it cannot be changed now. If we could get something by brooding over missed opportunity, I would have brooded over the time that I had to spend away from Neville because I was stuck in my mindscape and had no way to return to consciousness. I know that you feel that people have let you down, but we are humans. We all make mistakes. I know that you are more miffed that your parents wrote a contract for you, thereby taking away your right to choose. But instead of telling you that, Susan chose to try and show you what an amazing person she is so that you could choose her for yourself. If it is any consolation to you, Frank and I had thought about writing a contract between Neville and Faye Dunbar, but Mother had convinced us otherwise, saying that we had sufficient people in our family to take care of him if something were to happen to me and Frank. Would you estrange someone for making an honest mistake with no deceit or ill will in their heart? Can you look me in the eye and say that Susan is not someone you would like to spend your entire life with? Harry's jaw hung open. He had grown up without knowing the love of his mother, and here were three witches, any one of which would have been proud to call him son and loved him as much as any mother could. The words of his godmother struck home. She was right, of course, Susan was an amazing person. He closed his mouth and began to pull himself together. When he thought about the time he had spent chasing Cho around, it felt like it wasn't even his own memories. This wasn't hard. He realized that he had been throwing a week-long tantrum and it was high time he grew up. If Rachel had seen him acting like this, she would have made him stand under the glacier melt off the entire night to smarten him up. She had been right in her letter that he had disappointed her. Also, he had felt that Susan was the kind of person he needed in his life to keep him grounded and to make him happy. Amelia was taking the responsibility for her actions, which had nothing to do with Susan. If she had her way, she would have tried to tell him in the first year itself, despite what Ronald did to stop her. Molly, who had been sitting silently hearing everything that was said, finally opened her mouth to speak. Harry dear, I know it is not my place or anyone else's to tell you what to do, but I would say that Amelia and Alice are right. Maybe they should have told you sooner that you are betrothed to Susan, but at the same time, maybe then you would have seen it as a burden and not tried at all to get to know Susan as you do now. I have seen you with that girl and she brings happiness to you. You smile more often in her presence and she can always calm you down no matter whatever has worked you up. And I swear that I will have words with Ronald Weasley when he is home during the winter vacation. Harry hung his head. I know, and I apologize for my conduct. I know that I should have talked with her, but my emotions got the better of me. I will return to the school tomorrow and apologize to her. Molly whipped her wand out and shot a stinging hex at him. Not tomorrow, but today. Be gone with you, and I want a letter as soon as you can manage, detailing everything that has happened between you two after she is done giving you an earful about your stupidity. Hastily saying his goodbyes, Harry scrambled out of the manor and apparated to Black Townhouse. He had no wish to return to the Gryffindor Tower and face an Inquisition squad just yet. Black Townhouse. Harry entered the townhouse to find it empty except for Tonks, who was sitting in the kitchen, sipping tea and looking as if she was lost in thought. He tapped her on the shoulder. Nymphadora. She bared her teeth at him. Do not call me Nymphadora. After she was done baring her teeth at him, she did a double take when she realized that it was Harry who had addressed her. Where have you been? Do you know how much trouble you have caused? The minister has deployed a team of 10 Aurors to search for you. Dumbledore is going spare with worry. Mother has been morose for the last week since she heard that you were missing. You are so irresponsible and in so much trouble. You will pay for this, Harry. I am going to line up the firing squad and enjoy it while they take shots at you. Harry raised his hands in surrender. Calm down, Nymphadora. I did not do it on purpose. Why has the minister launched a manhunt? Am I a wanted criminal? Sirius knew I was safe wherever I was. I had sent him and Moony a letter a day after I disappeared. Why did you tell Aunt Andromeda? I'll bet that she is part worried and part angry with me, waiting for some news so that she can hex me out of existence the moment she learns that I have been found. Tonks smirked. Oh yes. She has vowed to curse you so bad that you will never ever do anything like that again. I must send a message to her before I forget. Gleefully, Nymphadora sent a Patronus to Andromeda while Harry Mirror called the Marauders to come to the townhouse as soon as they could manage it. In 10 minutes, there were many Order members in the townhouse, which included Dumbledore, Sirius, Remus, Bill, Amelia, Frank, Augusta, Arthur, Moody, Andromeda, Ted, and to his surprise Fleur Delacour. Among others. After Harry had assured everyone that he was fine, most of them left except for those who wanted to get their hands on him to teach him a lesson. Dumbledore opened the Inquisition. Where were you, Harry, and why did you disappear like that? Headmaster, I had just learned that day that I have a marriage contract with Susan Bones and that she never sought to let me know despite knowing about it since she turned 11. Moody barked. So you left without any message to anyone about your whereabouts and made us all comb through the wizarding world, employing the ministry's resources to search for you. Is that what your friends taught you? To run away from your problems thinking they would disappear? Master Auror, I had sent a letter to Sirius and Remus that I was fine wherever I was. I was in no mood to talk to any of you. Everyone at this table knew about the existence of the contract, but not one of you saw fit to tell me about it, did you? It was not a question but an accusation. Sirius said, you know, pup, it was not our secret to tell. It was for her to tell, and if she did not choose to let you know, then she had her reasons, no matter how ridiculous they may sound to you. I just wish that you had listened to her side of the story. Andromeda growled, pull anything like that again, Harold, and I will let you know why blacks are feared. Do you have any idea how worried we were? Ted put his 2 nuts in. Lad, she has not been her usual charming self even for one moment in the last week. At times, I thought that someone else had replaced her. I urge you to never do anything like that again, at least for my sake, if not yours. Everyone chuckled while Tonks pouted. You got off very easily, Harry. If I had done something like that, I would have been grounded for a week, no matter that I am an Auror. Frank said to him, Harry, you know, I thought that you would have stood your ground, but you chose to abandon a lady who was with you. That was not chivalry. However, that is water under the bridge now. He turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster, can I call off the manhunt now? Dumbledore nodded. Of course, Minister. There is no need for it to continue. After everyone had told him what they thought of his antics and Harry was feeling suitably chastised, the elves produced dinner for everyone. Most of the Order members took their leave, including Dumbledore, saying their own tables were waiting for them, leaving behind just those he considered family. He sat at the position of the head of table with Remus on his left and Sirius on his right. Andromeda sat beside Sirius with Nymphadora beside her, and Ted sat with Remus. Harry had persuaded Bill and Fleur to stay because he wanted to talk to them. He asked Fleur, what are you doing here, Fleur? Eared that you had disappeared and I was worried. This evening, after Bill was told by Dumbledore that you were back to your home, I chose to tag along. That is all good, Fleur, but what I meant is, what are you doing with Bill? Sirius snorted. Miss Bones is right about you, Harry. You are dense. It is clear to everyone else in the room that these two are dating. Tonks, who was eyeing Remus, said, speaking of dense, Harry is not the only one. Harry asked her, what do you mean? She shook her head and refused to say anything more. Hogwarts. Harry arrived at the school through a portkey given by Dumbledore, which deposited him in the entrance hall. He tiptoed to the Gryffindor tower and crept into his dormitory to find it empty. He realized that they must be in the dungeons at their morning practices. He wanted to go down and mix with them but hesitated. He was afraid of facing Susan because he was ashamed of his conduct in the bank. He knew that he would have to talk to her eventually, but he wanted to avoid that for now. He picked up a book to read, occupying a seat in front of the fire in the common room while he waited for his friends to return. After about an hour, the Lions started coming in. Most of them cheerfully hailed him and asked how his health was now. While he was confused as to why they asked this question, he told everyone who would ask that he was fit as a bull. His friends came into the tower and he stood to greet them happily, but they all ignored him as if he was not present. He followed the boys to their dorm, all the while calling their names, but none of them paid any attention to him. After a long time, Neville asked Ron, can you hear some mosquitoes buzzing around? Ron guffawed, could have sworn that I heard something like that too. Aren't there wards around the place to keep them out? Other than that, none of them said a word to him. When he arrived at the Hufflepuff dorm to escort Susan to the Great Hall, she was not there. On the Marauders map, he found her in the Great Hall already. He was surprised at the hostile reaction of his friends towards him. They were all behaving as if he didn't exist. In the Great Hall, Susan was sitting with Hermione, Neville, Hannah, Ron and some others, but they had not kept a place vacant among them for him. He was flabbergasted at their conduct. They were treating him as if he did not exist at all. He sat alone at the Gryffindor table with no one around him until Daphne came and slipped into a seat across from him. So, recovered from Spattergroit, Peverell. Who is suffering from Spattergroit? He asked her, baffled. She raised her eyebrow. Didn't your friends tell you? This is the cover story that they thought up for your absence for the last week. They told everyone that you were diagnosed with Spattergroit and were recovering at St. Mungo's. I'll keep that in mind, Daphne. Can you tell me why they are giving me the cold shoulder and treating me as if I do not exist? Oh, they have decided to give you the silent treatment, she said gleefully. What? He sputtered. Why would they do that to me? Because word is that you left abruptly without letting anyone know your whereabouts, and your friends have decided to have a reckoning from you for your behavior. I am the neutral one, so they sent me as a messenger that they want to see you on the 4th floor after class sans me. With that, she took off to sit at the Slytherin table, leaving him frowning at the behavior of his friends. 4th floor. On the 4th floor, Harry waited for his friends in the space behind the mirror. The classes had been tense, with none of his friends talking to him. The teachers too were miffed with him, and Professor Flitwick in an undertone told him that his disappearance from the school for a week during the term without any reason had put them off, because this year he had started to show his true potential and he always had been a favorite of most of the teachers since he had come to the school. His friends were a different matter. He had asked something of Hermione and she had said nothing but gave him a look that said, "We'll talk about this later." Hannah gave him a look which said that she wanted to talk to him peacefully on the one hand and smack him upside the head on the other. At least he could understand her anger, because she was Susan's friend first. His own friend's behavior was what baffled him. It was he who should be angry with them for keeping secrets from him. True, they themselves had not known about the marriage contract for long, but they were his friends and he thought that they at least should have persuaded Susan to tell him much sooner, or tell him directly. Harry knew that the adults at the Black Townhouse were surprised when he did not vent his anger on them like they had expected, but he had been talking to Sirius and Remus on the mirror and had some very harsh words with them. He told them what he thought of their choice to keep the secret from him and their failure to advise Susan to tell him the moment they knew about it. Sirius and Remus had literally pleaded for him to forgive them. Anyway, Harry could not remain angry with them for long. His friends started trickling into the space behind the mirror, and with his musings interrupted. He noticed that it did not include everyone who was present at the last meeting, but only Hermione, Ron, Hannah, and Neville. Harry started to say, "I just want to." But Neville cut him off abruptly mid-sentence. "No, you listen to us, Harry. Whatever happened last week between you and Susan should remain between you and Susan, and we will try to keep our noses out of it. Our only issue with you is the way you took off and disappeared without a word. We didn't know what happened to you and we were worried. If you think that sort of thing is okay, you have a lot of curses coming your way. Having said that, I am your god brother and I am sorry that I did not tell you anything about the marriage contract. If you needed some time to yourself to think things over, I get that. Just don't ever disappear without a word again, or I will hunt you down and make you regret it." As Neville finished, Hannah started speaking. "You know, Harry, for the last 4 years, all Susan ever talks about is you. From the moment that she learned about the contract, she has been your friend and has been trying to figure out how to help you. We had planned to befriend you the first day of school. During the sorting, when she first saw you, she noticed how you looked underfed and malnourished. She insisted that the Hufflepuff prefect take her to the Ollery to send a letter to Auntie telling her everything. She was worried and wanted Auntie to become your guardian as soon as possible. Auntie had her reasons which I don't remember her ever telling us about, but from the first day that we have known you she has been loyal to you. When you went off the last week, even then she was worried about you, but last night, Auntie sent her a message through and all that you had been found, and we asked your friends if you were in the Gryffindor Tower and you weren't there. That was when she lost it and got really angry at you. She wanted to apologize to you that very same day when she returned from the Hogsmeade weekend, but you were not here. Do you even have any idea what she has been through the past week? She has spent every night crying and trying to pretend as if she is okay. She still will not say a word to you because that's the way she is," Hannah said ruefully. "You know, Harry, you might become the most powerful wizard in the world, but if you cannot understand others' emotions, their feelings, then it will all be useless. Every single day for the last 4 years, she has been loyal to you, helping you when she could, defending you when you weren't there, and I wanted to hex you when you forgot all of that in one go. Is that how you reward those who are loyal to you?" Hermione started speaking. "You know, Harry, I had assumed that with all the skills that you have acquired you would have become more understanding of others' emotions and feelings. When Susan told me that you left her alone in Gringotts, though not without instructions to ensure her safe passage back to school, I was disappointed. I thought that you were better than that. What you did was completely out of character for you. It took me a few days before I began to understand why you did it. Since we have known you, you have been doing feats which no one our age can do. And live to tell about it. With everything you did, your legend grew and we started to forget you are still a boy our age. You have done things that most adult wizards can't accomplish. Beneath the mysterious and hard exterior of the wizard that you have become, still beats the heart of a 15-year-old boy who can feel emotions as we do. During the last week, we all wanted to find you to give you an earful, but someone asked us to reconsider, telling us that we should try to think about what we would have done in your place. To be fair, I have to say that I likely would have done worse. I am not ashamed to admit that we should have at least pestered Susan to let you know of the contract sooner. For what good it may do, I apologize for my part in keeping a secret from you. Since I have known Susan, she has been lively and cheerful. But this last week, she has not been the girl I spent the summer with. You know, Harry, that she defended you from other puffs during that fiasco with the heir of Slytherin rubbish during the second year. And you didn't even know she existed. Last year, it was her who gave Dobby the idea to steal gillyweed from Snape's personal stores and bring it to you. She is the reason that you had such an expansive repertoire of spells at the end of the last year. She joined the training program we took this summer because she would not stay behind even if Madam Bones tried to stop her. She was not trying to deceive you, she was only trying to give you a chance to know her and accept her before telling you about the contract. She did it because she wanted you to have a chance at a happy life with her instead of feeling chained by obligation and resenting her. Ronald put his 2 nuts in. Mate, I had thought that I was the one with the emotional range of a teaspoon, but what you did show was that you can act the same way sometimes, but it is normal, now that I think about it. As Hermione said, perhaps we would have acted the same way if it had been any of us. Besides, we don't have any reason to complain because, as everyone already said, we should have at least pestered her to tell about it sooner. But one thing that I will say is that it was not proper for you to leave her like that. Harry sighed. He had not realized that his friends had so many complaints against him. He took a few deep breaths before he started saying, I know for a fact that every one of you knew about the contract and you chose not to tell me. If anyone has cause to complain, I do. I was ready to rip your heads off, but you all have apologized for that, which is a good start. Don't ever keep secrets like that from me again and we'll be fine. I know that I should not have left Susan like that in Gringotts, but in that moment I could not think of what else to do. In one moment, not only had I learned about the marriage contract, I also learned that she knew about it for over 4 years and was deliberately hiding it from me. I felt surprised, shocked, betrayed, and angry. It was all too much for me and I needed to get away to think. During the last week, I have spoken with Sirius and Remus twice. I gave them both hell for their part in keeping things from me. They accepted that they should have said something, but they hadn't, partly because they wanted Susan to do the right thing on her own and more because they wanted us to be happy together rather than feeling forced to put up with each other. I asked them why my parents had written this contract, but they could not tell me. I also wanted to know how they could do such a thing when they had married for love. I wished I could talk to them about it, but there is no way that I could talk to them and ask why they had done it. What I don't understand yet is why you are giving me the silent treatment. I mean that you have all accepted that you made a mistake. Then why would you do this to me when I am the injured party? Neville said, Mate, 2 nights ago, Luna said something to us which resonates in our consciences. We were ready to apologize to you the moment you showed up. Before Neville could finish his sentence, Harry asked curiously, what did she say? 2 nights ago, we were at the Hufflepuff table for dinner because Susan did not want to join us at the Gryffindor table. Luna shoved Ernie away, who had been sitting with us, and slipped into his seat. Flashback. What have you all decided to do when Harry returns? She asked them. Since talking to Luna made Hermione uncomfortable, Neville answered her, we all know what happened and we feel that he should have at least heard her out. It was not right for him to go off like that. We know we should apologize to him for keeping a secret from him. And we will apologize, but he is answerable for his conduct. No, he is not to any of you, Luna said somewhat sternly. The blubbering humdinger has told me that you cannot make him answerable. Why not? Hermione seethed. He is our friend and we are worried about him. We will apologize to him for keeping it from him, but he should apologize for his conduct. Because you are not the aggrieved party, Hermione. You are his best friend. You may have felt honor-bound to keep Susan's secret, but you could have insisted that Susan tell him herself and do it sooner. It is you who should apologize to him, and if you don't, you will end up losing your friend." They all sat for a moment in stunned silence while they considered her words. Blubbering Humdinger aside, they realized that they were all just thinking of themselves and nobody was sparing a thought for how Harry might be feeling. Susan broke the silence. "What you said makes sense, Luna. I will not allow anyone present here at the table to speak to him on my behalf. If you want, you can talk to him privately about apologizing to him for your part in it. But none of you are to interfere and ask him to apologize to me. This is a private affair and it will be resolved between me and him. I will apologize to him, when the time is right, for my part, because I owe it to him." Flashback ends. What happened then? Harry asked, bringing Neville out of his reverie. "She made it clear that we are not to intercede on her behalf and she was ready to apologize to you. Then we received a message from Madame Bones yesterday that you had been found and you were on your way back to the castle. Well, mate, that was yesterday and you still didn't show up. After dinner, she was miserable at first and then she decided that if you don't want to do anything with her and were going to ignore her, then she would do the same to you. She has hardly talked to any of us since then, even when she is sitting with us. What we are angry with you about is that you did not return to the tower yesterday and you knew how worried we were about you." Harry took some time to reply. "I understand your reasons and I know why you are behaving this way towards me. I will talk with Susan and mend my differences with her." Hannah grumbled, "That will not be easy. She is set upon not talking to you at all." Neville said, "As you heard everything we had to say, we again apologize to you for keeping it from you. We do not want to be drawn into this conflict on one side or the other. So, until you and Susan make up, we won't be talking to either of you. You both need to move on from everything that has happened and mend your differences. It is no fun at all to see you both grumpy." Harry kept looking at his friends in wonder while they all filed out. Wow, Harry thought. He had never imagined that all of his friends would do anything like that to him. They all had their part in this. None of them saw fit to tell him about the marriage contract because it was not their secret to share, but they could have at least convinced her to tell him sooner, and Ron had been a much bigger git for far less reason, but they never treated him like that. He however was content that they had accepted their mistake and apologized to him. They were all children and could not expect anything better than that. He waited a while to make sure that they all had a chance to get well clear of the corridor before he made his exit. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry decided to put in a hard session of practice rather than taking his frustration out on his friends and hexing them out of existence. He had been obliterating practice dummies for over an hour with high-powered versions of every hex and jinx he knew. The smoldering ruins of more than 100 practice dummies and the thick cloud of dust and smoke testified to his efforts. He had resorted to using the bubble head charm so that he didn't choke on the flying dust, smoke and debris. The sweat, smoke and dust clung to him everywhere and he was only just beginning to feel fatigue. Destroying the dummies was making him tired, but it wasn't bringing him any peace. His friend's joint decision to not talk with him altogether was grating on him. He had not expected them to do something like that to him. More than that, Susan's silence was unbearable. He had tried to stop her at dinner but she had ignored him and walked away. She had even threatened to hex him if he tried to talk to her. "Looks like something has irked you too much, Harry," Vikram's voice jolted him out of his musings. The defense professor had entered sometime during his practice and Harry had not noticed him coming. "What happened, Harry? Why are you troubled?" he asked. "You have destroyed 50 dummies in an hour." Harry used both wands to clear and purify the air before he began. "Considerably more than 50, Professor. What you see is the remains of the ones that left any trace. I'm glad you are here. My friends are not speaking to me and I need to unload." Harry gestured to the table and asked Vikram to take a seat while he summoned Dobby to bring refreshments. A few minutes later, Harry had told the mystic all about what had happened over the last week and a half. Vikram nodded gravely. "So the main problem is that you don't know what to do." Harry nodded. "I like Susan but I am not sure if I am in love with her. I don't even know what love is like." The mystic smiled. "Harry, the way Sirius Black escaped Azkaban just because he thought your life was in danger at Hogwarts, that is love. The way your friends stood before someone they thought was a mass murderer challenging him that he would have to go through them to reach you, that is love. The way James Potter stood before Voldemort, ready to face him so that his wife and son could escape, that is love. If someone is ready to stand before death to save you, that is love. Someone is loyal to you even at the cost of their own life, that is love. Love is the most powerful moving force in this world and the most powerful of magics to ever exist. A person in love for another can do feats considered impossible. As to whether you are in love with them, it is an answer for you to find. He hesitantly asked, have you ever loved someone? I am not trying to pry, but maybe you can help me understand. The professor wistfully smiled. I am a mystic, Harry. For us, there is nothing other than the cloak and the wand. In other life which I hardly remember, I loved someone, but that is past. What happened? I don't remember, Harry. That was different man, different life. What matters is what I am. Now, what you need to remember is that you have to find for yourself if you love someone. No one else can decide that for you. Rachel told me to convey to you that she is angry that you lost control when it mattered most. She feels like you have let her down. She also asked me to ensure that you are doing everything that you can to mend your differences with Miss Bones. After Vikram left, Harry pulled out a pouch from the inner pocket of his robes. He emptied the pouch into his hand and the resurrection stone tumbled out. It was still cracked in the middle from the blow of Gryffindor's sword, and Harry was longingly caressing the stone. He had once thought about using the stone in Weasley Manor to summon his parents' spirits to talk to him, but there was something that Harsh had said about the stone and the way that it worked which had stopped his hand. Flashback. It was the day when he had told Harry that Dumbledore had the stone and the wand, and Harry could not contain his curiosity and asked hopefully, Guruji, does this stone bring people back from the dead? Harsh shook his head. No, Harry. This stone cannot bring back the dead. In fact, dead does not live second chance. No magic except the darkest of them can do so, and you have seen what it can do to a person. The stone actually summons the spirit of the dead and let you communicate with them. But remember, Harry, it lures those weak of mind and have been doom of many a persons. The original holder of the stone, Antioch Peverell himself, died thinking of his long-lost love who had visited him that day when death gave this stone to him. She was a spirit which was summoned, and this astral plane is too painful for them to exist for long period of time. Existing on this astral plane is too painful for them. Summoning them is destroying their peace which they may have attained in afterlife. Spirit summoned with the stone returns eventually to where they came from and would drag those of weak of mind with them. The stone is dangerous and should not be used unless you know you would not be lured by it. It is never wise to go raising spirits of the dead. Flashback ends. Harry slipped the stone back into the pouch and tucked it into his robes. He could not use the stone to disturb his parents again, not after he had seen that they were at peace again. He remembered that they had hinted at the existence of the contract in limbo when grandmother made a cryptic and vague allusion to a charming lady waiting for him to wake up. The next day, Harry was early to the morning session and the students welcomed him enthusiastically except for his closest friends. He had not made up with Susan yet and they were keeping their word. When it came time to assign practice to the gathered students, Neville and Ron got down to business. He tried to talk to Susan but she ignored him, not willing to listen to him. It was all getting too wearisome for him. After the morning session, Angelina cornered him. Where were you, Harry? You missed a week of practice. Are you sure you want to play in the next match, which is only 10 days away? Since there was no sign of you, I had to use Ginny Weasley as substitute seeker. She may not be quite as talented as you, but at least she was there. After she was done with her tirade, he said, Angelina, I have had a difficult week, that is all. I promise that I will be there for practice next time. You will not miss your seeker. In fact, the next Quidditch match was not far away. October had already blown past midway and their first match would be the first Saturday of November against Slytherin. There were less than 2 weeks left until that match. The drills and formations during practices had been going well. Harry knew that the rest of the team was more definitely on form than they had ever been. He also knew that with his improved eyesight and reflexes that he could find and capture the golden snitch any time he wanted to. They should be able to secure a Gryffindor victory in their next match. However, there were moves he wanted to try at the match and he had not practiced them yet. Perhaps tonight, he would try a few of them. During breakfast, he again was dutifully standing outside the Hufflepuff common room waiting for Susan to emerge. When she did, she ignored him and went to the Great Hall pretending to be oblivious to his presence. Harry was angry at her while at the same time he could not vent his anger on her. A little part of him felt that he deserved it. Breakfast that day was an irritating affair. As he was exiting the Great Hall, he ran into Zacharias, who sneered, "Watch where you're going, Peverell. You clumsy git." Harry glared at the puff, who glared in return. Normally, Harry would have brushed him off. But, today, he was ready to trade hexes with him. He felt angry, irritated, and Zacharias was the perfect target for him to vent his frustration. "Move, Peverell, why are you blocking the way?" Zacharias attempted to shove him out of the way, but Harry had adopted the immovable stance and it was like trying to push a stone wall. Harry's magic was oozing out of him and enveloping him, ready to strike down anyone who dared to defy him. Harry saw red and swung his arm towards the other boy, who was mortified and had frozen in fear. However, at the last moment, a solid block of stone materialized between the boy and Harry's fist. With a resounding crack, the stone shattered, but it saved Zacharias Smith from getting his face broken. Harry turned to find Vikram with wand drawn, his eyes fierce and his tone authoritative. "Mr. Peverell, control your emotions." Harry clamped down hard on his occlumency shield to rein in on his anger and turned to Vikram. "As you say, Professor." Vikram checked Harry's hand, which was bloodied from the impact with the stone, and with a wave of his wand, the wound mended itself and the pain vanished. Vikram took him by his shoulder. "Come with me, Mr. Peverell. We need to talk." "Not before Peverell is punished for this act." McGonagall's voice came from the entrance of the Great Hall. "Mr. Peverell behaved like a savage and engaged in a fight for which I take 10 points off. Gryffindor in detention this evening in my office, 8 o'clock. "The same for you, Mr. Smith," said Professor Sprout, who had followed McGonagall out of the Great Hall. "You must remember that you are representing your house through your conduct, and you should be punished for any act which besmirches the reputation of your house." "Mr. Peverell, let's go. I have to talk to you," said Vikram, and steered Harry out of the castle and out to the grounds. They took a leisurely stroll around the grounds. Vikram started saying, "I know you might be thinking why I saved him from you, but there is very good reason for that. Did you see how hostile your magic was at that moment? Ordinarily, person like you would not be able to crack a block into pieces with a blow of his fist, but your magic was assisting you, and if your fist had connected with his face, what do you think would have happened?" Harry shuddered, thinking he might have killed the other boy without meaning to. While Smith was no friend to him, he was just a student. He did not want to kill anyone who was innocent. If he killed anyone innocent, there would be no difference between him and Voldemort. Vikram dismissed him to go to classes for the day. As it turned out, it was a really bad day for Harry. The first class that day was potions, something he had started to love, but this morning, his mind was conflicted. His emotions were getting the better of him, and he did not give his full attention to what he was doing as he sat to brew the potions set by Snape. Today's assignment was to brew the invigoration draft. The draft was used to energize the drinker and was an excellent cure for fatigue. Harry had not experimented with this potion, nor, apparently, had Snape. This time, it was straight out of the book. Harry was only brewing one potion and it should have been easy. But his thoughts were stuck on Susan. Unfortunately, thoughts of how to get a pretty, strawberry blonde girl, who is furious with you, to talk to you, and the exact art of potion brewing don't mix. Harry was absent-mindedly working on his potion while Snape was hovering nearby watching him. When he made a mistake, Snape's lips curled in a sneer, but he did not immediately comment upon it. He had also realized that Harry was lost in thought and only absent-mindedly working on brewing his potion. The invigoration draft required 3 hours to brew, and he waited for things to play out. It had been a long time since he had got to embarrass Peverell in his class. Today would be the perfect opportunity for payback. When finally the brewing time was over, Harry was frowning over his potion. He could not understand why his potion was not the orange color that it was supposed to be. Before he could think of something to save his potion, Snape descended upon him. "What have you got for me, Peverell?" Harry dully showed him the cauldron, where the potion was looking slightly reddish in color. He sneered, "What is this supposed to be?" "The invigoration draft, Professor." "Tell me, Potter, did I say that the potion would be reddish in appearance? I clearly said it would be orange in color. Looks like all the luck you had with potions has finally run out." Many Slytherins snickered. "Where did you go wrong?" By now, Harry had mentally recalled every step of the potion brewing that he had taken. "I forgot to crush the nettles before adding them." Snape pulled his wand out and vanished his potion, sneering, "That will be 0 for this lesson in detention tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock, my office." Harry shrugged. He had not expected any better from the dungeon bat if he made a mistake. At least he did not deduct any points from Gryffindor this time. As he left the class, Daphne said, "That was unfair of him to give you detention like that. It was one mistake and not that grave." Harry shrugged. "I honestly did not expect any better treatment from him. He has been this way since forever." During lunch, Angelina cornered him. "I told you to join the team practice this evening and you have gone and landed yourself in detention. What's more, you have given up tomorrow evening too." Harry, grieved, responded, "Angelina, my detentions don't even start until 8 o'clock. Were you planning to have team practice in the dark?" She almost shrieked, "I don't care. You have to be there when the team needs you." "What is happening here?" asked Professor McGonagall, who had just come up. "Professor, Harry has not been to a team practice in the last week and he is going to miss practice today and tomorrow also. The first match is just 2 weeks away." Angelina was near hysterical. The professor's mouth formed the thinnest of thin lines while Angelina ranted. Then she spoke, "Miss Johnson, I will thank you not to take that tone with me or you shall find yourself in detention as well. As for Mr. Peverell, his detention does not begin until 8. I trust you can get your practice time in before it gets too dark to see the goal posts. He violated rules and he must be punished. Just make sure he arrives at my office by 8 or you may just have to do without him for the next game. Do I make myself clear?" McGonagall's office. At 7:59, Harry arrived at the deputy headmistress's office door, out of breath, carrying his broom and still in his Quidditch robes. Angelina, with her usual exuberance, had not let him go until the last possible minute. He used his broom to fly to the main doors of the castle and without even slowing down, dismounted and ran through the castle to her office. When he entered, she pointed him to a cupboard. "The cupboard is dirty. Clean it and arrange the books neatly. You may use magic for this task." Harry summoned all the books from the cupboard and arranged them neatly on the floor. After he finished emptying the cupboard, he cast a wide area Scourgify and the cupboard was cleaned in a trice. After it was done, he cleaned the dust from the books with magic and sent them back to the cupboard, organized first by category, then by title. For a finishing touch, he cleaned the glass on the doors and polished the wood. Within 10 minutes, he was done. "It is done, Professor. Is there anything else you would like me to do?" Looking up from a book she was reading, the professor remarked, "That is lovely." Then gesturing at a seat to one side of her desk she said, "Have a seat, Potter." As he took a seat, she proffered him a tartan tin and said, "Have a biscuit, Potter." To be polite, Harry took one and began to nibble on it. She started again, "Harry, this is no detention at all. I wanted you here to talk with you. I have noticed how your friends have been avoiding you and how Miss Bones is giving you the cold shoulder. You two have been inseparable since you returned from your voyage. Is there trouble between you?" He thought about lying to her at first but then realized that lying would get him nowhere. "Yes, Professor. This year, I had started to get to know Susan. I mean, she was my friend and we were having a great time when we were together. She has the ability to make me smile when no one else can and she is the one who can boss me around better than anyone. She also can make me see reason when I can't do it on my own." McGonagall was trying to suppress her smile at his rant. "But last week, I discovered that not only is there a marriage contract between me and her but that she has also known about it for over 4 years and never told me. Telling me right away may not have been the best thing to do, but it would have at least been honest. I was angry with her for keeping secrets, assuming that she meant to deceive me and I took the last week to think things over. The thing is that I met Madame Bones and Godmother Alice the other day. They made me see reason while answering my questions. I came back here, ready to apologize to Susan. But she has been ignoring me since I came back. To make matters worse, my closest friends have decided that they won't talk to either of us until we mend our differences. I feel awful. Now that she is not talking to me, I realize how much I enjoy being with her and how much she really means to me." McGonagall's lips started to curl upwards in a smile but she again suppressed it. "You remind me of another lion who was hopelessly in love with a girl. While the boy was head over heels crazy for her and would often show off for her, she never paid him any heed. He would do everything that he could think of so that she would agree to go on a date with him but she refused all his advances. She thought very little of him because of his reputation for rule-breaking, pranking, and someone who thought he was above all reproach. In fact, she went so far as to dub him arrogant little toe rag. "You are talking about my parents, aren't you?" "Yes. Your father was one of my favorite students apart from being my godson. He would often come to me asking how he could impress Lily, and I would tell him to be honest with her and not to show off when she was around. But he often made a fool of himself trying to do exactly that. It was only in his 6th year when he started to grow up that she started paying attention to him. He had a complete change of personality in his 7th year when he became the head boy. He was still a miscreant and often engaged in pranking, but he was more serious about the war which was brewing outside the walls of the castle. He often said that he would join the Aurors to bring down you-know-who, and true to his word, he and Sirius joined the Aurors as soon as they graduated. Sometimes, I do miss them. Thank you for the story, Professor, but I don't understand how it would help me." She smirked. "You are the son of James Potter and adopted son of Sirius Black. Even though he never settled down, he could always charm the ladies when he set his mind to it. I am sure that you can find a way to charm Susan again. Be honest with her. That is all I can say. Now you may go." Profusely thanking the professor, Harry was leaving her office, when she called him from behind. "And Harry, if Gryffindor loses the first match of the season, I swear by Merlin that you will spend the rest of the year in detention cleaning the dungeons without magic." Quidditch pitch. Harry ran down the stairs 2 at a time, leaping the last 5 steps of each flight. He was back out the front door of the castle and mounted on his broom before another half a minute had passed. The sun had long since set and the stars were out, but Angelina just might still be practicing with the team. Harry flew over the outer wall of the Quidditch pitch in a streak of gold and crimson robes, but it was empty. There was not another person in sight. Looking around, Harry realized that it was only thanks to his enhanced sight that he could see anything at all. The rest of the team must have gone back inside some time ago. He started to fly around the stadium, trying to perform every maneuver that he remembered. For now his concern was to ensure that his speed and agility were the same as they had been at the end of the 3rd year. For the next hour, he accelerated around the pitch, performing everything he knew of. He was determined to win the first match of the season at any cost. He could not afford a mistake. After he had pulled the Wronski feint perfectly for the 3rd time in a row, pulling out just in time for his feet to brush the grass at a terrible speed, he thought that would do for tonight. Flying always made him feel better, and he grinned at the thought of what was going to happen to Malfoy when he tried this maneuver at their next match. The next day was the same more or less. Classes had been normal and he made small talk with those who talked with him. Daphne had made small talk with him, but not like she talked with him often. Fred and George were talking to him though. Although they had quite the reputation as pranksters, they seemed to be very good listeners when it came to Harry's present troubles with Susan. Harry figured there was little that would faze the two of them. That evening, Harry knew better than to arrive at Snape's office flustered, out of breath, and still wearing his Quidditch robes. He left the pitch a good 15 minutes early to put his broom away and change out of his Quidditch robes before descending to the dungeons. At 8 o'clock sharp, Harry rapped on the professor's door. He was prepared with his dragon hide gloves, quills, ink, parchment and wand, although he had little hope that he would be allowed to use dragon hide gloves or magic of any sort. His experience with detentions with Snape had always been unpleasant. As he entered the dungeon bat's office, the door swung shut behind him with an awful finality. Then Professor Snape pointed him to a chair. As Harry sat, the professor asked, "What is bothering you? I could not help but notice that you have not been yourself since you returned from wherever you were. If there is something that I can help with, please tell me. I wanted to talk to you, so I had to use this ruse of detention, or word would have made its way to the Dark Lord. If that happened, it would have been catastrophic. Also, it has been the first time this year that you bungled brewing a potion. What is it that has been troubling you?" Harry could not believe it. He was having a heart-to-heart conversation with the dungeon bat of all people. He thought there was no reason that he could not talk to him. "Professor, what do you know about me and Susan?" It looked like Snape was trying to give a small smile. Harry thought he was going mad. "Yes. I have noticed how often she is latched to your arm. I was surprised because I hardly ever saw you with her before this year. But I must say that you have been more cheerful when she is with you. I also know that she has been loyal to you through the last 4 years without having any apparent reason. I must say that she is a person who would be good for you. She makes you happy. Have things soured between you and her? Harry decided to say as little as he could. We had some disagreement and I left her alone outside the school. Since then she has not talked to me. Snape sobered up. You know, Harry, when I was a student your mother was my best friend. She was the one who often saved me from the marauders and their pranks. Once during our owl exams, she saved me again from your father, but I was so angry with everyone that I called her an awful word in anger and rage. Something which has eaten at my conscience all these years, something for which I could never forgive myself until you told me that she has forgiven me. At that time, I was scared that I had lost my only friend and wanted to apologize to her, but she refused to listen to me at all. With the way she was ignoring me, I decided to go ask for her forgiveness outside the Gryffindor Tower. I sat there waiting for her to come out. I was even prepared to sleep there, but one of her friends took pity on me and called her out. I asked for her forgiveness, but she refused to forgive me. That was the last time that your mother ever talked to me. Harry asked him, I ask your pardon, Professor, but what was the point of this story? The point is that sometimes we have to do extraordinary things to get forgiveness. I was ready to stay outside the common room until she came out to meet me. She came. You have to do something like that to mend your differences with her. Harry's eyes gleamed with hope. He knew what he was going to do. Badger's Hole. Harry had stopped Sally Ann Perks as she was going in. Sally, do you have a moment? Only a few witches in this castle would be foolish enough to say no to making a few moments for you, though I would think they would like more than a moment, more like hours, she said to him suggestively. Anyway, how can I help you, Harry? Would you please let Susan know that I want to talk to her and I am waiting for her out here? She immediately refused. Harry, what you are asking is rather hard for me. She is generally as sweet as the sweetest honeydews candy, but furious when her anger is aroused. Right now she doesn't even want to see your face. Sally, please, it is important for me to talk to her. Just let her know that I want to talk to her, and if she refuses to come out, then I will sleep outside here. She snorted. When Filch finds you out after curfew, he will gleefully put you in detention. All right, I will convey your words to her, but that is all I am doing. Don't expect me to plead on your behalf. 10 minutes later, Hannah came out with Susan in tow. Hannah asked him, Harry, she is very angry with you. She was not going to come out. When Sally told us that you were planning to sleep here if she did not come out, I had to drag her out here. Harry turned to Susan. Sue, I know I was a prat that day to have left you in the bank. It was not right for me and I let my emotions cloud my judgment. I apologize for being an inconsiderate moron that day. I know words cannot compensate for what I have done, but I seek to make amends any way you want. Susan turned to Hannah. Tell him that I don't care for any words he might have to say. I am not going to talk to him. He thinks he is beyond reproach and infallible, but he is not. With that she returned to the Badger's Hole, and Hannah helplessly looked at Harry for a moment before shrugging and following her friend inside. That night, many of the fifth years stayed up late discussing what was happening. Justin was saying, Harry is still camped outside the fake barrels waiting for a word from her. Megan asked, I don't get it. What exactly is the deal? She was crazy for him a week before and now she is completely cold towards him. What brought this change on? Sally Smith replied, I don't know. I suspect that a few of their closest friends do, but they aren't talking. We have seen how close those two have been since the year started, but she is behaving like he does not exist at all now. One of the older puffs, Margaret, who had joined the conversation, said, if Bones does not want him, does it mean that we have a chance with him? While others around them chuckled, Oliver said, only if you don't love your limbs. Susan is very possessive, and even if she is behaving like he doesn't exist for her, she will hex you into oblivion if she thinks that you are trying to claim what she sees as hers. Next day, when the Badgers were coming out before dawn the next morning for the training session, they were astonished to find Harold Peverell still outside the Badger's Hole sitting in meditation. By the looks of it, he had been there all night outside the entrance. Many of them tried to call him, but it appeared as if he didn't hear them. It took a few minutes for Ernie to wake him from his meditation. When Susan finally came out of the Badger's Hole, there were a large number of students already standing outside the entrance, crowding around something she could not see. Curious, she and Hannah worked their way to the front of the crowd and they were astonished to see Harold Peverell sitting on the floor and talking in a low voice to Ernie. The Lions who were regulars in her group were there too in the crowd trying to listen. "She is angry with you, Harry. We have tried to make her see reason but she just simply will not. Then please tell her, Ernie, that I will remain sitting here if she does not come out and talk to me. It is getting tiring that she is ignoring me, and to be honest about it, it hurts a lot." It was too much for her to take in. She had been ignoring him, but every second of it had been very hard for her too. When she heard him say that it hurt that she was not talking to him, she lost it. She knew she could not stay angry at him anymore, but she still had an appearance to maintain. She growled at him, "Get up, Peverell. We are going to have a talk." Harry beamed at her and immediately stood. She caught him by his wrist and started dragging him out of the castle. As they disappeared from sight, Ronald, who looked baffled, asked, "Bloody hell. What just happened?" Hannah grinned, "I believe we have just cancelled the morning session for today." She took Neville by the arm and walked off to one side. The crowd dispersed as the others went their own ways. Susan and Harry walked out to the grounds on the far side of the lake. All the while Susan said nothing to him, nor did he try to break the silence. After they had reached the other side, Harry conjured 2 chairs and pulled one up for her. 5 minutes passed and nobody said anything. Finally Susan spoke harshly, "Will you speak now, or are we here to just sit and enjoy the scenic beauty of the lake in the pre-dawn light with the damp, chilly breeze?" Harry earnestly said to her, "Sue, I am sorry." She arched an eyebrow. "And what are you sorry about?" "For everything that happened in the last 2 weeks. For leaving you alone in Gringotts with Griphook. For not giving you a chance to speak in your defense. For not trying to understand that you might not have wanted me to be betrothed to you, but you tried to make the best of the situation. For being a git and acting like I was the only one affected by this. Would you please forgive me?" She took a deep breath before she started speaking. "You know, Harry, I was 11 years old when I came to know of the contract. I was just a child when I learned that I am set to marry the boy who lived. I was too young to understand the gravity of it, and I asked Auntie. She told me that the least I would get out of this is a new friend. I was excited that the boy who lived was going to be my friend. My head was filled with idiotic ideas from those books that we have all read when we were children. I wanted to meet you and become your friend. When I finally saw you at Hogwarts, I wrote a letter to Auntie that very night telling her that you looked malnourished and abused. I watched you every year and I asked her to make you her ward. I have always been fascinated with you since I can remember. But what you did that day hurt me. Was it so hard to control your emotions and hear me out first? I even tried to send you letters that very same night, but the owl just would not take off. Your owl Hedwig was missing from the Ollery, so I could not contact you either way. Then you did not contact me for a week and I was worried. I thought that you might never talk to me again or end up hating me. I apologize to you for keeping it away from you all these years and not telling it to you sooner. I should have let you know about it because you were as affected by it as I am. I was ready to apologize the moment you returned, and I expected that you would make your appearance here before you told others about your return, but Auntie messaged me the day before you came back that you had been found and yet you did not return to the castle. That is what had angered me. Having said this, I apologize to you for keeping it from you and I hope you can forgive me." Harry softly said, "Sue, I am sorry for hurting you. I met Auntie the other day with Godmother Alice. She made me see reason, but wisdom had been coming to me for a few days before that. I had talked with Sirius and Remus and made them feel miserable for keeping a secret from me, but they were able to make it clear to me that while you were wrong to keep it to yourself, my own conduct was not beyond reproach. Mother Weasley had also talked to me about it. She told me in no uncertain terms that you have been a good friend to me and always thought about my best interests, and there is no reason for me to get angry with you." "When did you meet all these people?" she asked him. He gave her his best lopsided grin. "Oh right. I have not told you. Leaving Gringotts, I went to the Weasley Manor where she talked to me for some time before she agreed to let me stay there. I remained there sending an occasional letter to Sirius and Remus or talking with them on the communication mirror I have. She tried to talk to me and make me see reason that I was an idiot to be avoiding you. When she realized she could not get to me no matter what she said, she sent a letter to Auntie and Godmother, who both had me at one point and talked to me. Godmother said something that I agree with." "What did she say?" Susan asked curiously. She asked me if I could put a hand over my heart and honestly say that you are not a fantastic person that I could spend my life pleasantly with. I have to say I agree with her. The last 2 months since I have known you I have felt livelier, have smiled more and have been happier than ever in my life despite Voldemort's shadow hanging over me the entire time. I don't yet know if I love you, but I can certainly say that you are one person I would trust with my life. Susan's demeanor fell slightly, but she was content. Things were on the mend between them. True that he said he was not sure if he was in love with her yet, but they will get there. For now, having him beside her was sufficient. I think we had our first major spat and we are over it now, Harry. I hope things are better between us now. He smiled. Of course, Sue. At breakfast, the two of them were sitting closer and their hands often touched, but at the same time, they kept some distance between them. Their friends breathed a sigh of relief to find that they had reconciled their differences. It had become overwhelming on their nerves to see the two of them so distant. In the minds of most of them, Susan and Harry were perfect together, and to see them smiling again was pleasant. Apart from the two more people were happy to see those two smiling: Minerva McGonagall and Severus Snape. After all, they had given those detentions to Harry for this. To tell him that if he wanted something he should act to get it. In fact, Dumbledore had leaned in close to Minerva that morning and asked her, "Was that the reason you gave him a detention, Minerva?" She smirked. "Oh no, the real reason was that I wanted to win the betting pool, which is running quite high now. Last I checked, the Weasley twins were offering 10-to-1 odds for anyone that was willing to bet that Harry and Susan would mend their differences by lunch today, and I am one of those who have won. With the 20g I put in, I am now at 200, rather a nice sum for a betting pool. I made 100 galleons myself," said Professor Sprout from far end of the table, and Albus asked Severus, "My boy, what about you? Did you also make a bet?" Snape tried to grin, something nobody had yet seen him do. "Indeed, headmaster. I won 50 galleons and a couple of fake wands." Everyone chuckled at his proclamation. It was so out of character for Severus Snape. Flitwick grumbled from her other side, "I don't think that's fair, Minerva. Due to your intervention, I lost this pool." A week later. The last week had been eventful and brought October nearly to its end. The final trials for the new werewolf potion would be starting in a couple of days. The first match of the Quidditch season, Hufflepuff vs Ravenclaw, was in a week and the anticipation was building. The Ravenclaw team's practice had gone up a notch more than usual. Harry had scheduled a session on Tuesday in the Room of Requirement but had to postpone after Ernie told him that the Puffs had practice that evening. Harry was happy to reschedule it despite some grumblings from his friends in general and Hermione in particular that not all of them were members of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. The next reschedule was on Thursday, and on that day Michael Corner had requested him to reschedule practice. Harry had done that too without questions asked or without expressing any discontent over it. When Michael had left after the session had been rescheduled, Hermione grumbled, "It looks like they don't care about training at all. Requesting to reschedule just for a stupid game practice." Harry gave her a look of incredulity mingled with disgust. "Hermione, this is Quidditch you are talking about, the best sport there is." She snapped, "It is just a stupid sport. What is so special about it?" It was Ron who spoke. "Are you barking mad, Hermione? Quidditch is better than anything. It is about glory." Hermione wrinkled her nose in disgust at them. Boys only care about Quidditch and brooms. Nobody bothered to point out to her that all of Gryffindor's chasers, their backup seeker, the Ravenclaw's seeker and a few other players were all girls. When no one tried to answer her or engage in a debate with her over this, she just huffed and left for the library. As it was, there was no evening session that week. Harry knew there would be none until the first match of the season for Gryffindor happened on the first Saturday of November because Angelina would insist on more and more practice. As it was, she was already pushing them hard. Their sessions had gone for 2 hours each for 3 sessions in the last week alone. For one of her training sessions he had to break a date that he was planning with Susan to the village. He however had to make time for an unfulfilled promise with Daphne Greengrass. She had in fact insisted upon it, telling him that he had promised to make up for the lost opportunity when he had to return to the castle after receiving a talking Patronus. Harry was not sure if it was a good idea to go to the village with her, but a promise was a promise. They took the secret passage from the ground floor this time and came to the 3 broomsticks. This time too, they were under glamour charms and took a seat at the back where no one coming in could see them at once, but they would notice anyone else coming in or going out. After they were seated, their food delivered and Harry had put wards around the table, Daphne asked him, "Harry, what is your greatest wish?" He thought for a few moments before he started replying, "Family. That is what I want more than anything in the world. With the Muggles, I was nothing more than a freak and they never considered me a part of their family. I yearned to have a family all these years. I am starting to have a semblance of a family now, though." "What do you mean?" she asked him. "Oh, as you know, Sirius Blackblood adopted me this summer, so he is my father and he was already named my godfather at the time of my birth. I don't know if someone ever told you, but Alice Longbottom is my godmother, so Neville is a brother to me. Hermione, even though she is often an overbearing, know-it-all, she is really sweet beneath her persona. She is like the sister that I never had. Augusta Longbottom insists that I call her grandmother when I visit her. Minister Longbottom is like the cool uncle that you could wish for. Remus Lupin, who was art teacher in 3rd year, is one of my father's best friends and uncle to me. There are the Weasleys, who have always loved me as one of their own. Then there is Aunt Amelia, who is like the strict yet loving aunt in the family who would discipline you on the one hand while loving you on the other. And what do you think your life will be like 10 years from now, provided you survive? You know who. Call him Tom Riddle, Daphne. That is his real name. His father was a Muggle and his mother was a squib. In answer to your question, about 10 years from now I see myself surrounded by family, living in a manor since I inherited so many of them," she snorted, "doing nothing but flying for one of those Quidditch clubs if any of them find me good enough to recruit for their team. Or maybe I would establish a potions business. Many people from my family were potioneers and discovered some important potions. In fact, Sleek Easy quadrupled my family's fortune, which was already substantial." Her eyes were opened wide in surprise. "He is a half-blood?" "Yes, just barely. On top of that, his mother was a squib. Imagine what would happen if the Death Eaters knew that their master is a half-blood and that too, descended from a Muggle. Maybe if they knew about him, not so many people would have followed him. That is something to think about, Daphne. However, I think most of them would follow him anyway because he really is a descendant of Salazar Slytherin. The patriarchal line died out centuries ago and the Slytherin name with it, but he was the only son of Merope Gaunt. The Gounts were the badly inbred, last of the Slytherin line through one of the daughters. That is why he was a Parselmouth. That is why he was able to open the Chamber of Secrets 53 years ago. That is what he lords over his followers, without being specific about who his parents are or that he is a half-blood. The other reason that I think they follow him is because while not all of them would agree to his vision of the world or share his dreams of world domination, there are certain things that they can do in the name of their service to him. For the more cunning of them, Voldemort is just a means to an end rather than someone they would follow. We have seen how people wormed their way out of punishment after he was vanquished the last time." While she was out of topics to talk about, Harry asked her, "Tell me something about your family." She eagerly started telling, "As you know, we are one of the families to have descended from Morgana Le Fay. In fact, we are the last of the 3 families which descended from her. We have always been known neutrals throughout history except when someone committed an offense against us. My father is Cyrus Greengrass. He runs a potion business which he inherited from his father and invests in many ventures. My mother does not need to work, but she has a job at the ministry in the Department of Family Records. Then there is Astoria, whom you have met. And what about your friends?" "While growing up, I never had many friends. You should know of the politics in pureblood circles. Malfoy's father would often bring him to parties asking us to be friends and play together, but I never liked the arrogant, entitled little Ponce. Not even when we were very little, and I avoided him. My father left it up to me who I chose as friends. So, I've never been a bargaining chip for their stupid power games. I have lots of acquaintances. I practically know everyone of any importance at all. But, through all these years, the only one I really consider a friend is Tracy Davis, whom I have known since I was 4. Tracis' mother and my mother were best friends in school, and it is the same with us. When I came to Hogwarts, I saw all the same kids I have known since I could walk. I did not know Pansy before Hogwarts though, because the ancient House of Parkinson has never been considered to be of the same social standing as House Greengrass, and her father was not entitled to roam the same social circles as us. I loathed her from the start for her condescending attitude, and it is no secret that we are not friends at all. Then there is Lilith Moon, whose father is like the wind which blows aimlessly, and she was much the same until this year. Then there is Millicent, who looks dangerous and tough but is quite harmless. The only thing she does is follow Malfoy around because her father shadows the elder Malfoy. Among the boys, Nod lives by himself, Blaise is Aleda's man, Malfoy is a Ponce, and Crabbe and Goyle are his lackeys. They called me the Ice Queen because I didn't want to have anything to do with any of them. This year, things are different. Thanks to you, there are many that I consider to be friends now. You, Hermione, Longbottom, the twins, Abbott, Macmillan, Mandy, Morag, and a couple more whose name elude me at the moment. Now what about your friends? While growing up, I had no friends at all. Whenever anyone tried to be my friend, Dudley, the Muggle's son, and his goons scared them away. When I came to Hogwarts, Ron and Hermione became my friends while we were still on the train. I was content with having two best friends. Little did I know how many of them Ron was blocking from talking to me. I guess Neville, Dean, and Seamus were also my friends, but they were not so close. Now I have more friends than I can even count. Before she could ask him more, the door opened to the inn and the trio of Sirius Black with Emmeline and Remus walked through the door. Harry mentally groaned. When Daphne asked him what was wrong, he pointed out the newcomers to her. Looks like my father is keeping tabs on me. We will have to go now. He was able to escape the inn unnoticed, and when they were at a sufficient distance from the inn, he asked her, "So Miss Greengrass, I am sorry that we had to leave the inn on such short notice, but may I consider us square now? Nothing owed any more, I hope." She looked at him with incredulity. "Are you abandoning a lady on her own? No dropping her at her doorstep? Is that the vaunted Gryffindor chivalry?" Harry looked horrified. "Of course I will escort you to the school. What mode of transportation would you prefer, broom, secret passage, or hippogriff?" She thought for a second. Brooms have become overrated and dangerous, especially if it's you who is flying them. Secret passages are dark and musty and not to my liking. Also, word is that you have a beautiful hippogriff, the likes of which are a rare sight to see. Care to offer me a ride? Harry willingly agreed, however a small part of him wondered if he was doing the right thing by agreeing to Daphne's demands. Wasn't that equivalent to encouraging her in her pursuit? Now that he knew Susan was his betrothed, all other girls were practically out of bounds for him. Would she tolerate it if he was seen getting close with another girl? Perhaps not, and for good reason. Harry mentally resolved to maintain some distance between him and Daphne, to gently nudge her away from him. She was a wonderful witch who deserved a wizard who would be worthy of her. While he had been mulling over everything, he had been unconsciously tugging at his familiar connection with the hippogriff because the beast came flying to him a minute later. He gave Blackstorm a bow, then introduced the beast to Daphne. "Daphne, this is Blackstorm, my familiar, and many consider him a king of his kind." Daphne was looking at the hippogriff in awe. "He is magnificent, Harry. I have seen my fair share of hippogriffs, but none so regal looking." Harry helped her mount up without tact. He did not think he needed it for such a short flight, and climbed up behind her, holding her in his arms. While he wanted to keep some distance between them, there was not that much space on the hippogriff's back. For Daphne, it was like a dream come true. She was no wallflower and rarely dreamt of things like most other girls did, but a small part of her had wished for something like this. She was happy to feel his arms around her, ensconcing her, and her heart was beating at twice the normal speed. Due to lack of space, they were sitting close together and she could feel his breath on her neck, making her squirm. As the hippogriff took to the skies, she was lost in the feeling of being airborne. Harry had clutched her protectively as if she would fall off if he let go, and she had to smile. He was nothing if not thoughtful. She was content with the pace of things for now, but she was getting a little frustrated. She had hoped things would escalate, even if just a little. Perhaps she could try what Tracy had always suggested and drag him to a broom cupboard. Maybe then things would get easier between them. Things were better in classes though. With his demeanor returning to normal, Harry was again performing to the best of his abilities. The teachers were content. They all had been miffed when his performance had fallen in the last week. Even though he was far ahead of the others in practical, they could see when his mind was not on his assignment, especially those who had an eye for detail. History of magic was one of the most interesting subjects, and Martha Hughes rewarded those who answered her questions correctly while punishing those who created a ruckus in her classes. She often encouraged them to read ahead, and when she asked questions, she expected every student to be ready, willing and able to answer her. Defense was easy because practical training was more exciting and gratifying for the students, but the lack of emphasis on theory put off some of the students like Hermione, who adhered to the books more and prided themselves on sound theoretical knowledge. His homework often meant a lot of research, and he did not suggest any particular text to them. As a result, almost every student had to look for books by themselves to find the answers. He was above giving detention to students except those who copied assignments from others. He graded everyone's work, and if he found that someone had cheated or borrowed an idea from someone else, he had started to give detention to them. He had once given a thorough lecture to the students about the importance of being original. He often said that he expected the same level of commitment as he was showing to them. Snape was more bearable for students now. While he still maintained a condescending demeanor towards Harry and his group of friends, he behaved more friendly to others and often would correct students rather than reproaching them. Rumors were that if he gave detention to a student, then he was teaching them to brew correctly rather than making them do meaningless chores without magic. While the rumors were unconfirmed, this certainly made people see the dungeon bat in a new light. Hermione had even thought that maybe people would stop calling him a dungeon bat now that he had changed his ways, but the twins dismissed the idea, saying that the name had been around for so long that it was not likely that others would forget it. Serpent's Pit. Daphne had been in a sort of trance when she returned from her date. She was so lost in her thoughts that she had not even noticed Tracy and Astoria sitting on her bed waiting for her. Tracy whispered to Astoria, "See there, Astoria." She did not even react to our presence. In fact, I can bet all the galleons in my trust vault that she hasn't even noticed us at all. I tell you that Harold Peverell has made her bereft of her senses. She does not behave like the Ice Queen anymore, and at times, I have even seen her smiling to herself. Daphne had taken a seat but still had not heard them. Tracy shook her head and leaning right up to Daphne's ear shouted, "Snap out of it, Daph. You are daydreaming." Daphne's eyes came into focus to notice her friend and her sister. "Why did you have to shout, Tracy? I am not hard of hearing." Tracy smirked, "No, you are not, but you are losing yourself in the emerald orbs of the raven-haired lion." Daphne scowled, "You're the one to talk when you spend all your time with Weasley, who by the admission of his own friends and twin is a stupid red-headed git." Tracy mock scowled, "He makes me laugh, and we have been out a number of times enjoying the village and each other's company. Can you say the same for yourself?" Daphne gave them a victorious smirk. "Well, I would not go so far as to say that he makes me laugh much, but he sure has ways to thrill me. Like hippogriff riding, for instance." Tracy leaned forward. "Hippogriff ride? When did you? You are keeping secrets from your best mate, Daph. Please tell me more." She gave Daphne the big eyes. Daphne laughed. "Won't work on me, Davis. I know how cunning you are." Astoria piped up, "You would not tell me either. I'm your little sister, Daph. Especially not you. Not after your last fiasco, Tori. I don't want you running to him again." Both the girls tried hard to make Daphne reveal her secrets, but she did not budge. Headmaster's office. Vikram was sitting in the headmaster's office looking grave. "Albus, have you found where the last abomination can be?" "No. I have tried many times, but I don't even know what it is. I have been looking through pages of history to find what other artifacts can be out there. I have noticed that Tom had a fascination with the Founder's artifacts. The recovery of Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket prove that. In addition to that, there are things which I don't know if they exist anymore or not. Gryffindor's staff and gauntlet, for instance. I have read accounts of them but never found them or met anyone who can claim to know their whereabouts. Similarly, there is Ravenclaw's diadem, which I know existed but was lost hundreds of years ago. If Tom somehow found it, he might have made it into one of his Horcruxes, but we are in the dark about its existence. Rowena Ravenclaw never explained about what might have happened to it. Of the things that you mentioned, I have heard of Gryffindor's staff and the gauntlet. The staff was broken in a battle by another wizard with the killing curse when he was in the dusk of his life. The gauntlet was gifted by him to a disciple of his who took it for safekeeping outside of Avalon, and since then, apparently nobody knows about it. However, it was delivered to the ICW about 300 years ago, and they have kept it in the archives of Alexandria ever since. It is supposed to contain powerful magics, and they don't want another Grindelwald to arise. Archives of Alexandria, you say? Dumbledore said eagerly, maybe I can persuade them to return it to Wizarding Britain after this war is over. It should be here where it belongs. No, Albus. It was given with the promise that it would never return to Wizarding Britain. Godric never wanted that to happen. Besides, can you imagine the chaos if such an artifact were to ever surface again after being absent for so long? I understand, my friend. I was carried away by emotions, that is all, Albus said wistfully. Then he focused on the mystic. Nevertheless, just in case, could you arrange for one of your associates to check it and make sure that Tom has not corrupted it? Vikram thought for a moment before replying, I am thinking that it is most unlikely that Tom has ever been able to lay hands on it. Never mind corrupting it, but for a matter of such importance, we can have it checked. Dumbledore nodded. That leaves only the diadem. The Mermaid's Sanctuary. Neville was waiting for the headmaster in the Mermaid's Sanctuary on the third floor. He had learned enough mind magic to be able to practice on his own, however Dumbledore had warned him against trying to surprise masters of mind magic such as Severus Snape and Harold Peverell with it. They would interpret such an attempt as an attack and their defenses would prove fatal to him. Snape would not be forgiving of someone who tried to pry into his mind. His mental defenses were solid and short. Of an open confrontation and a show of power, there was no way that one could win a battle of wills with him. Harry was vicious towards anyone who tried to enter his mind. The outer defenses of his mind were carefully crafted to lure people in and trap them. If someone got past the outer defenses, his mindscape was scary enough. If enraged, Harry could also destroy someone's mind. In other words, one who tried mind magic against him would be a fool. Dumbledore also warned him against trying it on a werewolf. If he did, the wolf within would likely tear him to shreds before he could withdraw. Today, Dumbledore had promised to teach him dueling. Neville was of course excited. The way he had been making progress under the headmaster's tutelage was enough to boost his self-esteem, and the respect that other students showed him when he was conducting the session in the room of requirement in Harry's absence only added to his reputation. Neville, my boy, Dumbledore's voice cut into his thoughts, are you ready? Neville nodded, yes headmaster. Dumbledore raised his wand, then let us begin. Dumbledore started with a disarming hex. By now, Neville had enough experience to know the tricks that people get up to if he tossed his wand in the air when someone used a disarming hex on him. He sent his wand into the wand holster on his arm. His reflexes had become better for this sort of thing, or his wand would have been flying to Dumbledore at that moment. As the disarming hex passed through him, he jumped aside to avoid the stunner coming at him and summoned his wand to his hand. He started firing bone breakers, bone crushers, reductors, blasting hexes at the headmaster, who had no trouble with batting aside his curses. At times, he would raise a shield rather than dodging. Neville was casting at his top speed and Dumbledore did not counter-attack him but kept defending as if he was testing Neville's endurance. With the tricks that Croaker had taught him, Neville could go for a long time without tiring himself out, but he wanted to see what the end game of the headmaster was. He feigned a lull in his casting and Dumbledore seized that moment to start moving his wand in a baton-like motion, creating a symphony of curses and hexes so vivid that Neville was hard-pressed to keep himself safe. He conjured the sturdiest shield he could and hid behind it, taking the battering from Dumbledore. Dumbledore sent almost every curse at him that he knew, and Neville was thoroughly tired from the beating that he took. At last, when he started to waver on his feet, Dumbledore stopped casting. Are you all right, Neville? Did I overdo it? No, headmaster. You just showed me what I need to do if I am to stand against better trained wizards. No, my boy. Most of the wizards that you would meet are not as powerful as I am, and they would not fight with you the way I am doing. Their strategy would be to kill you and be gone, so things would be decided in a matter of moments under those conditions. What are my instructions, headmaster? Do you know about a mage shield? Neville grinned widely. Mage shield was something that Croaker refused to teach him, saying that he could not conjure one and maintain it for long periods of time, so he would have to persuade Dumbledore to teach him about it. Great Hall. The students were very chipper this morning and the chatter was great. The morning practice session had been cancelled today because it was the day for the first Quidditch match of the season, Hufflepuff vs Ravenclaw. The students did not even have to ask Harry to cancel the session. He himself had sent a message to all of them through the wand holsters telling them that there would be no practice this morning. The anticipation in the air was high and everyone was eagerly waiting for the match to start. The weather had started to turn and it was getting colder outside. So much so that Harry had decided to not take them on runs around the lake. Snowfall was expected to begin in a few days and the weather would be getting colder. This morning surprisingly there was no intermingling among students. Students of each house sat at their own house tables. Even couples which had started to form were keeping their distance from each other. There was tension in the air so thick that one could cut it with a knife. Even Susan had abandoned Harry this morning in favor of her teammates and was sitting at the Hufflepuff table. Hermione had declared it to be insane that friends were behaving like strangers and rivals for the sake of a game, but nobody was listening to her. There had been a general consensus in the Lion's Den by now that Hermione Granger knew nothing when it came to Quidditch or the feelings associated with it. The teams entered to the general applause of the Great Hall and almost the entire school was divided. It was not that they were divided by house, but students were individually cheering for one team or another. Luna came skipping up to their table and slipped into a seat beside Harry. "You know, Harold, your friend will come back today." "My friend? Who are you talking about?" Luna did not answer him. Instead she turned to Hermione and Ron. Ning Myrtle was heard telling people that the two of you snuck into the broom cupboard near her bathroom. The spoon that was in Hermione's hand clattered to her plate and Ron choked on the roasted potato he was eating. Harry patted his back soothingly while being thankful that he had raised privacy wards around him and his friends. Luna skipped away after that while Hermione did not say a word but ate her food with such speed that it gave him vertigo just to watch her eating. As she shoveled the last morsel into her mouth, she left the table avoiding everyone's eye. As they were leaving for the match, Susan came to him. "I hope that you are supporting Hufflepuff today, Harry, or there will be trouble between us." "Of course, dear," Harry said sweetly, as if he could have said anything else. Just to emphasize her point, she tied a Hufflepuff scarf around his neck and said to him, "There. It will remind you that you are rooting for Badgers." Hogwarts. The anticipation for the first match had been building to a fever pitch all week. Game time was almost here as the students and staff made their way into the stadium. The seats to one side of the pitch filled with the blue and bronze of Ravenclaw while the seats opposite them filled with the canary yellow and black of Hufflepuff. Everywhere else in the stadium, the house colors of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were mixed together as individual students and teachers cheered for their favorite team. The support for each team was fairly even, unlike the matches between Slytherin and Gryffindor where 1/4 of the school was green and silver while everyone else showed scarlet and gold. Harry and most of his friends were for the Badgers. As was the norm, Lee Jordan was on the mic. "Welcome to the Quidditch Inter-House competition. The teams have been practicing hard and I have never seen them more fit or on form than they are this season. For the first match of the year, please welcome, in blue and bronze, Ravenclaw." A mighty cheer erupted from the throats of all the students sporting the team colors and most of the other students as well. Distinct, even with all the other cheering, could be heard the cry of an eagle coming from the animated, life-sized eagle on Luna's hat. Lee continued after the cheering began to die down, and wearing yellow and black, "Please give it up for Hufflepuff." The crowd went wild as the yellow and black-clad players pumped their fists in the air. When the cheering began to settle down again, Madame Hooch, with the ball crate sitting next to her, gave a blast on her whistle for quiet and began to address the players. "All right folks. You know the rules, but I'm going to go over a few of them. A double blast on the whistle means that play is stopped. A single blast to resume play. Failure to heed the whistle will result in a suspension. There will be no direct physical contact between players. That is a foul and will result in a penalty shot. Arguing with the referee will get you ejected from the game as will." She glared at the beaters, using those bats on anything other than the bludgers. "Are there any questions?" She looked at each of the 14 players in turn. They returned her gaze with a faint shake of the head. "Very well then. Captains, shake hands." The two captains stepped forward and grinned fiercely as they pumped each other's hands twice and let go. Madame Hooch roared out, "Mount your brooms." The crowd went wild as 14 broomsticks rose into the air and the players took up their positions. She released the snitch as the seekers watched it fly off and disappear around the Hufflepuff goal posts. A moment later, she released the bludgers, then rising into the air on her own broom, she gave a blast on her whistle and threw the quaffle into the air at center field. Lee began his commentary. Davies and Smith dive for the quaffle. And it's Davies for Ravenclaw leading the charge. He dodges the bludger. "Good try, McManus." He's small, but he's fast. Davies takes his shot, amazing. Caldwell comes up with the ball. Now it's Smith for Hufflepuff, charging right up the middle. Ouch. That's got to hurt. He fails to dodge a bludger from Summers. Chambers comes up with the quaffle. And it's Chambers flanked by Corner and Bradley charging the Hufflepuff hoops. Bludger blocked by Corner. Pass to Bradley and O. Summerby didn't get a hold of that one. It's 10-0 for Ravenclaw. Madam Hooch gave a double blast on her whistle, then summoned the quaffle. She flew back out to center field. With a single blast, she threw the quaffle in the air and play resumed. Lee continued his commentary. Smith is with the quaffle flanked by Macmillan and Whitby. Macmillan misses the bludger. Sloth grip roll by Smith. Pass to Whitby. McManus gets a piece of that bludger and Chong is going to have to dodge it. Here comes Cadwallader up the outside. The pass is good. He takes his shot and Page makes the save. Passed back out to Chambers. It's Chambers for Ravenclaw charging up the side with Smith in hot pursuit. Bludger well hit by McManus. Chambers passes to Davies, but interception by Smith and Hufflepuff has the quaffle. Wow. A reverse Immelman and Smith has the Ravenclaw goal all to himself. He takes his shot and beats Page. It's all tied up at 10-all. Madam Hooch gave a double blast on her whistle and a bludger hit Smith in the back of the head. Lee commentated again, ouch. Late bludger. That came off the bat of Ravenclaw beater, Summers. Penalty shot to Hufflepuff. Don't worry about Smith, folks. His head is a lot harder than any bludger. He'll be taking the penalty shot for Hufflepuff. Smith has the quaffle. He feints to the left, deeks to the right and it's straight through the center hoop. 20-10 for Hufflepuff. A moment after play resumed, Cho dived through the center of the scrum. Lee commented, it looks like Cho has spotted the snitch. Summerby is right behind her. They are pushing their Comet 260s to their limit. Chong is in the lead. Can Summerby catch her? And it's a Wronski feint. Summerby narrowly avoids getting plowed. Cho nearly fell off her broom, laughing as she went off to circle the Hufflepuff goal posts. Summerby merely shook his fist at her as he made a lap of the pitch, trying to spot the snitch. The game heated up from there. When Cho spotted the snitch for real, McManus nearly knocked her off her broom with a well-aimed bludger, but Summerby lost sight of the snitch in the shuffle. As the game pressed on, it became clear that the bludger to the head that Smith took early on had affected him. He just wasn't as sharp as he ought to be. Ravenclaw outscored their chasers nearly 2-1. After nearly 2 hours, tempers were getting short and the beaters were really having a field day. Lee gave a great commentary. It's Smith for Hufflepuff with the quaffle. He dodges Bradley. Pass to Cadwallader. Corner really smacked that bludger. Cadwallader passes, and it's an interception. Davies for Ravenclaw with the quaffle charging up the middle with Smith and Whitby on his tail. There's McManus with the bludger. Pass to Chambers and he beats Caldwell. It's 100-70 for Ravenclaw. As the play resumed, Cho made a dive from high over center field to the Hufflepuff goal posts at top speed. Lee picked up the commentary. It looks like Chong has spotted the snitch. She's heading for the Hufflepuff end in a hurry. Summerby is on his way. She's making a dive for the goal posts. Summerby is right behind her. Is this another feint? No, she has seen the real thing. And Cho Chong for Ravenclaw comes up with the snitch. It's all over. Final score 250-70 for Ravenclaw. There was a double blast from Madam Hooch's whistle and the charge lead by Smith to the Ravenclaw goal came to an abrupt halt. The entire stadium erupted in an ear-splitting cheer and Luna's hat gave forth with a screech as the animated eagle stretched out its wings. The sea of blue and bronze left the stadium with Cho, Davies and Page carried on their shoulders. The whole team had performed well and they were heading off to the Great Hall to begin their celebrations. And celebrate they did, well into the night. Even the Hufflepuffs gave them warm congratulations on a game well played. It was, after all, Quidditch. With the first match of the season over, Harry knew it would be mere hours before tensions would start building up for the most anticipated match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. It was only a week away. He knew how much his team wanted it and he couldn't imagine that the Slytherins wanted it any less. He had seen Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw play today. They were good, better than he had ever seen them play, but he knew that Gryffindor would have the edge over them. The only question mark in his mind was, just how good, with their entire team outfitted with Nimbus 2001s, will the Slytherin team be? One thing for sure, in 1 week's time, Harry was going to find out. Dorset. The trials were supposed to start the next day and Remus had started to write the article to be sent to Potions Today on Harry's behalf. The article was about the potion, the substituted ingredient and the changes that Harry had made detailing how it worked differently from Wolfsbane potion. The only thing that they needed was a name to commercialize the product. He knew that the potion would be a game changer more important than the Sleek Easy potion. Harry had expressed his wishes to sell this as a not-for-profit product but it would still bring in healthy returns. Harry had a good heart but he did not see the bigger picture so it was Remus's job. If it had been before the anti-werewolf laws were scrapped, he would have seconded Harry's decision to sell it at cost but things had changed since then. He knew that those in Voldemort's employ were given a paycheck for their services to him. Although it was not a lot, it was more than enough to pay for this potion. If Voldemort had anything to say about it, he would rather that they take no potion at all. Mindless monsters spreading terror and lycanthropy everywhere they went fit in with his plans just fine. As for those werewolves who were staying neutral or actively working on the side of light, they were able to get good paying jobs now. Harry and Remus employed as many of them as they could. Many wizarding families were also beginning to employ them. Under the influence of the new potion and with the anti-werewolf legislation repealed, they turned out to be tireless workers and generally happy to have gainful employment. They were also very difficult to harm with anything other than silver, they could see well in the dark and many of them were beginning to replace trolls in security work. All things considered, there were very few werewolves left in Wizarding Britain who were not employed on one side or the other. It took a bit of convincing, but Remus managed to talk Harry into selling the potion at a modest profit, using the argument that he could plow all the profits back into researching a cure for lycanthropy. Besides, this stuff could be sold at 1/7 of the price of the old stuff and still clear a profit without causing any hardship. Thanks to Griphook's efforts, Harry's ventures were earning buckets full of galleons every month, but due to long neglect, it was all going back out again for repairs and upgrades. It would be about another year before many of his properties began to show profits again. There was also the matter of his businesses which were still under stasis. The Weber estates were mostly in Germany and there was no regent managing them. Of course, property under stasis earned nothing at all. He would have to visit Germany to determine what needed to be done and hire agents to manage things there. Griphook assured him that the Weber funds were well invested and growing, but the property would need more of a personal touch. In fact, Griphook had told him that they would be receiving a letter from the German Ministry of Magic soon. As a lord of one of their houses, Harry was obligated to show his presence there even if it was just for a few days and he had no intention to settle there. There was also an issue which he expected would arise after the new potion was available for distribution. The potion was regulated by the ministry and ICW guidelines. It was not just sold to anybody but only registered lycanthropes. This meant that every werewolf who wanted to obtain the potion legally had to come forward and register and that subsequently, the ministry could track them. It was quite understandable that with the very recently repealed anti-werewolf legislation, many werewolves were reluctant to be registered, tracked and possibly branded. This was the very reason that many werewolves were not registered in the first place. There was sure to be a huge political uproar in the Wizengamot over it. He would need Harold Peverell to deal with it because as a werewolf he had a definite vested interest. He was not against the registry per se but was opposed to the idea of branding them so that the ministry could keep a handle on their lives. It was this aspect which would need to be discussed and a decision would have to be made about it. Hogwarts. The Eagles were very exuberant that day, having won the first match of the season and by such a wide margin. It had put them in the first place for the House Cup since they rarely lost any points during the year. Gryffindor was a close second, tailing them by only 50 points. Hufflepuff was not too far behind because even their loss had netted them 70 points toward the House Championship. The Slytherins were in last place this year. Because Professor Hughes was very liberal with deducting points from students who failed to show appropriate respect in her class. Harry had also lost some points this year but not as many as he did in previous years. He had hardly lost 50 points but had earned a lot. Gryffindor would have been in the lead but the twins, who indulged in pranks as a matter of course, were still getting caught far too often and had points deducted off them. Sirius had asked Harry if he was ever caught pranking someone, and when Harry said he was too clever for that, Sirius chortled that if there was no proof left, nobody would believe his claims. He and James still made the teachers shudder with fright because their pranks were phenomenal and they had been implicitly named in the act. Boxes full of detention slips in Filch's office with their deeds were a testament to their brilliance. The way Sirius had talked about his reputation as a prankster, he almost made Harry feel ashamed because he did not even have one detention for pranking this year so far and he had pulled some of the most spectacular pranks. Hell, he did not even know if there was a record about his and Ron's arrival at the school in the flying car at the start of second year. This could not stand. Sirius would never let him live in peace for a moment if there was no one to sing of his brilliance as a prankster. He decided to enlist help from some of his classmates for what he had thought, namely Susan and Neville, because Hannah, Ron and Hermione were prefects and Hermione was a stickler for rules. Ronald would by default be included in the group. That left Neville and Susan. However, that sort of prank would need more time. He could start small. It was really simple to get caught though. Just a flash of wand and a priori incantatem would be enough to get him a detention. He also knew the first victims, poor Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, and the perfect person to catch him, Professor Cassandra Lester. The wizarding ethics professor, from what he heard, was a very soft-spoken person but adhered to rules, and most of the Weasley twins' detentions were given by her. That was a thing for later because right now, Susan was sitting with him at the Gryffindor table and he was talking to her, telling her that losing one match did not mean that they were out of the running for the title, though he knew Hufflepuff had very faint hopes to win against Gryffindor. Mandy Brocklehurst slipped in beside him and it was a first. As far as he knew, none of the Eagles had ventured to the Lions' table yet. She was addressing the twins. "You two, cough up." They pressed a handful of galleons into her open palm which she pocketed and Harry asked her, "Did you bet on the match?" She grinned. "Oh yes, it was a good bet. I put in 5 galleons and got 25, not to mention, I won 70 in the last betting pool." Harry asked her curiously, "How many betting pools are actually running in the school?" She said, grinning, "Right now, there are none, however the last one ended the day you patched up with Bones here. Next is the Gryffindor-Slytherin match where these two are offering 10 to 1 for a Slytherin win over Gryffindor, not that there are many takers for that one. Another bet is that you will catch the snitch this time too. They are offering 20 to 1 that Malfoy will catch the snitch and almost nothing if you catch the snitch. Since I started at Hogwarts, I have participated in at least 20 pools, out of which 15 were about you." The twins had been frantically making hand gestures to Mandy to stop talking, but it looked like the Ravenclaw had not noticed. When she finished telling, they quickly left the table. Harry's mouth was open in surprise. "Betting pool? On me? Who participates in them?" "Oh, all of us do. Even the teachers bet heavily in your favor. The first task of the tournament was the biggest one yet, where I was getting 20 to 1 that you would survive the task. House of Slytherin had bet heavily against you and lost a bunch of money. Rumor has it that Malfoy had paid for those bets." While others were snickering and teetering on the edge of laughter, Harry was almost livid. "Did anyone among my friends bet on any of those betting pools?" "Oh yes. Granger had bet on the second task that you will make the highest score and won the most out of that." "She didn't tell you?" Harry looked towards Hermione, who had hidden her face behind a book. Harry wondered at all sorts of secrets coming to him now that he had more friends. "What was the last pool about?" "Oh, it was that you would mend your differences with Bones by lunch that day." "And who won?" "Professor McGonagall won 200G, Professor Sprout won 100G, and the greasy-haired dungeon bat made 50G out of it, if you can believe it." Harry was absolutely mortified. So many things happened behind his back and he thought he was the master of the cloak and dagger stuff all these years. So many things he did not know about the Harry Potter fan club, betting pools and whatnot. He smiled at Mandy. "Thank you, Mandy. You have been most helpful to me. Harry, what do you say about betting in the next pool? Would I gain from it?" "Oh yeah. In fact, I would ask you to make bets on the fact that Malfoy would catch the snitch this year and encourage others to do that. I intend to make the twins bankrupt this year." Mandy left happily while his friends were looking at him like he had grown 2 heads. "What? Did I grow 2 heads or do I have horns on my head?" "Blimey, mate, would you really lose the snitch to the ferret?" Ron asked. "Not in a million years, Ron, but those who would bet against me do not need to know that." Harry decided at that moment that he would terrorize the school with pranks in the days to come. Things were getting too monotonous anyway. Harry noticed that his first two victims were getting up from the table and he stood up asking Susan to stay. She raised her eyebrows at him but he gestured her to remain seated and pleaded with his eyes. Reluctantly, she stayed in her place. He made a rather noisy exit out of the Great Hall and stood outside of the Great Hall at such an angle that he knew Cassandra Lester would be able to see him directly. As Crabbe and Goyle exited, he charmed their clothes to levitate and in the next moment, Crabbe and Goyle were hovering in the air, yelling and flailing their limbs. This got the attention of everyone in the Great Hall and he was sure that Cassandra Lester noticed him stowing his wand on the wand holster on his wrist after he had hit those two with the Arresto Momentum charm as they started to come down. Cassandra Lester was the first one to come running out of the Great Hall followed by other teachers and students. Harry made a show of trying to walk towards the great staircase but she stopped him. Mr. Peverell, stop there. Yes, Professor, is something the matter? Mr. Peverell, may I have your wand please? With a show of great reluctance, Harry handed his wand to her which she gave to Vikram. Professor, if you would be so kind as to check the last spells cast by Mr. Peverell. Harry gave a cursory glance to the crowd around him and found that most of his friends were looking at him in confusion, perhaps wondering how he could get caught in a prank. So far, he had done some very brilliant pranks and none of them were pinned on him. Professor McGonagall was looking disappointed with her mouth stretched in a line so thin that it looked like she had no lips at all. Vikram, who was trying to suppress a smile, had cast the Priori Incantatem and turned to Cassandra. The last two spells cast by this wand are the Arresto Momentum and Wingardium Leviosa. Professor Lester addressed him. That will be 10 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Peverell, in detention tomorrow with Professor Sprout at 6 o'clock. After 15 minutes, he was sitting in the space behind the mirror on the 4th floor. Without saying anything, most of the members of what he would call the inner circle of his order had followed him. Everyone wanted to know the answer to the question of how he could get caught. Hermione decided to address the elephant in the room. Harry, how could you get caught? You have performed pranks bigger than those and nobody could pin them on you. He asked her incredulously. Hermione, tell me that you don't really think that she caught me unaware. What do you mean, mate? Ron asked. Susan answered, it is simple. He wanted to be caught, Ron. He could have pranked them anywhere, anytime, but only did it where she could see him with his wand out and put him in detention. What I do not understand is why he would want to get caught. Hermione shrieked. Harold James Peverell, tell me you did not do that intentionally. I solemnly swear, Hermione, that I did that intentionally. I wanted to be put into detention for pranks. Hannah asked, dumbfounded, but why? Sirius is always going on about how he and my father have boxes full of detention slips for pranks. I want to break their record, of course. Hermione sighed. Harry, you do know that if I catch you in rule breaking then I will have to put you in detention, right? I would not expect anything less of you, Hermione, however I would love to see you try. The prefects present there shuddered. It was something that they had not thought about and certainly would be changing the course of things and bring a lot of action to their otherwise boring night patrols. Maybe it would bring some excitement to things. Later that night, Harry was sitting in the Gryffindor common room with his friends while it bustled with activity around them. Some were playing gobstones, some were playing exploding snap. Ron was sitting with Hermione at chess. The twins were testing their products out of her sight and Neville was bent at the fireplace talking to Frank and Alice. Harry was busy finishing the homework which had been given to the students the week he was absent from school. He had a lot piled up and was diligently working to get through it all. A little part of him scoffed at why the teachers had to be so tough and give so much homework before he banished the thought from his mind. After he had finished the potions essay about the proper use of nettles in potions, he stood to stretch his legs and to get his weary joints in action when he happened to look out of the window of the common room and whooped at the top of his voice. He knew which friend Luna had talked about. Hermione, who was startled, asked him, Harry, what happened? Harry grinned. Hagrid is back and I am going to see him. Hermione tersely said, Harry, this is after curfew hours. You cannot go down right now. I also want to meet Hagrid but we cannot break rules. Ron grumbled, come on Hermione, it's Hagrid. Hermione glared at him and he slipped down in his chair, withering under her glare. She turned to Harry and found he was gone. She gave a questioning look to Neville who shrugged his shoulders. He went to the dormitories. Harry really had gone to the dormitories, but he had jumped down from one of the windows and flew down to the ground. The grounds were empty and there was no one out there, so he knew he would not be seen. A few minutes later, he was knocking on the door of Hagrid's hut. The giant bellowed over fangs, howling and barking, "Don't break down the door. I am coming." He opened the door and Harry had trouble recognizing his friend. Hagrid was still as tall as he used to be, but he was sporting 2 black eyes and his hair and beard were matted with blood. His untamed hair looked even wilder than usual and there were wood chips tangled in his bloody beard. He was moving with some difficulty. If Harry was any judge, his healing training told him that Hagrid had some busted ribs. When Harry took it all in, he asked, "Hagrid, what happened? What attacked you?" he asked with concern. Hagrid leveled his crossbow at him. "Who are you?" Harry said. "Hagrid, it is me. Harry." Hagrid said menacingly, "No, not Harry. I know him personally. Hagrid, 4 months have passed since you last saw me. It is me, Harry, really. If Harry tell me something that only he would know." Harry smirked. "Let's recount then. You were the one to take me from the ruins of the cottage in Godric's Hollow. You put me at the doorstep of the Muggles. You were the one who rescued me from the rock in the sea. You gave Dudley a pig's tail. You tied Vernon's rifle in knots. You told me, a wizard, Harry. You gifted me my owl. Your wand is concealed in your umbrella. You took me to Gringotts for my first time. You gave Fluffy to Dumbledore to help guard the Philosopher's Stone. Will that do?" Hagrid pulled him into a bone-crushing hug, making him yelp, "OWW. My bones. Blimey, you have grown up, Harry. Last time I saw you, you looked peaky and small and you were in a magical coma. Dumbledore had given me work to do, so I could not stay around to watch you." "What happened to you, Hagrid?" he asked. He waved his enormous hands. "Nothing. Had a little accident is all. You must see Madame Pomfrey, Hagrid. She can mend you in a trice." "No, Harry, it is no bother. I will be fine." After Harry gave up knowing the half-giant would not cede to his demands, Hagrid called him inside where Fang the boarhound put his massive head in his lap and started to drool while Harry scratched him behind his ears. Harry was concerned for his friend who had fresh blood starting to trickle down and asked, "Hagrid, did the giants do this to you?" Hagrid, who was putting a kettle on the fire, dropped it. "What was that?" "Who said I was on a mission to the giants?" Harry grinned. "I know about it, Hagrid. The giants did not agree to come with you, did they?" Hagrid said gruffly, "I do not know how, but nothing escapes you and those two. You can find out about anything that is happening, but I am not telling any more. Come on, Hagrid, tell me about your summer and I will tell you about mine," he pleaded. Before Hagrid could reply or Harry could say anything, a soft knock was heard on the door and Harry pulled out the invisibility cloak from under his robes and covered himself with it. Hagrid opened the door and standing on the threshold was Albus Dumbledore with an amused-looking Vikram Rana. Hagrid welcomed them. "Professor, please come in." He asked Vikram, "Who are you?" Albus replied, "Hagrid, meet Vikram Rana. He is the new defense professor." "Professor Rana, this is Rubius Hagrid, our care of magical creatures professor." Vikram warmly shook hands with him. "It is a pleasure to meet one so blessed by Mother Magic." Harry was hiding under the cloak, not even daring to breathe, hoping that he would not be found when Dumbledore said to no one in particular, "Harry, come out from under the cloak please." Harry knew he could not fool Dumbledore anyway. When he emerged, Dumbledore looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze for some time while his eyes twinkled before he turned to Vikram. "He is yours, Professor. Take him back and make sure he is punished for being out after curfew." Hagrid looked on morosely while Harry left with Vikram. He decided to meet the half-giant the next day to assure him that he was okay. Vikram took him into the castle while they talked. "Really, Harry? You have turned so careless all of a sudden. Miss Granger did not want you to come down today and you did anyway. And you chose to exit through the window in the dormitory. What exactly were you planning to do?" "Professor, who told Professor Dumbledore? I was on patrol of the school around the 5th floor when Miss Granger came running almost hysterical saying that you had been abducted. I calmed her down and would have sent her back, but then Dumbledore came out of nowhere, perhaps alerted by one of the portraits. So, are you going to give me detention? I did not want to, but now that Albus knows of your misdemeanor, I have to. That will be 10 points from Gryffindor and you will serve detention with Professor Sprout on the 1st of November at 6 o'clock. Now off you go and do not let me catch you out of bounds again." When Harry returned to the common room, it was in an uproar. Hermione was shouting at Ron, "Why won't you come with me to put him in detention?" Everyone else around was watching them with interest. Harry had heard the last part of what he supposed was a very long rant. "Because he has already been found and put in detention, Hermione," he said, and everyone noticed him. Hermione turned on him. "Harold James Peverell, how did you leave the tower?" "I flew," he said simply. "You what?" she spluttered. Harry pulled out his shrunken broom from under his robes. "I flew down, Hermione. I am the best flyer at the school for a reason." Everyone around chuckled. As she turned to glare at the other students, Harry climbed the stairs to the dormitories. He quickly erected a ward, preventing her from entering his dorm, knowing that he would not have a peaceful night of sleep, nor would any of his dorm mates if she was allowed inside. Hermione tried in vain to enter for some time before she realized that it was futile and left for her own dorms. Neville asked him, "Mate, how did you get caught?" She ran into teachers just outside of the common room. "Professor Dumbledore sent her back and found me at Hagrid's, hiding under the cloak." The next day, the first thing that Harry's friends noticed the next morning at breakfast was that Hagrid was back, and most of them hailed him. Hagrid responded with enthusiasm, but Harry also caught a few looks which said that they were not overjoyed to see the gamekeeper return. Harry supposed it was because many of them had started to like Grubbly Plank's lessons. However, Harry could not care less. His friend was back, and that was what he cared about. The first dark spot this morning had been Angelina, who was angry at him for obvious reasons. As she saw him, she almost shrieked, "Harry, why do you have to get so many detentions with just a week to go until the match? Are you trying to miss all the practices?" Harry gave her a grin. "Angelina, I did not intend to do that, but it feels like I have some bad luck these days. Why don't you book the pitch in the early mornings, because I believe that the Serpents would also try to book the pitch at our practice time and clash with us over it. In fact, Oliver used to host practices in the early mornings. That way, we can all be present. Including the reserves, there are 11 of us and we can do without a few morning runs. Flying is also exercise and helps build endurance." Angelina reluctantly agreed. "Okay, I agree, but if you are absent at morning practices, then I will hex you into tomorrow." Classes were easy. There was nothing that could faze him anymore, and with Susan talking to him there was nothing more that could disturb him. He decided to give his attention to his newest fixation, pranking others. He had been seriously thinking about the next big prank. True that Voldemort was out there, a war was brewing, but they still had some time before the war would come to Hogwarts. Their preparations for the war were in full swing. There was little more they could do anyway. Until then, Harry could prank the hell out of everyone if he so chose. When he arrived for lunch, he realized that perhaps Hagrid was back to work again. The Halloween decorations were in full swing, which was the next day, and giant pumpkins were being brought in the Great Hall to be hollowed and enchanted to hover near the ceiling with candles burning in them. It was during lunch when he thought about what he would do for the first thing. This afternoon he was sitting only with Susan at the lunch table because his friends were otherwise occupied. He had been thinking hard and grinned wickedly when a plan had formed in his mind. Susan, who was sitting beside him with their hands touching, asked him, "What are you thinking?" "Nothing much, Sue. I was only thinking about my next trick." "And what will it be?" she asked him. Harry debated whether to tell her or not. It was not that it was anything special or top secret. He decided to take a leap of faith. "Sue, what I am going to tell you is secret, and no one, I mean not even a single soul, can know about it. Do you know what day it is tomorrow?" She nonchalantly replied, "Samhain," but then clamped her mouth as she realized how casually she had said it and turned to him. "Sorry, Harry, I should have realized what this day means to you." He said to her kindly, "It's okay, Sue. In the last 4 years, that was the first time that someone has actually realized that this is the day when I lost my parents. Others generally indulge themselves in the feasts but do not think about it. I had never known about this day before I came to Hogwarts. I have been thinking about what you said the other day and realized I should have gone to Godric's Hollow before this year, but nobody told me. This year, I am going there. Harry, I don't know if anyone has told you this. Until 1981, the school used to hold a Halloween ball, but that year it was abruptly cut short by Dumbledore even before the feast had started. Since then the ball has not been held even once. Auntie told me that once or twice some of the governors tried to raise the issue, but he told them that he could not celebrate the death of two of his favorite students. He attends the feast, which is the only thing he allowed to happen. I think that they should have told you sooner about it and that you should go there, but not alone. I am coming with you. No, Sue, you cannot come with me. I will be skipping school and would be gone without letting anyone know. When they find me, they will give me detention for it. I do not want you to share the same fate. She fiercely said, No, I will not allow you to do that. Either I am coming or you are not going either. I will go to Dumbledore and write a letter to Neville's mother that you are going to act foolishly again. Harry sighed. He realized she was not about to let go unless he permitted her to come along. Okay, you can come along, but I am not going to take any heat from Auntie when she punishes you for the stunt we are about to pull on everyone. She grinned. Don't worry, Harry. I may not be a Gryffindor, but I am brave enough to face the consequences for my actions. Now what is the plan? Harry started telling her and she started smirking. That evening Harry arrived for his detention with Professor Sprout. She beamed at him. Welcome, Mr. Peverell. You will be collecting Bubo tuber pus for me. Harry winced. He knew how nasty Bubo tuber pus was, but also how useful it was for a lot of potions. Putting on his dragon hide gloves, he started dutifully working on extracting pus from the Bubo tubers when Neville joined him in the detention midway. Hi, Harry. He eyed him. What are you doing here, Neville? Serving a detention with you. What else do you think I am doing? That has to be some kind of record. Neville Longbottom in detention. You are the headmaster's apprentice, maiden, not to mention you are dating a prefect. Who would put you in detention? Neville grinned. Dumbledore has made it clear to me that I should not expect special favors from him. What did you do, by the way? Neville gave him a wicked smile. Oh, I actually cursed Cornfoot with the bat bogey hex. What did you do that for? Because he was putting the moves on Hannah. I figured I should let him know why the Longbottom name is feared. Harry snorted. Who put you into detention? Hannah, Neville said simply. Harry was immediately suspicious of the other boy. Hannah put you to detention. Your own girlfriend. Or did you purposefully get landed in detention, mate? The way Neville avoided answering him, Harry understood something was fishy. He could have tried to read the other boy's mind and find out what it was, but he had an aversion to using mind magic without any reason. He had already done it once on Smith and had not enjoyed doing so. That was essential to protect many of the students who were part of his little group. It could have been very bad if Smith had turned out to have sympathies towards the Death Eaters. As it turned out, the boy was just brainwashed to continue a long-standing family feud in which he had no real part. As for Neville, Harry had no doubts as to his loyalties, but Harry decided to give him some grief for keeping secrets at sword practice later. The Room of Requirement. Harry had moved sword practice to the Room of Requirement because he did not want Neville's secret to be known to everyone. This would have destroyed the purpose for which the room had been put under the Fidelius charm. He directed Hermione to parry with Ron and Susan alternatively while he engaged Neville directly. During the practice, he pummeled Neville to his heart's content. Their duel had started ordinarily with both circling each other when suddenly Harry had lunged to the other boy and Neville had tried to duck to avoid the blow. Harry, however, had anticipated this and swung his sword in an arc, bringing it downwards, and gave a hard blow to Neville, making him yelp in pain. As Neville swung his sword, Harry somersaulted over him and landed on the other side. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he started striking at Neville with all the power behind his blows. Neville fended him off for some time before one extra powerful blow broke his sword in two. Harry stood back for the few seconds it took Neville to cast Reparo and place an unbreakable charm on his wooden sword before they continued. For the next 30 seconds, Harry showed Neville how useless a sword is when you can't move fast enough to block anything with it. Harry hit him at least another 10 times before he stood back again. Harry grinned. You are still too slow, mate. Harry had been hard on Neville because he had broken the code of brotherhood. Before the sword practice, Susan had let him know that it was Neville who had put Hermione on his trail when he went off to visit Hagrid. You don't snitch on your brother and live unharmed. After he finished pummeling Neville, he turned to Ron. Mate, would you like to give it a try? Ron immediately shook his head. I am not mental, mate. Hermione, however, took him up on his offer. Why don't we practice for some time, Harry? Harry looked to Susan, who subtly nodded her head. He gave one of his best smiles to Hermione. "You're on, Hermione." That practice was different. Harry did not swing his sword even once. Hermione swung her sword every way she could think, but he was always able to dodge her blows. She kept trying for 20 minutes. Finally, Harry gave a hard tap on her sword hand with his sword, making her sword clatter to the floor, and put his sword to her throat. "Yield, Hermione." Badger's Hole. It was sometime around midnight when Susan came out of the Badger's Hole to meet Harry, who was standing outside. She was dressed in jeans and a form-fitting t-shirt with dragon hide boots to go with her dress, and a traveling cloak. Harry likewise was in a blue shirt, jeans and dragon hide boots with a woolen cloak which Harsh had transfigured for him once. As she came out, he pulled out a second invisibility cloak, one he had borrowed from Vikram, and put it on both of them. They softly treaded to the front doors of the castle to find them locked. Harry knew the double doors were imbued with enchantments which obeyed the headmaster, and since he had ordered them to close for the night, they would not open until the next morning. It was disappointing, but he had ways around it. Slowly they trudged up to the top of the astronomy tower, and Harry pulled on his familiar connection. Blackstorm came flying up in a few minutes. After the formalities were done, Susan started fussing over the beast, and Harry could have sworn that he was enjoying the attention. Meanwhile, Harry was left with putting the tack on. They were not going too far on the hippogriff in such a chilly night, but still had a substantial distance to cover. After he was done putting the tack on, he helped Susan mount and then mounted after her. It was then he noticed that she was shivering from cold and inwardly cursed himself for this oversight. He dug into the pocket of his cloak and pulled out some leaves. He handed 2 of them to her. "Eat these, Sue." "Harry, I am not a grass-grazing creature. Why would you offer me leaves? Trust me for this, Sue. I assure you that you will not regret it." Susan put the leaves in her mouth, and in a few seconds, she had stopped shivering, and he asked her, "Shall we go now?" "What were those leaves?" "Later, Sue, but we need to move if we are to get away from the castle," he told her. "Giddy up," he commanded Blackstorm, who took to the skies at once. In a few minutes they were soaring through the skies. Somewhere in Scotland. The hippogriff landed after about an hour outside a desolate cottage situated somewhere in Scotland where there was not a soul in sight for miles. They had landed in what appeared to be the courtyard, and after taking off the tack, Harry led the hippogriff to the stable and left him there, after ensuring that he had sufficient food and would be warm in the harsh weather. He led Susan inside the cottage, and she could not help asking, "Harry, where are we?" Harry smiled. "Could you not wait for refreshments before asking questions, Sue? This cottage came with the Rosier inheritance and was a hunting lodge in the past. Since no one expects us to be here, we are safe here. Now about those leaves, they are from a plant which grows in the Himalayas. They can keep you warm in the harshest cold. I brought samples of the plant from India, and they are being grown in one of the Potter estates. I chose not to share it with everyone, so I would appreciate if you would not tell anyone about it." In response, Susan yawned widely, and Harry chuckled. "Looks like you are tired. Do not worry, I have a bedroom ready for you upstairs," he called. "Dobby," and the elf arrived with a faint pop, giving a bow. "What Dobby B's doing for master? Dobby, please show Susan to her room and see to it that the warming charms are working properly." Dobby bowed to Susan. "You be follow Dobby, mistress." Susan blushed a little but followed Dobby upstairs. It was only when Harry was in bed that he realized Dobby had not called her miss as he used to, but mistress. The implications of the term made him blush too. Diagon Alley. Harry woke in a few hours and went to wake up Susan. He hesitated for a moment, debating whether he should go in or not. He however realized that he had no other option than to go and wake her if they were to go anywhere on time. Susan was sleeping peacefully and looked so innocent in that moment that Harry almost gave up the idea of waking her up, but they had a busy day ahead. He gently nudged her shoulder. "Sue, get up. It is getting late." She sleepily grunted. "Go away, Hannah. I do not want to get up right now." Harry chuckled and more firmly nudged her shoulder. "Sue, get up. It's me, Harry, and you are not in the Badger's Hole." Susan woke up instantly, but it took her a few moments to get her bearings. Harry left saying, "Come down soon. Dobby has cooked a mouth-watering breakfast." When she came down 10 minutes later, Dobby served them a heavy breakfast. When they were done, Harry announced that they were taking a trip to Diagon Alley. She arched an eyebrow. "I thought we were going to Godric's Hollow." We are Sue, but neither of us brought a change of clothes, and I do not want you to meet my parents the first time without looking your best. Being your betrothed, it is my duty to ensure that your wardrobe is not lacking." She smiled coyly. "Keep being so considerate and I might keep you." Harry just rolled his eyes. Harry released Black Storm, telling him to go back to Hogwarts. After sending him on his way, they worked their glamour charms to disguise themselves, then flowed to the Leaky Cauldron. They arrived early in the morning, before most of the shops in the alley opened, and walked towards the bank. Susan asked him in surprise, "Why are we going to Gringotts?" "Because Susan, I still have to ask Griphook if I can lift the stasis charms off the manor at least. Samhain is the day to honor your ancestors, and I would rather that we do this in the Potter Manor. I remember that you mentioned that you wanted to see my home. So I thought I should bring you along." Harry entered the bank and went to the same teller who had offended him last time and flashed his ring before him. "Hello there, Ironjaw, I see you still have your head upon your shoulders." The goblin jumped down from his seat and bowed to them, "For which I have to thank you, Lord Peverell." "Follow me." Susan poked him in the ribs and asked him, what was that all about? With gestures, Harry told her in an undertone, "I sent a letter to Lord Ragnarok telling him that he should not be executing someone for following orders." Susan smiled inwardly at his thoughtfulness. Ironjaw left them in Griphook's office. The goblin asked him, "How can Gringotts serve you today, Lord Peverell?" "I have come to talk about the Potter Manor," Harry replied. "Of course, as you have been told, you are considered to be of age in the eyes of magic, therefore the stipulation of you being of age to lift the stasis charm is fulfilled. To get to the manor, you only need to twist your lord ring in the right direction and it will act as a portkey. To lift the stasis charms, you will have to offer blood to the Potter crest at the gate so that it can identify that you are who you claim to be. The manor, as per my information, is in fine shape and you have 4 elves who work as caretakers. Can I help you any other way?" "No, Griphook. That will be all." They left the bank to go to Twilfit and Tattings. It was one of the expensive shops and mostly those in the elite class came there to buy clothes. The proprietor, one Mr. Brown, welcomed them in. "Welcome to Twilfit and Tattings. How may I serve you?" Susan immediately started to list off things that she wanted to buy and Harry decided to let her be at it. He was no good at shopping anyway, and Rachel had taught him that if he loved his limbs, he should never interrupt a lady in her shopping. However, Susan did not leave him alone to his own devices, and for an hour, he was attacked by shears, pins, and needles and had tried at least a dozen robes. After Susan was done with her spree, they had a small trunk packed with 3 robes for him, 2 for her, a pair of dragon hide boots and a pair of sandals for her. He shrunk the purchases and made the payments. When they came out, he caught hold of her by her waist and with a twist of his ring, they were gone. Somewhere in Great Britain, they had appeared in what appeared to be a sparsely populated area with hills at the back of the manor, and there was nothing visible beyond the 2 large gates with the Potter crest on them. Harry knew what to expect. When a property was under stasis, it would look just like Potter Manor looked like right now. There was the gate visible, but there was nothing beyond it except ruins. Susan nudged him and he drew a short knife from his hand and sliced his palm deftly to allow some blood to fall on the crest. A minute later, the gates swung open without a sound and a manor was visible beyond the gates. It looked like a palace or maybe a small version of one. As they crossed the threshold, Harry could feel the wards around the property humming. As he stepped inside the gates, 6 elves appeared before them. One, who was apparently the leader, joyfully squealed, "Master Harry is home." The other elves joined him in merriment and Harry addressed the chief, "What are your names and what do you do at the manor?" The chief said, "My name is Sunny. I am the caretaker, Master. Master James gave me the duty to maintain the manor." Then he adopted a grim visage, "I know they are dead or they would have returned sooner." The second elf, which was a female, said, "I am Kitty, Master. I am the chief elf for the lady of the house and look after the household." The third stepped up, "I am Happy, Master. I look after the animals being bred at the manor." The fourth, which was also a female, said, "I am Twinkie, Master. I am the chef. If you want anything to eat or have any preference in food, let me know." Harry was visibly impressed. These elves felt different from other elves in that they did not speak the way others did and they had specific assignments. Harry asked them, "What about the chief elf for Lord of the House?" The elves fell silent until Kitty spoke up. "His name was Tilver, Master. He wasted away in sorrow of Master James. Harry was overwhelmed with emotions which the elf had shown for his father. However, he had work to do. So, do any of you want to take the position, or do I have to find someone? Sonny spoke up. Master, this is your prerogative, and if you have an elf already, you can give him those responsibilities. Harry nodded and called, Dobby. Dobby arrived with a pop. What can Dobby be doing for you, Master? Dobby, I have been told the position of the chief elf is vacant and I want you to take it. Susan, who had been quiet all this while, spoke. Harry, he is your personal elf, meaning he is already your chief elf. Now would you introduce me to them? Right, I will make the introductions. He gestured to the elves. This is Susan Bones, my betrothed. Sue, these are my elves Sunny, Kitty, Happy and Twinkie. You have already met Dobby. Kitty hugged Susan, squealing, Kitty has a mistress again. Harry did not know what to do in that situation, so he turned to Dobby. Dobby, your next work is to find what work there is to be done in the manor, what are the duties of the chief elf, and to ensure that the household is never lacking in anything. As Dobby disappeared with a pop, Harry turned to Sunny. Would you like to give me a tour of the manor? The manor was 4 stories. The first floor had a reception room where there was a flow so big that anybody over 6 inches could easily pass through. The reception room was done in the same red stone while the floor was marble. Beyond the entrance room was a sitting room which could easily sit 40. There were a couple of sofas and chairs spread throughout the room that gave the aura of comfort. No doubt the sofas and chairs were laid with charms to make them feel comfortable. After the sitting room was a big hall. Harry asked Sunny, Sunny, what is this room? This is the ball room, Master. There were many balls held in this manor in the years past. Harry surveyed the room carefully. It was big enough to accommodate 300 and the decorations were pleasant. The ceiling was decorated with murals, there were portraits on the walls, and he spotted some paintings. Susan was looking at the ballroom in awe and whispered to him, the ballroom at Bones Manor does not even begin to compare with this. Harry smiled, I am glad that you like this. Before they could go any further, a Phoenix Patronus came soaring to him and spoke in the voice of Dumbledore, where are you, Harry? Return to Hogwarts, we are worried about you. Susan raised her eyebrows at him and he shrugged, wild hippogriffs cannot drag me away today. He should have done this for me sooner. Let them worry. Harry had talked with Sirius in the morning on the mirrors and told him that he had snuck out and was planning to visit his parents today and Susan was with him. What he had not told was his location. Remembering some of the threats he had received from the adults last time, he asked him to make sure that he had sent a letter to Andromeda. Sunny continued the tour. There were a couple of rooms on the ground floor which were mostly for guests. After the guest rooms was the kitchen, which was big, and Twinkie was working hard on producing some excellent food for him and Susan. The dining room was next, which had a table that could easily sit about 50 at once, but Sunny told him that this was used when there was a gathering, and there was a smaller dining room for the family which could sit 20. There was a small broom cupboard full of some old brooms. Harry decided to explore them later, and there was a basement which had a dueling room, a potions laboratory and a wine cellar stocked with old wine bottles. Harry immediately knew that Sirius should not be allowed in there or he would never leave. As it was, the former Azkaban inmate drowned his nightmares too often in fire whiskey. After the wine cellar, there was a cellar which contained the ward stones. The ward stones were huge boulders and he resolved to recharge the wards before he left for Hogwarts. The second floor was where the bedrooms were. There were at least 8 bedrooms on that floor, which Harry counted, not including the master bedroom and the Lord's study, which was locked and opened after he offered a few drops of blood. The Lord's study was a big room and there was an oak table in the middle of the room with a Potter crest engraved on it. There was a big chair behind the table that looked very comfortable. Portraits of his ancestors adorned the walls and had curtains drawn over them. He decided to unveil them some other day. At the end of the corridor on the second floor were massive double doors. Harry opened the door and was overwhelmed. He and Susan gasped in surprise with the library in front of them. It looked bigger than the Black Library and was 2 stories high with a small staircase at the side leading up. On the third floor were more guest rooms and a few rooms which had been made for the elves. On the side were little rooms meant for the elves, complete with bed and quilts. The top floor had nothing but an orrery where Harry could see a parliament of owls with every owl imaginable being present. As they came down, Harry called Twinkie. Twinkie, Susan here is my betrothed, so it is clear that she will be your mistress in a few years, therefore you are to serve her and do as she commands whenever she is here. Twinkie gave a radiant smile. Yes, master. I will take care of mistress's needs. 30 minutes later, after Harry and Susan were ready, he summoned the elves. As you all know, today is Samhain and the Potters have celebrated the festival with all the customs. I was not brought up in this and therefore I want you all to assist me in the celebrations. Susan and I are going to Godric's Hollow. In the meantime I want you to make preparations for tonight. After a light lunch, Harry decided to recharge the ward stones and to put the manor under Fidelius' charm. It was imperative so that no one could find them. After he had recharged the ward stones, he cast the Fidelius and asked Dobby to become the secret keeper. The charm required the secret to be entrusted to a living being and it could be a house elf as well. Nobody would expect an elf to be the secret keeper. Afterwards, he commanded Dobby, Dobby, I want you to take us to Godric's Hollow to the graveyard there. I have to pay respects to my parents. Susan asked him, I remember you telling me that you can apparate yet you are asking Dobby. Why? Sue, I can only apparate to a place which I have seen before or if I know where I have to go. If I do not know my destination, I may end up going nowhere at all or being splinched. Dobby took their hands and disappeared. Hogwarts. When Ron woke up this morning, he was surprised to find Harry still sleeping. The curtains around his four-poster bed were drawn shut and there was not a sound coming from him. Shrugging, he went to the bathroom to freshen up. When he came out 10 minutes later, Harry was still sleeping. He wanted to wake up Neville too but could. Not because he knew that Harry and Neville slept with wards around their beds and despite his knowledge in runes, he was not yet accomplished enough to try to break wards. He found Seamus and Dean were also gone, though that was understandable because the Irish boy used to conduct practices with his group on those catapults which Ron was yet to see. Neville woke up when dawn was just breaking and asked Ron, what has got you worried, Ron? Neville, Harry is still sleeping. Huh, how could this happen? Usually he starts peppering us with stingers if we are late getting up. They both decided that the matter merited mentioning to their friends. When they got down to the common room, Hermione asked them, where is Harry? And why are you both late coming down today? Hermione, Harry is still sleeping. We will have to make do without him. Ron, he does not sleep this late. Did you try to wake him up? Neville answered, Hermione, we do not wish to end up dangling from the ceiling or looking like a clown or to be petrified in our places. What do you mean, Neville? Harry erects wards around his bed so none of us can actually approach him. There are all sorts of wards around his bed and none of us can counter them. Hermione climbed up to the dormitories, easily crossed to Harry's bed and turned to glare at the boys who had followed her up. Honestly boys, can't you come up with better excuses? They did not respond to her retort because they knew it would result in a full-length tirade. Meanwhile, she yanked open the curtains on one side of the four-poster bed and was gaping in wonder. The bed was empty with no sign of Harold Peverell. They left the dormitories to go find the headmaster. It was early in the morning but it was urgent. They met Hannah on the second floor on the way to Dumbledore's office. As soon as she saw them, she wailed, Neville, Susan is missing. Hermione, who by now had started to understand what was happening, said, looks like Harry and Susan have snuck out of the school. Hannah said incredulously, Susan would not do that. Neville snorted, Han, she is with Harry and I do not know if you have noticed but since they mended their differences, she is sticking to him like his shadow, never letting him out of her eyesight. Ron grumbled, we are digressing. Let's go see Dumbledore and have a talk with Harry when he returns. He doesn't even include his friends in his adventures anymore. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore had just come into his office and was sitting in his chair. He had a hard night remembering everyone who had died in the last war. Halloween always opened his wounds and made him relive every heart-breaking moment from the last war. Almost everyone who had died in the last war had studied under his tutelage at the school, and to see the young die while the old lingered hurt him. He heard the staircase ascending and a few moments later, Harry's friends tumbled into his room. Before he could ask anything, Hermione started, Professor, Harry and Susan are gone. We checked Harry's bed and it looked like it was not slept in. No one knows where is and we are very worried. Do you know where he is? Dumbledore calmly said, Miss Granger, please take deep breaths before you start telling me what has happened. He turned to Neville, Mr. Longbottom, can you tell me what has happened? Neville calmly told everything that had happened, and when he was done, Dumbledore looked worried, however he controlled his emotions in a second. I will try to find out what I can, however you would do well not to mention this to anyone else. I will inform the Order and the Ministry and ask them to find him, but there is little chance of success if he himself does not want to be found. You all go through your routines as usual and do not answer any questions about Harry. Since there are no classes today, we can think of a suitable excuse. After Dumbledore told them to go through their routines as usual, Neville and Hannah were dispatched to inform the students that there would be no sessions that day. As the students had left, Dumbledore called up Vikram to know if the mystic knew where Harry was, but Vikram told him that he had been out of the castle last night on the errand to meet some of his tribe to check Godric's gauntlet in the archives of Alexandria. When he returned, Harry was not in the school. His mystics were trying to locate the boy. After Vikram left, Dumbledore sent Petroni to Severus and Minerva and flowed to Blacktown House. Blacktown House. Dumbledore had called a meeting of a few members of the Order to inform them, but Sirius calmly told him that Harry had contacted him to let him know he was okay and Susan was with him. He told Dumbledore that Harry had told him that he would return to the school by morning the next day. Amelia, who was present in the meeting, grumbled, "He is a bad influence on Susie. I swear I had told her to respect the rules and she has broken them with impunity since they have started to know each other." Frank snorted, "Amelia, he is James's kid and Sirius's godson. I remember these two had the most detentions for rule breaking and pranking. Besides, as I recall, Edgar was not a saint either, or Ellie for that matter. The number of detentions they got was some kind of record for a Hufflepuff. What else can you expect?" Alice added, "It is likely that they both snuck out together, you know. It may not entirely be Harry's fault. But I swear that when he returns to the school tomorrow, he and my wand are going to have a long talk." Alistair grumbled, "Good luck with that. That lad dodges bone breakers like he is dancing in front of them, stingers won't even touch him." Alice grumbled, "I won't exactly use stingers on him, will I?" Andromeda, who was present, was scowling. "I told him not to pull something like that again, and not a week has passed and he has done it again." Remus snorted, "So, you want to do what? Duel him? Or chastise him? Or plead with him not to do this again?" Dumbledore replied, "They will be put in detention, obviously. Maybe, a week's worth of detentions with Severus will etch the message in their minds." Snape refused immediately, "Absolutely not. I can hardly handle the brat for a class a week, and a full week with him will be a bit too much. I have other obligations too, you know." His lips curled upwards in a sneer, "However, if we stop him from playing the first match." McGonagall, who had come to this meeting, spoke before he finished his words, "You want to keep him out of the match, Severus. I will not let that happen. Besides, once the students know, there will be a riot on our hands. My dear Minerva, how do you think we can curtail his brashness then?" Alice piped up, "Why don't we take away their Hogsmeade privileges?" Everyone at the table laughed. When she scowled, Sirius said, "Alice, he knows 7 ways out of Hogwarts and he knows his way around the grounds. He also has the world's fastest broom and he flies on it like a bird in the air." Alice stamped her feet in anger. "Would you all stop tearing holes in everyone's logic? If there is no way we can keep him in the castle, then what sort of punishment would be sufficient for him?" At last, it was decided that Harry and Susan would not be allowed to go on any Hogsmeade weekends until the new year, and teachers will be in the village on the remaining weekends to ensure that he had not come despite being banned. Sirius and Remus were requested to aid in the effort because they knew about the ways out of Hogwarts. The Marauders were more than happy to oblige. Godric's Hollow. Harry and Susan arrived in a deserted alley in the village. The graveyard was not very far from there. Under glamour charms, they walked up to the graveyard, which did not look eerie in the daylight. However, it had a feeling to it which made them shudder despite nothing being there. Susan started speaking, "This is a very old graveyard and wizards have been buried here for centuries. A lot of families had settled in the village, and this was a wizarding village before the Statute of Secrecy came into existence and they all scattered. However, they had started scattering even before the Statute of Secrecy." Harry asked her, "How do we enter?" "What do you mean, Harry?" "Sue, the gate is locked and there are charms upon it." "Oh, I forgot to tell you. You have to touch the tip of your wand to the gate and it will open, but we will have to make haste." "Why? What is the problem?" I don't know if you forgot, Harry, but today is Samhain and many wizards have ancestors buried here. They will come to pay their respects. As a rule, a great many witches and wizards come to pay their respects to your parents too. Harry contemplated her words in silence before he started speaking. So, where are they buried? I do not know, Harry. I have never been here before. Then I guess we have to look in every row. They started with the oldest of graves, and Harry was amazed when he came upon a grave which looked very ancient with a black headstone. The name had mostly faded, but from what remained, they could make out, I notice Peverell. Blimey. I hadn't expected to find him buried here. Susan had a look of surprise on her face. Is he one of the three brothers from A Tale of Three Brothers? Harry meanwhile had bowed at the gravestone and was putting pink carnation flowers at the grave of the long-dead Peverell ancestor. He had to find why the last Lord of Peverell's was buried here and not interred in the crypts in the Peverell Castle. After spending some time by the graves, he and Susan resumed their search. Soon they came upon two graves with headstones of white marble. The names stopped them short: Kendra Dumbledore, and Ariana Dumbledore. He turned to Susan. Are they Dumbledore's relatives? Did you know that they are buried here? I think they may have been related to him, and no, I did not know about them. I suppose not many people know about it. However, it is the headmaster's personal matter. They kept looking for the Potters and came across many other graves with names like Abbots, Stevens, Ainsworth, and many more. Finally, in the last row, there was a grave with a single gravestone which was marked, "In loving memory of James Potter Lily Potter. Born the 27th of March 1959, born the 30th of January 1959. Date of death the 31st of October 1981. There was a message engraved at the base of the gravestone: the last enemy that shall be defeated is death. Harry stumbled as he walked towards the grave, but Susan was there and she held him firm and gently nudged him to walk forward. He sat at the foot of the graves and started mumbling, "Hey Mom and Dad, I am here. I made it this far and I have brought Sue along. I know I should have come sooner, but I could not. I just want to say that I sometimes crave your presence." He could not say more because unbidden tears had started to fall. Susan had obviously noticed this and gently cupped his face and wiped away those tears. "Harry, they are always there for you. They love you as much as you them, and I am sure they want to see you happy. It is normal to cry, but do not think that they are away. They are always with you in your heart." It was quite some time before he controlled the tears and conjured a bouquet of oriental lilies, gladioli, red tulip and orchids and laid it on the graves. He left when Susan pointed out to him that it was afternoon already and soon people will start coming in. He left promising his parents that he will visit them again when he had vanquished Voldemort for good. They also briefly discussed about visiting the cottage before Harry changed his mind and told her that the cottage could wait for another day. He had exhausted his energy for the day. When they were exiting the graveyard, Harry was lost in grief and Susan was busy consoling him, so neither of them noticed the finite, which dispelled their glamours. It was only when Susan noticed that Harry's hair had turned to raven black again, she gasped, "Harry, your hair." Harry had his wand out in a second and they found the marauders before them. Sirius was grinning. "It sure feels great to get the drop on you, son." Susan asked him, "How did you find us? Have you told Auntie? Are you going to take us back?" Harry had no intention to duel with the marauders just then, and he knew without glamour, it was just a matter of time before people would start to notice him. They had to get away and do it fast. He embraced Susan in a hug from behind and was holding her tenderly while he had clasped his hands together with her in the embrace. Sirius was saying, "Harry told me this morning that you would be here, so I had Creature watch this place. He alerted me when you came and here we are. I would have interrupted you both a while ago if you both were not looking so cute together when you were consoling him. We have not yet told Amelia. And sorry Susan, but we are to take you both back. Dumbledore's orders, you know." Remus grinned and concurred. As Padfoot said, "You two are looking so cute holding each other, but sorry, we have to break it up." Harry grinned. "Not a chance, father and uncle." While he said this, he twisted his lord ring to the right and the portkey activated. When Harry hugged Susan, he had been getting his hands in position to be able to use the portkey in his lord ring. Before the marauders could understand what was happening, Susan and Harry disappeared. Remus grumbled, "Curse you, Padfoot. I told you that we should use stunners on them and not finite." Sirius responded dourly, "They were looking too cute together, Moony. Besides, I do not really want to take him back to Dumbledore. He should have done this for him years ago. What's done is done. Let's go and pay our respects to James and Lily." They both knew that the day was going to be hard on them, with it being their first time since that Halloween night to visit the grave of their friends. Potter Manor. When Harry and Susan returned to Potter Manor, the elves had finished preparations for the Samhain celebration. Samhain for wizards was the day when the veil between the astral planes was so thin that the dead could walk on this plane among the living. This was a day when they celebrated the dead. Dobby reported to Harry, "Master, the altar be set in the woods and the bonfire is be made there. There are stones stacked beside the fire and kindling to go into it." "Thank you, Dobby." Harry took Susan by her hand and they walked to the woods on the estate. There was an ancient altar in the woods which was a heap of stones, suffused with ambient magic. The elves had hung up lamps filled with bluebell flames with the traditional decorations of skeletons and ghosts around the bonfire, giving it otherworldly appearance. It was believed that those who departed visit their descendants on this day, and the decorations were mainly done to help them to blend in. When Harry arrived, he found some incense sticks by the altar which Dobby had found somewhere and lit them. This was not part of the traditional wizarding celebrations, but Rachel had taught him that the incense was welcoming to the spirits of those who had left us but never truly left. They remained in our hearts even after having been gone from this world. Susan followed his cue even if she had no idea what he was doing. After he lit the incense, he sat on his knees, feeling the magic in the air seeping into his bones. After some time, they stood up and walked around the edges of the woods until they found the bonfire which Dobby had gathered. He lit it with an incendio, and when the fire was roaring, they went by the stack of stones which had been set. Dobby had laid down some mats for them to sit on. Harry took out a couple of pens which were used for carving runes and handed one of them to Susan. She of course knew this part, and picking one of the stones, she wrote a name on it: Edgar Bones. The name on the second stone was Ellie Bones. A few more names went on different stones. Harry meanwhile had written names of James, Lily, Charles, Doria and a few more whose names he had learned from the family tree, including Vincent Rosier and Amelia Weber. He might not have known them, but they were his family. After they were done writing, they carried the stones and dropped them into the fire. After doing that, they chose another stone on which they wrote their own names and dropped them in the middle of the fire. As they did that, they stood inhaling in the whiff emanating from the bonfire. After about a minute, they resumed sitting near the bonfire and watched it burn. While they were keeping vigil over the fire, fairies came drifting to the fire and danced around it in merriment which was very picturesque. Harry kept watching them and suddenly, he started crying. Perhaps it was his yearning for family or the fairies' dance or dropping his name in the fire, but he cried for 5 minutes without restraint. When he stopped crying, he felt lighter than he had in a long time. Susan was no different from him and had been crying hard too. Her eyes were blotchy and she made no move to wipe her tears. After the vigil was over and the fire was dying, Dobby popped in to tell them that food was ready, and Harry asked him to serve them here, in the woods. He wanted to watch the last ember of the fire die out. After they had dinner and were sitting comfortably, Susan said, "Harry, thank you for this. I have not celebrated Samhain for a long time since Auntie never had much time away from work. I never felt more alive than I do in this moment, sitting in this clearing with you and feeling at ease with the rest of the world. I do not have any memories of my parents, so I never really realized what their loss meant to me. Auntie never let me feel that I am not her own, and I was content, but today, as I tossed those stones into the fire, I realized that I missed them my whole life, but I never felt it. It was a burden which remained with me and I stopped feeling it. I have not felt more carefree in all these years than I do now." Harry smiled lightly. "Sue, I know the feeling. I feel the same way. I have felt their loss acutely and have been burdened with it all these years. Now I feel liberated. I wish that I had been brought up in our traditions since I was a child. However, as the Muggles say, better late than never, so I am glad that I know of our traditions now. What do you say about fishing the stones with our names out of the fire?" She nodded, and he just summoned those stones with the slightest movement of his wand and tossed her stone to her while he looked upon his. His was scorched in the center but lightly burnt around the edges. Harry knew the stones were supposed to tell how the coming year would go for him, but he could not make heads or tails of it. He needed a seer for that. As they rose, Susan asked him to take a walk with her around the manor. The manor was silent, but it was not an eerie silence. When they left, the fairies were still dancing in the clearing. Sometime during the walk, Susan laced her fingers with him and they walked around hand in hand without saying anything. Sometimes silence can be more comfortable than a whole bunch of words, and they were doing just that. Keeping silence and not making a sound. They were content to walk around the manor for a long time until it was nearing midnight. Harry escorted her to the room which she had chosen for herself, and as she entered her room, she stood on tiptoe, gave him a peck on his cheek and whispered, "Good night, Harry," and was gone before Harry could say anything. Hogwarts. While Harry had a good day with Susan, his friends did not. After sending away the students, Hermione had done what she knew best. She dragged Ron to the library to study. However, it was clear that her mind was not on it. Some students had asked her where Harry was, and she told them that he was called to London last night on some house business, which was the best excuse that they could find. Professor Cassandra Lester had announced over breakfast that the school was hosting Samhain celebrations that night, and those who felt like attending them were welcome. Most of the students cheered at her declaration, and surprisingly it was not only purebloods but Muggle-borns and half-bloods as well. In the previous years, Samhain celebrations were more like private celebrations for the students who liked to honor their traditions, but this year, things were changing. Most of the students understood why Dumbledore had started wizarding etiquette classes at Hogwarts this year. It was to teach the Muggle-borns the ways of wizards and to prepare them to be able to integrate themselves into wizarding society. The wizarding world would not survive without the Muggle-borns. As it was, very few Muggle-borns stayed away from her classes, for they wanted to learn more about the wizarding world. Daphne had asked Hermione about Harry and was given the same answer with the hope that she would not pry further. Daphne knew a lie when she heard one. It was how she had been trained, and Hermione was a terrible liar. Ronald made it worse by saying that she should not be concerned with where Harry was. Daphne had a good idea that none of them knew where he was, and she had also not seen Bones this morning. This made her stomach churn even at the thought of them being together, but as she saw it, there was no other plausible explanation for their absence at the same time. They were together. She had asked Tracy for help during breakfast, which for a change they had at the Slytherin table. Last night, Slytherin Captain Montague had requested that the housemates stay away from Gryffindor students till the next match, and argued that if students were too friendly with each other, the element of rivalry will be absent, and that would mean that the match would be boring. She had also heard some rumors from the rumor mill that Harry had said that he would let Malfoy catch the snitch this time, something which people did not want to believe, but a lot of students had put their bets on Malfoy. Daphne knew it was the inner Slytherin of Harold Peverell at work. She had asked Tracy, "Trace, can you ask your redhead and tell me where Harry is?" Tracy shook her head. "He told me this morning that we are not talking until the match is over. He wants to pummel Slytherin in the upcoming match without thinking about how I would be affected. Besides, I do not think he really cares what happens in the castle unless someone wants to keep him in the loop. He already has his hands full with the contraption that Harry wants to be made and the joke shop they are planning to open well before the next school year starts." Daphne snorted. "Joke shop?" Tracy asked her indignantly, "And just what is wrong with a joke shop?" "There is nothing wrong with a joke shop, Trace. What I meant is that they are obviously very gifted at magic and could make it big in the ministry. Why would they want to open a joke shop? I asked him and he said it is their biggest ambition. They have been developing products for ages. Last summer, they found a financer. They have even got premises in a prime location in Diagon Alley." Daphne shrugged. "Well, looks like they devoted a lot of time and energy to it, and I have no doubt that they will make it big." Hermione had spent the major portion of her day in the library, reading about arithmancy while Ron was working on homework which had piled up, knowing this was the last time this week that he would be able to work on it before the match. Hermione, however, had left the library after about 3 hours because she could not concentrate enough. Ronald had dutifully followed her and they had opted for a walk around the lake. They sat under a tree taking in the scene when Hermione asked him, "Where do you think he is, Ron? I did not think that he would just take off like this. He should have at least told us." Ron snorted. "Hermione, we are prefects and what he did was definitely breaking the rules. Do you really think he would come to you and tell you that he is going to break the rules?" Hermione sighed. "I liked it better when he involved us in his adventures." We at least knew what was happening. I swear we will have to rein him in. Ron grumbled, have you seen what he can do, Hermione? What detention would hold him? That bloke disapparated from Gringotts and nobody can do that. Do you realize what that means? We do not even start to learn apparition till 6th year and he already knows it. Hermione did a McGonagall and pursed her lips in disappointment. Angelina was in frenzy and wanted to find Harry so that she could curse him herself. She was livid because he had left them again and disappeared. If there was anyone else who possessed the same talent as he did, she would have replaced the Seeker, but she knew they were up against Slytherin in the first match and Malfoy was too good for a Seeker with limited talents. Neville was with Hannah in the Mermaid's Sanctuary. There were only 2 other persons who knew about the existence of the place and both of them were taking a hike, so they had no fear of being caught together. Neville was grumbling that Harry does not even stop to ask his friends if they would like to be involved. Hannah snorted, Neville, think about it. Of all the people, those that he can really call his friends are you, Susan, me, Hermione, Ron, Ernie, Daphne Greengrass, Padma, Corner, Finnegan and I dare say Luna Lovegood. Of all these people me, Hermione, Ron, Ernie and Padma are prefects, which leaves only you, Daphne, Corner, Finnegan, Luna and Susan. I do not think he would share any adventures with Finnegan because Finnegan can blurt out secrets and Corner comes as a package with Padma. You are currently dating me, a prefect, so that leaves only Luna and Daphne, and I do not think Luna would go somewhere unless she knew there were a chance that she could meet some of her exotic beasts that she keeps talking about. Daphne and Susan, in my mind at least, do not mix well together. Great Hall. The house elves had outdone themselves this year for the Halloween feast and the decorations were amazing, giving the Great Hall an eerie feeling. The Great Hall was practically empty at dinner time because every student was walking down to the grounds to celebrate Samhain before they indulged in the feast. This was something they all wanted to participate in. The wizarding etiquette teacher was conducting the celebration, however there was no altar there but only bonfires in which the students chucked their names and the names of those they celebrated this day. Most of the teachers were also there except the defense professor. Albus had asked him if the mystics celebrated Samhain and Vikram had told him that they did but only tossed a single stone with their name on it. There was no one else in their life but the tribe. Students had seen Snape too, tossing a couple of stones into the fire. The headmaster himself had chucked a handful of stones in the fire. Samhain had not been celebrated in the traditional sense of the word for many years in the castle, but Dumbledore had always participated in a celebration in any of the magical households where he was welcome to share their fire. The bonfire at Hogwarts was different from the fire at Potter Manor. There were no fairies dancing around the bonfire, nor were there decorations of ghosts and skeletons. All the Hogwarts ghosts though had attended the bonfire and participated in the celebration. There was nothing better for the celebration than to have real ghosts present there. After the fire died down and the stones were collected, the feast began. Most of the students had been seen with red puffy eyes and smiles on their faces. The next day, Harry knew that the next day would be hard for both of them because surely there would be consequences for their vanishing act. He rose early in the morning and did his workout without bothering to wake up Susan. There was no need to wake her up just yet. After he finished his exercises, he sent Kitty to wake up Susan. She arrived sleepy-eyed and grumbling. Harry was seated at the table. She pecked him on the cheek before taking a seat to his left at the dining table. "What is the plan for today, Harry?" she asked, trying to fight her yawn. "Yes, Sue, my brilliant plan. As soon as we are ready, we are going to flow to the cottage on the hill and then fly to Hogwarts to face the firing squad, which I am sure has already lined up to take their shots. I can gleefully face all of them and live to tell the tale except Auntie. You will have to handle her yourself." She gave him a look of mock incredulity. "This was your idea, Harry." "Why would I have to face her?" "Because she will go easy on you, but I do not know what she would do to me." She rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "Coward." Harry puffed up his chest with mock indignation. "I will have you know, Miss Bones, that I am Gryffindor through and through, but I draw the line where scary witches are concerned." After an hour, they were ready to go back to the school. Harry summoned Dobby. "Dobby, we are leaving for the school. In my absence, you are to stay here and supervise the other elves. I will shortly send my steward to manage this place and to give more instructions to you." Dobby bobbed his head in agreement and Harry flowed to the cottage on the hill right after Susan. As they emerged out of the flow, Harry asked her, "My lady, what would you prefer, a broom or hippogriff?" She grinned, "Do you even have to ask? Of course I prefer Blackstorm. Hogwarts." The hippogriff landed near Hagrid's hut and startled the groundskeeper who was working on his garden. He turned around to find a hippogriff landing and ran to it. As the hippogriff came to stand still, he uncertainly asked, "Harry?" Harry grinned, "Hi, Hagrid. Do you like my familiar?" When Harry got a good look at Hagrid, he noticed that the half-giant was looking worse. His one eye was swollen shut and there were more injuries on his person. He said, "Hagrid, please go to Madame Pomfrey. She will fix you up in no time." Hagrid waved aside his concern, and was eyeing the hippogriff with interest. He had bred a lot of them and was proud of his herd, but this one was better than any he had seen. It was taller and stronger than most of his own and exuded an aura which was entirely unfamiliar to Hagrid. Hagrid bowed to the hippogriff before he approached it and started petting it. As Susan and Harry descended, he started to check the beast from the wingspan of its wings to its hoofs. The beast was magnificent and Hagrid felt that it was certainly a king of its kind and just about to enter adulthood, meaning it was going to want to mate soon. That could be a problem if it challenged the dominant stallion for mating rights. He asked Harry, "What have you named him, Harry?" "His name is Blackstorm. Has he got a mate?" Harry thought for a moment, "Not really. When I tamed him, he was leading a herd, but I do not think he had a mate." "Why?" Hagrid said wistfully, "Do you know anything about mating? He is about the age of an adult and will be rutting soon. I can get him a mate, if you want." Harry smiled, "You know better than I do, Hagrid. By all means, do as you see fit." It was then that Hagrid remembered that Harry had been missing for the last day. He asked, "Where were you, Harry?" Dumbledore was angry. Ron and Hermione also were angry with you. Harry waved bye to him. "Good thing then that I am going to the headmaster right away, See you later, Hagrid, and take care of Blackstorm." Great Hall. The students were in the Great Hall eating breakfast when the double doors opened without a sound and Harry entered with Susan on his arm, both of them grinning. All conversation in the Great Hall immediately went silent and everyone turned to look at them. They were dressed in their uniform robes and walking imperiously towards the Gryffindor table when Dumbledore said, "Mr. Peverell and Miss Bones, please report to my office immediately." The headmaster's eyes were twinkling and a smile was tugging at the corner of his lips, but most of the students thought they had imagined it because in the next moment, his expression was impassive and he looked stern. He turned to the teachers, "Pomona and Minerva, since they are from your houses, I want you both in my office as soon as breakfast is over." Harry and Susan obediently followed Dumbledore to his office, and when they entered, he locked the door to his office with a locking charm and pointed them to 2 seats on the other side of the table. As they sat, he turned to the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black, "Inform Sirius that Harold Peverell has been found and is in my office, and tell him to inform the order." He then made a flow call to Green Hughes in the office of the head of DMLE. Harry was getting nervous. "Professor, what are you doing?" Dumbledore gave him a grin. "I am of course spreading the news that you have been found. I expect we will have company in a few minutes." Harry paled. "You mean everyone you flow called will be here?" "No, Harry, not everyone, but I suppose Amelia will be here at least. Molly wanted to come but Arthur asked her not to. I suppose Sirius and Remus knew about you though, so they will not make an appearance. Andromeda maybe will have words with you when you return home for winter holidays." As they were talking, Amelia stepped out of the flow and Susan gave a squeak and slid lower into her seat. Dumbledore chuckled. "Amelia, I leave these two to you, however I am afraid that I cannot give you more than 10 minutes. Amelia growled through her gritted teeth, "Oh, I won't need even 10 minutes, Albus, but thanks for being considerate." As Albus was leaving, he said to her, "I would appreciate it if you would leave my office the way it is. It is bothersome to try to restore it after someone appends the tomes, destroys the furniture and damages the portraits." As the door closed behind Dumbledore, Amelia took a seat and turned to Susan. "Explain." Harry tried to say something but she cut him off. "You will get your chance to speak, Harry. Right now I want answers from her." Susan lowered her eyes and started speaking. "I am sorry, Auntie, but when he told me of his intention to leave the castle for Samhain, I could not let him go off by himself. He was feeling very low and I wanted to be there for him. I apologize for this and I will accept any punishment you want to give to me. Harry is entirely blameless in this because I gave him no choice." She turned to Harry. What do you have to say about it, Harry? I was feeling downcast and had no intention to participate in the Halloween feast, so I decided to take a hike. I wanted to be alone and observe the rituals of Samhain by myself, but Susan was insistent upon coming along. I should have refused or put her in a body bind if she did not agree, but a little part of me wanted her to come, so I allowed her to. If anyone is responsible for it, it is me. Amelia gave a small smile. I can see that the two of you make a good team, but both of you are responsible and both of you will be punished. I am furious that neither of you have any regard for rules. However, where have you both been that no one could find you? Harry replied, as you probably already know, we visited my parents' grave in Godric's Hollow. We were going to visit the cottage too, but Remus and Sirius caught up to us there. We spent the rest of the time at one of my properties. Exactly where, I cannot tell you. She glared at Harry. I hope you have treated her well, but if you have not, then I swear. She could not finish her words because Susan said hastily, he was the perfect gentleman, Auntie. You do not need to worry about it. She was walking towards the floor and said above her shoulder, well then I will take your leave. For now, I will let the school deal with you as they see fit for being out of bounds without leave. I will deal personally with the both of you when you are home for the holidays. And Harry, Alice asked me to tell you that soon you and her wand are going to have a talk. Harry cringed at that. Susan asked him, what's wrong? It sounded so ominous, almost like a threat, except that Godmother never really threatens anyone. She does what she promises. Amelia left by the flow, and at that moment, the door opened and Dumbledore entered, followed by McGonagall and Sprout. Dumbledore took his seat while the teachers took seats on both sides of them. Dumbledore started, I have no doubt that Amelia made you realize the gravity of your act. I will only say that breaking rules with impunity is not tolerated at the school, so you both need to be punished. Suitable punishment has been deliberated upon and your heads of house have agreed upon it. I will leave it up to them to award your punishment to you. Professor McGonagall started first. Mr. Peverell, you have been suspected of a lot of rule breaking this year, but nothing could be proven so far and you escaped punishment for them. Need was felt to acquaint you with the gravity of your misdemeanors. There were talks of restraining you from the first Quidditch match of the season. Harry started to object, but she silenced him with a look. However, that punishment was abandoned and it has been agreed upon that your Hogsmeade weekend privileges shall be taken away for the rest of this term. If you continue in this vein, the punishment will extend to the rest of the year. Harry hung his head in shame, but inside he was relieved and was thinking it was not that big of a punishment because he could sneak out on those weekends. Then McGonagall resumed speaking, and to ensure that you do not enter the village from any secret ways, Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin have agreed to be in the village and keep eyes open for you and Miss Bones. Harry nodded reluctantly. I accept the punishment, Professor. Professor Sprout started then, Miss Bones, I must say I am surprised that one of my badgers would be involved in such a blatant display of rule breaking. Since you broke the rules, you need to be punished. It should be equal if not more in proportion to the punishment awarded to him. Therefore, you are banned from Hogsmeade weekends for the rest of the term, and if you are found involved in similar instances of rule breaking, it will include every Hogsmeade weekend for the rest of the year. After their punishments had been awarded, Dumbledore asked them, where were you two? Professor, I went to Godric's Hollow to visit my parents. Something that nobody has done for me in the last 14 years. I tried to go alone, but Susan insisted. She is entirely blameless in this episode. Dumbledore sighed. If I could, I would have cancelled the punishment, but other teachers have been informed of your misdemeanors, and cancelling your punishment now would bring allegations of favoritism and bias against me. I am glad that you did this, my boy, and hope you will forgive me. I have made too many mistakes where you are concerned. They both were let out before the classes started. Since they had most classes together that day, they sat with each other, ignoring glares from their friends. Harry had a fairly good idea that Hermione was just raring to go on a rant, and the way Neville was eyeing them, it was clear that he too would have liked to go. Since there were too many people with too many questions, they decided to skip lunch in the Great Hall. As they started toward the Great Hall, Harry pointed out to Susan, Sue, you do realize that our friends are inside waiting to pounce on us. I know, Harry. Why? Because Sue, I do not want to face them right now. So what do you propose? Because I am very hungry and I would like to eat. Harry in all seriousness said to her, "Susan Bones, would you accompany me on a lunch date to the kitchens?" She eyed him, "Is Hogsmeade too far for you?" He grinned, "No, but I believe I have tested everyone's patience enough for now. Any more indiscretions and they might take me out of the Quidditch match, and I wouldn't bet a brass canute on my chances for survival when the team hears about it." Susan chortled, "The mighty Harold Peverell, who has slain a 1,000-year-old basilisk, drove away 100 Dementors, dueled with Tom Riddle, and is scared of a Quidditch team." Harry grumbled, "Yes. Because I am sure Professor McGonagall would be leading the mob of the Quidditch team, and I for one do not want to provoke her." She chuckled at his antics. He took her arm and they proceeded to the kitchens. As they opened the kitchen door, dozens of elves rushed to them bowing. One of them squeaked, "What can we do you for, Master and Miss? Can you give us a table and some lunch?" Harry asked. The elf happily led them to a table set up on one side of the kitchen. They took their seats and Harry ordered the elf to bring them something of everything that was being sent to the house tables in the Great Hall. As lunch was served, Harry started talking. "Susan, what do you think about our life together after the war?" Susan inwardly smiled. He was talking about them together, which made her heart flutter. "It depends on what you want to do, Harry. I mean, you have a lot of skills and have so many options, and I have some. We will decide it together, but as I told you earlier, I would like to go to research in the Dom. They work on so many things there. It will lead to me having fixed hours of work, and I can be home every day in the evening." "That is very ambitious, Sue. Are you sure you are not secretly a Slytherin?" She glared at him. "I will have you know that I am a Hufflepuff through and through, and our houses do not define our qualities. They just point to the more prominent ones." Harry chuckled at her outburst but sobered when she glared at him some more. Then he asked her, "Tell me about some accidental magic of yours." She grinned. "Once Auntie had some guests from Makusa and they were discussing something important. I was around 5 at that time and I wanted Auntie to tell me a story and tuck me in as I was sleepy. Since she was busy, she did not hear me. I got so angry at those guests that I vanished their clothes except the bare essentials. I had never seen Auntie looking so angry before then." Harry started laughing as he was trying to imagine the scene in his mind of wizards dressed in suits, and suddenly their suits vanished. She joined him after some time. Their date ended as lunchtime was over. They left reluctantly to go to the classes they had. It was that evening, just before the detention with Professor Sprout, which Vikram had given him, that Angelina got hold of him after the classes and shoved him into an unused classroom and entered the door behind him. She was glaring hard at him and he was looking imperiously at her. When Angelina did not speak for some time, he asked, "Do you have something to say or do you just want to glare at me?" She was barely controlling her fury. "Are you so hard-headed that you cannot understand how important the match is for us? I swear if there was someone who had your talents, I would have replaced you. I do not even know if I should hex you into tomorrow or rip your head off." Harry adopted the scared demeanor. "Angelina, I am sorry. It will not happen again. Besides, we had no practice yesterday, so no harm done. I promise that I will be there for team practice tomorrow morning. I trust that you have reserved the pitch." She said tiredly, "Harry, I really do want to win the cup." "Yes, I have booked the pitch for tomorrow and I expect you there." Great Hall. When Harry arrived for dinner in the Great Hall, he slipped into a seat besides Fred and George as he had realized that students were still sitting at their own house tables. Angelina was glaring at him intensely and he turned to George. "Mate, please tell your girl to avert her eyes or she will incinerate me on the spot." Fred said, "And how unfortunate that would be." George added, "Imagine the newspaper headlines." They both said, "The boy who lived burned to cinders." This had the desired effect and Angelina laughed despite her anger. "Harry, please do not do anything like that again. McGonagall told me that they were deliberating about banning you from Quidditch for the rest of the year." George turned to him, shock written on his face. "Mate, that would be cruel and unusual punishment." Fred added, "Yeah, imagine others flying and your best player is benched." George added, "Oh, the shame. Slytherin would win without having played. As much as Slytherin would love an easy win, I would rather rub it in your face after I have caught the snitch right under your nose, Potter," sneered Malfoy, who had just come up. Harry laughed. "Maybe, if you weren't so busy looking down your nose at other people, you could look up and spot the snitch every now and then." Everyone around them laughed while Malfoy walked to Slytherin table. Trash talk was common for Quidditch and Harry had kind of expected it. He was also expecting the Slytherins to attack the Gryffindors to sabotage the team as they had done previously, and the Lions would give as good as they would get. Lion's Den. Harry was finally cornered in the Lion's Den. He had evaded his friends for long enough, and now it was time to pay the piper. As he entered the common room just before curfew, it was surprisingly deserted except for Ronald, Neville, Hermione, Ginny and the twins. Ron pointed him to a chair near the fireplace. "Take a seat, Harry. I think I would rather remain standing. It will make it easier to make my escape if you start trading hexes with me, you know." The twins cheered. "That is the Marauder spirit. Way to go." Hermione glared at them while Neville started. "Harry, we do not need to tell you what mistake you made. Now this was not our fault, and I feel that we can chastise you for this. I do not know about these two, but my complaint is that you left your god brother behind in your adventure. You should have taken me along. What if someone had attacked you or something happened to you? Did you even think about your friends once?" Harry started to say something before Ron cut him off. "Don't speak but listen to us. You think you have become so mighty that we are beneath you. You do not make time for us anymore. You hardly sit with us in the common room, and most of the time you are living by yourself doing who knows what." Hermione started to speak. "Harry, why did you vanish like that? We were worried about you. Did you not think about us at all? Why did you do it? I wanted to hex you for being so careless. How can you be so reckless, Harry? You were not here to conduct the morning training sessions either." Harry looked at Ginny. "Do you have any complaints against me, Miss Weasley?" She suppressed a giggle, then said, "No, Harry. I have no complaints whatsoever against you, but Hermione wanted me to be here to bolster the numbers." Harry turned to the twins. "You too. You have any complaints?" They bowed low to him. "We just wanted to congratulate you on the act, Prank Mage. It is true that your Hogsmeade privileges are revoked and that is painful, but you are our hero." Harry then turned to his three friends. "I realize you have some genuine complaints with me, with the first being that I am not giving enough time to you, but you have to realize that I am stretched too thin at the moment and I have too many obligations, none of which are indispensable. This year, I was determined to have more friends than just you three, and so it is obvious that people would have claim on my time. Then there is Susan, who needs equal time with me so that we can know each other. Then there is the war and Tom. Old Tom is up to who knows what, and I realize that we do not really have much time before he will come out in the open, so, obviously I have to prepare myself to meet him when he comes. I also have to make sure that my friends can defend themselves or fight if war is on the doorstep. As for keeping you out of the pranks, I do not know if you people have realized it or not, but two of you are prefects and the third is dating a prefect. You cannot jeopardize your posts for me. If I had told you that I was going to sneak out of the school to see where my parents are buried and to observe my traditions, would you have kept it secret? No, you would have gone running to Dumbledore or McGonagall, which is your duty. So, to protect you and to be able to pull this off, I had to keep you all in the dark." After that, Harry nonchalantly walked up to the dormitories and crashed in his bed as soon as he could change. As Harry disappeared to the dormitories, Hermione muttered, "We forgot to tell him about the Halloween celebrations." Everyone around her laughed. Badger's Hole. In the same moment, Susan was being interrogated by her friends in the 5th year dormitories, though the line of questioning was different. Her year mates had surrounded her and everyone was looking at her with such eager anticipation on their faces that she had to laugh. Hannah asked, "What did you and Harry get up to, Bones?" "What do you mean, Abbott?" Sally Ann Perks said impatiently. "Come off it, Susan. You know what she meant. You and he were out of the castle, alone and nobody knew where. Please tell us that you at least key-ed him." Susan scowled. "Just because your mind is in the gutter does not mean others are like you." Sally Smith said, "Don't pretend to be so high and mighty, Bones. He is so gorgeous that anyone can hardly resist key-dotting him. I would have snogged his brains out, if I were you." Susan glared at her. "Are you eyeing my man? Do you really want to die that badly, Sally?" Hannah pacified her. "Calm down, Sue. She is just yanking your wand. She has had her eye on Summerby for a long time now, though I would not deny that if he was not yours, I would have tried to make a move." Susan said in a sing-song voice, "Do you want me to tell this little detail to Neville?" "Neville." She gasped and stuttered. Don't you dare. Or what, Abbott? You will stutter at me. Meghan, who had been sitting quietly, said, "Enough of avoiding the topic, Bones. Tell us the details." Susan shrugged, "You can stop drooling. Nothing really happened between us. We had a tiring day, so we did not get up to any shenanigans at all. The only thing which happened was that I pecked him on his cheek a couple of times. Saturday, the same week, Rosier Estate, Dorset. This month's trials were at an end with the full moon being tonight. If things went well this night, Remus planned to ask Ted to obtain the patent as soon as it was possible. It would be another week before Harry would receive the patent for the improved potion and they would start mass production. Things were good in the meanwhile, except for Nymphadora Tonks, who had started to openly show her affections towards him. He wanted to discourage her, but she was not deterred. Sirius had figured out that something was going on and had asked Remus. Remus had stonewalled him a lot of times until Sirius had made him confess that Nymphadora had feelings for him and he did not know if he was good enough for her, nor did he want to ruin her life. Sirius told him that he was an idiot to think that way. He also knew that Sirius was up to something behind his back but had no idea about what it was. He was only determined to not to give in to her attempts. He was not about to condemn someone else to the life he had. Hogwarts. Today was the day of the match. Harry had managed to avoid getting any more detentions. Not that he had stayed out of the hexing, just that he had been careful about who was around when he did it. The upcoming match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Hexing the opposing team wasn't just fun, it was a moral imperative. Gryffindor had the advantage here. They had backup players on their squad which Slytherin did not, and they always went everywhere in pairs. Every player was fair game, but it looked like some sort of line had been drawn when it came to the Gryffindor team. For example, no one tried to hex the twins because they were the embodiment of chaos. Messing with one meant messing with both, and nobody was crazy enough to try and fight with them. Another player declared out of bounds was Harold Peverell due to his prowess with the wand. Everyone knew that he had an expansive repertoire of spells. He was notoriously hard to sneak up on and nobody wanted to be at the wrong end of his wand. Other than those three, every player had been hexed or attempted to be hexed at least once. Angelina had been hexed when she was returning from classes. And her eyebrows had grown until they covered her face and she could not see. She had to visit Madame Pomfrey to get it undone. Ronald had been hexed returning from classes and he had to go to the Mediwitch for boils on places which people generally do not show in public. Hermione prowled the corridors for hours afterwards trying to find the perpetrators. Someone tried to hex Katie with a knee reversal, but was saved by George, who was nearby and deflected the hex. Someone else attempted a stickfast on Faye Dunbar, but she deflected it with quick reflexes before replying with a hex of her own. Ginny Weasley sent a couple of Slytherins to the hospital wing with the Bat Bogey hex. Demelza Robbins had been stalked for an opportunity, but she had taken to walking with her friends and was always in a group. The final backup player, Jack Sloper, had not been attacked or hexed for similar reasons. The Slytherins had got as good as they had given. The Captain Graham Montague had been hit with Twitching Ears hex when he was returning from the library. It was not just a single hex, but more like someone had peppered him with hexes and he had to see Madame Pomfrey to counter the hex. Harry and Neville claimed the credit for that in the Gryffindor common room to high applause. Ron had grumbled that he missed most of the fun, but Harry had reminded him that as the prefect, he was supposed to stop him. Malfoy had been hit with the tail-growing hex and had been sporting one for a few hours before the Mediwitch was able to remove that. That had led to him being laughed at in the Great Hall. The twins had claimed the credit for that one. The Beaters Crabbe and Goyle had been sent to the hospital wing with the horn-growing hex and the horn-tongue hex courtesy of the three Gryffindor chasers. Miles Bletchley had been carried to the hospital wing after Faye Dunbar had hit him with the scalping hex in retaliation for the stickfast hex. Cassius Warrington never went anywhere without people around for the fear of being hit. He and a couple of his friends had been found petrified and left in an unused corridor where they had remained for hours. The only player who had been declared out of bounds was Adrian Pusey because he was the only decent player on the Slytherin team. He always played fair and did not involve himself in any of the cheating. Practices had been tough in the meanwhile. Angelina had acted on his advice and booked the pitch in the mornings. Harry had told the students that he would not be participating in the morning runs until the match. Since he and Ron were both tied up, Neville and Hermione had started to give practice to others. Angelina ran them ragged, making them practice until the last moment she could manage. Fred and George had once complained that their boils had ruptured, which made it hard for them to sit on a broom. When Harry questioned them about it, they told him that it was due to a product they were developing and had tested on themselves. Harry had not practiced any of his new moves during the morning sessions because he feared players from other teams would notice. He wanted them to be a surprise. Things were good with Susan. They were still eating at their own house tables but otherwise spent every spare moment together. They would often go on a walk around the lake, making small talk with each other, or would organize an impromptu date on the grounds where Dobby would bring them refreshments while they talked. Sometimes they were joined by Neville, Hannah, Ron and Hermione. Harry, however, remembered Ron's complaint and made time for his friends in the tower. As a rule, he would sit with them and finish the homework, or sometimes when he was feeling daring enough, he would challenge Ron to a game of chess where Ron would easily defeat him. Sometimes, he would teach the younger years who had doubts regarding the practical application of something they had read or the theory of the subjects. He was also planning a major prank for the school but had not yet acted on it because he knew that getting caught in any misdemeanor would mean he would have to sit out of the match, which was something he did not want to do. He had made plans, found the people who could help, and now was waiting for the perfect time to execute it. He visited Hagrid a couple of times and the half-giant looked worse for wear every time. He had still not resumed his duties as the care of magical creatures professor, but Harry hoped he would take up his position soon. Hagrid often talked to him about beasts and Harry indulged him. Another thing Hagrid had been puzzled about was his friends and had asked him when he was in the grounds walking with Susan. Hagrid at that time was grooming Blackstorm and Harry could swear that the hippogriff was enjoying all the attention which was given to him. Hagrid had made a separate paddock for him and asked Harry to fix it with warming charms so the hippogriff would not be cold during the night. Other than that, Hagrid spent a considerable time with the hippogriff except when he was going into the Forbidden Forest. He had hailed Harry as they were taking a walk around. "Harry, so good to see ye. Where are Ron and Hermione?" "I don't know, Hagrid. They are prefects now, so they have some other obligations as well." "Come in for a cuppa?" Hagrid asked. Susan replied before Harry could. "We would be delighted, Hagrid." When they entered his hut, Hagrid asked Susan, "Sorry, but I do not remember her name. Ye are Edgar's kid, aren't ye? You are not in me class, are you?" She smiled. "Yes, I am his daughter and my name is Susan Bones. And no, I took runes and arithmancy." Hagrid asked Harry, "Are you two seeing each other?" Harry delightfully replied, "Oh yes, we are seeing each other. Blimey. How soon things change. Before this year, there was only you three and now you have a bunch of students around you. Times change, Hagrid. Will you tell us how your trip to the Giants was?" "Ruddy bunch, they are. Me and Olymp had almost convinced the last Gurg to remain neutral, but he was murdered by one of the other Giants and now they are all coming to support you know who. Hagrid, if you cannot speak his name then call him Tom Riddle." "Tom Riddle?" Hagrid asked, confusion written on his face. "The same Tom who framed me." "The very same, Hagrid, but I thought you already knew that." "No, Harry, I did not." Tom disappeared soon after he left school and when he re-emerged, he looked nothing like his younger self. "Oh, so Hagrid, what are you planning to show us for your first class this year?" Hagrid had a big grin adorning his face. "I have a surprise that you will all like." Harry slightly shuddered. "Please tell me that it is not another blast-ended Scroot." Hagrid guffawed. "Come now, Harry, they weren't all that bad." Harry mumbled to himself, "Maybe not to you. They were nothing less than a total nightmare for us." Harry hauled Parvati aside in the common room one day when she was talking with Lavender Brown. "Parvati, can I have a word with you?" She gave him a radiant smile while Brown was saying something to her in hushed whispers and giggling at the same time. "Yes, Harry, what can I do for you? I wanted to talk to you, in private if you will." She followed her out of the common room to a classroom. After he had locked the room, she asked him with a raised eyebrow, "What is it you want to talk about?" "Parvati, first of all let me apologize for the way I treated you at the Yule Ball. It is not how one should treat a lady when he is escorting her." "Harry, that is an old story and I forgave you long ago. Is there anything else you want to talk about?" He fished out the stone he had collected from the bonfire. "I want you to read this stone for me." She eyed him inquisitively. "As far as I remember, Harry, you were not present at the Samhain celebrations. How did you get this? Harry had heard how Dumbledore had Samhain celebrated with all pomp and grandeur. I had my private celebrations. I cannot read this, so I am asking you. Why me? She asked. I am not the divination teacher. Harry internally cringed at the thought of going to Trelawney for getting his stone read. He gave a brightening smile to her. You and I both know that she is not a true seer. There are only 3 seers in the school and I know them personally. Happily, none of them are named Trelawney. She took the stone and turned it in her hands, inspecting it for a long time. Harry, it shows that in the coming year, you will have a lot of troubles, but there will be moments of happiness and rejoicing in between. By the time next Samhain arrives, the final battle would have been fought and Wizarding Britain would be liberated of the yoke of the oppression of Voldemort. Harry was impressed with the way she had called him by his name and did not flinch or shudder or gasp at it. Gryffindor 5th year dormitory, the next morning. When Harry woke up the next morning, he was feeling pumped. The match between Gryffindor and Slytherin was the moment the whole school was waiting for, and Harry felt like he could flatten the snakes single-handed if he had to. Ron, however, did not seem to share Harry's confidence. Although Ron was the best at the tryouts, which is why he was the new keeper, and he did well at practice when he was on form, he did not stand up well to the trash talk from the other team. This morning, he was looking a bit peaky and pale. Of course, the previous keeper had been Oliver Wood, the team captain. Those were big shoes to fill, especially when Wood was a professional player now. Harry knew that Ron had been getting peppered from shots by his older brothers in his backyard since he was old enough to sit on a broom. He was the best instinctive keeper Harry had seen yet, when he relaxed and trusted his feelings. Harry knew that his friend just needed a confidence boost and that he should have seen to it earlier, but he had been too busy to do so. Now, all he could do was tell his friend that he was the best they had. Great Hall. The Quidditch team got ready with firm determination. When they started to march down to the Great Hall, the entire house fell into step behind them. It made quite a display as the entire house marched into the Great Hall clad in their house colors and took their places at the Gryffindor table. The Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables erupted in tumultuous applause and cheers. The Gryffindor Quidditch team took a moment to stand and take their bows before taking their seats. Harry glanced over at the Slytherin table and saw that they seemed to be scattered, not all present, and that there were a few worried faces on the other team. All well and good, but, when he looked at Ron, he could see that Ron was feeling worse, not better. Pre-game jitters were normal for some people, and for Harry, that all went away the moment he was on his broom, but it was total bane for Ron. As breakfast went on, and the usual pre-game trash talk went back and forth, Ron looked even worse. If Harry didn't do something soon, they would have to put McLaggen in as keeper, and he was not a team player. By the time breakfast was ending, Ron was looking green and it looked like he would be sick. Harry had not realized that pre-game jitters could be this bad. He took his leave of his housemates for a few moments and went outside the hall to summon Dobby. Dobby, get me a vial of calming draft mixed in a glass of pumpkin juice. Do not bring it up yourself, but ask the elves to send it up to Ron at the Gryffindor table. Dobby popped away and he returned to his table. He watched for when the draft was delivered and coaxed his friend to drink it. Ron, as he expected, had calmed down considerably by the time the team had started to march to the Quidditch stadium. Susan caught up to them on the way and asked, "How do you like my robes, Harry?" Harry had been marching side by side with Ron, making sure that his friend was feeling better. He had not looked properly at Susan until she asked. When he did, his mouth dropped open in surprise. She was dressed in Gryffindor Quidditch robes, which had been carefully tailored to flatter her figure, and she was carrying a Gryffindor flag with her. She closed his mouth and said coyly, "Stop drooling, Harry." Ron had to drag him away because he was sure that he did not know what was going on at that moment. Soon the team was huddled in the team lockers. Angelina was getting started. "So, we are up against Slytherin. Some of them may have better brooms, but we have the skill. We have been practicing hard for this match and we will yet again make them eat our dust. Every one of you, remember your roles and fly like you have been doing." Angelina kept going on and on while Fred muttered to Harry, "Thanks to her, we have not been properly dry this season. Thankfully we discovered the cure for our boils, or we would have had to put in substitutes for this match." Harry grinned back at them. "I have a few moves that I haven't been showing off in practice." And, he said, rolling up one sleeve to show them that he was wearing forearm guards, I have a few other surprises up my sleeve if a bludger happens to come my way. After she was done with her 10-minute-long speech, she ordered her team to get ready. Harry cornered Ron. "Mate, there is something that I have to tell you." Ron said uncertainly, "Yeah. What is it?" "Slytherin have no idea of your abilities and they are scared because you are much better than Oliver was. Just trust your feelings. You have to play your natural game and you will be unstoppable. You have played against your brothers and kept goal against them since you were too young to remember. I do not think anyone on their team possesses more talent than your brothers. This is your moment to show that you are something more than any of them. What do you say, mate?" Ron excitedly said, "Let's show them, Harry." The Quidditch team flew out of the lockers to the field. The stadium was full by the time the teams arrived at the pitch, and like every year, 3/4 of the school was wearing crimson and gold and were chanting for Gryffindor. Lee Jordan was on the mic. "Welcome to the second and most anticipated match of the season. I give you the Slytherins." The Slytherins flew into the stadium in a line. Montague, Warrington, Pusey, Crabbe, Goyle, Bletchley and Malfoy. The Serpents are ready for another pummeling at the hands of the Lions. "Jordan," exclaimed Professor McGonagall. "Sorry, Professor. As I was saying, we haven't seen much of the Slytherin Seeker this year. There are 2 new beaters on the team which seem to be built along the same lines as the old ones. We'll have to wait and see how they do. Here come the Gryffindors." The crowd went wild as they entered in formation. The Chasers, with Johnson flanked by Bell on her right and Spinette on her left, in the lead, followed by Fred and George with their bats resting on their shoulders and Ron tucked in behind. Harry came streaking out from behind then, pulled up to fly just above Fred and George. Angelina, Katie, Alicia, Fred, George, Ronald Aandharolddd Peverell. The stadium was drowned in deafening noises. Lee continued, "This year Angelina has put together a strong team and they look unbeatable. They look fit, disciplined and hungry. Angelina has continued the legacy of Oliver Woodwell and she has grown to be more amazing than previous years, but she still won't go out with them." "Jordan," Professor McGonagall shrieked. The teams landed and dismounted in lines facing each other at center field. "Sorry, Professor. As I was saying, this is a fantastic team. Madam Hooch will be officiating today. She has arrived with the balls and the captains are shaking hands with each other." Harry observed the handshake carefully. Angelina was not a skinny, wimpy girl, nor was she timid, but Montague was a gorilla. Harry knew that he would try to intimidate his captain, injure her if he could. A non-verbal strengthening charm was easy enough to pull off and he did it. Lee continued, "It looks like Montague will be clutching his hand throughout the match." On they're off. The teams and Madam Hooch rose into the air on their brooms. She tossed the quaffle into the air and gave a single blast on her whistle. Harry took off with the team with the wind rustling through his hair, adrenaline pumping in his veins. He started searching the skies for a sign of the golden ball while keeping an eye on the game and ears on the commentary. Angelina has the quaffle. Pass to Alicia. Pass to Katie. And back to Angelina. Feint to the right and Bletchley falls for it. Score Angelina Johnson. It's 10-0 for Gryffindor. Harry spotted the snitch while Madam Hooch brought the quaffle out to center field to resume play. But it was far too early in the game and Malfoy clearly had no clue as to where the snitch was. Harry decided to have some fun and flew in opposite direction with Malfoy following, and when he was sure that the golden ball was lost again, he returned back to prowling the skies for the snitch. Lee picked up the commentary again. Pusey has the quaffle, flanked by Crabbe and Warrington. Ouch. That will leave a bruise. Pusey did not see the backswing from his own beater and it hit him in the ribs, making him drop the quaffle. Katie for Gryffindor picks it up and she is charging the Slytherin end. She dodges Montague, a bludger from Goyle, passes to Angelina. There's Warrington and Pusey. It looks like they're trying Parkin's pincer. Just then, Harry dived through the middle of the formation, scattering the Slytherin chasers and giving Angelina a clear path to the goal posts. Peverell comes out of nowhere and breaks up the defense. Pass to Katie. She takes her shot. Bletchley makes the save. Pass back out to Warrington. Dodges a bludger and a Weasley. Crabbe blocks a bludger from George. Pass to Pusey. Back to Warrington. This is the first test of the new keeper Weasley. Ron charges out from the goal. It looks like a Transylvanian tackle. Warrington flinches and drops the quaffle. Picked up by Ron. Passed back out to Katie. Pass to Angelina. Reverse pass to Alicia. Alicia is in trouble as Pusey and Montague are closing in on both sides of her while Warrington is zooming towards her. The twins have done a doppelbeater defense targeting Montague, who could not dodge in time, and Alicia has escaped. Pass to Katie. She dodges a clear attempt at cobbing by Bletchley. And she has scored again. Gryffindor leads 20-0. Harry had been listening to the commentary while he kept track of the golden ball in Malfoy. He was also listening to the score since he wanted to win the match when they had amassed enough points. Pusey has the quaffle. He dodges Bell, Spinnet and Johnson. There's a bludger from the twins. He dodges that too. It's all up to the keeper now. He fakes left. Weasley goes for it. Shot on center. There's no way to save that. And wow. Weasley saves it with a starfish and stick by the skin of his fingernails. I have to say that the new keeper is as good as Wood was. Angelina has the quaffle. She looks determined to evade the opposing chasers, but Goyle has smacked the quaffle into the crowd. Now Lee almost shrieked, "That's a foul, referee." There was a double blast on the whistle as Madame Hooch called a penalty against Goyle. Someone in the crowd passed the quaffle back out to her while she warned Goyle, "That is misuse of your bat. One more like that and you will be watching the rest of the game from the locker room." Penalty against Slytherin. Johnson for Gryffindor will take the penalty shot. Lee picked up the commentary. Angelina has the quaffle. She's going for the left, the right, shot on center, and Bletchley blocks it. The crowd groaned with disappointment. Harry spotted the snitch dancing towards the Gryffindor end of the field, but he had no intention to catch it just yet. Malfoy was tailing him closely. It was time to have some fun. Making a big show of spotting something at the Slytherin end, he abruptly turned his broom and raced in the opposite direction with Malfoy following, being very careful not to outstrip the speed of Malfoy's Nimbus 2001 by too much. Lee continued, "Peverell has seen the snitch. Malfoy is racing him for it. They're diving in the Slytherin end. Peverell pulls up. It's a Wronski feint." The crowd uttered an "ooh" as Malfoy went tumbling between the goal posts, unable to pull up in time. There was a double blast from Madame Hooch's whistle as Montague called for a timeout and Madame Pomfrey charged out to the field. Lee picked up the commentary. "It looks like Malfoy got plowed. I don't think that Slytherin has a backup seeker. If this is bad, it could be all over for Slytherin." Madame Pomfrey gave him a careful examination. The concussion he suffered earlier in the term was her main concern. As it turned out, the worst injury he received was some grass stains on his robes. Other than his rage at Harry, he was quite alright. The Mediwitch cleared him to play after about a minute. He remounted his broom and shook his fist at Peverell, swearing revenge. Harry smiled and waved in return while shouting, "Glad to see you're all right." With a blast of the whistle and the quaffle tossed into the air, play resumed. Lee continued, "Looks like Malfoy is good to go. Better luck next time, Jordan," Professor McGonagall exclaimed. Lee chortled, "I mean, good to see a fair match." It's Johnson with the quaffle and Warrington moves in to intercept. Ouch. It's a collision. There was a double blast from Madame Hooch and another penalty shot was awarded to Gryffindor. Angelina was feeling sore from a collision with a guy that was twice her size, so Katie took the shot. It's Belle with the quaffle. She's charging the center hoop. Bletchley drifts to the right. She swerves left. The shot, and it's through the left hoop. 30-0 for Gryffindor. The crowd went wild while Madame Hooch carried the quaffle out to center field to resume play. Warrington comes up with the quaffle. Pass to Pusey. Pass to Montague. Goyle pelts a bludger at Peverell well away from the play. What's he doing? He's charging the bludger. Peverell nearly knocks Montague off his broom with a bludger off his forearm. Montague takes his shot. It passes cleanly through the left hoop. The score is 30-10 for Gryffindor. Loud cheering erupted from the Slytherin side while polite applause came from the rest of the stadium. As the game progressed, it got more physical. The Slytherin players, with the exception of Malfoy, were all large, heavy guys. Montague was built along the lines of Harry's Muggle uncle. Since this was supposed to be a non-contact sport with the exception of the bludgers, that meant that their larger size made their better brooms a moot point. But they were perfectly happy to use their greater size and mass to intimidate and, if at all possible, flatten the Lions' chasers and keeper. Harry, Fred and George had little to worry about. Of course, Fred and George were practically human bludgers themselves, while Crabbe and Goyle were so inept that they were as likely to hit their own team members instead of the bludgers. Harry spotted the snitch repeatedly and faked Malfoy out every time as the score piled up. Then it happened that Goyle got a lucky hit with a bludger and knocked Alicia right off of her broom. Harry had been busy at the other end, distracting Malfoy when it happened. Lee announced, "Spinnet takes a hit with a bludger from Goyle. She's off her broom. It looks bad." Lee caught Harry's attention. His cushioning charm and Madame Hooch's hit at about the same time, but it wasn't quite enough and Alicia broke her arm in the fall. There was a double blast from Madame Hooch and the play stopped as Angelina called for a timeout. Madame Pomfrey rushed out onto the field and looked her over. Harry knew that he could have fixed her up in a minute, but he also knew that the first substitute chaser was Ginny, and besides, he did not want to show off his healing in front of the whole school. Madame Pomfrey conjured a stretcher and carried her off to the infirmary. Angelina gave Ginny the high sign and she mounted her broom with a grin of fierce determination. Fred and George, seeing the look on her face, thought that the Slytherins were going to regret taking Alicia out of the game. Lee picked up the commentary, "Madame Pomfrey is taking Alicia Spinnet out of the game. Don't worry folks, she'll be alright. Substituting for Alicia is newcomer Ginny Weasley." The crowd gave her a cheer as she took up her position and waved at them. "With what we've seen, I expect great things from another one of the Redhead clan." With a single blast of the whistle, the quaffle soared into the air again. Lee picked up the commentary, "It's Ginny with the quaffle. Wow, she's really going for it. Ginny's light frame with her new Nimbus 2001 made for a dynamite combination. The only thing more nimble than her on the pitch was Harry. She's past the chasers. Good bludger by Crabbe. She's dodged it. It's all up to Bletchley now. She fakes him out of his socks. It's 60-10 for Gryffindor." As Madame Hooch carried the quaffle back to center field, Fred turned to George and asked, "Where did she learn to fly like that?" George answered, "Beats me. I'm just glad she's on our side." After that, Slytherin tightened up their defenses. There were 2 more penalties against Slytherin, one for flacking and another one for cobbing. Angelina and Katie each turned them into goals. With the score at 80-10 for Gryffindor, Harry thought it was time to end the game. Crabbe sent another bludger at him which Harry dodged with a barrel roll, making the black ball miss his ear by inches. Then Malfoy flew up to him sneering, "What's the matter, Scarhead, scared?" Harry chuckled, "Of what? You or your beaters who can't hit a bludger straight." Meanwhile Slytherin was given a penalty for stooging and Pusey was taking it. Harry was worried that Ron might fold under pressure and would lose it, but Ron started doing the double 8 loop and Pusey failed to score. Harry noticed the snitch flying near the Slytherin end. He made a feint toward the Gryffindor end. Once Malfoy started to follow him, he performed a reverse Immelman and doubled back to the Slytherin end. Although the firebolt was faster than the Nimbus 2001, Harry was definitely heavier than Malfoy now, and the difference was not that great. Malfoy was right behind him and he was pushing his broom for all it was worth. The snitch did a nosedive and Harry was plunging after it. Goyle hit a bludger at him. Harry used his forearm guard to send the black ball back the way it came, but it cost him precious momentum. He dived and followed the golden ball. Pulling out of the dive, he brought it level to the ground and the chase was on. Malfoy had narrowly avoided getting plowed again when Harry pulled out of his dive, but he was still close behind him and Harry willed his broom to go faster. The snitch was flying just inches off the ground. It could not possibly make another dive. Lee announced, "Are my eyes deceiving me or has he touched another level altogether?" Harold Peverell is dangling upside down from his broom by his ankle. Malfoy is close behind him. The snitch has changed course and is climbing, but Harold Peverell has flipped back on top of his broom and performed a perfect Plumpton pass. He has scooped the snitch in his sleeve. That's it. It's all over folks. Gryffindor wins over Slytherin. The final score is Gryffindor 230, Slytherin 10. Harry's teammates had descended to the ground and everyone had piled up on him, shouting and celebrating. The Lions did a victory lap around the pitch. While the rest of the team descended, Harry flew to the stands, standing on top of his broom, holding the snitch aloft. Harold Peverell is flying to the Hufflepuff stands towards Susan Bones, who, I should tell the viewers, is wearing Gryffindor Quidditch robes, and he has offered the snitch to her. Blushing, she has accepted the snitch. "That's my boy, that's my boy." Lee was dancing on the spot with the mic, ladies and gentlemen, that is how you do it. Harry had just done something which he was sure would be talked about for years to come, if not decades. Hogwarts. The Gryffindor team was leaving the pitch after the match and Harry was following them, lost in thought. He had hoped that this year things would be better between the houses, the Slytherin players would have come and shaken hands or something, but that had been a fool's hope. There had been no change in their demeanor from past years at a Quidditch defeat. Well, he could not expect everything to be roses and sunshine. He was walking hand in hand with Susan toward the castle when he noticed two men running toward him, grinning. Having recognized them, Harry ran forward to embrace Sirius and Remus at the same time. "What are you doing here?" Harry asked them. "Dumbledore invited us to the match as your guardians and we were not going to miss such an opportunity, were we? I wanted to see you fly again. I am glad that I came because I can chastise you for that stunt that you pulled at the end. You could have been hurt, pup," Sirius said, clearly concerned for him. Emmeline, who had walked up to them by now, said, "Hush you, it was incredible flying. I have heard all about his flying and I just had to see it for myself. He is even better than James was." Arthur and Molly were there too. Harry assumed that Dumbledore had extended an invitation to them to see their son make his debut more than to see Harry play. McGonagall, who was there with the others, said, "Mr. Peverell, I am glad at a Gryffindor win, but that dangerous stunt you pulled right at the end was an unnecessary risk. Please see to it that you do not do so again. I did not for a moment think that you would lose the snitch. I feel that the stunt at the end was just you showing off." Molly wrapped him in a hug, admonishing him, "You should not pull those stunts, Harry dear. I was scared." After she let go of him, Sirius turned to Susan. "Miss Bones, I can see he is quite enamored with you. I trust the feeling is mutual." Susan turned quite red and mumbled, "You do not have to ask." Everyone chuckled while Remus turned to him. That was something James would have done, giving the snitch to Susan, cub, if Lily had allowed him to. "For a moment, I thought I was seeing him on the broom there. So, will you all be staying for lunch or do you have to rush off?" Harry asked the guests after the formalities were over. Sirius said with mock indignance, "If you want us to leave then you can directly say so, pup. You do not need to make it a question." Remus said suggestively, "Think about it, Padfoot. He may want to have some private celebrations." Harry blushed and Susan too, making others laugh. Sirius said, "I fear we will trespass upon your time for a bit longer." They proceeded to lunch in the great hall where students from all the houses mingled with each other. As a result, Harry was sitting with Hermione, Neville, Susan, Hannah, Luna, Ernie. The Weasleys were sitting a few places down the table with their children. Sirius, who had been looking around the great hall, said to him, "It is quite a sight. I would not have believed it if I heard that students from all houses sat in the great hall together. You would need to see it to believe it. Things have changed a great deal." Just then, George, followed by Fred, slipped into a seat across from him. "Harry mate, thank you." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Thank you for what?" "Mate, a little birdie told the students that you had said yourself that you will not catch the snitch this time. The ferret had been noising this about for days and that he was going to walk all over you in the match. Nobody wanted to believe it, but word is that it came from you. A lot of students, though none from Gryffindor, bet that he will catch the snitch this time. Needless to say, they have lost a bunch of money." "Who were the highest bettors?" "Oh, the teachers as a rule do not bet in these pools, so there is no winner among them, but Natalie MacDonald won 100G betting on you. Ernie made 50 while one Astoria Greengrass made 50G. They are the major winners. The biggest loser was Malfoy himself, who lost 200 galleons. So where is my share?" Harry asked him. "What do you mean, mate?" George asked him. "Well, seeing how I spread the misinformation and it made people bet on the wrong side, I am entitled to some of the galleons you made, am I not?" Sirius guffawed. "He has you both there. You should share some of your winnings with him." At that moment, Mrs. Weasley looked in their direction and there was no more mention of the gold. Everyone knew that Mrs. Weasley did not encourage such things. The guests left after some time. Harry made his apologies to Remus and Sirius about not being able to come for the full moon tonight due to being closely watched. He was proceeding to the library when George told him, "Remember Harry, there is a party in the common room this evening." Susan arched an eyebrow. "What party is he talking about?" Harry replied offhandedly, "The post-Quidditch victory party which we have after a win. Don't you people have a party of your own?" She frowned. "No, we do not. Come to think of it, there are no parties in any house other than Gryffindor. How do you people party?" Fred and George sneak out to the village and bring flagons of butterbeer, pumpkin pastries, pumpkin juice, custard cream and whatever catches their fancy while they're there. I just hope they don't decide to mix some of their products in with the supplies. That would get Hermione's dander up and half of the house would end up in detention. "What is wrong with their products?" she asked curiously. "You will have to try one for yourself to know about it," he said. "I am not giving away any of their secrets. Just remember that nothing good comes from using them except a laugh or two." A Marauder's birthday. On the 3rd of November, it was Sirius's birthday. Harry and some others decided to help him celebrate. Obtaining permission from the headmaster for a few hours, he had apparated to Blacktown House before the break of dawn. The elves had worked all night to make the decorations, getting the cake and everything which they needed. Sirius woke up. When he started to walk down to the kitchens, he found himself dangling upside down and had to grit his teeth in fury. Harry came into the room and asked him cheekily, "Bested again, eh? Did you run away from school again, pup?" the Marauder asked him. "I may have asked for permission. Then again, perhaps I did not. Why do you ask? Want to report me to McGonagall?" he asked him. "Oh no, I would not commit such sacrilege. I wanted to know if Susan snuck out with you or you gave her the slip." "Not at all, Padfoot. I informed her that I will be here, harassing one Marauder." "Happy birthday, father." Harry had left him dangling there and returned to the castle giving a letter to Creature to deliver to Sirius after he was released by the elf and left his gift. The gift had been hard for him to find and he could not think of something suitable. Sirius did not need any books because he had hundreds of them already. He had never seen the Marauder wear any jewelry either. Sirius's taste in clothes was admittedly far better than his own. He had turned to the only person who knew Sirius better than anyone, and Remus had given him an idea. He had contacted the goblins and told them to get it done at their named price because it was a hasty job. The gift had arrived this morning at Hogwarts. Harry brought it with him when he came from there. When Sirius came down from the ceiling, 30 minutes later, Harry was long gone, leaving only the elf for company. The elf had given him the letter. "Dear Padfoot, I would like to have stayed but I have other obligations which take a lot of my time. I will try and be there this evening to celebrate your birthday with you. I will not be able to stay for long because Dumbledore does not want others marking my absence from Hogwarts. I have brought you a gift which is in the meeting room. I hope you will like it." Prongslet. Excited at the idea of a gift, Sirius had rushed into the meeting room to find the table laden with gifts. In a corner where space had been cleared there was the gift Harry wrote about. As he undid the wrappings with a flick of a wand, he was speechless for a long time. There was a platform of sorts on which there were statues of a few animals. The biggest of them was a stag cavorting with a doe, while a dog and a werewolf were in the background watching them joyfully. A plaque on the platform read, "The Marauders." Sirius kept watching it for a long time, just staring at the statues and the happy expressions on their faces. He knew Lily was not an animagus, but it was her Patronus form which was etched on the statue. Sometimes he tapped the statue with his wand, and the animals would start moving, making him smile. Whoever stopped by that day appreciated the gift, but only a few people understood what it represented. The only other gift that he loved had come from the twins. They had sent him boxes of detention slips which they had duplicated sometime earlier in the year and thought he would like to keep a souvenir of his glory days. There had been a big party that night and Harry barely made an appearance and returned within an hour. He told them that they were having a session in the room of requirement that night. Room of requirement. That day Harry had decided to start teaching students to duel. It was something that they should know and there was not much time to learn it. Since there would be no more Quidditch practices until the weather cleared and snow stopped falling, they could again start having 2 sessions a week. He had also tested the limits of the magic of the room and realized that it could do anything within reason, so if he wanted to have some running space ready, the room would oblige. As such, he was planning to have runs in the room for some mornings. It was better protected and had warming charms to prevent them from being frozen to death, unlike the corridors of the castle which had huge windows that allowed cold winds to pass through. When everyone had gathered in the room, He started addressing them. "We have learned all the spells which can be useful to us in a duel and would help you to survive. However, knowing a spell and knowing how and when to use it are two different things. If you do not know what spell to use or you freeze in the middle of a duel, that will be your end. Constant vigilance is a must for everyone. Also keep your eyes open for any movement of your opponent and it may give you an advantage over them. Today, we will start dueling with each other to see how you do. These duels are not a show of power or skill but an opportunity to put into practice what you have learned over the last few months. With the spells that I have taught you, every one of you stands a chance. First of all, Hermione and Ron here will be giving a demonstration for everyone. Watch and learn." Hermione stepped forward confidently while Ron was a little uncertain. Harry knew he was unwilling to hex her, but if he did not pull himself together, he would not be able to stand before her. Hermione had taken her stance against him. Ron had raised his wand to defend himself, but the way his eyes darted around Harry knew he was going to humiliate himself. Maybe he needed that. She shot the first spell at him that they had learned for the first time in practice, Expelliarmus, and Ron's wand flew out of his hand. Everyone cheered, but Harry was scowling. "Ron, this is not the time to chicken out. You cannot let her walk all over you. You will not even hurt her this way. If I see you give up so easily, I promise you will be dueling against me next." The threat was sufficient to move him to action even if barely. She raised her wand against him again. As she shot, Expelliarmus, again, he shot the same at her. The spells collided in midair while Hermione brought up a spell chain and Ron pulled up a shield. As the spell chain was rendered ineffective, he started firing stunners, petrification hex, disarming hexes. He did not let his barrage stop for a few moments and Hermione easily defended against everything that he sent at her. After he was done, she started a barrage of bombarda at him, forcing him to cower behind a shield. When she was not able to penetrate the shield, she used a shield-breaking hex followed by a stunner in quick succession. As his shield shattered, he collapsed. Harry enervated him and signaled Neville to step forward. Hermione did her job well and stunned Ron, who made an effort considering the circumstances. Although I feel his effort was somewhat lacking. As I am supposed to be teaching you, I will take it up with Neville. He and Neville bowed to each other gracefully and then they started circling each other, cautious of each other. Neville suddenly fired a bone breaker at him, which Harry dodged and retaliated with one of his own. Neville fired another, and as Harry dodged this one, he started firing bone crushers at him. Neville had become more adept at dodging hexes than others and he dodged all of them. Then Harry feigned exhaustion. Neville was on his guard and did not rise to the bait. He did not drop his guard but kept watching Harry, who figured Neville would not fall for it. After some time, Neville started casting, ensuring that Harry was not pulling some trick on him. He was casting at his best speed. Harry had moved far beyond one-on-one duels months ago. Neville's curses could not even trouble him a little. Pretty soon they were going spell to spell, with spells colliding in mid-air and causing mild explosions. Neither of them was ready to give up and the students were fascinated. Neville knew that Harry was not casting at the peak of his strength. He was only teaching others because if Harry really wanted to duel him, he could have defeated him in seconds. Harry also knew that Neville understood he was not casting at full strength, and so Neville was not trying to goad him. They kept at it for 10 minutes when Harry started casting faster. Having difficulty defending, Neville reluctantly raised a shield. Harry shattered that with an overpowered hex, and the stunner which followed stunned Neville. There was tumultuous applause at this, however Harry could not care less. He enervated Neville and then he divided them into groups to duel. He assigned pairs from different houses together so they would not hesitate to cast their spells. That session ran beyond curfew hours. Harry discovered another ability of the room. It could open secret passages near the common rooms for the students. The passageway for the Hufflepuffs ended somewhere near the kitchens behind a tapestry. Since the dungeons were on the same side, the Slytherins went that way too. The way for Ravenclaw on the second floor ended somewhere near the library, where there was a secret passage which led them to their common rooms and was frequently used. As the students were leaving, Neville agreed to lead the Hufflepuffs to their common room. Harry felt he had ulterior motives for being so chivalrous. If he was not careful, he would end up in a detention with Filch. As everyone left, Susan had stayed behind. Hermione told him to return soon and went to the Gryffindor Tower while Harry summoned Dobby to bring them some refreshments. He dropped her off at the Badger's Hole after an hour and returned to his tower as Blizz. A few days had passed without any incident. The castle was quiet again, slipping into monotony. The weather had become cold and snow was falling freely now. Most of the students had given up the morning practices. Seamus had complained to him that he had to quit practicing on the catapult or risk getting buried in snow. Harry acquiesced and told him that they could take a break until the snow stopped falling. There had also been talk about holding a New Year's ball between him and the Marauders. He had called them on the mirror and they had talked about it at length. Sirius had told him that in previous years, the Blacks used to throw Yule balls while the Potters hosted New Year balls, and both events were eagerly awaited by the populace of the wizarding world. Those who knew that they would be invited for certain used to mark those days and keep their schedule free in anticipation of the invitation. As the Blacks and Potters disappeared from the scene, they were replaced by other houses who had been trying to attract the same numbers. Sirius wanted to hold a ball this year and they had decided that a combined ball hosted by Peverell, Potter, Black, and Rosier would do much to lift the morale of the public after they had revealed that Voldemort was alive and back in action. The decision was made to send invitations to their allies within the next few days, and Remus, Sirius and Andromeda would look after the other preparations for the party. This was supposed to be the grandest event of the year unless they managed to slay Voldemort later in the year. There had also been talks about finding a distributor for the new potion, for which the patent was expected to arrive within 2 to 3 days. As a general consensus, it was agreed that Herbs and Weeds would do a poor job of it. They needed someone who was very good. Remus had also talked with him at length about the werewolf registry. Harry had protested against the very existence of such a registry. But when Remus talked him through it, discussing with him the idea behind registering werewolves, reasons for registering them and knowing their numbers, his protests had died. They were of the unanimous opinion that the Ministry could not be allowed to track them unless it was willing to do the same for every witch and wizard. Since they had decreed that werewolves were not second-class citizens, they should not be given any treatment that would make them feel alienated and inferior. Harry had talked to him about deregulating the potion by exercising some influence upon the Ministry, but Remus talked him out of it, telling him that it was better that it was regulated so people knew who was buying it, or people would start to traffic it in the black market. There was another issue which needed their attention. It was to protect his facility and greenhouses where the alternate component grew, because it was clear that Death Eaters would attack it if they saw it as a threat. To that end, Harry was ready to hire some hit wizards out of Wizarding Britain to augment the on-site force of 40 or so werewolves who were already working at the facilities. The next session of the Wizengamot, which was scheduled in the middle of November, was supposed to be chaotic. As Remus could not participate in it when the issue of registry was raised, he needed Harry there to ensure that his allies and fellow lords would lend their support. Hogwarts. Harry walked into the common room past midnight, thinking hard about a prank which would be remembered for ages. He expected that there will be repercussions, but he was ready to take the risk. No one could earn a reputation as a prankster unless he was willing to take a risk. After thinking about it a lot, he had arrived at an elaborate prank which would require several people. He had a few he could rely upon, but none of them was named Ron. The redhead was a prefect and Harry wanted him to keep his reputation intact. After looking for a long time, he had zeroed in on Mandy and Terry from Ravenclaw, Susan and Justin from Hufflepuff, Daphne and Duvant from Slytherin, and in Gryffindor, he and Neville were sufficient, though it meant he would have to enter the girls' dormitories, something which no boy had been able to do since the school was established. He tried to fly on his broom, but the enchantment repelled him. He did not want to use the mystic's form of travel, not knowing what he would find in the dormitories or what scene he would be walking into that way. He worked casting detection charms up the stairs and up the corridors as far as he could aim. He found a curious thing that the enchantments only went up to the last step of the stairs. The next question was how he could climb atop the stairs without them turning into a slide. On a whim, he transformed into his animagus form and walked silently up the stairs. To his delight, the stairs did not transform at all. After climbing atop the stairs, he found a dark, deserted corner and transformed back. Nothing happened which showed that his intrusion had been detected. He silently returned to his own dormitory to prepare for the next phase. For that he was going to commandeer some of the twins' stuff. For the next few days, he met others whom he wanted in on his plan. His plan was simple: cause as much mayhem as they could. He had met others in secret and told them his plan. The plan was to let him in their common room when it was time. After that they would make themselves scarce and Harry would help them with the execution of the prank. True, it was going to take a lot to do, but the end result was going to be fun. A week later, Hedwig winged her way to the breakfast table this morning carrying a heavy parchment in her talons. Harry untied the letter, offered a treat to the owl and let her fly away. He gave one look to the envelope and seeing the ICW seal, he slipped it inside his bag. Everyone was watching him and waited for him to say something. Harry chose not to say anything because it would be in the news within the next couple of days anyway. Remus had also told him to watch for the newest edition of Potions today and to expect letters from some big names in the field of potions who were already working on the field of wolfsbane or lycanthropy. Harry knew that would happen and he was ready to sort through those letters and make some connections. In the past week, Neville was finally coming into his own, which perhaps had something to do with his training as Dumbledore's apprentice. Neville had told him that Dumbledore was teaching him some transfiguration and alchemy which he had extensively studied under the immortal alchemist Nicholas Flamel and which Harry had never tried. While alchemy was very advanced even for Newt students, Dumbledore felt that the training that he was giving Neville would help him to learn alchemy as much as he could be taught at this stage. If it still caught his attention, he would encourage him to find a competent alchemist later. On the side, Dumbledore was teaching him to duel in some defensive magic which was really advanced and not everyone could do it. Neville had told him about his failure at sword practice and the old headmaster had told him that he could help him a little and had lent him an old book which had been taken off the shelf about 3 decades ago for being out of use in the library. The book was about weapons and how to wield them in duels. Neville was not very successful so far, but he had started to be able to dodge him far more effectively. Harry had once joked that Neville was perfectly groomed to take the headmaster's position after the old wizard decided to retire at the age of who knows when. Both were Gryffindors and one was the successor of another. After all, declaring Neville as his apprentice would mean that Dumbledore was basically announcing his successor. If the apprentice decided to follow the path of the master, it would not be a surprise. Neville was also getting better in the dueling ring where he usually faced Harry when everyone was gone. Harry claimed that no one else could duel with him like that and it was the best practice he could have. Hermione and Ronald were having a mixed time. Until last year, Harry had included them in every adventure, told them about everything that happened. He was always gloomy, burdened with people's expectations then. They wished he would smile but he was there and he always relied on them, and now that he was being happy, smiling often and at times radiant, they could not be a part of things he did. While he did not tell them about everything he had learned, his skills had already driven the point home that he was something more now than he had ever been before. He was also funny and often pranked people now, but they could not participate in those pranks. What they could do was to award detention to him or to deduct points off the house points and to recommend him for detention. Most of the teachers sent students to the greenhouses for detention now instead of Snape. He refused to have anything to do with Harry at all. Rumor had it that he had said that he could not handle the new version for more than a class a week. One day, Hermione came upon him involved in a prank war with the twins and a few others in the common room. It was more like a brawl where everyone had been a victim and culprit at the same time. Hermione had entered through the portrait hole and had to duck a violet-colored curse. She whipped out her wand and stood up to find that Harry had appended a sofa as a barricade to use for cover and was hexing the twins when he got a chance. It reminded her of a few war movies where soldiers hid in trenches and fired at the enemy when they could. The twins themselves were hiding behind a couple of sofas at the other end of the common room. So far, one of the twins looked like a minotaur and the other one had a crown like a rooster on his head. One of the twins also sported a short skirt and a tank top while the other was sporting bark armor. They were sporting a multitude of colors on their bodies like they had been hit with color-changing hexes several times. Hermione also realized that Harry had not been spared from the spells of the twins. Perhaps he had wanted to enjoy this as much as he could. Then she understood why he was hiding behind a sofa and using it as a shield. She saw him giving his wand the barest of flicks and one of the twins' wands was replaced by a fake wand which turned into a parrot while the other twin's spells started to raise him into the air. Neville Longbottom came sliding down the slide. Wait. The stairs to the boys' dormitories did not turn into a slide. With wand blazing and before the twins could notice him, he had hit one with the pumpkin head hex and the other with the leg lock curse followed by Rictumsempra. Neville himself was sporting antlers on his head and his ears had been switched with a donkey. Harry by now had freed himself of the twins' spell and together, they had tied the twins. After the fight was over, Hermione noticed that every housemate who was there had been hit with one hex or another. Somebody had hit Romilda Vane with a Geminio spell and 2 copies of her were running amok. Cormac McLaggen had been hit with the blindfold spell, bound with ropes and was still flailing his limbs and trying to get out of his predicament because his wand was not in his hand. Some were trying to speak but could not because their tongues were sticking to the roof of their mouths. The boy dormitory staircase was turned into a slide with a glisseo. Ron was hiding in a chair trying to cover his nose with his hands which perhaps had been hit with an engorgio. It was large and Hermione sort of liked the look on him. A few of them were dancing uncontrollably. A couple were hanging in the air. A few had their color changed. Others had parts of their bodies changed to animals' parts. Ginny was hit with the multiple humanoid hex and was changing from human to gnome to dwarf to centaur to goblin to elf in rapid succession. Lavender was looking like a canary with the feathers just melting off of her. Elia Runcorn was hexing people with the dancing feet spell while Faye Dunbar tried to stop her. Hermione took in the scene and sighed. She had no other option than to go to Professor McGonagall. She turned to one of the portraits in the common room and found the occupants frozen in their frame. Someone had stunned all the portraits in the room. Enervating the occupants of the portrait, she sent them to fetch McGonagall and to tell her that it was a big emergency. Within a few minutes, Professor McGonagall came into the common room with the headmaster in tow. Dumbledore exclaimed, "Merlin's beard. Miss Granger, what is going on here?" "I do not know, Professor." She spread her arms around. "I arrived in the common room to find this around me." Harry was hiding behind an upended sofa fighting with Fred and George while others were just watching or were hexed. Some were dancing, some were hit with Langlock, while a few were showing animal parts. McGonagall had by now noticed Ron sitting in a chair, in a corner. "Mr. Weasley, do you have something to do with this? Did you perchance take part in it?" It was Faye Dunbar who answered, "No, Professor." Ron entered after it had started and immediately tried to stop his brothers. One of them hit him with an Engorgio charm in the nose. Dumbledore sent a Patronus and Poppy Pomfrey arrived after a few minutes, her wand out and looking concerned. As expected, she found Harry first and started hitting him with diagnostic spells. Harry tried to protest but she glared at him and he pursed his lips. After she was done analyzing the results, she was puzzled. "Nothing has happened to you. When Albus sent me a message, I thought that finally it was that time of the year when you would be brought into the hospital wing with an injury. I had even asked an elf to get your bed ready." Everyone was laughing hard while Dumbledore said, "Careful, Poppy, or others will think that you are being partial to Mr. Peverell. He does not need any help from you but there are others who do. Please start with Mr. Weasley first." She fixed Ron's nose in a trice and then started working on others. Within 15 minutes, everyone was restored to their usual state and then Poppy went away. Dumbledore then started addressing the students, who is responsible for this. None of the prefects knew who had started the fight and so none of them were telling. McGonagall turned to Ron. "When you entered the common room, who was casting spells at that time, Mr. Weasley?" Ron was hesitant to answer but he had to. "Professor, when I entered the common room, I found Harry, Neville, Fred, George, Lee Jordan, Ginny, Elia Runcorn and Lavender involved in a prank fight from 2 sides. I went to stop Fred and George while Faye tried to stop Harry and Neville. The twins hit me with Engorgio and that was the end of my involvement. A few students were trying to help Faye." McGonagall addressed the crowd. "Those who tried to help Miss Dunbar, please stand aside." There were 5 such persons including Faye. "For trying to maintain peace and harmony in the common room and for assisting the prefects, I award 20 points apiece to each of you." She then looked at the culprits, of which there were 12 students. Telling them to follow her and Dumbledore exited the common room. When the 12 students returned an hour later, they were given a standing ovation by the students in the common room except for those who had tried to stop them. Harry and the twins took their bows while Hermione scowled at them. Hermione was angry and it showed in her tone. I hope you all were punished properly. It was reckless of you all to start a prank war in the common room. You could have hurt someone. How could? Harry stopped her tirade midway with a raised hand in a pacifying gesture. Really, Hermione. If you keep that up, your face will get stuck that way. We have been punished according to the gravity of our crimes. A few of the most innocent ones, i.e. those for whom it was a first offense, will be in detention with Professor Sprout for a week at 6 o'clock in the evenings. Those who are hardened criminals, a couple of people snorted, while Fred and George took another bow, including me, will be serving those detentions with Professor McGonagall. Apart from that, those who are being sent to Professor Sprout have lost 5 points each. We the hardened criminals have lost 10 points each from Gryffindor. Initially she wanted to hand our detention to the dungeon bat, but he straightaway washed his hands of us. Something about the Weasleys being the bane of his existence or something like that. No other teacher wanted us and the headmaster could not have us. The next morning, when Susan looked at the giant hourglasses that displayed the points for each house, she noticed that Gryffindor had gained some points overnight. She would have asked Harry about it, but he had not shown up to get her from outside the barrels this morning. Now that she looked around, she realized that Neville was not with Hannah either. The two of them sat at the Gryffindor table as had become their custom and waited for news as they began breakfast. Tracy was already sitting there, waiting for Fred, with Daphne sitting beside her. George was missing too. There was not much space between Susan and Daphne, which made her suspicious that Daphne was likely still after Harry. Sometime later Hermione slid into a seat opposite her and Ron slid in beside her. "Hermione, where are Harry and Neville?" she asked. Hermione said offhandedly, "I do not know, Susan. We are not talking right now." "Why? What happened?" Just then Harry slipped in beside her. "I can tell you all about it." "Hello Harry," said Daphne coolly, "you haven't said a word to me since the match." Susan fumed and wanted to tell her off, but Harry was already saying, "There are certain commitments which I need to honor, Daphne, and I cannot make enough time for everyone. I barely get around to everything as it is." Susan poked him in the ribs. "So why is the Golden Trio not talking?" Harry cringed. "Promise never to call us that again." "So as I was saying, yesterday we were bored and Fred and George were envisioning what it would be like to have a prank battle in the middle of the common room. Others egged them on and they challenged me to a prank war on the Marauders' honor. Being an heir to the legacy of the Marauders, I could not allow their challenge to go unanswered. So I accepted the challenge. Teams were formed of the students who were willing to participate in it. I, Neville, Lavender, Runcorn, and a couple of others whose name elude me were on my side, while the twins, Lee, Ginny and a couple of others were on their side. The limit was prank spells only. We had been in the prank battle for a few minutes when Ron walked in and became the victim of one of the prank spells. When Hermione came in, it was almost at an end. She called Professor McGonagall, who rewarded those who were trying to stop us and punished those who were causing mayhem. However, as far as I remember, I did not stop talking to them. It is their choice. Susan was amused and angry at the same time. "You mean to say that you have been put into detention again? How long is it this time? Harry, you spent the last 2 weeks in detention almost every day." Hannah was taking Neville to task. "You are a prefect's boyfriend and yet you are engaged in rule breaking." Neville grinned sheepishly. "If you want to break rules you can join me the next time, hon. Prefect or not, you can have some fun every now and then." Hannah glared at him while Harry murmured in Susan's ear, "He is so whipped." She chuckled in response. This detention was a week long and McGonagall was so angry with him and others that she had set them to clean some of the rooms in the dungeons without magic and had left Filch as their supervisor. They planned to prank Filch too. A few days later. The last few days had been hardest on Argus Filch. He had been gleeful when he was given the chance to preside in a detention over the wretched brats whose sole aim was to cause trouble to Argus. He had been daydreaming about lording over them and to give them hell in detention, but as it turned out, the last few days had been anything but fun for him. The first day, he had told them to clean an old room in the dungeons without magic. They had not used wands as far as he could see and finished their chores easily and quickly without leaving a speck of dirt behind. That night, he had been prowling the corridors to find wayward students when he noticed 2 students getting into a broom closet. He eagerly shuffled forward to catch those miscreants and threw open the door to receive the biggest surprise of his life. The cupboard was empty. To make sure that his eyes were not failing him, he stepped inside the closet when someone latched it from the outside, trapping him. As per his reckoning, he was rescued from there after 2 hours by a Gryffindor prefect after Argus had made himself hoarse with all the shouting. The second day, he had set them to clean the washroom on the second floor and they had finished it without breaking a sweat. That evening when he went to his office, he found a box of sweets waiting for him with a thank you for all the work he did but was noticed by no one. Overwhelmed, he ate a few pieces of the sweets and ended up with boils. His predicament was solved by the Potter boy who had given him a potion for curing boils. The third night had been yesterday and he had them clean a room. Mrs. Norris had been taken and trapped in a suit of armor by Peeves. When Argus rescued her, someone had splattered the first floor with mud. Harry had been having fun for the last 3 days. They had immensely enjoyed it when Argus Filch could not figure out how they were finishing their chores so quickly. Harry was capable of wandless magic, so Scourgify was not a big deal for him, but for appearance sake, he had enlisted Ron, who was happy at being given something to do. He had asked Ron to don his invisibility cloak and bring their wands once they were in detention. They had their wands concealed in their sleeves and cast the cleaning spells, with Argus being none the wiser. Ron had done the same for 3 days in a row now and was feeling happy at being part of the pranks. As for trapping Filch in the broom cupboard, George and Fred had disappeared into the broom cupboard when they knew Filch could see them. What Filch did not know was that the broom cupboard had a hidden back door and they exited through it. When he inspected the cabinet, it was already shut with a locking charm. Lee had closed the door from the outside. The sweets were delivered by Ginny, who had been given light punishment. They were a specialty of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes and would give boils to the user. They were mostly harmless. A simple cure for Boyle's potion was enough to cure it. Ginny had wrapped them in a gift box and entered his office, opening it with Alohomora charm, and left soon after she had planted the sweets there. The third day, Harry had found Peeves lurking on the 5th floor, and after letting him pelt Harry with chalk pieces from a blowgun he had fashioned from an old pipe, Peeves had agreed to trap Mrs. Norris in a suit of armor. The mud was splattered on the ground floor by Susan, Justin and a few others. They were sitting at the breakfast table having breakfast and talking about things of small consequence when an eagle owl landed before him carrying a magazine in its talons. He untied it and there on the cover was Harold Peverell in his Wizengamot robes, looking every inch the wizard that he was. Below his picture was written, "The newest Potter and potions." A small part of him was elated that they were connecting him with his ancestors. The cover story of that edition was the alternate werewolf potion which he had developed, had conducted 3 monthly clinical trials with due diligence, and the ICW had issued the patent to him only after being satisfied that it was indeed a new and improved product. Harold Peverell invents the new Wolfsbane. In a press release issued by the Potions Guild at the International Confederation of Wizards (ICW), it has been stated that Harold Peverell, the youngest lord in Britain, also known by the moniker of the boy who lived and who hails from a long line of potioneers throughout his family history, has invented a new version of the Wolfsbane potion. Here we remind our readers that the Wolfsbane potion invented by Demickles Belby was the first breakthrough in this direction and brought much needed relief for those who have been cursed with lycanthropy. Sadly, for all his genius, Mr. Belby could not find an alternative to one of the crucial ingredients of the Wolfsbane potion, that being aconite, which is poisonous to every being. Its after effects are devastating on a person. While one would not willingly ingest poison, but for several werewolves who did not want to spend the night of full moon as a dumb beast, it was the only option. For many others who would have willingly taken it, it was too expensive for them to afford. For these reasons, the said potion has been criticized for a long time. Many potion masters are of the opinion that it was about time that someone made a breakthrough. According to the article submitted by Mr. Peverell to Potions Today, he is quoted to have said that he invented the potion after seeing how it affected those cursed with this affliction. To quote him, "Just because some people want to maintain their sanity during these ghastly transformations, they had no option other than to willingly ingest poison." As per the description of the patent available with Potions Today, he has replaced aconite with an ingredient which is easily available, and he has expressed his resolution to make it available to everyone so that they will not have to ingest any more poison. We wish him good luck and express our hopes that we will continue to see him shining in the field of potions like many of his ancestors. For information on the patent, see p. 28. When he was done reading, he realized that his friends were looking at him intently. He also realized that the Great Hall had gone silent. He looked at the teacher's table to find Dumbledore's beard twitching, his eyes full of twinkle. Vikram was giving him a knowing look, Snape had disbelief written on his face, and Harry was sure that a copy of the magazine was open in his hands. He knew that Potions Today was a magazine that not just anyone could subscribe to. Its subscription was only offered to those who had obtained mastery in potions with the ICW. However, he could not figure out why others were looking at him like that. He then noticed today's Daily Prophet open before them, and there on the front page was the same photo with the headline below it, "The newest Potter Potion Master." Hermione asked him, "Harry, why did you not tell us?" "I told you, Hermione, that I was learning potions with other subjects. Why does this come as a surprise?" Dumbledore had stood up at the teacher's table by this time. "I am sure you all have read the happy news that was on the front page of the Daily Prophet today. Mr. Peverell has invented an alternate potion to the Wolfsbane potion which will be helpful to a lot of those who were afflicted with this terrible disease. I congratulate him on behalf of all the teachers and the students of Hogwarts for such an achievement. Since we cannot do much about celebrating his achievement, I award 100 points to Gryffindor for this achievement, and there will be no classes today, followed by a feast at dinner." The announcement was met with high applause the students in the Great Hall. Harry grumbled, would have been nice if he had cancelled the detention too. As soon as Dumbledore had sat down, students started swarming him, congratulating him or fawning over him. A few of the intellectual minds asked him about the potion and how he achieved it. Harry kept doing this for at least 30 minutes before he got tired and excused himself politely. McGonagall interrupted him before he could walk away to inform him that his detentions had been ended with those of the other students. Harry knew it was more because even Filch had given up on supervising them during detentions. Susan followed him out of the Great Hall to the grounds, where they trudged their way through the deep snow to a secluded corner around the lake. After they made themselves comfortable, he asked Susan, "I suppose you are angry with me, Sue?" She asked him softly, "And why would I be angry? Because I did not tell you about the new potion." "No, Harry. I understand and I love your surprises. In fact, every time something new comes to light, I feel like I do not know you at all and I try to know you more. Sue, what are your thoughts about a date once we are home for winter vacation? It would be better to go somewhere other than Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade. Why don't we plan a trip to the hunting lodge during the winter vacation?" "That is a nice idea, Sue, but I am not ready to show it to others, you know. I would like to keep that as our private retreat. I remember Sirius telling me something about a manor in Ireland which is in a valley and it would be ideal for a vacation spot. What do you think about that?" "That is not a bad idea, Harry. Who else are you inviting?" "Neville, Ron, Hermione and Hannah from school, of course. I'll want to invite Sirius and Remus too if they can take some time away from their responsibilities. We will have to spend some time together considering who else should be invited." The contract. Daphne had cornered him that evening at the dining table. Luckily for her, Susan had not arrived for dinner yet. She could talk to him without being glared at by her glaring at the heir of Bones. "Harry, I have a proposition for you." Harry warily asked, "Do you? Please elaborate on that, Daphne. Father sent me a letter this morning to tell me about your achievement and to ask if you would be willing to contract with Greengrass Potions as the distributor of your potions or sell the patent to us with the stipulation that a monthly royalty would be paid to you." He scrunched his forehead in thought. "I do not plan to sell the patent. This is not about profit or fame. This is about giving a chance of a better life to those suffering from lycanthropy. While it is true that I need a distributor other than Herbs and Weeds, but I will be able to make a decision only after I have heard Cyrus's terms and conditions. If you would be so kind as to ask Lord Greengrass to write a letter to that effect to me, I would be happy to host him under my roof after this Wizengamot session. Then, we can discuss the details of this contract." Daphne nodded at this train of thought. He had made calculated moves which would not give them false hope yet would not ally them against him. He was promising to meet them but was not willing to commit without knowing if there were any strings attached. She would write a letter to her father and ask him to contact Harry directly. Then she remembered he had said something about Herbs and Weeds. "Have you dealt with Herbs and Weeds in the past, Harry?" "I would not say I have and I would not say that I have not. What I would tell you is that they are far too gold-oriented to even think about the reasons why I invented this potion in the first place." Susan arrived at that moment to see them talking. She knew Harry was not trying to put any moves on Daphne. But she could not trust Daphne. The Greengrass heiress was a consummate Slytherin and would not stop at anything to obtain her heart's desire. She knew that the moment was near when she would have to sit with Daphne and talk about it, or they would end up trading hexes with each other. Harry was being sweet by humoring her, and she could see that he was not behaving the same way towards her as he used to do. She decided to meet Daphne sooner than later, but hoped that the day would not come before the next term started. Days passed very quickly after that. Harry had received a letter from Cyrus Greengrass, and they decided to meet after the Wizengamot session for this month. As Remus had predicted, the news of the werewolf registry and its maintenance came up pretty soon after the news broke. The ministry wanted to register the werewolves and to brand them so that it could keep track of them. Frank himself was not of this opinion, but agreed that werewolves needed to register themselves. This would help them to know how many of them were legally in Wizarding Britain and how many had arrived illegally to serve Voldemort. Any werewolf not in the register would be considered an illegal immigrant and dealt with in accordance with the law. The ministry was divided. The issue could only be properly resolved in a session of the Wizengamot, since it had the power to make laws or to amend them. Harry had been sent a copy of the proposed bill sought to be introduced by Robert Abbott at the next session. He and Frank were of the same opinion, and so Frank had him put the proposal forward. As it was, he needed at least 2 days away from the school for the session. When Harry had asked Dumbledore for 2 days' leave, it had been readily granted. The same had been for a few other students who were not Lord yet but heirs. When he asked Dumbledore about it, he was told that it was customary to bring heirs to those sessions where something of vital importance to the wizarding world could be happening. House business was one of the grounds on which a student could be given a leave, however most of them were leaving only for 1 day. Unknown Castle. Voldemort was furious. He had heard of the new potion and the effects it had upon werewolves. He did not want his werewolves to take any potion, but he could feel that their loyalties were slightly shifting, which was reason for concern, and any indiscretion of his part may cost him their loyalty. Already 100 or so werewolves had already sidelined themselves from the war or even joined the other side, with the ministry offering them a better deal than he did. He could not forbid his followers from taking the new potion because he feared that they might rebel and he would lose a major chunk of his forces. The ministry had made significant improvement under the new regime, and if things continued in this vein, his already difficult campaign would be nigh impossible. Already 3 of his followers whose families had pledged their loyalties to House of Black had begged him to not involve them in any plans regarding Harold Peverell, or their entire bloodline would suffer. They had otherwise agreed to do as he decreed for them. He had crucioed them for a long time, but had granted their wish because he realized the complicated magics behind loyalty oaths would otherwise render them incapable and perhaps extinguish 3 bloodlines in one go, which would cause even more resentment among his followers. Severus had also given him some important news about something that the old fool was planning to do around Yule, and had promised that he would inform him if it was imperative for him to act instantly. Of course, he remembered how the interfering, old coot had placed the Philosopher's Stone forever beyond his reach just 4 years ago. The image of the prophecy, sitting on its shelf somewhere deep in the Department of Mysteries, flashed across his mind. He also realized that he had to speed up the timeline for his objectives, or he would have to spend a lot more time in the shadows. First was storming the wizarding prison Azkaban. He needed his followers out at any cost, because without trusted commanders, he could not win a war. No one among his new followers possessed the cruelty or the talents of the members of his inner circle. He needed at least Bellatrix, Dolohov and Rookwood out of prison, because Bellatrix was almost as talented as him, while Dolohov was a ruthless killer. Rookwood had worked in the Department of Mysteries, and as such, he could help them in figuring out a way to pick up the prophecy orb without the need for Voldemort to personally go and do it. He would also need the Dementors on his side. A meeting of allies. Harry had arrived this morning at the townhouse. They had a meeting scheduled for the allies at the Bones townhouse today at noon. Harry needed to be there because he knew that the wizarding world had begun to look to him as a leader for the new united factions. As Remus Lupin was a werewolf, some people would have objected to his presence, and Dumbledore would have been forced to ask him to stay out of it for reasons of conflict of interest, meaning that House of Potter would not be represented. He had to be there in person. He had been joined by Susan when he had arrived with Sirius at the Bones townhouse in the afternoon. The house elf escorted them inside. Amelia offered them seats at the table while they waited for others to turn up. The first one to come through was Robert Abbott, which was no surprise because Hannah and Susan were best friends, so it was natural that he was invited. As it was, they knew that the loyalty of the neutrals was temporary and they would get back to being neutral after the war. It was wise to strengthen the Grand Alliance while they could. Soon others started to come in. Macmillan was followed by Ainsworth, who was followed by Acton, followed by Boot, followed by Corner, followed by Greengrass, followed by Arthur, followed by Charlie, followed by Andromeda, lastly by Alice. There were also a few more lords he did not know who previously had belonged to the neutrals and were allied with House Greengrass, namely Orpington, Abercrombie, Zeller, Folly, Shafiq, and a few others whose names eluded him at that moment. Alice sent a glare his way as she entered the meeting room but said nothing at that time. Harry knew he was going to be receiving an earful from her later and maybe a couple of hexes. Since Lady Bones had called the meeting, she started speaking. As you all have been informed by the Wizangama, a change to the werewolf registry has been proposed by Robert. We will be voting on it in the coming session. This meeting has been called here to discuss the issue and to see if anyone has opposite views to ours that the ministry should not be allowed to track werewolves. Who would like to go first? Ainsworth raised his hand. I am not in favor of the change. If we are able to track them, then we will be able to sleep peacefully at night knowing that the ministry is watching them and taking adequate steps to protect us. While we have repealed the horrendous laws, it will be a bit much to let them roam without knowing what they are doing. A few of them concurred with his statement. It fell to Harry to assuage their concerns. I would concede that Lord Ainsworth has raised valid points, but I do not agree with his proposition. When we repealed the laws, we were aiming to achieve equality for werewolves, and most of them who were turned have never engaged in any act which would merit such treatment at our hands. The sole objective of repealing the laws was to help them realize that we are not discriminating against them. I agree that we must keep a register of werewolves so that we would know if they were involved in any criminal activities, but I do not want them to be branded like cattle. They must be given liberty to live life free from shackles, and if we keep restraining them, then for the purpose of equality, we would have to brand and track every witch and wizard, because otherwise there is no other way that I think we would be able to give them equality. Most of you have children in Hogwarts who have studied under the tutelage of Remus Lupin when he was the defense professor. Can any of you tell me that there has been a better defense teacher than him in years? For all the year, he took the wolfsbane even though aconite is a poison, just so that he would not turn any student. Many of you have employed werewolves and they have been hard-working and honest. There are werewolves out there who deserve a chance at living freely, and I, for one, am willing to give them that chance. I also implore you all to support this motion. Many of them clapped after he had sat down. Lord Ainsworth started speaking again. How can we ensure that a werewolf who is engaged in a crime will be correctly identified and punished, if we cannot track them? It was Amelia who answered. I will answer this one. The same methods and laws will apply as if any witch or wizard had committed a crime. We will have their magical signature registered. In case of a crime, we will track them through their magical signature, and when found guilty, they would be punished in accordance with our laws. The crime of turning, however, is unique to werewolves and their condition. This crime is punishable by death. Is that not a bit harsh, Amelia? Arthur asked. No, Arthur, it is not harsh at all. We have to balance the scales on both sides. Turning someone and condemning them to lycanthropy is as good as murdering them, and murder has only one penalty: execution. They debated some more, people made their opinions known, and they debated again and then would again discuss some suggestion. Finally it was agreed that they would support the motion at the least. After the meeting was adjourned, Alice cornered him. Tell me, godson, why I should not hex you for worrying me. He gave her his lopsided grin. Godmother, you can hex me and you would be within your rights to do so. Before you do, I should tell you that I wanted to visit my parents on Samhain. This was the first time that I went there, and I am not sorry that I did this. She hugged him fiercely. There was no way that she could punish him after she knew why he had done what he did. I understand, Harry, but please remember that we care about you. If something had happened, I do not think I would be able to face Lily and tell her why I failed at my duties. I promise, Godmother, that I will inform you in advance from this time on, so you can stand in my defense, if the need be, he said cheekily. If you did not have such a good reason for this act, Harold, I was itching to have a go on you. But this time I am letting it go. Please understand that we care about you, said Andromeda, who was standing behind Alice and had not left. Wizengamot. The members of the Wizengamot had been trickling into their seats for some time now. Harry strode in when he was sure that all the others were in their places. Amelia had told him that if he entered this way, others would know that he was there and they would make an effort to participate with more interest in the proceedings. As he walked up to his seat, he nodded towards many of the lords and exchanged greetings with a few of them. He noticed Sirius sitting in the rosier seat and Andromeda in the black seat. He took the Peverell seat himself and waited for the session to begin. As was the custom, the entire Wizengamot stood when Dumbledore strode into the chamber with exactly 2 minutes to go before 10 a.m. They remained standing until he took his seat on the dais. He rapped his gavel and said loudly, "Close the doors." The massive double doors which formed the entrance of the Wizengamot closed. He started addressing the gathered members. Let the Wizengamot session for the month of November, 1995 begin. Before we proceed to the agenda for the day, does anyone have any formal notices, motions or announcements to be made? A couple of people stood and made announcements which were part of the daily business of the Wizengamot. It took the better part of an hour, but it was important business which could not be avoided. Finally, after the announcements, motions etc. were taken care of, he rapped his gavel again. I trust that the agenda for this session has been conveyed to you all. Lord Peverell has invented an alternative to the wolfsbane potion which has been proven to have the desired effect on those suffering with lycanthropy without any of the toxic side effects. The first order of business today is to congratulate Lord Peverell for this significant achievement. Everyone present in the Wizengamot stood up, even the dark faction, although with less enthusiasm, and clapped for his achievement. After the ovation had gone on for more than 2 minutes, Dumbledore rapped his gavel again. The Minister of Magic, after conferring with the Chief Warlock, the head of DMLE and several of the department heads within the ministry, has decided to present him with the Order of Merlin, 2nd class, for this contribution. I request that Lord Peverell come forth and accept the honor. Harry dazedly walked to Dumbledore's dais where Frank was standing on one side of him with Percy standing behind him. Harry had not known about the Order of Merlin, or he would have avoided this session or asked Frank to not do this. He was still not used to attention being lavished on him unnecessarily, however he knew that he could not refuse it now without looking arrogant. He walked up to Frank, who picked up a silver medal from a tray that Percy was holding and pinned it to his robes and a roll of parchment which he handed to him. Frank gave him a genuine smile. Lord Peverell, your discovery will make life easier for thousands of people inflicted with the curse of lycanthropy. I do hope that they will find ways to make their lives more meaningful with this potion. Harry bowed to him and returned to his seat. He could swear that Percy was beaming at him. That was a mystery that could be solved later. Right now, Dumbledore was rapping his gavel again. As you all know, the wolfsbane potion is regulated by the Ministry and the International Confederation of Wizards. It can only be sold to known lycanthropes. Therefore, only those who are registered with the Werewolf Registry are given access to this potion. This new variation, invented by Lord Peverell, will be regulated in the same manner. Lord Abbot has made a motion that changes be made to the registry in light of repealing of the anti-werewolf legislation. The changes proposed by him are fixed on 2 points primarily. The registry should not be allowed to brand werewolves and they should not be traced by the ministry. Those of you who want to speak for or against the motion, please raise your wand. A lot of hands went up, with Harry being one of them. Dumbledore started. Since there are many who wish to speak to the motion, we will go by the order of precedence of the houses. The ancient and reverend House of Peverell is the first and foremost in line in the absence of House Pendragon and of House Lefay. Lord Peverell, you have the floor. Harry stood at his place and started speaking confidently while leaking his magic a little to wrap around him like a cloak. Dear lords and ladies of the Wizengamot, pardon my insolence for speaking in front of all of you when I have little to no experience with this august body in comparison to you all. Before I start making my points, I would like to ask how many of you have children, grandchildren, nieces or nephews studying in Hogwarts in 3rd year or above. Many of the hands went up and he started speaking again. I presume you all know how no defense professor has lasted more than 1 term at the school for a while now. 2 years ago, the headmaster hired a wizard named Remus Lyle Lupin to teach defense. I know he was revealed to be a werewolf by the end of the year, but I ask you all as to what your children said about his teaching abilities. One of the lords stood up and answered him. My son, who was in his newt's year at that time, claimed that he had not seen a more decent teacher than Remus Lupin in 7 years at Hogwarts, and he would have failed his newts if it was not for him. Several other lords murmured in agreement. Dumbledore was watching everything with amusement. He knew what Harry was doing. By the time Harry finished having his say, these lords would all be ready to march behind him and do whatever he asked of them. Sirius too was smirking, perhaps thinking along the same lines. Ghost of a smile was playing on Amelia's lips. Harry continued, as many of you agree, he was the best teacher to have come to Hogwarts in all these years. The Owls and Newt's scores in were the highest they have been in decades that year. Despite his affliction, he was an excellent teacher who took time to teach all of his students and did not judge them. As the headmaster can affirm, he was one of the best students of his age, and despite having impeccable grades and being a hero in the last war, he was without a job because our ministry had declared werewolves to be mindless beasts, and their position did not change even after the wolfsbane was invented. There were laws written against them by a nondescript witch who rose to be senior undersecretary in the previous administration. We rewarded a war hero with scorn and hatred. That speaks a lot about our society and what is wrong with it. This bill introduced by Lord Abbot seeks to ensure that we do not discriminate against them anymore. They are ordinary people like us. The only difference being that they are forced to become mindless beasts for 13 nights a year due to this affliction. If we continue discriminating against them on the one hand while we pretend to be treating them like other citizens, we would be called hypocrites and would be no better off than we were under the previous administration. While some of you may argue that we are already giving them more freedom than they were given before, that is still not equality. If we are vying for equality, we must brand and trace every witch and wizard like we would brand the werewolves, or we should not trace and brand anyone at all. Branding someone like that befits to megalomaniac dark lords but not a civilized society such as ours. He bowed to the Wizengamot in general and sat down to tumultuous applause from every quarter. Even some from the dark faction were applauding for him. Dumbledore rapped his gavel again. Well said, Lord Peverell. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this motion? Since Harry had conveyed everyone's sentiments artfully, the hands which were raised previously were not raised again. With the exception of Lucius Malfoy. I wish to speak against the motion. Very well, Lord Malfoy. You have the floor. He started speaking in his drawling tone. I respect what Lord Peverell has said before this chamber. With disrespect dripping from his every syllable, we must keep in mind that most of what he said is motivated by his own interests. We all know he is partial to the werewolf Remus Lupin and that he has discovered an alternative to the wolfsbane potion. Naturally, he would support this motion which aligns with his interests. What is not clear is whether this motion is in the best interests of the wizarding community as a whole. I don't know about the rest of you, but I sleep better at night knowing that the ministry is aware of the identity and location of the werewolves at all times, and especially on the night of the full moon. For the sakes of your children, if not for yourselves, I ask you to vote against this motion. As he sat down, Sirius raised his hand. Chief Warlock, I would like the opportunity to address the Wizengamot. Permission granted, Regent Rosier. The floor is yours. Sirius stood and started speaking slowly and clearly. Lord Malfoy raised some good points, however he forgot the main objective behind the werewolf-friendly stance of the ministry. We agree that a werewolf who turns innocent children should be put down like a rabid dog, and this is an explicit provision of this motion. We should be mindful that many of the werewolves in Wizarding Britain, my associate Remus Lupin included, were turned as acts of revenge or coercion by the followers of Voldemort. They are innocent victims of a vicious crime and they deserve our compassion, not our disdain, or to be treated as second-class citizens or monsters. Many of them were small children who had no way of understanding what had happened to them. They were forced to live in writhing agony every night of the full moon. Through no fault of theirs, they were forced to bear the unbearable pain of their bones reforming while they transform, their minds lost to madness and being reduced to raving mindless beast. Until now the ministry has been discriminating against them, segregating them from the society as if they are some illness which should not be allowed in this society, which is somewhat responsible for what happened to them. In the last war, I was serving as an Auror. I saw far too many instances of small children who were turned because their parents refused to do Voldemort's bidding or they actively opposed him and his merry band of fools. For the price that they paid for their parents' defiance, how did we reward them? We quarantined them from a civilized people, and what's more, we branded them like Voldemort did to his followers. Where did it leave us? How did it make us any better than them? If this is the way that we are going, then I would dare say that we are no different from Voldemort and his followers. There was lots of applause for Sirius this time, and when he sat, Harry sent him a smile which said that he was pleased with the Marauder's moving speech. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? Dumbledore asked. When no one replied, he rapped his gavel again. Are there any questions to be asked before we move to vote on the motion? Elder Alexander McDougall, who was the head of the McDougall clan in Scotland and elder of the Wizengamot, stood. I have a few questions for the minister and the chief of DMLE, Chief Warlock. You are permitted to put forth your questions, Elder McDougall. He turned to Frank and Amelia. If we vote on this motion and it passes the Wizengamot, how will the ministry reign in the rogue werewolves? Amelia stood. Elder McDougall, we will not brand them or trace them constantly. But we will record their magical signatures when they are registered. It will be mandatory for every werewolf entering our borders to be registered, and their magical signature will be recorded at that time. A dedicated team of 50 Aurors will be formed to deal with instances of werewolf attack and the like. Any werewolf that we find to be involved in any crime will be given a trial, and if found guilty, they will be punished according to the gravity of their crimes, the same as any other member of our society. However, the offense of turning someone to lycanthropy is unique to werewolves. Any werewolf found guilty of this offense will be summarily executed. As she sat down, Dumbledore asked again, does anyone else have a question? Lord Greengrass stood. Why can we not make a formal request to the ICW to deregulate the potion? This was answered by Frank. It is so, Lord Greengrass, because if we deregulated the potion, then no one would be obliged to register themselves. This would be like an open invitation to criminals to come and live in Wizarding Britain because there is nothing to regulate them or their actions. It would mean the ministry will have no means to determine the exact number of werewolves within the magical borders of Wizarding Britain. This could be a catastrophe in the near future due to Wizarding Britain being overrun by werewolves who would not need to register themselves and could wreak havoc on the society. Does anyone else have any more questions before we move to vote? Dumbledore asked for one final time. When no one raised their hand, he rapped his gavel again. Those in favor of the motion, raise your wand lighted green. A forest of hands went up and Dumbledore quickly counted them. There were 100 votes in favor of the motion. All those who are opposed to this motion, please raise your wands with tip lighted red. Some of them raised their wands and a quick count revealed that 30 had voted against the motion while 30 had either abstained from voting or were not present. Dumbledore rapped his gavel again. The motion is passed by a vote of 100 in favor, 30 opposed with 30 abstentions. The ministry shall take care of all other related matters with this motion and present a plan to be put into place within the next week. Lord Peverell is ordered not to release his new potion to market before the registry is functioning effectively again. The session was adjourned soon after, and Harry was joined by Susan, Daphne, Neville, Hannah and many other of his friends who had come to watch today's session. Lord Greengrass joined him on the floor of the chamber where Harry had been talking to his friends. Harry reminded Lord Greengrass of his invitation to Black Townhouse that afternoon to discuss the contract which he was eager to procure. The friends decided that the day was too good to be wasted inside, so they all went for lunch to a restaurant in Diagon Alley. Lunch was a boisterous affair. After having their fill, most of them returned to the castle while Harry and Susan left for Blacktown House. Sirius had gone on duty to the Auror floor while Frank had returned to his office. Amelia had also returned to her office as Harry knew that they were working on the plan to lure Tom out. Mad-Eye had selected a team of 50 Aurors to accompany them and was training them diligently. The finer aspects of the plan were being put into place, and this reminded Harry that he had been lacking some serious practice since he had returned from Adreshporum. He was unstoppable against a horde of dummies, but Tom was certainly not going to act like a dummy for him. He would need to be in top form for the next act. Blacktown House. Susan accompanied Harry to Blacktown House. From there, she had decided that they would flow to the cottage on the hill, and from there they could walk back to the school. Lord Greengrass visited them in the evening when Sirius and Remus were there. Dobby escorted the visiting lord to the meeting room where Harry stood to greet him. As Cyrus came into the room, he stepped forward and shook his hand. "Cyrus, it is a pleasure to see you. Likewise Harry, he returned the gesture and greeted others in the room before he took a seat which Harry offered him. Remus, as it had been agreed, opened the conversation. Lord Greengrass. Cyrus cut in amid conversation, call me Cyrus, Remus. After all, I was only a few years ahead of you at Hogwarts and on the receiving end of your pranks far too many times. Remus chuckled, all right, Cyrus then. I seek your pardon for speaking out of turn. As I understand it, you wish to enter into a contract for distributorship of the new potion. Cyrus nodded, I was willing to buy the patent, if Harry was amenable to it. I have learned of his reasons. I am hoping for sole distributorship of this new potion which I know would be helpful to those cursed with lycanthropy. Again, I ask your pardon for this. My nephew does not have much of a head for business and does not think of things in a greater perspective. This is why I am speaking on his behalf as his steward. What amount of profit are you vying for by this distributorship that you are hoping to acquire? I must accept that when I heard of this potion in potions today, I was amazed that nobody ever thought of improving the existing potion, and after a few quick calculations, I realized that due to the prices of the alternative ingredient being low, the costs would fall drastically. Assuming that Harry would like to make quite a profit on the product, I had assumed that the prices would more or less be equal to Wolfsbane. When Daphne told me that he is not doing it for financial gain, I stopped assuming and I am waiting to hear what his take on the matter is. We are not looking to make too much of a profit from it. As you might already know, House Potter has acquired a Wolfsbane manufacturing unit a few months ago and it is there we intend to start production. Since we are supplying the ingredients, brewing the potion and packaging it, we managed to drastically cut down the costs, and as per my calculations, our cost is around 5 galleons for a month's dose for the domestic market. It may be as high as 7 galleons when we are exporting it. Add your profits of 3 galleons to every dose, it comes out to around 8 galleons. So, we are selling it for 11G for a month's dose for domestic market, while it may be up to 13 galleons for exported products. So we are going to offer the product at 11G for a month's dose. Cyrus sat listening for a long time before he started speaking. Your proposition is good and has been well thought out. Part of the high cost of Wolfsbane is that it requires extremely capable potion masters to brew it, and then add the cost of ingredients and packaging and other charges, the prices skyrocket. This potion that you are putting forth is admittedly better than Wolfsbane in all aspects. One of the potion masters in my company told me that it shows a lot of promise and it will dominate the market within a month of its launch. I had not expected the prices to be just above the margin. You will make only meager profits out of it. Knowing Harry's intentions, it makes sense. Greengrass Potions will agree to sell the potions in Wizarding Britain, if you agree to grant us sole distribution rights. Remus called his own house elf and asked her to take a missive to Andromeda and Ted Tonks. They arrived after about 10 minutes. Andromeda asked Remus, what do you require of us? Harry addressed her, Aunt Andromeda. Greengrass Potions has agreed to our proposal for the distributorship of the new potion. I ask you to draw a contract to that effect between us. Their obligation shall include collection of the packaged products from the facility, selling them and returning our share of the revenues. They are also responsible to meet all regulatory requirements to only distribute the potion to properly registered werewolves. She nodded, I will draft a contract to that effect post haste and you can sign it. The contract was ready within 20 minutes and Harry read it thoroughly before handing it to Remus. The contract said that Greengrass Potions would be responsible to collect the packaged product and sell it through their apothecaries. They were also responsible for complying with ministry guidelines with regard to selling the potions. For every dose, they would make a profit of 3 galleons and the product would be sold at 11G for a month's dose. When it came time to sign the contract, Andromeda asked him, have you thought about a name for the potion, Harold? He had thought about the name a lot in the last few days and found one which would describe the potion effectively. It will be called Lupislax, Aunt Andromeda. The contract was signed that day and it was agreed that as soon as the ministry allowed, Cyrus could start taking delivery of the potion. As it was almost evening, people started trickling in. Almost everyone Harry knew from the Order or the Wizengamot, or the ministry was there. When he raised his eyes, Sirius told him that it was just a small celebration for his achievement of the Order of Merlin. The party lasted late into the night. Harry crashed in his room as soon as he saw the last guest out through the flow. Susan left some time during the evening after Amelia suggested or more like ordered her to return to Hogwarts. Hogwarts. Harry returned to the castle the next day. They had a potion lesson that day. During the whole lesson, Snape did not say a word to him but only kept looking at him while he glared at other students, sneered at them and otherwise made their life hell. As other students were leaving, he asked Harry to stay back. After the students had left, he motioned for Harry to follow him to his office. When Harry entered his office, he was stumped. There on a wall was a big photo of his face, perhaps the same one as was on the cover of Potions Today, displayed along with pictures and portraits of many other potion masters. He asked confused, Professor, why is there a photo of me in your office? Snape took a moment to reply, because of your achievement, Harry. You have shown that you have prodigious abilities in potion brewing. I admit that I have been experimenting with wolfsbane for a long time in an effort to discover an alternate, but I was not successful. You achieved this feat without any formal training in potion brewing, which I should have given to you when you started at Hogwarts. A lot of meritorious students had to do with a subpar education because I could not help but see the shadows of my past in every bright wizard or witch. Harry could not understand what the point of this conversation was. Professor, if you have nothing more to say, would you please excuse me? I have another class to get to. I would expect to be put in detention if I am late. Snape handed him a piece of parchment. There you go. It will save you from any detention. I have just a little more to say. Harry waited patiently for him to speak. He started speaking after 5 minutes. Harry, congratulations on your achievement. I must apologize to you for all the slights in my behavior toward you. You have been touted as the chosen one, the best hope for Wizarding Britain to overcome the Dark Lord. Even with that aside, being the son of Lily and James, I expected much more from you than I have seen. I rode you hard because you had the nerve to be you instead of her, or him. I did not realize, but in my perverted sense of justice, I was enjoying tormenting you, thinking I was getting my revenge upon your father. I never stopped to think what I had become. I offer my congratulations and apologies for all the slants I committed towards you. Harry went to his other classes wondering if perhaps the sun had risen in the west that day. The dungeon bat had his photo mounted on the wall of his office in a place of honor. Perhaps he woke up on the wrong side of his bed in the morning. Chamber of Secrets. That night Harry had called Vikram to join him in the chamber to practice. Vikram arrived to see him battling a horde of dummies by himself. Harry was trying to perform the dance of death as he had seen Harsh do on the ship that day while making the dummies cast at him all at once. It looked like he was not very successful. Vikram kept watching him for some time before he interrupted him. Enough, Harry, stand down. Harry turned to Vikram and he could see the storm on Harry's face. What has happened, Harry? What has got you worried? Professor, I feel like I am not practicing to the level that is required of me. I mean, in Edersporum, I used to practice different magics all day, could show off my skills and no one would bat an eye. Here, I feel stifled. I cannot practice like I used to. There is no one like them, Harry whined. The mystic chuckled. Harry, I understand where you are coming from, but you cannot leave your school and other things that you are doing. You also cannot go traipsing away to practice with mystics because we cannot interfere any more than we already have. I do not understand why you have not asked your friends for help. What do you mean? Harry, do you trust your friends? The mystic asked. Of course, I do, Harry said confidently. Do you believe that they would never betray you or give up your secrets to others even under the threat of death? The mystic asked him solemnly. Harry wanted to say yes instantly but took a moment to think about it. He had more friends now than he ever had before, but it was unwise to trust too easily or too quickly. Hermione, he knew, would never give up his secrets even under threat of instant death. Neville would never tell on him to others and would keep his secrets no matter what. Susan was fiercely loyal to him and there was no way that she would betray him. Hannah was also a friend and Harry felt that he could trust her with a few secrets but not the really important ones. Ron had walked away from him last year but had returned later. He had also stood on a broken leg before an alleged mass murderer ready to die for him, and that should count for something. There was Daphne, who was a good friend, but Harry was still not sure if he would be comfortable with telling her his deepest secrets. After all, he did not know anything special about her except that she fancied him a lot. Seamus was a boy who was known to be a motor mouth and could blurt secrets, so he was out. Ernie was a little pompous but was becoming unfailingly loyal to him and had stood up to Smith for Harry even though Smith was his friend for the last 4 years. The twins and Ginny were beyond question. Finally he faced Vikram. I can trust most of them with my life and would die for them, if the need be, as they would do for me. Why do you ask? Harry, the kind of practice that you are used to, is not possible without help from several people. While I am a mystic, I am only one wizard. I cannot do parallel casting. If you want, you can enlist your friends to help you practice the way you want. The room of requirement would be useful for this purpose. If I were you, I would choose a group of them and let them duel with me for practice. If you are still worried about your secrets, ask them to take a magical oath for that. Harry nodded. I think I will ask them for help. Vikram asked him another thing which was on his mind. Harry, why are you not teaching the students the Patronus charm? They all know that my Patronus used to be a stag, same as my father's. Now my Patronus has changed to a great snow leopard. It will lead to some awkward questions and I don't know how to answer them. The mystic smiled. Tell them it can change when one's personality changes. With everything that you have been through recently, it would be surprising if your Patronus did not change. Harry nodded. I will start teaching the Patronus charm in the next session. I also want to practice some of the mystic spells with you. Vikram pulled out his wand and adopted the stance of the duel. Let's dance, Harry. Harry started casting at a speed which was too fast for most people to follow. But Vikram was a mystic. He faced Harry without difficulty. The mystic was able to dodge or sidestep his spells and had not yet resorted to the slippery fish. Harry kept casting to his heart's content. Finally, when he saw that Vikram was getting too comfortable with his spells, he pulled out the Elder Wand and started shooting spells at him from 2 wands at once. Vikram still was able to dodge for some time before he had to adopt the slippery fish mode. Harry could see that his movements were not as fluid as his own had been. He was nowhere near as adept as Vari was. Harry knew that there were only 3 people who could do the slippery fish better than Vikram, those being Harsh, Vari and Harry. After having cast all the spells that he wanted, he nodded to the mystic to start casting. Vikram could not cast with both hands but made up for it by arranging dummies in different positions. They all were set to cast at specific angles as he wanted and he motioned to Harry to start his practice. Harry started dodging spells from the dummies and was doing it easily because he knew where they would shoot their next spell and he could move out of place before he was hit. Vikram started shooting spells at random from among the dummies and almost every time, his spells were in the place where Harry would have landed or where he would be. Thus, in addition to dodging the dummies, he also had to dodge Vikram, and while it was not the same as having mystics cast at him, it was closest to it. When they were done with their practice, he resolved to ask a few of his friends to help him practice the way he wanted. If he had to stand against Voldemort, he would have to take some risks. Room of Requirement. Harry had waited for the students to gather in the Room of Requirement before he started addressing them. This week I realized one thing which I had not thought about. As we prepare to fight you-know-who and his minions, he has a number of creatures in his service, namely Dementors, werewolves, etc. I have given you a basic idea about how to elude or even bring down a werewolf. But I had honestly forgotten about Dementors. As you all know, the best way to repel a Dementor is the Patronus charm. It can drive them away due to the fact that the Dementors are fiends which suck all happiness out of us, while the Patronus is made up of all the positive feelings. Starting today, we are going to learn the Patronus charm. The ancient and mysterious charm conjures a magical guardian, a projection of all of your positive feelings. Remember that only those pure of heart can conjure a Patronus. He took a pause for a minute and then started again. While a Patronus looks warm and comforting, but conjuring one is hard, especially for those who never had any happy memories. It is a complex spell which requires a great deal of energy and focus. It is fueled by your emotions. I learned it with a boggart and it took me the greater part of 4 months to be able to pull it off. Before you all conjure the spell, I invite you all to sit on the mats provided to you. Mats appeared beside the students and they sat as he had directed. He now ordered them to close their eyes and said, now think of a happy memory. The happiest moment that you can remember, and let the feeling overwhelm you. Let yourself bask in that feeling. Sit in this position for 10 minutes and then we will go further. After 10 minutes, he raised them. Before we start casting, please repeat clearly after me, Expecto Patronum. The students did so a couple of times, and after Harry was satisfied, he started addressing them again. Now take this stance, thrust your wand forward and clearly say the incantation while reveling in the feeling of your magic. Let your mind drown in positive feelings, happiness, elation and joy. Within a minute, the hall was filled with cries of Expecto Patronum as students were trying to cast the charm. As Harry expected, none of them were able to produce so much as a silver wisp from their wands. After 10 minutes of trying, Hermione asked him, "Why don't you show us the charm, Harry? Maybe we would get the idea." Harry acquiesced. He closed his eyes and raised his wand while thinking of the moment that he had seen his parents in limbo and was embraced by them. Giddiness came over him and he whispered, "Expecto Patronum." A big four-legged animal burst out of his wand, making the others gasp. He opened his eyes to find his friends looking at him and his Patronus each in their turn. The rest of the students were busy watching the Patronus that he had conjured. Hermione asked the question he knew was coming. "Harry, what happened to Prongs?" Ron added, "Wasn't your Patronus a big animal with antlers?" Harry shrugged. A Patronus can change shape with changes in personality of a wizard or from some emotional upheaval. With a near-death experience at the end of last school year and everything I did over the summer, I guess that my Patronus has changed along with me. Hermione now looked at the creature closely. "What is this creature?" It was Luna who answered, "It is Blizz." Hermione opened her mouth to speak. "Luna, snow leopards are." Her words were caught in her throat when the Patronus actually walked up to Luna as if he wished to be petted. Luna smiled. "I see that you have got rid of your Raxpert infestation, Hermione. This is a snow leopard." Hermione had shut her mouth and her lips resembled a straight line. Harry continued teaching, "So you all have seen me conjuring a Patronus. Now try and do not worry if you are not able to conjure even a wisp of silver at first. It is incredibly hard and would require time. Remember that you need happy memories and positive feelings for it to work." Everyone started trying, and by the time the lesson ended, many of them had managed to conjure wisps of silver. A few had managed to conjure an incorporeal Patronus. The one who was farthest ahead of the others was Luna. She had a hair running around her by the end of the lesson. Hermione had conjured silver wisp around her but was not able to get anything more than that. It was the same with Susan and Hannah. Neville, however, was not trying, and Harry decided to ask him about it later. Daphne was trying and had a silver wisp. The twins had conjured incorporeal Patroni. Ginny's face was scrunched up in concentration and her eyes were closed in thoughtfulness, however she was not able to conjure anything yet. Harry had a suspicion that she would find it very hard to conjure a Patronus due to her past with the diary. Everyone else was trying hard to conjure up a Patronus, but nobody had gone beyond the silver wisps yet. After about an hour, Harry dismissed them, telling them to practice more in their free time so that they would have a better chance of success in coming sessions. As students were leaving, he asked Neville to stay back. Susan, as had become the practice, also stayed back with Hannah. Harry turned to Neville. "Mate, when did you learn the Patronus charm?" Hannah stated her disbelief. "No. Neville does not know how to conjure a Patronus." One look at Neville told her that Neville did indeed know how to conjure a Patronus. "During the summer, my great-uncle Algie taught me the Patronus charm. So I already know it." Hannah crossed her hands in front of her chest. "Show me." Neville whipped out his wand and cast the charm. A vast four-legged creature burst forth. Harry saw the creature and guffawed. "A bear. That is incredible, and I would say rather fitting considering your personality." Hannah was poking him in the chest. "You knew how to conjure a Patronus and yet you did not tell me. To your girlfriend. Why?" Harry took Susan's hand and started to drag her away. "Let's leave them here. They will likely take a lot of time to reconcile their differences." As he was escorting Susan down to the dungeons, he found the fifth-year Slytherin prefects on patrol and could not resist the temptation to commit some mischief. He had not pranked anyone for a few days anyhow. Staying in a dark corner, he sent a few spells their way, whispering under his breath, and turned to Susan. "Let's leave this place as soon as we can. There is going to be mayhem." The next day, they would hear that the Slytherin prefects had been fixed to the ceiling on the 6th floor with their tongues glued to the roof of their mouth, and no one had seen anyone who might have done it. The teachers almost immediately suspected that Harry was behind it, and they were right, but proving it proved to be more difficult. For one thing, Susan had vouched that Harry was with her at the time when it had happened. For another thing, priori incantatum on his wand at Snape's hands revealed nothing. There was nothing to be found, of course, because he had not used the acacia wand but the sandalwood wand for this deed. 4th floor. Harry had sent a message to a few people to come meet him in the space behind the mirror on the 4th floor. They were Neville Longbottom, Susan Bones, Justin Finch Fletchley, Mandy Brocklehurst, Terry Boot, Daphne Greengrass and Duvant. As they all took their places at the table, he started addressing them. I suppose that you are all wondering why I invited you all here and not anyone else. The reason is that I am planning a prank, the likes of which will be talked about for years from now. I am informing you in advance that this may earn you detentions and the wrath of the headmaster and the teachers. So, if any of you want to back out of it, please do so now and there will be no hard feelings. If, however, you choose to stay and sabotage my plans, I swear by Mother Magic that I will make your life hell. No one moved. Daphne asked him, I can understand others, but why are we here and why not Hermione and Ronald or the twins for that matter? Because you are an important part of what I am about to do, Daphne. The prank needs your help to execute it. Hermione, Ronald, Hannah and Ernie are all prefects and I would rather that their reputations remain unblemished. As for the twins, they are often at prank war with me and I want to rub it in their faces for once. The prank will happen in all houses on the same day. Justin started speaking. I am honored that you invited me to be a part of this venture. I want to hear what the plan is before I commit. If it is life-threatening then I must refuse. Harry nodded. That is perfectly understandable, Justin. The prank I am planning is based on runes and some transfigurations. As to what it will do, that will be revealed at the time when these take effect. I must warn you that we will all end up becoming victims of these pranks to avert any suspicion on us. In addition to the warning, I assure you that it will be perfectly harmless. Susan eyed him suspiciously. And exactly what will it do? Harry grinned. Sorry Sue, I am not telling you yet. Let it be a surprise for everyone. The prank took place 2 days later. There was the little issue of the portraits to be looked after because they could spy on them and get them caught. To that end, he had to give up on some of the things that he wanted to do. He gave up on the initial idea to enter a common room of another house because he knew everyone would suspect that he was behind the wrongdoing and everyone knew about his invisibility cloak. Add to that, stunned portraits and it would leave a trail for everyone to follow. He had convened a meeting again of his lieutenants and told them what to do. He told them of the runes that he wanted to be drawn. There were 14 sets of runes, one for girls and one for boys of each year. The only similarity was that all students of one year would suffer from the same prank, i.e. if one 5th year was seen with a horn on his head then the same would be for every student in the 5th year. What he had not told them was that the students would be impersonating teachers and famous personalities from the wizarding world. The runes for glamour in the cluster had been tweaked to give them the desired appearance. That night, the students went to work after midnight when everyone had gone to sleep. Duvant had etched the runes on the doors of the boys' dormitories while Daphne did it for the girls in the Serpent's Pit. Justin and Susan did the same in the Badger's Hole. Boot and Mandy did it in the Eagle's Nest. Harry did it in the girls' dormitories under his invisibility cloak while Neville did it in the boys' dormitories. Harry eagerly waited for the next day when things would hit the fan. There were a lot of holes in his plan. Harry took it to be almost for certain that they would be caught. The first hint was that the prank was the same for every house, which meant it was done by people working together, and right now, there were no other groups working together in all 4 houses other than his circle of friends, which had grown to be vast. The second thing was that the only other prankster group, that being the Weasley twins, would be baffled with the prank because they had no idea who did it. That would leave only Harry as the plausible suspect. The third thing was that Dumbledore would surely try passive legilimency on students, and he was sure that Boot and Mandy did not have elaborate protections around their mind. Snape no doubt would ask Harry to be tested by the headmaster, and his refusal would seal his doom. There was no way he was going to let someone in his mind. The trouble started the next day at breakfast. It was about half an hour after breakfast had started when people started changing. It started with the first-year boys turning into Phileas Flitwick as the first-year girls turned into Poppy Pomfrey. The charms professor, who liked a good joke as much as anyone, left the teacher's table and joined in with the first-year students, helping them act more like him. The Medi Witch, who did not have any critical cases this morning, joined in with the laughter once the students were over the initial surprise. 2 minutes later, the second-year boys turned into copies of Gilderoy Lockhart, complete with the shiny wavy hair and the idiotic grin, as the second-year girls changed into Professor Pomona Sprout. The older boys pointed and laughed at the second-year boys. It was hard to tell if the herbology professor was more amused or annoyed. The laughter kept up for another 2 minutes until the third-year boys suddenly all looked like Vikram Ram and the third-year girls looked like Aurora Sinistra. The Dada professor chuckled while the astronomy professor looked starry-eyed at her imitators. A minute later, the fourth-year boys all turned into Cornelius Fudge, complete with lime-green bowlers and pinstriped cloaks. The fourth-year girls turned into Amelia Bones. Some of the boys tried to look stern and scowl, which just made it funnier as they tried not to laugh. A few others took the bowler off their head and tried spinning them as they had seen Fudge do when he was nervous. When Susan saw who the girls had changed into, she was horrified. Her auntie would hex her into the middle of next week if she ever heard about this. By the time it was the fifth year's turn, Hermione was sweating and muttering under her breath. Ron heard such profanities coming from her mouth that he could not have thought that his girlfriend could be so brilliant at expletives. The boys changed first into the likeness of Hagrid with his beetle black eyes and untamable, wiry hair, but without his elephantine girth or towering height. The next moment, the girls changed into the history of magic professor, Professor Martha Hughes. Even Hermione had to admit that it could have been worse. The sixth years had started to sweat by then. Harry knew they were just hoping that they did not change into something horrible. Their hopes were dashed when in the next minute, there were dozens of replicas of Professor Snape, complete with hooked noses, greasy, lank hair and black robes, sitting around in the Great Hall. The girls changed into Professor Trelawney, complete with the frizzly hair, shawls and her oversized glasses. The seventh years got the best of it, with all of the boys getting Dumbledore's appearance. The girls got Professor McGonagall. Fred and George, looking at each other, pointed and said, "Wow. We're identical." Angelina, who looked like McGonagall, gave Fred and George detention for terrible jokes in her best imitation of Minerva McGonagall, who was scowling now. Harry and all of his accomplices were sitting together at the Ravenclaw table eating breakfast and were deliberately not looking up. They were enjoying the mixed reactions of the students around them and knew that looking up would give their secret away. He knew that many of them were scandalized. But many more were enjoying it, like the Weasley twins, who were showing off their long fine beards. They were standing in their place and trying to mimic Dumbledore, making others laugh. Dumbledore too was chuckling seeing their antics. At the teacher's table, Flitwick was genuinely happy and enjoying the fact that the students loved that they were looking like him. He was also moved by the fact that the students loved him so much. Of course he knew that he was one of the favorite teachers at Hogwarts, but to see the love being shown so openly was a nice touch. He inwardly resolved to award 20 points apiece to everyone who was involved in it for a prank well executed. Poppy Pomfrey was usually a very laid-back witch who was generally not shocked by anything except when it came to the well-being of others. The way someone had glamoured students to look like her was touching and a lovely gesture. Pity she could not award points to students, but she would have loved to know who the ones behind the prank were so she could pat them on the back. Professor Sprout was amused that students liked her enough to glamour others to look like her. It was a lovely gesture from whoever had done it. If her suspicions were correct, like the other teachers, the culprits were at the Ravenclaw table. Vikram of course knew the handiwork of Harry and how much the youngest marauder loved to prank, considering Harsh had taught him one prank too many. Aurora Sinistra was happy thinking that students actually paid attention to her, even if for a prank, and that they had said indirectly what she had wanted to. Hagrid was amused and blushing a little. He had no idea that the students liked him so much, and to see it so openly was indeed the best thing to happen to him this year. It was too much for him to take in anymore, and he took out his handkerchief and profusely dabbed at the corner of his eyes. Professor Hughes was amused because whoever did it had guts to do something, considering her reputation. She had seen all sorts of pranks at the school when she had studied at Hogwarts and was a few years behind the Marauders. Now she was delighted to be involved in one, even though indirectly. Needless to say, she was thrilled and would have awarded points to students if she knew who they were. Professor Trelawney was not in the Great Hall as was her custom, so nobody could know what she thought of it, but Snape was looking murderous. Ever since he had changed his opinion of Harold Peverell, the brat had started to make efforts to prove him wrong again, that he was indeed his father's son. Snape had been a classmate and far too often the victim of the Marauders' pranks. Harold Peverell was turning out to be one like him. Until the last year, he had been involved in death-defying adventures and no pranks like his father, but now he had done more spectacular pranks than his father in one term alone. Merlin knew where it would lead. However, one thing was certain: Harold Peverell was like his father and a marauder at heart. Dumbledore was of course enjoying the prank. It was not done to hurt anyone and only bring laughter all around for the students. Minerva McGonagall was however Minerva McGonagall after all. She would not remain idle and let the mischief makers go unpunished. She had tangled with the marauders and came out on top, even though she had got her hairs white with them. No son of a marauder could defeat her. Harold Peverell would pay. Colin Creevey was meanwhile busy clicking pictures across the Great Hall and laughing his head off. He had become Cornelius Fudge after all. Harry was planning to ask Colin to duplicate the picture and to keep a copy for himself to rub it in Sirius's face. Unknown Castle. Voldemort was readying himself for action. The way the Ministry had made it mandatory for werewolves to register, he knew the Aurors would be given unbridled powers to apprehend werewolves, and his faithful who did not register would be hunted down. Things were already getting hard for him without the Ministry actively engaging against him. Even in the last war, there had not been people who had the guts to make hard decisions. The former minister Millicent Bagnold, who was hailed as a hero at the end of the last war, did not have it in her to authorize lethal force. It was only when she herself had been attacked that she had authorized lethal force to be used. Voldemort thought he had killed all those men of Ironwool in the last war, but perhaps there were still some out there who could make the tough decisions. If he wanted to stay ahead of the Ministry, he had to do certain things at once. The first thing he needed most was gold to fund his campaign. He had a lot of followers who could be asked to contribute towards his campaign, or more like, he could confiscate their vaults for his purposes. Perhaps it was a suitable time to test the loyalty of the crafty Malfoy. He clapped his hands and a lowly new recruit entered the room and bowed low to him. "Yes, my lord." "Go and send Malfoy to me," Voldemort ordered. Lucius entered after 5 minutes, looking hesitant, his skin pale, and his eyes darting around with a frightened expression on his face. He bowed low to Voldemort. "My lord, you called." Voldemort sneered in his cold voice. "Took you long enough, Lucius." As Lucius shuddered, he leveled his wand at him and intoned, "Crucio." The elder Malfoy kept withering under the curse for 2 minutes before Voldemort ceased his torture. Lucius sat on his knees after gathering a lot of his strength, yet he was shaking with fright. "I require a service of you, Lucius," he said coldly. "I want you to transfer all your liquid assets to me. I want all the gold that is in your account to fund my campaign. It is a great honor which I have decided to bestow upon you. I presume it is not disagreeable." Though he made it sound like a question, Lucius knew better than to answer otherwise. "No, my lord. You are most beneficent to have selected me for this honor. There is no higher pleasure than to know that the Malfoy wealth would be used to fulfill your noble goals." As they were talking, Lucius had not yet stood up and did not dare to look up in Voldemort's eyes for fear of being caught lying to him. Over the years, he had transferred a lot of his wealth to the gnomes so that if something untoward was to happen and the Ministry seized his fortune, he could escape and still live a lavish lifestyle. The wealth that he had squirreled away with the gnomes was almost as much as was with the goblins. He had made some heavy investments after the last war on the advice of the gnomes, and they were paying healthy returns. Malfoy had suspicions that the wealth might have been coming from investment in the Muggle world, but for him gold was gold. He did not care where it came from. "Lucius, I require you to go to the goblins and ask them to transfer the gold in 7 equal parts to new accounts which shall be opened in the names of Goyle, Mulciber, Yaxley, McNair, Parkinson, Flint and Selwyn. In case something happens to you, the money shall be used to fulfill the noble purpose of our victory, of the realization of our dream. I want you to do this by today, Lucius, or you will suffer my displeasure." Lucius nodded. Of course he could not suffer the Cruciatus curse too many times a day or he would slip off the deep end. The Dark Lord had a lot of plans and Lucius had dreams around those plans. He could not risk giving up on those plans. The wealth in the Malfoy vault was nothing to the dreams which would be realized. As Lucius left, Voldemort started thinking about the second problem. There was the chief issue of recruitment. Greyback was an alpha. He could recruit werewolves for him, but still, he did not have as many recruits as he would have liked. He needed to step out of Wizarding Britain and gather some troops. Perhaps a tour of the neighboring countries and defeating Dark Lords here and there was in order. He could claim the rights of victor against the followers of said Dark Lord and meld them into his own followers, thus boosting his numbers, but that would have to wait until he could break his most trusted followers out of Azkaban. He needed someone in charge of his troops in his absence, and no one among his current followers was worthy of that honor except maybe Snape, but he was artfully employed where he could serve him in a more beneficial manner. Third was the prophecy. The blasted prophecy was what had restrained him all these years, and yet he was not able to get his hands on it. He would have to increase his efforts. As soon as he could get the prophecy, he would be able to make a move to seize power. The ministry shall be the first, followed by Hogwarts, where he would finish all his enemies in one fell swoop. Hogwarts. The students were still flabbergasted about the prank. The teachers had gone to work instantly to try and undo it, but to no avail. Snape had tried many spells which otherwise would have undone any spell, but nothing could counter the pranks. Minerva had tried to reverse transforming the students, but it had not been possible. Vikram had not made a move to undo it. Snape looked at him and drawled, "This is supposed to be your area of expertise, Vikram. Why don't you try to undo it, or is it beyond your talents?" Albus knew that Snape was trying to goad Vikram, but the mystic was nonplussed. Now that he thought about it, it was the first time that Albus had seen Snape behave erratically towards the defense professor. Unlike the previous defense instructors, Vikram was popular among the students, and it was natural that Snape would be against him, but Albus had not seen any visible signs of it until now. Vikram was smiling. "As I remember, I am teacher of defense against the dark arts, Severus. There is no dark magic here. This is a prank. It is a combination of charms and transfiguration, which is expertise of Phileas and Minerva. They are more than competent to deal with this." Dumbledore stood and addressed the Great Hall. "Since it is not practical for you to attend classes with this disruption, there shall be no classes today. I request that the prefects join us in the staff room shortly. The rest of you students stay here. You shall remain in your seats, here in the Great Hall, while we find out who is behind this prank." The prefects rose as one and followed Dumbledore and other teachers to the staff room. It was disconcerting to see 4 Hagrid, 4 Martha Hughes, 4 Snape, 4 Trelawney, 4 Dumbledore and 4 Minerva following the teachers to the staff room. The only difference between them was the trim of their robes. Ron glared at Malfoy, and even their beetle-eyed glares were identical. The staff room. The prefect stood before the teachers and Dumbledore started, "Now we are all here to find the ones behind this prank. Those prefects who were not on duty yesterday are free to go. First, I would like to hear from the head boy about anything unusual he saw or heard or was reported to him last night." Most of the Dumbledores, McGonagalls, Snapes and Trelawneys left while the Hagrids and Hughes remained. It was a fact that 5th years were assigned patrol duties more than anyone. One of the Dumbledores stepped forward, the head boy, a Ravenclaw named Dorcas McLeod. "Headmaster, I noticed nothing out of the ordinary in the castle last night. I myself had the first patrol from 10 to midnight last night. I did not notice any student out of bounds in the castle." Dumbledore nodded. "Now I would like to know the report of the Gryffindor prefects who had their turn at patrol last night." One of the Professor Hughes spoke in Hermione's voice. "Headmaster, we patrolled the corridors from 10 to midnight. There was nothing out of the ordinary in the castle. In our common room, the students had gone to sleep by the time that our patrol began. The portraits kept vigil in the common room, and they noticed nothing out of the ordinary either. No student had come out of the dormitories after we had gone on our patrol." After they were done, he turned to Ernie and Hannah. "Did you two notice anything?" One of the Hagrids spoke in Ernie's voice. "No, Headmaster. We did not see anyone, nor did we notice anything out of the ordinary in our common room either. Students were gone to bed shortly after curfew, and the portraits and the house ghost claimed to have seen no one." Dumbledore nodded. "Mr. Malfoy and Miss Parkinson, do you have anything to add to what they observed in their dormitories?" It was strange to hear Malfoy's drawl come out of a replica of Hagrid. "Nothing worth reporting, Headmaster. The students were in their beds before curfew, and nothing happened during the night to make me get up and investigate." Dumbledore had been dismissing every prefect as they were done with their reports. It was standard procedure to keep the deliberations and musings secret from the student body. They after all had no say in the matter of the administration of the school. Finally Dumbledore turned to the Ravenclaw prefects. Do either of you have anything to add to what has already been said? The final Hughes spoke in Padma's voice. Headmaster, I have seen Harold Peverell consorting with students from all the houses in the last few days, particularly Daphne Greengrass, Conrad Duvant, Justin Finch Fletchley, Mandy Brocklehurst and Terry Boot at times. Other than that, there is nothing substantial that I can add to what others have already said. Very well, Miss Pottle. You both may go to the Great Hall now. Do not discuss this with anyone. As the last two prefects left, Dumbledore turned to the teachers. So you have heard what there is to be told. What do you all think? Minerva began. I suspect that this is the handiwork of Harold Peverell and his associates. The Weasley twins might be able to do the magic involved in this prank, but they have no access to the other house common rooms. Vikram interrupted her. Minerva, there is nothing to suggest that someone not allowed has accessed the common room of another house. Flitwick chimed in. However, we have seen evidence of what he can do. His performances in his classes so far this year are evidence of that. We all have heard what Bethsheda had to say about his runes prowess. He had never studied runes before, but he can create rune clusters which are not possible for many of the 7th years. Snape also put his 2 nuts in. I think that he is involved in it. He has the knowledge and resources to do a prank like this. He must have asked people to help him in rule breaking. The real Martha Hughes asked him, even the Slytherins. Severus. I never thought that students of your house would help him. Snape's expression soured. While it pains me to admit, but yes, I believe that students from my own house were involved with him in this prank. Dumbledore asked him, what do you suggest we should do to confirm our suspicions? Snape turned to him, call them into your office and ask to see his memories. If he refuses, he is guilty as charged. Minerva interrupted, you are not going to perform legilimency on him, are you? Of course not, Minerva. I would ask him if he agrees to it, but I will not force it. The teachers returned to the Great Hall and Dumbledore addressed the students. I would request Harold Peverell, Susan Bones, Neville Longbottom, Justin Finch Fletchley, Terry Boot, Mandy Brocklehurst, Daphne Greengrass and Conrad Duvant to report to my office immediately. The named students who had been sitting together at the Ravenclaw table stood as one to follow the headmaster. The other students watched as the 4 pairs of Hagrids and Hughes made their way out of the Great Hall. On the way up, Susan muttered, to Dumbledore's office again. So much fun. Harry snorted but said nothing. Dumbledore, who had heard her muttering, said over his shoulder, I heard that, Miss Bones. It seems to be your nature to be a troublemaker that you end up in my office again and again. Dumbledore offered them seats in his office. Shortly they were joined by Severus, Minerva, Phileas and Pomona. As the heads of houses joined, Dumbledore turned to them, I do not have any direct proof about your involvement in this prank so far. There are reasonable grounds to suspect your involvement. There are statements of witnesses which connect you to the happenings of this morning. The most prominent name which has been put forward is Harold Peverell. Mr. Peverell, would you let me read your mind to see that you are not complicit in what happened today? Harry shook his head. Headmaster, I have secrets which can put people's lives in danger if they are known, so I will not let you cast legilimency on me. Snape's lips curled upwards. Why, you little. But Albus cut in before he could finish his sentence. Severus, I am talking with them. You are to sit and observe. He turned to Harry again. Mr. Peverell, if you do not agree to let me see your memories, it would be assumed that you are guilty and you will be punished for it. Harry was relieved. He could take the blame on himself and others would not be punished for the act. He responded to the headmaster, I will bear whatever punishment you will see fit, Professor. No one else was involved in this prank with me and I did it myself. Dumbledore was not surprised. It was Harry's nature to act unselfishly. He addressed him, if you so accept, then you are found guilty for this prank and... He could not finish his sentence before Neville and Susan said at the same time, Headmaster, we are also involved with him. We are equally liable. Harry sighed. He had thought that he could deflect punishment from other students, but that was not to be. Susan and Neville had accepted their roles and Dumbledore would punish them along with him. By this time, the rest of them also stood and claimed responsibility for the prank with him. Severus was frowning at the behavior of his students. It was so unlike them to stand so loyally behind someone, but there was nothing he could do after they had openly admitted their guilt. Minerva was part angry and part proud. Angry for obvious reasons and proud because Neville stood by Harry and did not let him take the fall for everyone. Flitwick was indifferent in outward appearance, but inwardly he was thinking of ways to negate the punishment which would be awarded to the students. Pomona was proud of the loyalty her puffs had shown to their leader. People often thought that she did not care, but Pomona always kept her eyes and ears open and had noticed how Harry was becoming a leader among the students. Dumbledore said to them, "Since you have all accepted your culpability, it is decided that we will be lenient to you all in your punishments. Letters will be written to your parents or guardians to acquaint them with the gravity of your crimes, and 50 points apiece off each of you with a week's worth of detention with." He paused and asked the 4 heads of house, "Which of you shall be taking them?" Everyone washed their hands of them at once. Minerva did not need 8 students from all 4 houses to be serving detention in her office at once. Flitwick rarely put a student in detention, so he had little experience in this matter, while Pomona flatly said that there were enough students to do detentions in her greenhouses for now. Snape had looked at Dumbledore in such a way as if to dare him to send the students to him for detention. It was well known by now that he would not supervise a detention where Harold Peverell was concerned. Dumbledore had half-heartedly suggested Filch and was silenced by Minerva telling him that last time Harold Peverell was serving a detention with the caretaker, Filch had spent 3 days in misery and had resolved to never supervise over those blighters in detention again. At last, Dumbledore had agreed that the students will be sent to Rubeus Hagrid for detention. He was more than enough for them. Surprisingly, everyone had seconded his decision. When they returned to the Great Hall, every student was still sitting in their position. A lot of glares were sent their way from all the tables. At the same time, encouragement was also shouted at them by the students who appreciated a good joke. This was a moment that a prankster lived for. When Dumbledore asked him about countering the prank, Harry told him that he had no knowledge about how to do that. It fell to the headmaster to figure it out. Dumbledore beckoned a Flitwick look-alike towards him and started casting detection spells at him. After about 5 minutes, he was smiling as he analyzed the results of the detection spells. He stood and beckoned Minerva closer. "This is a combination of partial human to human transfiguration and glamour charms, so you have not been able to counter it. Take a seat, Minerva, and I will undo it in a trice." He stood and waved his wand over his head in a wide arc and inaudibly sent a spell at the students. An enormous wave of magic spewed out of his wand like a blanket and settled upon the students. Within a minute, everyone had returned to their original forms. Hogwarts. Harry was wisely avoiding everyone's company that day because he knew they were itching to have a go at him. Hermione was the most vocal one, and if she hadn't respected authority figures, she would have pummeled him right there in the Great Hall. There were a lot of 6th years who were giving him menacing looks, and Harry knew why. Hardly anyone would be happy with being turned into Severus Snape or Sybil Trelawney. He and all of his associates had decided that they would pass the day away from general populace, and to that effect, Daphne had gone with Tracy, who had no problem with looking like Martha Hughes. Conrad Duvant had sat with his friends in Ravenclaw who were welcoming of him, while Neville had tagged along with Harry and Susan, telling him that he had no other place to go like the dormitories or the library or the mermaid's sanctuary where Hannah's wrath would not reach him. The looks that Hannah was giving him were enough to curdle fresh milk. Justin, however, had been welcomed with open arms in the Badger's Hole by his friends for a prank well executed, with the exception of Smith, of course. Turpin and Boot had no problem returning to the Ravenclaw Tower because they knew others in their house would be more interested in knowing the details behind the prank, seeing it was great piece of magic. Harry, Susan and Neville had taken refuge in Hagrid's hut for most of the day, where the care of magical creatures professor openly told them that he had been proud of them. He reminded Harry that his father also used to perform such pranks and then would spend days avoiding others while planning more mischief. Sometime during the day, Hermione and Ron had came looking after Harry, and Neville and Hagrid had told them that he had not seen Harry since the morning, making them go their way. It was finally late in the night when Harry and Neville had returned to the tower, having no other recourse. Being absent from the tower after curfew would have earned them another round of detentions, and they were in the mood to enjoy the success of this one before they were put in detention again. When they reached the fat lady, she beamed at them. Well, if it isn't the new pranksters in residence. Harry asked her cautiously, "What is the mood inside the tower?" She smiled mysteriously. "You will have to see for yourselves. Just to tell you, I am proud." The twins were getting arrogant after being unchallenged for so long. As they opened the portrait hole, arms reached out and pulled them both inside. There were life-size photographs in the common room papered on the walls showing students changing. Some other life-sized posters showed Fred and George acting like Dumbledore. There were some other photos and an impromptu party was in progress. There was a large banner in the middle of the common room which read, "Prank Mage Peverell and Prank Lord Longbottom." The twins beamed at them, "Brilliant, Harry. It was brilliant. We could not have thought pulling it on all 4 houses at once. We are glad that you are taking up our legacy." Harry raised an eyebrow, "And exactly what do you mean by that?" The twins explained, "The legacy of the Marauders. When we found the map, we had decided to take up the legacy of the Marauders. We dubbed ourselves as the new Marauders." There were many others who came to congratulate them. Ginny had eyed them warily and told them that while she thought it was a good prank which had been enjoyed by everyone, but there were some who thought otherwise. There was Dean who congratulated him on the feat while Seamus asked him if there was a prank where he would need the Irish wizard's talents. Harry let Seamus know that he was at the top of the list if Harry needed something blown up. Several others had also come up to congratulate them or to apply for being part of the next prank. Harry also noticed that Hermione and Ron were being kept engaged by the students so that they would not be able to chastise the duo for the prank. Finally Hermione managed to get free of the grasps of Parvati and Faye and made a beeline for him and Neville where they were talking to the twins. Harry noticed Hermione coming towards them with a storm in her eyes. He asked the twins, "Do something about her, will you?" "On it," said George, and he stepped forward to offer a butterbeer to Hermione, standing in such a way that he covered both of them. Harry took that moment to escape to the dormitories where she could not harass them anymore. They decided to turn in right away or Ron would bite their heads off. Not because they had pranked the students but because they did not include him. Badger's Hole. Susan had been given the same kind of applause in her common room, though not as rowdy as it was in Gryffindor Tower. The students had congratulated her for the prank and a couple of them had even asked her to let them in on the next one. She had been having a great time until Hannah dragged her to the dormitory with other girls following. After Susan had made herself comfortable on her bed, Hannah started ranting, "What did you think you were doing, Susan? You pranked all of us and you even included poor Neville in it. His father is minister, and how do you think he will react when he learns of it? Think about how Auntie will react when she hears about it. She already had threatened to punish you and you did it again." Susan had been chuckling, "Exactly how long have you been keeping it all pent up? I know Neville's father is the Minister of Magic, but he knows we are students and we get up to these kinds of shenanigans at times. Hell, he attended Hogwarts at the time of the Marauders and my parents and lived through all of sort of pranks that they pulled. As for Auntie, she loves me real well and would not give any serious punishment." Hannah mumbled, "We will see when the owl post comes." Black Town House. Sirius Black had just returned from the ministry to find a Hogwarts owl sitting patiently on his desk with a letter in its talons, and it puzzled him because usually Creature could take delivery of a letter when Sirius was not in residence. He untied the letter and the owl took off. He opened the letter to find the slant cursive handwriting of Minerva McGonagall. "Dear Mr. Black, this is to inform you that your son Harold James Peverell has been found guilty for rule breaking and pranking the whole school at once in concert with several students of other houses. This letter has been written to you in hopes that you will take corrective action towards him and curb his rule breaking habits. Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." There was a postscript to the letter which said, "I know it is a fool's hope that you would rein him in, but the school rules make it my duty to inform you." The letter was dreadfully lacking on details about what had happened in the school, and the way it was written showed that the teachers had been bothered terribly with the act. He walked to the fireplace, threw in a pinch of flow powder and called, "Mooney's lair." A few moments later, Remus Lupin was visible in his office in his manor working on something. At the sound of the flow, he looked up. "Padfoot. Has something happened?" Sirius adopted a troubled expression. "Mooney, did I bother you at the wrong time? Were you busy with something?" Mooney waved him off. "Just some paperwork which is almost finished already." "What do you need of me?" Sirius said hesitantly. "It is about Harry. Something has happened and I have no idea about what to do." The werewolf came running to the fireplace. "Step aside, Sirius. I am coming through." Mooney exited out of the flow, his eyes turning to the shade of amber. What happened with Harry, Padfoot? Tell me everything at once. Sirius handed the letter to him. This came from Hogwarts this evening. Remus read the letter and glared at Sirius. He has been caught in a prank, that is all. Why did you have to worry me out of my wits? Sirius started laughing. It was funny to see you come running like that. However, the letter is woefully short on details, and Minnie has written that she has no hopes of me, that I would admonish him. Thing is, I want to admonish him like Prongs would have. Remus snorted. Prongs would have thrown a party in his honor and filled his trust vault to the limit. However, I would accept that. I am curious what he did this time. Let's ask Minnie then, said Sirius, and threw a pinch of flow powder in the fireplace and called, Deputy Head Mistress's office, Hogwarts. A minute later, Minerva's office was in view, where she was sitting in a chair. Sirius said cheekily, Good evening, Minnie. She said to him through gritted teeth, What do you want, Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin? How can I serve you? Minnie, I got a letter a few hours ago that my son has been caught in rule breaking. Can you throw some light on that? She told everything in detail about what had happened that day, including the choices made year-wise for the students. When she was done telling, Sirius was laughing so hard that Minerva sent a stinger at him, irritated. It was only with his quick reflexes that the marauder escaped harm. However, the spell fire ended the flow call. Mooney had been in the background, sitting in an armchair, and was laughing uproariously, tears leaking from his eyes and clutching his stomach. Sirius turned to him. What a prank, Mooney. The lad has outdone himself this time. I cannot even begin to comprehend how he pulled it off. Can you imagine how Snape would have reacted seeing his lookalikes sitting in the Great Hall and sneering at everyone? Lupin, who had just managed to control his laughter, broke into laughter again. Sirius, however, was adopting a sober expression. I think I will have to send him a howler. While Messrs. Padfoot and Mooney were enjoying the pranks of their son and nephew, owls were flying towards homes of other students who had been his accomplices in crime. Similar letters were delivered to the residences of the rest of the students. And the parents had decided to punish their children when they came home for winter holidays. For now, a letter would do. Great Hall. The next day, Harry received the first howler of his life. He had actually forgotten that letters would be sent to their homes as part of the punishment. He was sitting with Susan and Neville at the Gryffindor table with the twins and the Quidditch team around him. Hannah was still not talking to Neville, and Harry was avoiding Ron and Hermione, so they figured that the twins would be perfect barriers to save them from the wrath of others. As the owls started coming in, Harry noticed Hedwig flying straight to him with a horned owl behind her. Hedwig just dropped the red letter before Harry, while the other owl landed on the table, extending its leg to Susan. Malfoy, who had been watching gleefully, shouted, Look! Peverell has got a howler. A few of the students snickered while George said, Mate, open it or it will open anyway. Harry was eyeing the letter warily and was frowning, wondering why Sirius would send a howler to him. He was not exactly the model of disciplined behavior either. While he was wondering, the letter started smoking, then opened by itself. The Great Hall was filled with the voice of Sirius Black. Harry, what a prank. Merlin's beard, I am proud. You have made us proud. Mooney might send you a letter admonishing you, but don't pay attention to it. He is just playing the good Auror, but he has not stopped laughing since we read the letter. By the time the howler ended, Harry was chuckling with the others, while Malfoy looked like he had swallowed a lemo. Hermione looked furious. Ron was heard moaning, he gets a howler and he is applauded for a prank. Harry then noticed Susan was shaking like a leaf. He asked her with concern, Sue, what is the matter? What happened? She said nothing but extended the letter to him wordlessly. He started reading the letter, which obviously was from Amelia Bones. Susan Amelia Bones. I am disappointed, young lady. I am in fact furious that you were involved in a prank. When you snuck off to Godric's Hollow, I decided to let it pass, but you have made it a habit. I will see to your fitting punishment when you are home for the winter holidays. Amelia Susan Bones. He read the letter and pressed her hands to calm her down. Sue, I knew this could happen and I had warned you. I am sorry that she is angry with you, however, if it helps, I will take the blame on myself. She shook her head. I will not let you do that. It was me who decided to participate in it and you did not force me. I will face the consequences myself. Just at that moment, Hector landed before Neville carrying a letter from Alice. Neville was tensed till he finished the letter when his shoulders slumped in relief and he turned to Harry. Mother says that we are children. We can get involved in a prank or two. It is perfectly okay. She has invited you for a dinner the day we return to London for vacation. Harry nodded, okay, but inwardly he knew Alice would deal with them when they were in front of her rather than shouting herself hoarse from a howler when one could chuck it in fire straight or apply a silencing charm to it and it would be ineffective. He noticed that Daphne was keeping a distance from him. He wanted to ask what was bothering her but was intercepted by Astoria. What do you want, Harry? She had asked. Astoria, why is Daphne being so cold towards everyone? He asked, curiosity writ large on his face. Daph got a letter from father this morning and he was angry with her for two reasons. Firstly for being involved in a prank and secondly for being caught after she had decided to participate in it anyway. Harry snorted. He was angry that she participated in a prank on one hand and then angry because she was caught. Astoria nodded eagerly. Mother also had her say. She said that the Ice Queen had thought and since then Daphne is trying to act like the Ice Queen again. Okay. Do I need to worry about getting threats from Cyrus or Roxanne? Astoria replied, no, but I want you to teach me a few tricks. I have a few students to prank. A week later, Hagrid's idea of detention was to divide them into groups and take them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to gather some ingredients for some obscure potions which Snape needed or to perform some other harmless menial tasks, and he did not seem to mind if they used magic to do it. The first night, Hagrid had them walk around the edges to find bowtruckles so he could mark trees fit for wand wood. The wand maker Ollivanders had been looking for trees which could give him wand wood for new wands, and Dumbledore granted his request on account of their age-old friendship. They had an enjoyable 2 hours in the forest with the only problem being the snow. That had also been the night when Harry keyed Susan for the first time. Hagrid had sent them in pairs to look for trees and Harry had conjured bluebell flames for everyone as Pashupathi had shown him all those months ago. They were walking for quite a while in the forest when Harry asked, have I ever told you about the time I ended up in a detention in the Forbidden Forest? She eyed him warily. Don't tell me that you actually ended up here for detention. He laughed. We did. It was the time when Hagrid had Norbert. She asked him curiously, who is Norbert? Norbert is a Norwegian ridgeback dragon. She squeaked, there was a freaking dragon in the school. Harry chuckled, it would be better if I tell you the entire tale. You see, Hagrid told me at our first meeting that he would like to have a dragon. Sometime during that year, Hagrid met a hooded man in the Hog's Head Inn who lost a dragon's egg to him in a card game. Hagrid was elated to have the egg and started making preparations to hatch it in his hut. We had seen the dragon being hatched and convinced him somehow that he should send the dragon away and it would be in the best interests of everyone, including the dragon. We wrote a letter to Charlie Weasley, who was a dragon handler in Romania, and he told us that he was sending some of his friends to take the dragon away. Somehow, Malfoy overheard our plans. He then informed Professor McGonagall of it the night we were smuggling the dragon out of the castle. She caught me, Hermione, Neville out of bounds that night. Me and Hermione because we were smuggling it away from the castle. Neville because out of the goodness of his heart, he was coming to warn us about it, and also Malfoy because he was also out of bed during curfew hours. Ron was in the hospital wing because the dragon had bitten him on the hand and his hand was swollen. We all lost 50 house points each and got detention. Realization dawned on Susan, that was the time in first year when Gryffindor had lost 150 points in a night. He chuckled, yes. As it turned out, Filch handed us to Hagrid, who took us into the Forbidden Forest to look for something that was hunting unicorns. Me and Malfoy came upon a unicorn dead in a clearing and a person was drinking its blood. When it saw me, we tried to run, but I tripped over a root and fell on my rump. The being glided towards me, perhaps to try and kill me, and was almost upon me when one of the centaurs in the forest, I think his name was Firenze, saved me. Susan had been clutching his arm and her nails were digging into his flesh, painfully telling him that she was scared when an owl hooted, making them jump, and they both realized that they were in the Forbidden Forest. It was at that moment that some small animal brushed Susan's leg and she jumped in fright and hugged him fiercely. She had buried her face in his robes, and it was only when Harry assured her that it was nothing that she dared to raise her face to look into his eyes. In that moment, Harry felt something tugging at his core, a feeling of want, of longing, and he had pressed his lips to hers. It was short-lived because Neville chose that moment to appear looking for them. He saw the key, turned back and said over his shoulder, "Did I come at the wrong time?" Harry shrugged, "No, Neville. It is all right. We were done anyway." Susan, however, was cursing Neville's bad timing under her breath. A reckless prefect. The second night of detention, Hagrid had them tend to the herd of hippogriffs that he had bred. It was not a punishment for Harry because he had lot of practice at it and actually loved being near the animals, while Neville was indifferent because he had learned to tend to hippogriffs at the Longbottom Castle since he was a child and perhaps liked it much after herbology, of course. Harry also saw that Hagrid had found a mate for Blackstorm. It was a magnificent animal with a variety of colors and his familiar was obviously besotted. The third night, he had them collect a few ingredients which were needed for some potions. The ingredients would have otherwise cost the school lots of gold and not everything could be found in the greenhouses. The routine had been the same every night and the detention had passed peacefully. Harry was already planning for the next prank which would take place just before the winter holidays. In the meantime, he had patched things up with Hermione 2 days after the prank when she had stopped him in the common room. "Harry, why are you not talking to me?" "Because I want to keep my limbs intact, Hermione," he had replied. "You are incorrigible, you know that," she said, rolling her eyes. "You pranked the entire school and you did not include us in it to help you do it." Harry was dumbfounded. "Hermione, you are a prefect. You are expected to stop me from pranks or rule breaking." She grinned. "We are allowed to be ourselves at times, Harry. Besides, Professor Lupin was a prefect and yet he was credited to be the brain of the Marauders, so I can do that for you." Harry nodded in all seriousness. "Okay, Hermione, next time I will try to include you in it." "You better," she had said. The room of requirement. The next session for Patronus training had been more successful than the last. Many of them had spent time meditating on their happiest moments and practicing. Many were able to conjure at least an incorporeal Patronus. A few managed corporeal ones too. Harry answered many queries from different students about the charm and how they could cast it easily. He had told everyone that they needed to have happy thoughts. The memory that they chose did not need to be real, but they could think of something that would give them infinite happiness, and the same feeling could fuel a Patronus. The most intense discussion had been with Hermione because she had been trying hard to conjure a Patronus and had not been able to conjure one so far. Harry had to explain to her that a Patronus did not just depend on wand waving and incantation as she was doing, but it was based on emotions more. One who could relive happiness from their positive memories could conjure one without any effort, but for those who looked for logic to go into it would always have trouble conjuring them. She had tried the charm in all the spare time that she had, but it did not work for her. It was only when Ron had taken her aside for a few minutes and they returned with goofy grins on their faces that Hermione had been able to conjure a corporeal Patronus with great effort, which was an otter. However, she still had problems with the spell and it always took her more than one try to conjure a Patronus. Ron had been able to conjure a Patronus which was a Jack Russell Terrier, and Harry had ribbed him that his Patronus was also chasing Hermione's Patronus the same way as he was chasing after her. In this second session on Patroni, the twins had been able to conjure corporeal Patroni. Theirs were identical magpies. Harry guessed they had no problem with conjuring corporeal Patronus because they knew what it meant to be happy. Ginny had conjured an incorporeal Patronus in the third session. Harry had no doubts that she would have one before the year ended. Susan had also been able to cast a corporeal Patronus charm in a private lesson after the third session. She later told him that she used their memory of the forest for the charm. Her Patronus was a badger and she was proud of it. Hannah had been able to conjure an incorporeal Patronus by now with appreciation from Neville, who was also helping her to achieve this. A few others had been able to conjure corporeal Patroni. One was Cho Chong, who had a swan. Ernie Macmillan had a boar. Seamus Finnegan's was a fox. Harry was kind of looking forward to see more of his friends successfully conjure Patroni. The meeting. Harry had called a meeting of his chosen friends to ask for help from them. He had chosen Susan, Neville, Ron, Hermione, Hannah, Ernie, Daphne and the twins because they were some of those whom he could trust and were better at casting than others. The meeting was supposed to be today in the space behind the mirror on the 4th floor, and they all arrived one after another. After they were seated, Harry started addressing them. "I have called you all here because I need your assistance. I am happy that you all have progressed quickly and are able to hold your own. I have been pulling my punches when it comes down to it because I have not been getting the same amount of practice as I am used to. I feel like I am getting rusty with lack of serious practice. Ron asked, how can we help you, mate? I want you all to duel with me. All of us. Ernie asked, all of us at once. Harry replied offhandedly, yes, all of you at once. I will cast while you will defend against me. The twins asked him, mate, are you sure you are not getting a bit ahead of yourself? Sure, we know you are powerful, but we are too many against you. Harry replied indifferently, no, mates. I am serious about it and do not worry. We are not using lethal spells for safety's sake. Hermione made the decision for them. I do not know about them, Harry, but I am ready for whatever help you need of me. When others nodded their assent, he cautioned them, I would like to remind you all that you cannot tell about anything that you see me doing in these practice sessions. If news were to go out, it would be detrimental to the interests of all of us. Please agree to it only if you think you can face the world and not give me up, even if it is old Tom who is threatening you. Ernie, who knew the barest details about this Tom, said to him, Harry, while I do not claim that I know you as well as them, but I would not give you up to anyone. We the Macmillans have always stood behind the Potters throughout these centuries, and while they do not say that, where a Potter goes, a Macmillan will follow, the Macmillans and Potters stood together even before the Longbottoms arrived. If you are worried, I would take a magical vow to that effect, if you want. Such a display of loyalty was enough to convince Harry that none of them would ever give him up. At last everyone agreed that they would help him in whatever way they could. Susan had been quiet during the meeting because she agreed with the decision but did not like it. She knew that the face-off between Harry and Voldemort was unavoidable. Even though she did not wish for him to go off and face that monster, she was not going to stop him from doing what was his duty. She would stand by his side and help him do it. She also had deaths to avenge. The snake-faced monster had taken too many people from her, and she would be damned if she stood by and let him do it again. He cheerfully asked them to report to the room of requirement that evening for the first practice session. When the selected students arrived that evening at the room of requirement, Harry was already inside and dodging spells from 4 dummies at once. They all stood watching him dodge the dummies easily. They all had learned dodging in their sessions with him, but they realized that they were nowhere near as nimble as him. He was doing it so easily and made it look like a dance. He was not sidestepping or trying the slippery fish, and they were all in awe of what he considered simple dodging. After about 10 minutes, Harry ceased his practice, and noticed the others. I did not realize that you guys had arrived. It was Ron who broke the silence. Wicked. Where did you learn that one? Harry chuckled. It was dodging, Ron, plain and simple. With enough practice, agility and speed, anyone can do it. Hermione spoke. Not everyone can do it, Harry. Maybe the senior Aurors in the Ministry or some professional duel masters can do this, but not mere students. Harry waved her off. It was practice, plain and simple. However, I want to know if you guys are ready to give me some practice. They all nodded, and Harry asked them to adopt the stance for dueling. As they did, he pulled his sandalwood wand and took his position. Now, I am going to take on all of you at once. I want you to defend, dodge or cast the best you can. Your goal is to stop, stun, disarm, paralyze the best you can. No lethal spells. I will be doing the same to each of you. His friends all looked a little incredulous, but they spread out in a semicircle, leaving enough room for each of them to move and dodge, then raised their wands. At first, Harry wanted some practice dodging against live casters. While these were not the mystics, but they were the best thing in the present circumstances. When the first volley of spells rushed at him, he neatly sidestepped all the spells, making them halt briefly. When his friends realized that he was not casting back and that their spells could not hit him, they picked up the pace and the spells flew at Harry in volleys. It didn't take Harry long to figure out their rhythms, and he closed his eyes as he danced, allowing the light from the spells that made its way through his closed eyelids to guide him. He started maneuvering, pulling his friends out of position. Then a stunner meant for Harry hit Hannah and took her down. The next moment, Ernie took a similar hit. The ones who were still standing conjured shields and repositioned themselves in such a way so they would not hit their friends. Harry opened his eyes and started casting at his top speed, sending spell after spell in all directions. He used a wide variety of hexes, jinxes, charms, transfigurations and animations while he still danced out of the path of every spell. He still had not conjured a shield. He sent a stunner which Fred took on his shield. At almost the same time, Hermione deflected a petrification hex with the same shield she started with. A levicorpus was rustling towards Daphne, who had made the mistake of dropping her shield and found herself being hoisted by her ankle. No one else could help her because they were hard-pressed to defend themselves from him. As Daphne was being hoisted to the ceiling by her ankle, a shield breaker had shattered Neville's shield. But having enough experience dueling with Harry by now, he had immediately ducked to avoid the stunner which passed through the space where he had been a moment ago. Soon after Neville had ducked, Ronald had decided to risk attacking Harry and had dropped his shield. Before he could cast, his wand was flying across the room to Harry's offhand. Susan had sent the tickling hex his way, which he sent right back at her. She doubled over laughing. George's wand arm was attacked by a dog transfigured from a chair. As Fred tried to defeat the dog, he was taken down by a stunner. Hermione tried to start attacking, but in the same moment, Harry's fire whip was roaring through the air, making them all duck. While they were all distracted and ducking, she found herself tied in chains while George had lost his wand to the dog, having failed to transfigure it back. Harry stunned him too, leaving Neville the last one standing. Harry started peppering him with bolts of fire, forcing him to hide behind a shield, and sent a stunner at him and an incarcerus at the same time. Neville risked slashing the rope which was trying to find him, and the stunner took him down finally. Harry was standing proudly over his fallen comrades, grinning smugly. Ernie and Hannah had been knocked out at the start by friendly fire. Hermione was tied in chains, trying to free herself of it with her wand having fallen out of her hand. Neville was stunned, and so were the twins. Daphne was hanging by her ankle. Susan was just getting over the effects of the tickling hex that had been reflected back at her. Ron had lost his wand during the fight and had been an easy target for a stunner with no way to raise a shield. After that, Neville had fallen at last. Harry enervated everyone who had been stunned and freed Hermione of her restraints and released Daphne of the Levicorpus jinx. When they all came around, they were flustered that they had been bested by him so easily. Not one of them had got a hit on him, and that was when he had not shielded against them. Daphne broke the silence. That was incredible casting. Where did you learn that one? Sorry Daphne, but trade secrets are just that. It is not something that can be taught. Proprietary magic, you can say. Proprietary magic was one's personal magic and could not be shared, and therefore there was no reason that anyone can pester him to teach it to them except maybe Hermione, but for once, she was keeping her peace. While they were all catching their breath, Harry gave them some feedback. I know that none of you have any real combat experience. Before we go again, there are some things you should know. First is the way that Hannah and Ernie went down. That was friendly fire. Fred and George, you were so intent on trying to hit me that you failed to take into account that you might hit one of your own when I dodged out of the way. This is called tunnel vision. You must pay attention to everybody's position when you are in combat, or you just might end up taking out one of your own. Second thing is shields. You never know what kind of spell is coming your way. Shields are great against wide area spells which are exceedingly difficult to dodge, but they take energy, they can be shattered, and they do not protect you against everything. I want to see all of you dodging everything you can. Save your energy. The spell that cannot hit you cannot harm you regardless of what that spell is. George, when an animated transfiguration attacks you, you are better off to try and take control of it or vanish it. Those things cannot be injured, and it is nearly impossible to undo the transfiguration if you do not know how it was created. Daphne, you still had your wand until you dropped it, trying to keep us all from seeing your bloomers. Next time, hang on to your wand and make a surprise attack on one who may have dismissed you as being out of combat. Ron, for a disarming spell to work, it has to hit you. It doesn't take much to get your wand out of the way by sending your wand in your holster and make the spell useless. The rest of you, sure, put up a shield as a precaution, but dodge and learn to cast around the edge of the shield. You will be a lot less vulnerable that way. Any questions? They all sort of looked around at each other and shook their heads. Harry noticed that they had all caught their breath. Okay, let's do it again. Remember, no lethal spells. We don't need anyone getting hurt. Neville opened with a bludgeoner which Harry neatly sidestepped. Others were not far behind, and soon, He was sidestepping stunners, petrifiers, incarcerus and incendio too. They were posing no challenge to him at all because they were only firing at him and not in directions he could go in case he dodged or sidestepped, and it made it easy for him to dodge better. He had yet to raise a shield since none of their spells had connected with him. He had sidestepped another volley of spells and was thinking how nothing was connecting with him. However, in that moment it seemed that some understanding passed between them and they started casting at different angles and one after the other firing in all directions that he could go while sidestepping a spell. Laughing inwardly that finally they were making progress, he raised a reflector shield and sent Ron's spell back at him, who was in middle of casting and could not dodge fast enough. As Ron collapsed, Susan had sent a shield breaker at him, which he sent at Neville by flicking it off of his wand. As a trained reflex, Neville conjured a shield which immediately shattered under the hex. As Neville's shield failed, Harry flicked Fred's hex at George and George's hex at Fred. As he had expected, they had fired prank spells at him and Fred ended up looking like Headless Nick, complete with the ruff around his neck, while Fred looked like someone had hit him with Furunculus hex. He sent Hermione's incendio back at her and her cloak caught fire, which Susan put out with the Aguamenti charm. He sent Hannah's petrification hex at Neville, whose attention was distracted by the fire, and he paid for it. He reflected Ernie's stunner at Hannah and Hermione's incarcerus at Ernie. Daphne had fired a spell chain of petrification hex, disarming spell and incarcerus, of which he dodged the petrification hex, flicked the disarming spell at Susan and the incarcerus back at Daphne. Hermione was the last one standing and she started peppering him with incendio and he kept sidestepping, taunting her, telling her that she could not touch him, and when she did not realize what he was doing, he sent her stunner back at her and she collapsed. When he enervated them or released them from their predicament, he raised his wand and asked, "Shall we do it again?" They practiced twice more and every time Harry came out on top. He still had not needed to perform the slippery fish, raise a shield, nor did he cast with both wands. The rest of them were showing some real improvement. The disarming never worked again. There were no more hits from friendly fire and they were dodging more. He had practiced rapid casting and he was sure that it was sufficient for Tom for the first meeting. In the next meeting, however, he would show him the dance of death. Classes were in full swing now, with the teachers giving them more and more assignments to do. McGonagall was teaching at her leisurely pace as she was used to and managing to get her point across to all of them. She had ensured that all of them had mastered the inanimate conjuration when she had started on vanishing. Vanishing was in 2 steps. Firstly, they all tried to vanish simple invertebrate organisms, and when all the class had been successful in it, she had turned to teach them to vanish more complex organisms. She cautioned them against trying to use it on humans because they were most complex organisms and the spell may not be successful at all or would result in a disaster, and both of the scenarios were bad. Snape was teaching them one of the potions that he told them would certainly feature on their owls. While he was still being evil to them, he was trying to help students in his own twisted way. However, Harry knew the damage was done and most of his year mates would end up getting an E at best. However, if Snape allowed people in his course with E grade next year, there may be hope for some potential future Aurors or healers. Flitwick was the most laid-back teacher in Hogwarts and he did not create a fuss over what he taught to them. He mostly made them revise what they had learned in the previous years in addition to new things. His classes were the best to talk because there was generally so much chaos in his classes that people could talk without fear of being overheard. So far he had them revise the Banishing Charm, the Summoning Spell, Mending Charm, Severing Charm, and had them learn the Locomotion Charm, Impedimenta Jinx, and the Growth Charm. Babbling was teaching runes and Harry was finally coming to terms with the theories, which were a major headache for him. He had learned the practical well enough but had only read through the theory enough to help him to learn the concept. Now he was reading the theories and trying to understand what they said or what concept was in them. There were no major theories in runes yet, but there were so many things that he needed to know, like translating the runes, listing their uses and other little things. He was trying to enjoy the challenge as much as he could. He did not need to worry about defense as it was a subject where he could breeze through it on his practical work alone. He knew that there was no way that he would ever score anything below outstanding in this subject. With so many students performing at the same level, there were going to be a lot of outstanding grades in this round of owls. History was all about reading, but with Martha Hughes as the teacher, it was an enjoyable subject now. Her classes were also helpful in filling the gaps in his education about the history of Avalon and consequently magical Britain, which had been lacking in Rachel's education. Rachel had so little time with him that she was only able to teach him enough so that he would not end up making a fool of himself in the Wizengamot or appear to be an arrogant, self-obsessed pureblood like Lucius Malfoy. Hagrid had shown them Thestrals and was planning to show them Kelpie next. Wherever he would get hold of one, Harry had no idea. Hermione told him that once Hagrid had told her that he was trying to acquire a chimera, which was a creature. Its eggs were class as non-tradable articles. Harry had shuddered at the mere thought. A chimera was an infernal beast having a lion's head, goat's body and dragon's tail. They were considered to be impossible to slay. In the only instance of chimera slaying which was known, the wizard who had slain it fell off of his flying horse due to exhaustion and died. Since Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn had taught the students about the chimera when he was the professor, Hagrid was continuing his lessons. Hermione had been able to discourage him, telling him that it was a bad idea because it would lead him to presentation before the committee for care of magical creatures. Last week he had shown them a Porlock. It was a creature that grew to a height of 2 feet on average when fully grown and covered in large amount of rough shaggy hair. It had a large nose, small arms ending in 4 stubby fingers, and walked on 2 cloven hooves. It was a native of England and southern Ireland and was a horse guard. Harry had often seen one around Blackstorm, but it never stayed when Harry tried to approach it. He had also seen them in the stables around Idrishpuram, and Pashupati had told him that he had brought them on board the Marichika about 40 years ago and they had never left. It generally nested in the straw of the stable or in the middle of the herd it was protecting. He had also shown them Fairy, which was fairly dull when it came to Hagrid, but they were beautiful little beasts and the students had really liked that class. Hagrid was going to show them Krups in the coming term, and till then, he was making them revise what they had studied in the last 2 years except for the blast-ended Scroots, but every student was happy to have nothing to do with those abominations which he had bred for the tournament. Professor Sprout was the same as ever and taught them of the things that she knew would feature on owls or would be more useful for the students to know. She was also teaching a few of her students about the plants which were in the newly made greenhouse, and only a select few of her students from the present owl class were allowed into it. A few weeks later, December was halfway through and Harry had told them that he would not be teaching them till the new term, as they have had enough for now. The last few weeks had been absolute chaos with pranks happening left and right, and surprisingly Harry was not always responsible. It seemed as if some other students in the castle had taken a leaf out of his book and were starting to indulge in pranking. With Harry already giving them a run for their money and some new unknown variables vying for the position of prankster in residence, the twins were forced to up their game. They were liberally testing their products on the students when they could. There had been instances when they were put into detention even when they did not do anything. In addition to the students, Peeves was also trying to contribute to the mayhem. He would often pelt students with dung bombs or with the blowgun that he had come to love so much. There was only concession he had made to Harry and never tried to prank him, but was ready to do his bidding lest Harry again tie him into chains. There had been one day in the Great Hall, just after dinner started, that dung bombs started raining down from the ceiling and going off. Peeves the poltergeist was up there, hovering and cackling like a maniac. Thanks to quick reflexes, Harry had been able to raise a wall around him and his friends before any of the nasty-smelling shrapnel had ruined their dinner or fouled their clothes, while bubble-head charms provided fresh air to breathe. From that time, Harry made it his mission to track down and prank Peeves every chance he got. Once he hexed him with Langlock and then stunned him. With Peeves incapacitated, Harry shut him up in a suit of armor. The poltergeist took hours to wake up and get free of the armor. Peeves, being a slow learner, immediately set off to find Harry, supposing that he could even the score. This time, Harry bound Peeves in chains and left him in a deserted corridor, where he stayed for 2 days. After that, the poltergeist became Harry's minion, doing Harry's bidding rather than risking his displeasure. When Harry told Sirius about it, the marauder could not believe it at first, but after showing Peeves obeying him in the communication mirror, Sirius had to admit that his pranks were far more phenomenal than his own. There had also been several instances when he pranked other students. Like one day, he had made all the words disappear from all the books in the library. Harry would have escaped punishment for this one, but unfortunately for him, one of the ghosts had seen him and told Dumbledore. Harry had lost 50 points for that and served a detention with Hagrid. There were many other small incidents which happened but none were pinned on him. He was also careful to earn all the points which he lost because otherwise Gryffindor would have fallen behind. He earned most points with Hagrid for knowing much about creatures while the rest were compensated in Flitwick's classes or Vikram's lessons. McGonagall however never gave him a chance to make up for the lost points and did not let him answer any of the questions she asked. He was also told by Dumbledore that the Death Eaters were getting brave due to no resistance being offered to them. There were reports of threats to shop owners in Diagon Alley or other places and attacks here or there. A wizard had been killed in Nocturne Alley when he had apparently tried to refuse to sell an artifact to one who threatened him in the name of Voldemort, but retaliation had been made by Aurors who had arrested several of Tom's minions. Rufus Scrimgeour was in constant action as head of the law enforcement patrols and tried to be part of every team which was sent into the field. He had also been apprised of Moody's plan after Yule. The said plan was to be executed at midnight after Yule celebrations. Moody had chosen the atrium for the skirmish and Croker had finally developed the wards which would be employed at the ministry entrances. They would prevent Death Eaters from entering or leaving the place, but those wards would not go up until Tom had shown his snake face in the atrium of the ministry. There were 50 Aurors ready for the occasion. Moody had not briefed them about the specifics of their mission but only told them that they were being trained as part of special operations such as Minister's Security Detail, or protecting the head of DMLE or Moody himself. The plan was that on the chosen day, the Aurors would be in place by the time of the attack. Harry would go to the ministry on the appointed day with Dumbledore, where they would take one of the flow entrances in the atrium and would go towards the Department of Mysteries in plain sight. One of Voldemort's spies, who was a lowly ministry worker and often lurked around the Department of Mysteries, would overhear about Harold Peverell coming to pick up something from the Department of Mysteries, and he surely would let Tom know of this tidbit. However, once they were inside the entrance to the department, Harry would hide under his cloak and return to the atrium while Dumbledore would intercede when Tom was finally out and about. He could directly travel to the atrium with Fawkes the Phoenix. A few particular sections of the atrium were already put under Fidelius by Moody, and it was there that the Aurors would hide in waiting. As soon as Tom Riddle came out into the open, they would step out and engage his forces in duel at Harry's signal. It was also made clear to him that no one except him would engage Tom in a duel, however the rest of his minions were free game for the Aurors. Remus Lupin had been added to the contingent under the request of Sirius and recommendation of Frank. Sirius's job was to lead one of the divisions while one would be handled by the minister himself, who was desperate to score another one on old Tom. One of the divisions would be handled by Rufus Scrimgeour, who had apprehended several minions of Tom by now and was eager for more action. Moody would be watching over the whole operation and led one of the divisions. There was another one under Proudfoot, who was a senior Auror and was touted to become the next head of DMLE in case Amelia were to step down or something were to happen to her. Amelia was to stay out of the skirmish and apprehend any who tried to flee. Since the atrium would have anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards up, the only way out was the flow network, which would be redirected to take the user to a designated spot where Amelia would be waiting with her wand. Harry was also told that if he spotted Nagini, he was to decapitate her on sight. Since the Great Snake was a Horcrux, it was unlikely that anything less than a sort of goblin-wrought silver could kill her. With Nagini dead and destroyed as a Horcrux, that would leave Tom with only one Horcrux that was not already in the hands of his enemies and one step closer to death. They knew that they could not kill Tom in this encounter because he still had one of those abominations left, but the purposes of this ambush were to bring him out into the open and to thin the ranks of his followers. While it was not part of the plan, but Harry had decided to use some of his choicest curses on Voldemort, and if possible then to trap him and maybe throw him through the veil. Even if Tom somehow managed to come back through his last remaining Horcrux after that, it would certainly put an end to his mischief for many years. There had also been a Hogsmeade weekend where his friends had gone to the village to shop for the holidays while Harry and Susan had stayed behind. He had asked her if she wanted to go to the village and she had refused, telling him that they could always do their shopping in Diagon Alley when they got home. Headmaster's office. Dumbledore was in thought. The past weeks had been chaos but still entertained everyone quite a bit. The pranks which had been sweeping through the school had done well to uplift the gloomy mood. They had brought laughter and joy, which was a welcome diversion in these times from talk of war. He was also contemplating about the last Horcrux, which was out of Tom's reach when the gargoyle alerted him to a visitor. Vikram came into his office a few moments later. "Dumbledore, I have news," he said. "Have you finally had the chance to see Gryffindor's gauntlet for yourself?" He asked eagerly. "Yes, Albus, and as I have told you, it is not a Horcrux. It is secure in a glass cabinet, and even the ICW had kind of forgotten about it. The Guardians of Archives keep it under some really serious protections, and it would be a fool's venture to try and steal it. In fact, Grand Master Flammel had secured it in the archives, and the protections are not broken on it. We had him check it for us." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose up high on his forehead. "Master Flammel is still alive?" The mystic chuckled. "Of course he is. He is one of the honorary mystics who never renounced old life and was ineligible for the cloak. Guruji himself sought him out on his island in France. But the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed," Albus said. "They told me that they had only enough time to put their affairs in order." The mystic started laughing. "Albus, he pranked you. Yes, the stone which was kept here in the castle was destroyed, but honestly you do not think that it was the only one when he himself had made it. He had another which he hid from the world but we knew about. Maybe there might be more, but we do not know about it." Albus was befuddled. He had in all honesty thought that Flammel had died or was close to death. Since the alchemist was a recluse, Albus had not been able to contact him. To think that he was an honorary mystic was just the icing on the cake, as the Muggles say. So, it narrows our search to Ravenclaw's diadem, which can be the Horcrux which we have not been able to find yet. A little piece of information that I have been able to find is that the diadem was not with Rowena when she died. She had lost it years prior to her death, and as per her own admission, it was her daughter who stole it. The whereabouts of the diadem after it was stolen are not known, and I cannot even begin to guess how Tom Riddle was able to find it, provided it is the final Horcrux," Vikram said. Dumbledore heard what Vikram told him with rapt attention. He of course had studied Rowena's family tree because he had been fascinated with the diadem and the powers that it was said to contain. Rowena had a daughter who had died sometime before Rowena's death, and that was all that was known to him. He would have to look into more places to find where the diadem could be. "Now Albus, I trust the plans to lure Tom out are in place?" Vikram asked him. "Yes, Alistair has seen to it. They are training regularly. The Aurors are being trained to kill if necessary. Other small details are being worked out. I hope that by the time Yule arrives, everything will be in place. I swear that once this is over, I am going to retire and spend the rest of my days in peace. A bloke deserves his rest after having fought 3 wars and 2 Dark Lords, doesn't he?" The mystic chuckled. "One can always hope, Albus." Great Hall. Susan and Harry had just ambled into the Great Hall for lunch without their friends around. Neville and Hannah were off doing who knows what. Hermione was in the library as usual. Ron, for once, was ignoring food in favor of his friend. Ernie had finally asked Lilith Moon out a few days ago. Since then he was often in her company at the Slytherin table or the Hufflepuff table. Justin had taken a shine to Megan Jones and they were spending time together. Ginny, to his astonishment, had started to see Colin Creevey, not that he was opposed to her choices. Only that Colin was a laid-back guy while she had the Weasley temper. Harry shuddered to think that they might be discussing Harry Potter fan club business. "Harry, what do you say about a date?" Susan asked him. "I would say that I am in favor of the idea, Sue. Do you have something in particular in mind? Lunch in the 3 Broomsticks followed by a stroll around the village sounds lovely to me." Harry looked thoughtful for a moment. "Getting out of the castle is no problem, nor is evading any teachers or Aurors we may happen to encounter along the way. The real problem is evading Sirius and Remus. They are in Hogsmeade and on the lookout for me in particular. They know my magical signature and no disguise will fool them." Sue grinned impishly. "Well then, that leaves only 2 options." Harry put on his lopsided grin and asked, "And what would they be, Sue?" She answered, "Either you can admit defeat and stay here where it is safe, or you can go out there and get the drop on them before they can capture us." "Well then, let's go. We will have to take one of the secret ways out. I do not want people to know that we have escaped." They went out as if to take a long stroll in the grounds. Then, they took the tunnel under the Whomping Willow to the Shrieking Shack. Susan was initially reluctant, telling him that it was the most haunted building in Wizarding Britain. Harry had the audacity to laugh at her statement. She had viciously elbowed him in the ribs and he had explained that he laughed because they lived in a magical castle with actual ghosts and what could be more haunted than that. He also told her that the noises were made by Remus during his transformations and when the rumors spread, Dumbledore had encouraged them rather than curbing them. When they had emerged in the shack, they had found it to be transformed. The walls had new wallpaper. The smashed furniture had all been replaced with desks and chairs. The kitchen had been refitted with a new pot-bellied stove, table, chairs and a full larder. There was a brand new fireplace, big enough for a man to stand up into. There was not a speck of dirt in the place. There were also banners with the insignia of the Ministry of Magic on the walls. Harry had been dumbfounded until he found his cousin, Nymphadora Tonks in the shack, who told him that the building had been borrowed and repurposed by the Ministry to serve as the Hogsmeade Auror outpost and an easy way to reach the school in case there was an attack or something. There was at least one Auror always present in the shack. When Harry had asked her not to tell on them, she had agreed provided that they returned to the school in less than 2 hours or she would hunt them down herself. As he was leaving, he noticed that Nymphadora was not her usual exuberant self. Her hair was dull brown, which perhaps was her original color, instead of the bizarre bright colors she often sported. There was sadness about her which he had not noticed before. Glamoring themselves, they went to the 3 broomsticks where they sat in a private parlor. After food had arrived and he had cast the usual wards around them, Susan started talking. "Harry, have you thought about the trip we were talking about?" "Yes, Sue, I have, but we cannot go there till the new year." "Why is that?" she asked him. "We will be free of our obligations just after Yule." Harry stroked his forehead. "Oh right, I have yet to tell you. This year I am hosting the New Year ball. Remus has already sent the invitations to others. I was supposed to invite our friends and I forgot about it." She nodded. "But we are going for the trip, right?" "That we are, Sue. I just have to decide who we are going to invite for the ride along because no one would come by themselves but bring one with them and that will be a lot of people." After they finished lunch, they decided that a stroll through the streets of the village would do them some good. It was snowing and the weather was chilly, so Susan was kind of hugging him while they roamed the streets. Susan said suddenly, "That day Longbottom ruined our moment. He could not have chosen a better moment than that." Harry chuckled. "It was not his fault, Sue. He was just looking out for us, however why bring it up now?" She caught hold of his collar, pulling him towards her and at him. The potion had finally been released and had been a money maker as was expected. The Ministry had worked rapidly on the registry and at the last count there were 500 werewolves in Britain. The registry was now being well maintained and looked after by Amos Diggory with 3 wizards working under him. The potion had been an instant hit and Remus was getting requests from abroad to export the product. Remus had asked Ted to obtain the export license from the Ministry, which was issued on the same day, and Remus had not wasted a moment to contract with companies suggested by Cyrus Greengrass using the prices fixed by Harry. So far, they had started to export the product to all of Europe and were considering partners for other parts of the world. The coffers of House Potter were getting filled faster than Remus could count, but he knew Harry would not waste a moment to spend it where the gold was needed. In the meanwhile, sales of Wolfsbane had plummeted. It was expected that within a month or 2, the product would be taken off the market. The inventor of Wolfsbane, Demicles Belby, had written a letter to Harry congratulating him on his achievement. Harry had invited him to the New Year ball being hosted by him. 4. The ball, Sirius had opened the Black Manor, which contained a ballroom almost as big as the ballroom at Potter Manor. He had also told Harry to personally invite whoever he wanted to the ball and sent him port keys to the place for those who were not getting the invitations which Sirius was sending to others. Harry had invited almost all of his friends from his inner circle for the ball and many from those who participated in the training sessions in the Room of Requirement. There were a few Muggle-born among them who were given port keys because they needed a way to come, while others who belonged to wizarding families could flow in directly to the manor. The flow address was in their invitations, or Harry could tell it to them. The flow room for the manor was in a little building set aside from the main manor so that if any unwanted guest came along, they could be dealt with before they caused any trouble. Hogwarts. Susan and Harry had not talked about the key, which happened in Hogsmeade the other day. While Harry still grinned when he thought of that moment, his face adopting a pleasant expression, he was trying not to raise the topic again because he was not comfortable talking about these things. Susan had done it because she had been wishing he would try again after that night when they had been disturbed by Neville, but as people always said, he was clueless. So she had to take the initiative, but now she was waiting for him to make a move. Since the last prank, Harry had not pranked a single student or caused any more mayhem. Instead, he was spending his time in the Chamber of Secrets practicing arcane magics or in the Room of Requirement facing his friends and dueling with them. He was delighted that he had retained his speed and accuracy. He was waiting for the confrontation, which was just a few days away. Dumbledore had briefed him about the last Horcrux and told him that it was the lost diadem of Ravenclaw, since it was the only relic belonging to a founder which was missing and they knew about its existence. He asked Harry if he had any idea about where it was, and Harry told him that he did not know about it but would try to find out. He was already planning to ask someone who could point him in the right direction. He had promised Susan that they will do their Yule shopping together when they were in London. There were not so many shops in Hogsmeade and therefore not much choice, while Diagon Alley was suitable for their choices. He would have to go to Muggle London to get something for Arthur though. The Weasley patriarch was wildly enthusiastic about everything Muggle. "Will you be my girlfriend?" Today, the students were ready to leave for London. While most of them were taking the train home, but Harry had decided to flow there from the cottage on the hill. It was within walking distance and he would be home in no time. As it was, there was too much to do and too little time. Susan had agreed to join him with Neville. It was easy enough for them to go to their own residences once they were in London. Harry had wanted to ask others to join him, but Hannah, Hermione and Ron were prefects, while Ginny had recently started seeing Colin Creevey and they hit it off at once. For all Harry knew, they were planning more for the infamous Harry Potter fan club. For the twins, it was one of the last times that they would be taking the train back home. They might not have agreed. By the time the Hogwarts Express was pulling out of the station, they were already home. He had not told anyone that he would be coming home this way and was ready to surprise Sirius, but the Marauder was away at work. After lunch and being fed to their heart's content, Neville flowed to Green Hughes while Susan had deliberately stayed behind. When they were alone at last, Harry decided to tackle the issue head-on. It was no use to try avoiding it anymore. He asked her, "Sue, why did you key me that day?" She eyed him skeptically. "Did you not like it?" He immediately backtracked. No, it's nothing like that. It is just that I have heard that generally the guy takes the initiative." She said to him coyly, "I waited for you to get the hint after the day when Neville had interrupted us, but you did not seem to get it." Harry blushed. I am not good with feelings and things as such. I suppose I need lessons of my own for these sorts of things." She chuckled. "Don't worry, Harry. Boys generally don't get these things and we girls seem to make it hard for them deliberately." Harry had been looking at Susan while she spoke. Lately he had started noticing how she bit her lower lip at times when she was thinking about something, or how her eyes would spread in surprise, or her smile was actually pleasant, or that her laughter was a melody in ears and her blue eyes were captivating. Her full pouty lips only enhanced her beauty. He remembered how she had looked absolutely gorgeous at the start of the summer, and with all the training that they had done, she looked like a celestial now. She was beautiful then, and now she was like a goddess born as a mortal. Things had been a bit difficult when he had learned of the contract, but she was giving him enough room to breathe and not stifling him with affection, and that was what he liked about her. She would let him make his decisions and not try to impose her will on him. He also remembered how devastated he had been at the start when he first learned of the contract, because it took away his liberty to choose. All the thoughts about dating a witch or two before he settled down were gone in a moment. He had been miserable about it. But then he thought about Susan and how she might have made plans if the contract had not happened. Neither of them had the right to choose, but they could have all the other joys which any other couples did. "Sue, I just had a thought," he said earnestly. "I noticed that has been happening a lot lately," she said playfully. Harry rolled his eyes. "Sue, I do try to think about everything. I just had a thought that the contract may have taken away our right to choose, but we can have other things like every other normal couple, right?" "What do you mean?" she asked, while inwardly she had a good idea exactly what he wanted to say. "What I mean, Sue, is that just because we are betrothed by contract, but that does not mean that we cannot have other joys like dating," he said seriously. "I suppose that is true," she said. "However, I would ask your pardon if I do not understand what you want to actually say." He huffed. You are not that daft, Sue. You know what I want to say and yet you want me to say it loud and clear. She chuckled. Well, I am not supposed to make it easy for you, am I? If we are doing this then I get the whole package with the bells and whistles. So, I am not exactly going to make it easy for you. Harry scowled. You are a really hard taskmaster. All right, Susan Amelia Bones, would you give me the honor of becoming my girlfriend? She immediately replied, of course I will. As she said this, Harry pulled her up close and keyed her. That was the best key that they had, and they kept at it for a minute, or maybe it was a month or a year. Harry had lost all sense of time in that moment. He could only think how soft her lips actually were, or of her fragrance which smelled like roses and night-flowering jasmine. A warm feeling arose in his chest like sunlight in the early hours of the morning that he had often experienced in the Himalayas. How long do you reckon the two of them have been at it, Moony? Said Sirius, who was standing in the doorway. Harry and Susan hastily parted when they heard the marauder's voice. They both seemed to realize then that they were in the meeting room of the Black Townhouse, and Sirius and Remus were at the door to the meeting room, looking at the two of them and sharing a smug grin. When did you two arrive? Harry asked them. I did not hear the two of you come in. Of course not, said Sirius. You were busy melting her brain out of her head. I was not that bad, Harry protested, and then shut up as he realized what he had said. Sirius was laughing and Remus was fighting a losing battle to stop himself from guffawing at the expression on Harry's face. Susan in the meanwhile had hidden her face in her hands, muttering about the consequences if Auntie heard about it. What are you two doing here anyhow? Harry asked them. As I remember, you are supposed to be at work at the ministry and Moony should be either at the Rosier estate or in the office. As it happened, Pup, Hermione sent a letter to the headmaster and she was absolutely hysterical that you three had disappeared mid-ride. Dumbledore informed Frank, who wanted to send a team of Aurors to look for you, but Dumbledore told him that you three were seen walking towards the village after school was let out. It was not hard to put the pieces together from there. However, I will give you fair warning that Amelia is absolutely furious that you did not inform her. Sadly, it seems she has been doing that a lot lately whenever a Hogwarts owl comes to her to complain about one more detention that Susan has been put into. Remus added, so Amelia has entrusted me with the responsibility to bring her back and to make sure that she does not get lost along the way. Susan sighed. I suppose I better get going before she shows up here, looking for me. She pecked Harry on the cheek and walked out of the room with Remus following her. Sirius watched Harry deflate a bit as Susan went out and asked him, something the matter, pup? Nothing, father, I had just asked her out officially, Harry replied. We thought we would do things like a normal couple does and enjoy every bit of it before it is time to marry. Longbottom Manor. As he was invited to, Harry went to Longbottom Manor that evening for dinner. He did not want to make Alice angry because he feared that she would come over then. He had a whim that she was definitely angry with the prank. As he stepped out of the flow, Alice hugged him. Here comes my wayward son. Frank chuckled. Let him breathe, Alice. I am sure that he is worried that you are going to reprimand him for the prank that they pulled on the school. She guided him to the dining table where Augusta was already sitting and she hugged him. Frank gave him a warm handshake. After Harry was seated, Frank started speaking. Harry, I may be the Minister of Magic, but I do not mind when children are acting their age. You both are children yet, and it is perfectly normal for you to engage in pranks and chase after witches and have fun in general. I do not mind the detentions either, but I am peeved about you three disappearing without informing anyone. None of your prefect friends noticed that you three were missing because they had to go to the prefect's meeting. It was only when the meeting was over that your absence was noticed and a letter was sent to me. Please never do that again and we will be fine. Alice turned to him. Now that Frank has it all out of the way, let me ask how things are going with Susan. Harry took some time to answer. At the start, I felt some resentment, but now things are fine between us. In fact, she can understand me in ways that no one else can. Alice was giving Frank a sly smile. Of course, son, of course. James said something like that about Lily once. Frank nodded. That is good that you feel this way towards her. However, I just realized, Harry, that I never asked what you would like to do after Voldemort is gone for good. I have thought of a lot of things. Being a potioneer sometime in the distant future is definitely on the list. I would like to play Quidditch professionally for a couple of years if some team would find me competent enough to play for them in some capacity. Maybe if I am feeling adventurous enough I would apply to the Aurors. Neville snorted, are you mental? You should have heard the scouts at the last match. Their eyes were the size of galleons when they saw you dangling upside down on your broom. If you were in your last year of your education, they would have signed you up on the spot. Frank smiled, you have James's talent and more. He wanted to go professional before his AL year and was even ready to apply to Puddlemere United, but something happened in his 6th year which changed everything and he joined the Aurors. Harry had a smile on his face, thank you for telling me that. Sirius has not told me anything about this. All he ever talks about is how he and my father terrorized the hell out of Hogwarts. Alice chuckled, of course he does. They were the pranksters in residence for 7 years and unchallenged except perhaps by the Pruitt twins. Frank asked him to report to his office in the ministry the next day early in the morning under glamour charms because Moody wanted to see his preparations and to brief him about the plans. Harry in his turn invited all of them to Yule celebrations at Potter Manor by passing a piece of parchment to them which contained the secret to the manor and told them that the extended family of Harry Potter would be there. Hogwarts. Harry may have appeared to leave the school peacefully, but he had ensured chaos during his absence from the castle. Since most of the teachers did not have a family, most of them stayed there during their winter vacations. Many Muggle-borns and half-bloods had decided to stay at the castle too because Albus had announced that they would be celebrating both Christmas and Yule, and the Muggle-borns had wanted to see for themselves what Yule celebrations were like. Harry, working with the twins, had laid traps in the castle for people to walk into. He had left a swamp in the middle of the Great Hall which was one of the twins' products. He had just tweaked it enough so it would be activated at dinner time in front of the teachers. Just so that he did not miss it, he had asked Vikram to take photos of it. There were also firecrackers which he had obtained courtesy of the twins, and he had made arrangements for them to be placed in the Great Hall to go off when Vikram sent a wordless wandless finite at the crate of firecrackers. There was also the stuff that the twins had perfected like Tung Toffee, braying butterbeer and canary creams which would be mixed in with the Christmas dinner party by an accomplice Harry had asked to act in his absence. When dinner was well underway, suddenly a swamp opened in the middle of the Great Hall. It had formed between the Ravenclaw table and the Slytherin table. A few students had fallen into it but were quickly retrieved and dried off by Madame Pomfrey. The swamp was not deep. One could hardly be more than up to their knees in it, so there was no harm done. Dumbledore chuckled, the pranksters have sent their compliments. Flitwick vanished it in a trice, but not before Vikram had been able to capture photos of it. The next day, Hermione Granger dragged her parents to Diagon Alley in the morning. She had returned home worried about Harry but had been told that he flowed to London from Hogsmeade and she had gone home. Since the end of her 3rd year, she had spent little time at her own home but lived more at the Burrow in the last 2 years. The summer also had been abruptly cut short when she had to return to England via the Phoenix Express to train with the others. Her parents were already going to France this year for skiing a day before Christmas. She wanted to join them but she was torn. She also wanted to be at the manor house of the Weasleys where Arthur had invited her, so she had decided to spend the little time she had with her parents enjoying their company and then joining the Weasleys or going to the Black Townhouse where there was a room always available for her. This morning, she was on a mission with her parents in tow because she wanted to get the inheritance ritual done. Harry had written a letter to Griphook telling him to help her with the ritual, and even if no magical ancestry was found, he would pay the costs of the test. She had tried to make him accept money from her, but he told her that it was an early gift for Yule to her. He had given her a ring with the Potter crest and asked her to show it to the teller Ironjaw, who would take her to Griphook promptly. Hermione had asked one of the guards about the said teller and he pointed to one teller sitting behind a counter. She approached him cautiously and said respectfully, "Excuse me. I am here to see Griphook." The goblin did not look up from his register and sneered, "Griphook is not an ordinary goblin, human. He does not see every human who walks through that door demanding to see him." Hermione remembered the ring and tossed it on the counter before the goblin. "I am told he is expecting me." The goblin initially wanted to snarl at the insolent witch before her but controlled his tongue when he saw the crest and internally shuddered. Hastily closing his register, he climbed down and motioned for her to take a seat in the lobby. "Please take a seat. Griphook will be here to see you shortly." Griphook came in about 2 minutes later and motioned for them to follow him to a room at the other end of the hall. The room was simple with the walls being bare and there were some chairs on either side of a table. As they made themselves comfortable, Griphook started talking. As I understand from the instructions I received from Lord Peverell, you are here for an inheritance test. Is that right? Hermione nodded and he continued, there are a few things that I want to explain to you before we get to it, Miss Granger. The first is, do you know of wizarding customs, in particular the system of vassals of houses, cadet lines etc.? Hermione nodded, I have the basic idea about them. Very good. Now the thing is that the tests may reveal something about your magical heritage and there may be inheritance tied to it or there may be nothing. Since Lord Potter has sent you here and is bearing the costs of the test, it implies that you are under his protection, and if you were revealed to have magical heritage then you would be considered as a vassal to the House of Potter no matter what your magical heritage might be. Is that agreeable? Hermione took her time to think about it. Molly had told her about vassals but she had not told her about anything like this. Also she was certain that if she had some magical inheritance then Hermione would be the only descendant alive, which meant she would have to seek the protection of one of the houses. If it came down to it, there was only one choice. She turned to the goblin, I understand what you have told me and agree to it. Please proceed to the ritual. The goblin produced a parchment and a blood quill. Please write your name on this parchment with this quill. She took the quill and wrote her name upon it and grimaced while the quill drew her blood to write. After she was done, words started to appear. Name, Hermione Jean Granger. Father's name, Daniel Hector Granger. Mother's name, Anne Granger née Paxton. Prospective heir to House of Granger. She read the parchment once and then read it again and turned it to see if something else was written on the other side, but there was nothing. She handed the parchment to the goblin, who took a look at it, pulled out a stamp and returned it to Hermione after properly stamping it. Congratulations Hermione Jean Granger, heir to House of Granger, he intoned and then pressed a rune on his table. A goblin entered and he barked orders to him. After the goblin was on his way, Griphook turned to her, I have sent him to fetch the relevant documents related to the House of Granger and we will be able to answer any questions that you might have within a few moments about the status of your vaults and estates etc. If you have a question other than that, feel free to ask. Hermione had a lot of questions and she did not know how many she could ask before the goblin would refuse to tell her more. She decided to take the cautious approach. What can you tell me about the House of Granger? The goblin gathered his thoughts for a few moments before he started saying, the family had broken off from one of the ancient families, though I do not remember which one, sometime in the middle of the 16th century. The family lasted for 8 generations, during which they made their name with feats in potions, though nothing like the Potters. The family was supposed to be ennobled sometime at the start of this century and would have got the status of noble House of Granger in the next generation. However, the last Lord Hector Dagworth Granger, who founded the Extraordinary Society of Potioneers, was hairless. He had a brother Jonathan who was a squib, so he could not take the title of Lord. Jonathan moved away from the family sometime during his teenage years and sired his own family. That is the information available to us right now. The family tree might be able to tell us more. Just then, the goblin who had gone to fetch the documents returned and placed them on the table before Griphook. He dug up the family tree and studied it for a long time. Then he turned to Hermione. As it turns out, Jonathan had a son who was named Hector after his brother. Hector, who was a squib like his father, who being a second-generation squib, he likely knew nothing about magic. He turned to Mr. Granger. I trust he was your father. Daniel Granger nodded. So, what does it mean? It means, Mr. Granger, that you come from a family of wizards and your ancestors were magical. Since she was born within 5 generations from the last magical ancestor, your daughter is a half-blood witch. She is the heir to the House of Granger. She will become the head of house when she reaches the age of majority on her 17th birthday. He picked up a wooden box, carved with intricate designs, opened it and presented a ring to Hermione. This is your heir ring, Heiress Granger. She accepted the ring and placed it on her finger. After scanning her for quite some time, the ring was satisfied and fit itself to her finger. The goblin was looking into a ledger. Your family vault has gold just shy of 2 million galleons, since Hector Dagworth Granger did not think to invest it at that time. He also sold off all the estates of the family since there was no one to take care of them. The family home is still in Plymouth under stasis charms. Your heir ring can take you to it when twisted rightwards. He tossed the ledger to her. Your family vault number 250 is in the deeper levels of the bank. You can access it according to the wishes of the last head of house. You will need to appoint a manager for your accounts however, and I would recommend Ironjaw. While he is young, he has enough experience to deal with accounts such as yours. Is there anything more you want to ask? Ministry of Magic. Harry had arrived at the ministry with Sirius this morning. Sirius had gone to his job while he went to meet with the minister. As Frank had asked, he had done glamour on himself. He had brown hair falling down to his shoulders, a broad nose, beetle black eyes, short stature and a dense beard to rival Hagrid's. Frank welcomed him warmly. Harry welcomed to the office of the Minister of Magic. Thank you, Minister. What may I do for you? Just then Frank's secretary brought in tea for them, and after some idle chit-chat about the daily business of the ministry and efforts being made to ready the Aurors for Voldemort, Frank sent for his senior undersecretary. His undersecretary walked in after a few minutes. Mr. Weasley, please take Mr. Peverell here to the head of the Aurors, Alistair Moody, and tell him that I will join him shortly. Percy accompanied him to the Auror floor. Lord Black, he started to say, but Harry interrupted him. I am always Harry to you and your family, Percy. Percy shook his head. I want a favor from Lord Black and not Harry Potter. Harry understood at that moment why Frank had sent for his undersecretary to take him to Alistair Moody when it was clearly a job belonging to a secretary or to one of the guards of his office. He wanted Harry to hear out Percy while it was upon to honor his request or not to. He straightened a bit and looking at Percy in his eyes authoritatively said, if it relates to family business, then you should come meet me in the current seat of residence of House Black this evening at 7 o'clock. You will receive the address this afternoon. However, be warned, I do not tolerate insubordination under my roof or callous behavior either. Percy nodded, and by that time, they had arrived at the Auror floor where Moody was in his office. Percy informed the grizzled old Auror that Frank would join them shortly and left. Moody offered a seat to him. Take a seat, lad. A few more people will be joining us. 10 minutes later, Sirius Black, Frank Longbottom, Proudfoot and Rufus Scrimgeour had arrived. When they were all seated, Moody started addressing them. You are all here because you believe the rumors and reports which have been coming in these last 6 months, in addition to what Albus Dumbledore had said in June that you know who. Harry wanted to tell him to call him Tom Riddle but held his tongue, is back from the dead. As of now he is hiding, so we cannot do anything actively against him or half the Wizengamot would be after our hides. You all know about the plan and this lad here will play a crucial role in it. He is the bait that will bring you know who out in the open. As we have discussed, we will keep the skirmish contained in the atrium. We will not let it spill out through the lifts or to the flow entrances. We have about 50 Aurors with us under your command, with each of you leading 10 of them except Proudfoot and Rufus, who will have 15 each. Proudfoot will be in the back and would join it happens that we find ourselves on the losing side. I want to keep the backup as a surprise for him. I will be there and I will oversee the execution of the plan. We are to take as many of them captive as we can. Also, we are authorized to use lethal force because you can be sure that they will. Don't take any chances and kill them if they won't be subdued, but I do not need to remind you that use of the unforgivable curses will still get you a one-way trip to Azkaban. Anyone who fails to follow my orders will be drummed out of the Aurors promptly. Any questions? Proudfoot asked. Are we going to use a child as bait? Are you out of your mind, Alistair? He would not be able to hold his own against him for a moment. We do not use children as bait. Harry, who found it hard to resist a prank, did his best to look completely gormless while suppressing his urge to laugh out loud. Alistair turned to Proudfoot. The child is more than his match and no mere child. If you aren't willing to take my word for it, then why don't you duel with him, Proudfoot? You just might learn something. Proudfoot was scowling. I do not fight children. Sirius looked amused and baited him. What's the matter, Proudfoot? Are you afraid of being shown up by a child? Don't you think you can beat him? You don't have to hurt him, disarming him will do. Proudfoot looked thoughtful for a moment, then said, all right, I will duel with him, and if I win, he is going home. Sirius readily agreed. Of course. You win and you will be calling the shots. The duel was set in the practice ring. By the time they arrived for the duel, all the Aurors who were there had arrived to witness it. Alice, who had just come in, hissed to Frank, have you warned him about what Harry can do? Frank shook his head. No. Moody tried and Proudfoot would not believe him. I suppose that Harry will have to convince him. Dueling the Auror. The two duelists took their stances and bowed to each other. Proudfoot, thinking that he could settle this before Harry made a move, did not waste a moment in lashing out with a disarming jinx at Harry, which Harry sidestepped easily. Having seen his first spell miss, he started sending Stunning Spell, Petrification Hex, Vanishing Charms at him. Harry sidestepped all of them effortlessly. Moody, who was watching, said to Frank in an undertone, "Proudfoot is about to embarrass himself badly today." Frank just nodded in response. Proudfoot had started sending every non-lethal spell that he knew of, like Banishing Charm, Stunning Spell, Incendio, Stunners, but nothing could touch Harry, who had yet to cast a spell. Harry, wanting to egg Proudfoot on, raised his left hand to his mouth and yawned. In response, Proudfoot sent a spell chain at Harry, which Harry dodged with ease as if he was walking in a garden. Proudfoot was one of the best Aurors in the Ministry, but he was nowhere near to the level that Harry was used to. "Is that the best you can do?" Harry taunted him. "Your aim seems to be off. Even my best mate can cast better than that." That was enough to get Proudfoot's dander up, and he started using some lethal spells at him mixed with non-lethal spells, and Harry kept sidestepping them like he was dancing. It had been 10 minutes since the duel started, and Proudfoot was beginning to sweat and he was breathing hard. Harry didn't want the Auror worn out before the real battle, so he decided that it was time to end this. Finally he raised his wand and said, "Now, it is my turn, Auror Warrior." He sent a very powerful bludgeoner at Proudfoot, which knocked the wind out of him. He was thrown back a few feet with the force of the spell. But to his credit, he tumbled and landed back on his feet instantly and sent an incendio, which Harry caught on his wand, and with a subtle flick of his wand, it was turned into a fire whip, which he brandished to lasso the Auror. The Auror ducked and rolled to avoid getting ensnared. As he stood, he was met with the Glacius, which he shielded, and Harry shot a Bone Breaker at him, which he dodged. Harry started sending fire bolts at him, making him dodge without giving him a chance to retaliate. Proudfoot was frustrated with a child keeping him on his toes, and when he sensed a lull in casting, he sent an overpowered Bone Breaker at Harry, which too. His horror was sent back towards him. However, having been trained by Moody in the last war, he had not lost his wits and raised a shield in time, which stopped the Bone Breaker from disfiguring his face. Before he could decide what he was to do next, a spell chain of Reducto Shield Breaker Confrigno was rushing at him, and he threw himself to the floor to save himself. The spells whizzed past the space where he had been a moment ago. Then he had to roll away to save himself from a stag galloping through the middle of the ring. He could not even begin to think where the stag had come from. After he was clear of the hooves, he stood up and found chains traveling towards him. He raised a shield to protect himself. While he was rendering the Incarcerus ineffective, Harry sent arrows at him. Proudfoot had to raise a wall between them to take the arrows. There he made the fatal mistake. As the arrows embedded themselves into the wall, it suddenly came alive, grasping Proudfoot in its hold and even gagging his mouth. Harry lazily sent a disarming spell at him, and his wand flew to Harry's outstretched hand. Harry released him from the bonds and returned his wand to him. "It was an honor to have dueled you, Auror Warrior." Proudfoot hung his head low and said to him, "I am honored to have crossed wands with you, Mr. Peverell, and I take back my words which were said in ignorance of your prowess." After that, they all talked some more about the plan, and it was decided that they would meet on the day of Yule for the skirmish. Moody invited him to come over any day to practice or have a duel with Alistair. With the viciousness that Harry had shown towards Proudfoot, Moody was itching for a duel like that. Black Town House. When he returned to the townhouse, he remembered to ask Dumbledore to send the Fidelius secret to Percy and Flo, called Susan, Bones Manor. Susan was sitting in a chair in front of the fire. She perked up when she saw his head sitting in the flames. She bent at the rug in front of the fire. "Now you remember me, my handsome boyfriend. I was caught up at the Ministry, my gorgeous girlfriend, and when I came home I was expecting that you would be here waiting for me." She shook her head. "Sorry, Harry, I cannot come over." "Why?" he asked. "Are you breaking up with me?" he asked, raising an eyebrow at her. She groaned. "Hardly. Auntie did not like the fact that we failed to inform her that we were not taking the train, and she has me grounded till further notice." "What?" he almost shouted. "But what about our plans for Yule? What about the holidays we were planning?" "I do not know, Harry," she sighed. Auntie has asked Tweaky to ensure that I do not leave the manor, and she has barred all the entrances and exits of the manor, preventing me from going out. I have tried everything that I can think of, but I cannot go out. Don't worry, Sue, Harry said, trying to calm her. I will talk to Auntie. Has Hannah come over? Susan rolled her eyes. She didn't. I expect she is giving an earful to Neville right now, or maybe mouthful. Harry wrinkled his nose. I do not need that image in my mind, Sue. I think I'll obliviate myself just to forget it. She giggled at his facial expressions. Percy arrived that evening in Black Townhouse and immediately went on his knee. Lord Black, I have a boon to ask of you. Harry authoritatively said, state your wish, Percival of Weasley, and I will grant it if it is just. Percy took his time to form his words. I had believed the words of the former minister and acted under his authority against you and the headmaster. I even went so far as to defy my family and act against the patriarch of the family, but he has been merciful towards me in not banishing me from the family tree. Lately I have been trying to ask forgiveness from my father after I realized the folly of my ways, but he refuses to give me an audience. I beseech you to intervene on my behalf as patron of the family in your role of Lord Black and ask him to give me an audience so I can ask my forgiveness of him. Harry thought for a while over his request before he acquiesced. I will ask Arthur to hear you out, but I will not command him. You will receive a portkey with an invitation to the Yule celebrations in a day or two where the extended family is invited. You may have your audience with him then. Percy nodded and stayed for dinner after Harry insisted that he had dinner with him. Sirius had told him that he was going for a date with Emmeline today while Remus was surely busy in Rosier Estate, so Harry was by himself in the townhouse. He could go to Bones Manor, but he did not know how Amelia would react, and he wanted to give Neville time alone with his parents. Weasley Manor was out because he knew Mrs. Weasley would have gone off on him for not taking the train and for failing to inform others that he was not taking the train. Next day, Hermione arrived the next day saying that her parents had left for France. She also told them about having gone through the inheritance ritual and finding out that she was actually a half-blood and not a Muggle born. She had visited the family vault, which was full of so many books that if her father had not dragged her out of there, she would have been there still. As it was, she was planning to visit again with a trunk with extension charms and get as many of them as she could manage. Harry told her it would be a good idea if she waited to do that until she had an opportunity to see her family home, when she could ensure that the house was in pristine condition. The house was sure to have a library and she could put all the books in there, and then she should make a move to get those books out of the family vault. She had begrudgingly agreed to it and had asked Harry to take her in as a vassal to House of Potter, which he readily accepted. He had also tried to talk with Amelia to convince her, but she had not budged and told him in no uncertain terms that she would not change her decision. Harry could only wait for her to release his girlfriend. In the meanwhile they had a long chat on the floor with each other. Seeing him in such desperate shape, Sirius handed him some handmade notes about a product that the Marauders had made. Grinning from ear to ear, Harry had got on to make the said product. Christmas. While Harry had learned the wizarding customs and festivals and was celebrating Yule, he had sent gifts for Christmas to his friends and extended family like every year. In return he had received piles of gifts. The morning started with a snow leopard ambling into Sirius's room and growling near his ear. Sirius opened his eyes a little, noticed the snow leopard and jumped down from his bed yelping, "Merlin pup, you scared the hell out of me." Harry changed back and hugged him. "Come down, Padfoot, there are gifts waiting for us downstairs." Hermione was already in the kitchen tearing through her substantially smaller pile while there was an enormous pile waiting for Sirius. To his surprise, Remus was also there with a mountain of gifts of his own. The first one he opened was from Susan, which she had probably ordered from Diagon Alley. It was a black dragon hide jacket with red trimming and hints of gold thrown in between on the trims. Harry put the jacket on immediately. There was a pair of dragon hide boots from Amelia to go with it. Neville had sent him a dagger of goblin silver which he had taken out of the Longbottom vault, and it could go through any kind of armor and cut through most of the major enchantments placed upon a door or a lock. Frank and Alice had sent him yet more books. The next was from Sirius, which was a grooming kit, something that he had not thought about. Emmeline had sent him a scarf of the finest wool. Remus had given him a set of books on defensive magic. Tonks had sent him a miniature version of his firebolt. Hermione gave him a book on runes which was really ancient and she had found in her vault. Harry teased her as to why she did not send him a homework planner, and she had scowled at him, telling that they had come a long way from homework planners. Ron had sent him a big box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Hannah sent him a big box of chocolates. Ernie sent him a book on defense. Terry sent him a book. Mandy too did the same. Justin had sent him a book. Professor Dumbledore sent him a pair of thick woolen socks, making him chuckle, remembering the first year when he had asked Dumbledore about what he saw when he looked in the mirror of her eyes. Professor McGonagall sent him a book on animagus transformation. Mrs. Weasley sent him the usual Weasley jumper. This time, she had worked the black crest into the right side on the chest, and he had to smile at her thoughtfulness. There was a box of chocolates he assumed was from Mr. Weasley. There was also a framed photograph of his which was sent by the werewolves he had employed at the Rosier estate. A silver bracelet with a radish which he suspected had come from one of Luna's ear-rings from Luna. A box of products bearing the mark of Weasley's wizarding wheezes had come from the twins, while a bracelet with a ruby had come from Daphne Greengrass, and finally a pair of Seeker gloves from Faye Dunbar, which was a surprise because he had not thought she would have sent him a gift. He had also received a painting from his elves and a t-shirt which proclaimed him to be the best master ever. He had bought a jacket for Sirius since he had no idea about what else to buy for him, a massive Honeydukes gift hamper for Remus. He found a rare book on Metamorphagus which he had sent to Nymphadora. The book had tips about how to get comfortable with the transformation and how to use it effectively. Since there had been no Metamorphagus in Black family for at least 300 years, the book was on a shelf gathering dust. He had found it when he was running through a catalog and kept it to send as a gift to Nymphadora later. He had found a book on arithmancy and flourish and blots which he had heard Hermione had been wanting for ages and sent it to her. Keeper's armor to Ronald, Chaser's gloves to Ginny, some products laced with pranks to the twins, a lady's coat he had found in Muggle London for Mrs. Weasley, a complete set of wrenches and spark plugs he had picked up from a store for Mr. Weasley with a note to have fun enchanting, a pair of ear-rings he had picked up in Diagon Alley to Hannah Abbott. A book on dueling to Ernie. A set of silver ear-rings with diamonds for Alice since he was clueless and Sirius told him to give her something that would not offend her. A golden necklace to Amelia. A book on defense to Ernie, on transfiguration to Terry, on runes to Mandy and on defense to Justin. A book to Duvant about charms. A pair of woolen socks to Dumbledore. He had given gold to his elves to buy gifts for them since he could not give clothes to them. A silver necklace for Daphne. A framed photo of Bliss to Professor McGonagall, hoping that she will make the connection. He had also ordered a set of dueling robes for Frank and a hat with golden lace for Augusta. He had not already bought a gift for Faye, but he sent Dobby to buy a beater's bat and gloves and to deliver them to the Dunbar residence. He had ordered a set of dueling robes for Neville too since he knew there was no plant that he could gift Neville that was not already in his greenhouses. He had also requested the Mystics to get him a Biangoma, a legendary bird portrayed as wise, fortune-telling birds and native to India, and sent it as a gift to Luna. He had sent diamond ear-rings to Emmeline and thank you for the scarf. After the gift-opening ritual was over, the elves served them a huge breakfast. Thereafter, Harry left for Potter Manor to spend the day there. Padfoot and Moony tagged along with him, saying that they wanted to revisit the place. Today Harry was going to unveil the portraits spread throughout the manor. When they entered the manor, the marauders had wandered off in different directions to their personal favorite spots in the manor. They had spent a major part of their school vacations in the manor with James Potter. It was natural that they wanted to relive the memories. They both, however, had gathered in the dining hall after around 20 minutes with their eyes red and faces blotchy. It was obvious that they had cried their eyes out. The first portrait that he unveiled was of Charles and Doria in the Lord's study. Charles looked up at him critically. "Who are you, young man? You are not my James, are you?" Doria kindly said, "He is too young to be James. You are Harry, aren't you?" It confused Harry for a moment that they did not remember him from their time in Limbo, but then he realized that the portraits only remembered what their occupants had experienced in their lives and not what happened afterwards. Harry had talked with them at length about everything that happened in the last few years, and they had been proud of him for how he had conducted himself during all these years. After a heavy lunch, he unveiled the rest of the portraits, which were of his other ancestors, and he made small talk with all of them for some time before eventually taking his leave. They had spent the entire day in there. Bones Manor. Susan Bones had all of her usual haul that she got every year at Christmas. But this year, she was looking for Harry's gift in particular. His gift was a mirror which was etched and cut with a beautiful design around the edges. There was a note which briefed her that the mirror was a communication mirror made courtesy of the Marauders. She could use it to talk with Harry without going through a flow call. He also wrote that he would call her on the mirror later that night. He had some chores to do all day. There was also a golden necklace which he had selected for her interlaced with charms with a blue stone matching her eyes embedded in the middle of it. Hannah had finally come over today and told her that Harry had sent a pair of silver earrings for her while Neville had brought her a necklace. Susan had received a silver necklace from Hermione and a jumper from the Weasleys. Harry had told her the story of how Mrs. Weasley used to send a jumper to him every year at Christmas and that having received a Weasley jumper meant that she had accepted the recipient as part of her family. Ronald had sent her a box of chocolates. Apart from them, it was the usual haul of every year past. Harry called her that night. They had talked at length and made plans to follow. Susan told him that Auntie had given her consent to allow her to go to the Yule celebrations next night. Black Manor. The Yule celebrations were supposed to take place in the Black Manor where the New Year party would also be held later. He had already invited everyone for it. Harry, Sirius, Emmeline, Remus and Hermione had flowed there in the morning and the elves in the manor worked with vigor to make it habitable for the party. As it was, none of them were planning to stay at the manor after the celebrations. People started to trickle into the manor when it was nearing evening. First came the Tonks family. Andromeda hugged him and gave him his gift which she had brought to give him personally instead. Nymphadora hugged him tightly thanking him profusely for the book which was a great help to her in stabilizing and having better control over her powers now. The next to come were the Weasleys. Arthur came first followed by Ginny, Ron, the twins and Charlie at last. The twins immediately started laying into him about how their room was practically destroyed by the gifts he had sent. Thankfully the Weasley elf had been able to save them from any harm. Molly as he had expected had immediately started telling him off for failing to inform her that he was not taking the train while fawning over him at the same time. He led the guests to the meeting room in the manor while his elves worked on making preparations for Yule. Harry remembered Percy was supposed to be coming and took Arthur aside. "Mr. Weasley, can I have a word in private?" "Sure, Harry," he said and followed him to a little room. He started saying nervously, "Mr. Weasley, a few days ago Percy met me when I was at the ministry and asked a boon of me as Lord Black. I could not refuse to hear him out. He wanted me to talk to you to give an audience to him. I told him I would tell you about it but I would not force you to agree to it." Arthur nodded, "And you have invited him here today. I cannot honestly say that I am over what he said to us last summer but I can understand what made him do so. I will hear him out but I will only forgive him if I feel he is completely sincere. You might want to talk to the family beforehand lest they start to torment him." Harry suggested. "Oh Merlin," he exclaimed, "that would escalate things quickly. I'll go and talk to them right now." Harry gave the Weasleys a room to talk and put some strong silencing wards around it. He was thankful for it when they came out at last. By the way their emotions were pouring out, Harry was actually glad that Susan chose that moment to come and he rushed forward, picking her up in his arms in a hug and twirling her around. After a minute or two of deliberately prolonged joy-making when he was sure that the Weasleys may have cooled down, he returned to the table and meeting room. Bill came sometime later with Fleur and Harry noticed that Mrs. Weasley was not as warm towards her as she was towards Bill. That was so much out of character for her that Harry decided to ask her about it later. He shook hands with Bill and Fleur at him on the cheeks asking how he was. Harry also noticed that her allure had weakened for him. Sure he could still feel it but he was not touched by it. Susan noticed how almost every other male had fallen before the allure but Harry was just slightly dazed by it and was rewarded with an ear-to-ear grin. Percy came just before they started the celebrations. He bowed to Mr. Weasley. "Lord Weasley, I come to make amends for my foolishness and to seek your pardon." Arthur said to him stiffly, "Speak Percival Ignatius of Weasley so we may know you carry no malice in your heart." Percy spoke slowly and deliberately, "Father, I am ashamed of my conduct and of the words I said to you and the rest of our family in a time when I was blinded by my ambitions. I said some horrible things which I should not have even thought about, and I do not know if you will forgive me or not. I would not be hurt if you chose not to forgive me, but I thank you for hearing me either way." Molly threw herself into his arms. "Oh, Percy." But her other children were watching him skeptically. Finally Bill asked, "What changed your opinion?" "I was blinded by the idea of grandeur that Fudge wove around him and me. He tried to present himself as one who can never do anything wrong." The twins said, "Why come back now? Is it because the family's social standing is higher than ever?" Percy had the decency to look ashamed. "I can understand how you might believe that, since Lord Black has restored our family honor and fortune. But I alone carry the shame for the way I treated you. I am sorry to all of you for my words. I know I should not be forgiven for it, and I am only presenting my apologies to you all. I will be going now." However, before he could go, the twins said, "While you were a git, a prat, and thought of yourself like the Minister of Magic himself, how your head is always in the clouds, yet you are our family." This time Charlie finished the twins' sentence for them, and family never abandons one of its own. That had been a tearful reunion which made Harry emotional. He felt a little longing to belong. Susan perhaps sensed that and hugged him a little more tightly, and it was then Hermione noticed their hug. When did that happen?" Harry said cheekily in an undertone, "Perhaps when you were busy patrolling the inside of a broom closet with your fellow prefect." Hermione blushed, and Ron, who had heard the last part, had his ears turn beet red. Apart from the extended family, Neville had to refuse his invitation, saying that he had his own celebrations to attend in addition to the invitation to a ball which the minister had received. As the heir, it was his duty to respect the wishes of his lord. The said invitation was also received by Harry and refused to by his steward, saying that Lord Black was holding a family dinner that night and maybe next year, he would be able to honor their wishes. It was the first such occasion for the Black family in many years. Amelia also had excused herself but had agreed to send Susan. Harry was also getting excited about the skirmish that was happening in a few hours. The minister had informed him that all those Aurors who had been selected for the task had been given leave for the last 2 days to have rest and to enjoy time with their families before they were to report back at the ministry. It was planned that they would meet at 10 o'clock and news would be leaked to Tom Riddle's mole at 10:30. Just to be sure that news reached Voldemort, Frank had a couple of Aurors dressed like Unspeakables saying something big was going to happen at the ministry that night. They would keep dropping hints, and increased movements of the Unspeakables to and fro from the department would be enough to have his curiosity piqued. For the celebration, they all went out of the manor house to the woods on the grounds. A huge birch log had been found, and Dobby had it burning merrily when the guests gathered around it. There were mats around the log on the ground, and everyone sat comfortably when Harry started distributing pieces of parchment and quills. After making sure that everyone had parchment and quill, he started addressing them. "I know that most of you are familiar with the celebrations of this day. I will still review them for your benefit and to make sure I am not forgetting something." Sirius motioned for him to proceed, and Harry started. "On this day, we thank Mother Magic for the previous year. We write about what we are thankful for on a piece of parchment, no matter how little or how long. When you are done writing, drop the pieces in the fire of the Yule log. After that, take another piece of parchment and write about what good you want in your life for the year to come while nibbling on bread which is made for this day and a specialty of the Potter elves. When you are done writing what you want in the coming year, drop those parchments in the fire of the Yule log and take in a whiff of the scent emanating from the log. Then we would proceed to the feast soon thereafter. The tossing of parchments signifies that we are committing all our hopes and worries to Mother Magic. May she bless us with her mercy." Everyone started writing things they were grateful for which had happened this year. Harry wrote about how he was thankful that he had a family now, had honorary siblings, a girl like Susan who loved him, a father in the form of Sirius, uncles like Remus and Frank, a grandmother like Augusta, a brother like Neville, the new friends, for the mystics who showed him the path of his destiny and everything that had happened. Susan was thankful for the wonderful boy beside her who loved her and for all the good that he seemed to be doing in the world. Sirius had a lot to be thankful for, like having a son, being free, living with his family which cared for him, and Emmeline who had filled the void in his heart which had been left with Marlene's death. Remus, like them, gave thanks for the family which he had now. The werewolf's pack being intact and together, and he was determined to keep it that way. Others had similar thoughts in their minds and they wrote them on papers. After they were done writing, they each walked up to the Yule log, tossed their parchments into the fire and then came back to write what they hoped to happen in the coming year. While they contemplated, Dobby sent bread to all of them to nibble on. After they were done writing, they each tossed their parchment into the fire and took in a whiff of the fragrance while watching their parchment go up in flames. After everyone had done so, Bill wanted to ask him some personal favor, but Harry told him to visit the Black Manor in 3 days' time with Fleur and he would hear them out. After a 3-course dinner which lasted for 2 hours, people started leaving. Nymphadora, who was part of the plan today and was in one of the groups led by Amelia which would wrap up any escapees, had left first, telling Andromeda that she was being called into the office to patrol Diagon Alley. Harry also knew that if everything went well tonight then Frank would be calling an emergency session tomorrow. Soon everyone had left except Susan, who had been permitted by Amelia to visit Hannah and stay over tonight. Since it was really late by the time dinner was over, she opted to stay at Black Townhouse instead, where Sirius had set aside a room for her. Harry was reluctant to let her know that he was going out, so he decided to sneak out. Sirius and Remus had left at about 8 o'clock and Harry had to report to the headmaster at 9:45, and together they would enter the ministry from one of the flow entrances. He went to get ready at 9 o'clock. He wore the dueling robes that Vari had gifted him on his birthday. He slipped the Elder Wand and the Sandalwood Wand into his wand holsters. He strapped the sword on his back and put on his mask. He was just going to put the invisibility cloak on and go downstairs to disapparate to Hogsmeade when suddenly the door of his room opened with a bang and Susan entered. "Harry, where have you gone, Lee?" Her words were caught in her throat as she looked at the formidable being in front of her, which she knew was her betrothed. She put her hands on her hips and asked him, "Just where do you think you are going?" Harry tried to be reasonable because it could erupt in a fight soon otherwise. "Sue, I have an appointment to keep today." She seethed at him. "You are going to fight Voldemort, aren't you? This is your plan for him. You did not tell me that you will be participating in it." Harry said to her a little sternly, "Sue, I have made it clear that I am destined to kill him. Our destinies are linked with each other. Please do not stop me today." She resolutely said, "Either you are allowing me to come or I will holler for Hermione, who will back me up. Together we will stop you." Harry collected her in a hug and key at her tenderly. "I am sorry, Sue. You are not ready to be in the middle of a fight like this yet. Don't worry. You haven't seen half of what I can do in a fight. I have 50 of the toughest Aurors in the Ministry and Dumbledore backing me up. They will take care of his minions while I am supposed to duel him alone. I have to see where we stand in regards to each other, but I promise that next time, you will be there. I will not march to meet his end without you at my side." Susan had melted into his arms and the intensity of the key had her overwhelmed. Add his magic to it and she was on the verge of unconsciousness. He said to her in a soft and tender voice, "I promise you, Sue, that I will return to you." With that he pulled on his invisibility cloak, disappearing beneath it, and walked downstairs and out of the townhouse. As soon as he was outside the wards of the house, he disappeared without a sound. Hogsmeade. Harry arrived just outside of the door of the Hogshead Inn, and there was Dumbledore, with fire in his eyes, his calm expression gone, and his silver hair tied back in a ponytail and reaching down his back. The usual grandfatherly demeanor was gone to be replaced by the vanquisher of Grindelwald, the victor of Bavaria. He took off his mask so Dumbledore could be sure that it was him. Seeing Dumbledore that way, Harry understood why Death Eaters had feared even his name in the last war. He looked at Harry as if inspecting him and asked firmly, "Lord Peverell, is everything ready?" "Yes, Lord Dumbledore, let's start this war," Harry said to the older wizard, eliciting a chuckle from him which however was gone in a moment. "Harry, firstly we will be going to one of the safe houses of the Ministry where Moody is ready to brief the troops. After he is done, we will be going to the Department of Mysteries." With a whistle from Dumbledore, Fawkes the Phoenix soared into the air and they grabbed onto his tail. In a whoosh of flames, they were gone. Unknown Castle. Voldemort was feeling uneasy. In the last few days, he had received word from Severus that the old fool was planning something at the Ministry. In response, Voldemort had alerted his spies to keep a lookout for anything out of the ordinary. When he received no new intelligence from his spy, he was beginning to think that perhaps his gut feeling was wrong for once. But today, one of his faithful had sent him word that the unspeakables were seen openly walking through the ministry, going to the offices of the Aurors or to the minister and talking about an impending visit of a sensitive nature. This was enough to have evoked his suspicion. He ordered his spy to keep his eyes on the ministry. He could not risk missing the moment if the boy came to pick up the prophecy. Severus had confirmed his suspicions when he reported that Dumbledore had told him to keep Voldemort's attention away from the ministry till the new year because he had an errand to run. Voldemort ordered 60 of his followers to be ready to go and storm the ministry and to take the prophecy from the boy if and when he came up with it. He would not let the boy escape with it. If the boy picked up the prophecy, he would learn what was in it and then he would face his foe one final time to crush him to death. Safe house. Moody was briefing the men under his command. Boys, today you are gathered here for a special mission. Information has it that Voldemort is going to raid the ministry sometime around midnight. We are going to attack him and whatever men he brings with him. Let it be clear to you all that I do not want even one of those scum to escape our clutches. If you need to, then kill them, but make sure that your opponent cannot join the battle again once he is downed by you. It is entirely possible that some of you may not return alive from the battle, and I must tell you that I am proud of you all. I could not ask for better recruits than you. My orders for this mission: stay alive, do your duty and return home safely. Now let's give them hell. The Aurors raised their wands as one and fired red sparks into the air as an ode to their leader. Moody was a gruesome taskmaster, but they loved him because he loved each like his own son. They would do anything to make him proud of them, and if it meant killing some Death Eater scum, then so be it. The Aurors formed into their assigned squads and took up their positions in the atrium. Harry was at last left with Dumbledore, who turned to Harry. Let's go tempt the fates, my boy. Harry grinned in response. Ministry of Magic. Harry and Dumbledore flowed into the ministry atrium and walked up to the wizard on the desk whose duty was to register visitors' wands. The man stood up at once and bowed to them. Chief Warlock, Lord Peverell. Dumbledore said to him, go home, Alaric. Yule is meant to be celebrated with family and friends. He tried to protest, but Chief Warlock, Master Auror Moody would be angry that I abandoned my post. Dumbledore waved him off. I will talk to Alistair. Go home now and stay safe. The wizard walked out of one of the entrances and they took the lift to the level of the Department of Mysteries. Harry distinctly noticed the spy lurking under a disillusionment charm in the corridor and had to resist the urge to stun him. Instead, he walked past him nonchalantly as if they had not noticed the man at all. Thanks to the glamour charms, the spy could not see that they were dressed for war. The glamour charm was done on their clothes, so their dueling robes, the sword would not be visible to them all. When he realized who they were and what was happening, he swore under his breath and ran to the lifts to go to the atrium and flow to his lord. If he failed to inform him in time, the Dark Lord would flay him alive. The man found that the flow network was turned off and panicked a little, but then disapparated out of the ministry. Sirius had been watching him from where he hid under the Fidelius with the men under his command. With the man gone, he sent a Patronus to Dumbledore. Let's lay the trap. Harry and Dumbledore were just inside the entrance to the Department of Mysteries with Croaker, who gave Harry a replica of the orb. This is a surprise for him, Lord Peverell. I suggest you let him take it after some struggle. If he escapes, he will get the shock of his life. Harry grinned at the Unspeakable's line of thinking. Dumbledore, however, was still looking grim. My friend, are all preparations ready? The Unspeakable nodded. Just as soon as today's skirmish is over, we will activate the new wards around the ministry. Starting tomorrow morning, we will have caught as many of them as would dare to attempt to enter the ministry after tonight's action. Just at that moment, the dog Patronus walked into the room and said in Sirius's voice, let's lay the trap. Harry took off running towards the lift while covering himself with his invisibility cloak. When they arrived in the atrium, he sealed the lifts so no one could use them and then waited for Tom to arrive. Unknown Castle. The man appeared outside the castle and ran inside, wheezing but not daring to stop and catch a breath. Lucius tried to stop him, but the man shoved him aside and burst into Voldemort's chamber. Voldemort was in his chair reading a letter which Severus had just sent. The letter said that Dumbledore was going to get the prophecy from the Department of Mysteries with the brat alongside. He was already furious, and as he reread each line to make sure there was no mistake, and the interruption irked him. He raised his wand and roared in cold fury, what is the meaning of this? The man immediately went on his knees before him, keying the hem of his robes and wheezed, "My lord, Peverell and Dumbledore are going to the Department of Mysteries at this moment. I have seen them in the corridor which leads to the department." Voldemort understood what he wanted to say in a moment and roared, "Lucius!" Lucius, who had just walked into the room, fell on his knees. "My lord," he said in his cold, high-pitched voice, "gather the faithful, Lucius. We are going to the ministry." He turned to the other man, "You have served me well today. Come see me tomorrow for your reward." The man, who was frightened of the ire of his lord, turned tail and walked quickly out of the chamber, not daring to break into a run while trying to do so. 5 minutes later, 60 wizards were ready to storm the ministry behind their Dark Lord. Voldemort and his band of fools appeared in the ministry using portkeys that he had made for them. They were portkeys of wizard make, not the goblin-made variety. What they did not know was that with the wards that went up the moment the last group landed, this was a one-way trip. Neither disapparition nor portkey would work anymore. The flow network was rerouted so that anyone who tried to use it would land in front of Amelia Bones and her team. The lifts had all been brought up to the atrium level and locked down. Even opening the elevator shafts and levitating through them could not be done. Of course, Dumbledore could still apparate using his Phoenix and Harry could still use Mystic Apparition, but that was something that Tom and his followers did not need to know. The snake-faced man told his troops to take their positions while he started to walk towards the lifts. Harry Potter appeared out of thin air in front of him, "Going somewhere, Tom?" To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.